could face the whole world. 'Cause I know that you're so good for me. 'Cause they don't even know what we know.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. Everything is better when we are together.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. 'Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving, 'cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. Girl, I'm sick of waiting, I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
I've decided to come back to the server room and the production area here at DreamHack Masters Spring to make sure that everyone's doing their job and also to help. And while everyone works really hard around me, I'm going to tell you about the two teams we lost yesterday. Sadly, Bulgaria's Sweethearts Fiend and FaZe had an early exit. But today we've got more teams fighting for their survival. We've got the Battle of Brazil between Furia and Pain, and we've got Vitality versus Extra Salt. Which teams will make it to day number 3? Also coming up, we have got Big versus Heroic, one of the most iconic matchups of this online era we find ourselves in, and also Astralis. How are they going to fare in their first best of 3 against Complexity without Device? All this and so much more on day number 2 of DreamHack Masters Spring. All right, team, let's go!
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Welcome to day 2 of DreamHack Masters Spring. My name is Frankie Ward. We have got Mr. Janko Pavlovic in the middle, and on the end we have Maniac, whose surname we never actually say because none of us are culturally astute enough to pronounce it.
It shall not be named. I will remain Matthew Maniac forever.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I think it's Trace who called me that once, and I think it stuck, yeah.
Well, listen, if you're happy with that, then
Perfect.
that's fine. If it's good enough for Srampus, it's good for me.
Did Alex never try to pronounce your surname?
Oh, he probably did, yeah, like a million times. It was always
because
more...
he butchered mine plenty times, right? And it's way more simple, so I'm sure he tried at least on some occasion.
Had a couple of tries, yeah. That was nice.
Did I get it right?
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. You're doing way better than him. Don't worry.
Okay, fine. Praise indeed coming from you, Janko. All right then, let's talk about what happened yesterday, because we lost Fiend. So I know, Janko, you're probably a little bit heartbroken right now, but we also lost FaZe, which, I mean, are you shocked?
I don't know which team. I don't know which team I'm more heartbroken about, Frank.
Yeah, definitely Fiend. I literally just took one look at your face.
You're doing it for me. No, I'm not. I still have, I still have a good relationship with the FaZe guys, at least some of them. So, they're boot camping here in Belgrade. They're in my country as well. I want to see them do good, play a little bit more, have a deeper run in the tournament, show us what they were working on. But they lost 2 very close games and unfortunately are out in last place.
You cannot say I've got a good relationship with some of them to an interviewer like me because I'm an absolute bloodhound and I want to dig. Okay, fine. Because we're now colleagues in the same space, I can't dig. I've got to give you a bit of an easy ride, Janko. For you, Maniac, how do you feel about FaZe going out early?
I think it's very close to ringing the alarm as far as I'm concerned. Right now, they've been together for a while. There was a whole bootcamp thing going on, and I don't know for how long we can just give them time, right? The fact that they go out without really winning any series during this event, DreamHack Masters. That is a little bit worrying for me. Some individual performances for the likes of Coldzera, for example, we're just expecting more. Right? I think Twist is the only one that's delivered as much as we wanted, but it's not enough and it's gotta hurt.
Well, speaking of Twist, back in 2019, he and the boys from Liquid picked up the trophy at DreamHack Masters Dallas. So let's take a walk down memory lane and remember the good times.
In 2019, DreamHack brought Masters to Dallas. And although it wasn't the first time we had gone to the land of the free, this time it felt different. Inside the arena, there was an overpowering sense of excitement. This time, we might get ourselves a North American winner. It echoed off the walls of the Symphony Hall like a baritone voice. Every team that had been a champion at DreamHack Masters came from across the Atlantic. But at this point, Team Liquid were arguably the best team in the world, and almost certainly the best team at the event.
Really impressive stuff.
They waltzed past Lucid Dream and danced past North. North now met South as Liquid faced Furia for a spot in the finals. The Furia had overcome Vitality. This one was all Liquid and their string quintet to slice the Brazilians open. Ends was the final performance. Team Liquid struck first on Entz's Mirage pick, thanks to an electric solo from Twists. But despite a weak start, the resilient Finns forced overtime on Overpass and took us all the way to a deciding map for what is a crescendo without build-up. The crowd held its breath, North America held its breath. But do you really think we'd tell this story if Liquid weren't the first North American winners in their home country? This was North America's magnum opus so far.
I can't believe Jeff Goldblum didn't make it into that memory of DreamHack Masters Dallas, because I remember him.
Yeah, but you know what? I miss Nitro. Nitro is here.
Yes.
He's not here anymore. Nitro,
Yes.
what did you do? You were the one.
Yanko, you had quite a good time at DreamHack Masters Dallas, though. You guys made it to the playoffs with FaZe.
Yeah, well, we did. You know, not as much fun as I had after we were out of the tournament, of course. You remember some of that. I remember none of it. But yeah, that was a fun one. Big one for Liquid as well. Not only winning in NA, but it was the second notch in their Intel Grand Slam that they won in a record time, just a little bit over 2 months. So definitely a very, very important event for them to win.
Well, let's take a look at the road ahead, because we've got so many events coming up on the ESL Pro Tour. We mentioned a couple of them yesterday. Today, actually, I want to pick out DreamHack Open Full. It's well, it's actually not called DreamHack Open Full. Forgive me. That was one of the last events from last year. It's DreamHack Open 45, and this has got a $100,000 prize pool. And also, the reason I said full is because the winner gets a spot in Intel Extreme Masters full. Ooh. So yeah, there's quite a lot to play for. I don't know if we're going to talk through any of the other things. We do have a fancy graphic, so we can show you what's going on with that as well, because of course Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is coming up as well, and this event is the cutoff for Pro Tour points to qualify for that event. So there are a few teams who've already qualified for it. Some of those teams not being here right now, like Team Liquid, and then there are a few who are still trying to get precious points to qualify for at least a play-in spot. But that is an event that everyone wants to be at, Maniac.
Yeah, it's one of the most iconic, historic stop in the year when it comes to Counter-Strike. If you're a team, your competitors, you want to attend Cologne, you want to fight for that tournament. So for the likes of FaZe, for example, now that they're already out, leaves the the field wide open for other teams to maybe grab some spot. It's going to be dicey.
Well, let's take a look at the standings just to remind you guys of the points. As I mentioned, there are a few teams who are definitely hoping they're going to get a good result this week, hoping that they're going to make it to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. FaZe were eliminated yesterday, so they cannot qualify by points in the standings for EU. Wow. They could make the IM Cologne play-in via ESL World Ranking, so yeah, it's quite shocking, right?
Yeah, that was my point. I mean, obviously you mentioned the ranking, but just the fact that this puts them in such a troublesome situation, not even winning a series, not grabbing any point really from this event, that has to double hurt outside of being eliminated.
And especially considering they didn't qualify for IEM Summer, so they're not going to get any points from that tournament. So they basically have Flashpoint, I think, and the Blast Finals, if that, you know, I don't even know how many points they can get for this or that, right? But definitely in a tough situation for what for me is the event in the calendar every year, hands down, Cologne #1.
Well, the cutoff for ESL World Rankings for IEM Cologne qualification is the 31st of May, so that's a key date to know. Over in North America's, well, I say over in North America, Extra Salt right now are in Europe, but in terms of the region, they need to win versus Vitality today to overtake Team 1 in the standings from North America. Otherwise, they could make the IEM Cologne play-in via ESL World Rankings again.
I'm not going to fire that bullet too quick, but Vitality might be the best of time to face them right now after a roster change. So Extra Salt, the hopes are probably quite up.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one today versus Vitality because we really don't know what to expect. We are going to have that match on the A stream though, so do keep your eyes on this stream if that's something you're interested in, but we do have plenty of other matches going on the B stream as well. It is twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOB. So in other words, it's the URL if you're watching on Twitch right now and you just add a B on it. So just give it a tap. But this is what's happening on the A stream today. Extra Jolt versus Vitality, Astralis versus Complexity, and Big versus Heroic. Really, there's so much amazing Counter-Strike to enjoy.
Yeah,
today.
It's going to be amazing. And again, this is Astralis Complexity. I'm not going to be on the desk to do that one, but I'm going to keep my eye on it because I feel like Astralis, they have a statement to make, right? Device going, leaving the team, going to NIP, people might think, okay, that is it. They've lost their superstar. But if you're Dupree, if you're Xip, if you're Magisrai, or even Glaive, you want to show that you don't need Device to win. And we've seen how they played against Extra Salt. Individually speaking, there were no joking.
Yanko, what are you most looking forward to today?
I'll have your back, Maniac, on that one, right? I think it's very similar to what you said about Vitality. It's probably the best time to play Astralis now that they're still figuring things out, and Complexity seem to be on a roll, played some good Counter-Strike in Pro League as well. So I think they have a good chance to also, you know, secure a playoff spot early here at DreamHack Masters Spring.
Well, obviously you guys watching are allowed to share your opinions in Twitch chat. Get debating because we have to take a quick break. But when we come back, it is elimination time for one of these first two teams. Extra Salt versus Vitality, who will be saving their spot in DreamHack Masters Spring.
We kind of just see our opponents as what they are, opponents, and we're here to beat them. I think we're going to do well.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a test for us to see where we are, but obviously we just want to come back at our best level as soon as possible.
Here we have something, right? Oh my god. It's a dragon lore. Ancient inscriptions. Fire and a dragon. What more can you dream of? And that checkered scope, that would get my aim on point. And those colors, not too much. A perfect balance. That is a weapon. A weapon of destruction. The AWP. Arctic Warfare Police. I have no idea what that means, but I know how it makes me feel. Good. The good kind of good. AWP.
think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
An underground pushing.
No way, they whiffed so hard.
Nah. Did you use the serve?
Yeah. No, you're gonna try and copy me now. Oh, Josh.
Find me like a man, bro. You're hiding.
Maybe I just need one.
See what happens?
I'll give you like, I might give you one or two.
Dude, I suck. Okay, I was gonna say, dude, you're actually walking there, dude.
Nah, I'm literally just swinging everything looking for you. We're just on a mission, bro.
Oh, the spray is not looking clean.
What are you doing? Are you lost?
I don't think the group would change anything with us right now, because as I said, we're in a new team, everything is new for us, kinda. So it's a new project, and we just want to give our best. So we don't really care about the opponent. We just want to play a good CS together and just getting better and better. That's all matter for us.
Our expectations are obviously just to do well in the event. You know, I think we don't put any of these teams on a pedestal above us. We kind of just see our opponents as what they are, opponents, and we're here to beat them, you know. So, you know, I don't want to put my game in my mouth, but, you know, I think we're going to do well, and hopefully we clock out a good win or two here.
A new project for Vitality's Apex, and Sonic there, never not believing in the power of Extra Salt, but they've got a lot to prove today. So this is the story of Group B so far. Yanko, to be honest, it's kind of what we expected, really, when you look at that.
Yeah, I think it's fair. No big surprises there. I think for a team like Extra Salt, you know, sure, it's not even like you need for them to get a win here. You just wanted to see how they do against better opposition, right? To put up a good fight. We saw it wasn't really even close yesterday against Astralis. They did a lot of damage in the NA scene, and even when they came to Europe, they were playing in these tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, making some deep runs, right? Beating some good teams in that echelon of European Counter-Strike. But, you know, you want to see them show you something that gives you faith. Okay, they just need more experience against this type of opposition, and they can really get to that next level.
I think one of the biggest surprises for me in Group B so far, Manic, you are so welcome to disagree with me here, is the performance of Astralis.
Well, like I said, I know that this would be the perfect time to play against Astralis and beat them. Obviously, they've lost Device, the main piece, the mastermind with the AWP, Mr. Consistent. I acknowledge all of that. All I'm saying is that amidst the chaos, there's an ego to the champions, right? When you have played Counter-Strike at the highest level for so long, now is the time you want to remind everyone that you did not depend on Device. And I'm expecting that individually reactions to come. Players overperforming, maybe. We've seen that with Magisk and Xip yesterday. They were fire, they were lights out. So that's what I'm expecting. Can they win this event? Unlikely. Deep run, base off the ego, I can see it happening.
Well, these two teams currently don't look in event-winning form. However, one of them does have to win today, and the other has to go home. This is Extra Salt versus Vitality, and focusing in first on Extra Salt. Yesterday, it was an incredibly slow start. Astralis were in their element on Nuke, but we know Extra Salt love a techie map. It took them 8 rounds to actually put one on the board, and that was because Astralis got arrogant and went hunting.
I know, you're right, and it did feel like Extra Salt were completely figured out by Astralis, and as Yanko very well pointed out in some of these replays, they were about to execute, and then suddenly, what the hell, there's a Molotov in front of us? These are the type of details that you would get when you play against the top opposition in EU. And just to bounce back on that point, I'm not so nice with the Extra Salt right now because I think that credibility is a very rare currency in Counter-Strike. So if you come to EU, if you push big to a crazy best of 5, people start getting hyped up. You get eliminated here quite quickly, that is it. We might not give you a lot of other chances. So for Extra Salt, you need to make that a competitive series. Vitality, they're shaking right now.
Yanko.
Yeah, and Yeah, and for Vitality, you know, when you look at them as well, yesterday against Complexity, right? They lost 16-10, but they lose both pistols. They lost, it was 5-1 in clutches in favor of Complexity. So, you know, it wasn't maybe as bleak as people would think, just looking at the result. Kyojin obviously being the new face as well, you know, looking him up, right? He only has 20 games on record on HLTV, and he's 22 years old, right? You look at someone like Misuta, who was their newest addition beforehand, he's only 18 and he's already been with the team for over a year, right? So that's a little bit different, but Vitality has so far been making good roster decisions, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
This is going to be a strange one because, Maniac, you are a god of the French scene. You know everyone, even though you're from Switzerland. And Kyojin is a name that you actually aren't familiar with.
No, I haven't really bumped into him. I know that he cleared some story with VAC and all of that, so now he became eligible. That was before even the updates came out. So now, obviously, a lot of eyes on him. I've seen a couple of highlights where it does look like, mechanically speaking, he can do things I could never even dream to do. But in terms of role, he seems to be implemented in RPK's position. We saw on Nuke, he played inside, like an aim-based, easy play style. My only fear is that for a man like Apex, who sometimes seem to be a little bit out of the rhythm in terms of being an IGL and playing at the same time, now he has another kid on the block to teach and mentor. Misuta, of course, now he's in the rhythm, but now you have another one. RPK, you didn't really need to tell him what to do. You have to teach a man like Kyojin. So for Vitality, now might be a little bit early to perform, but at least he brings that hunger, you know, when he wants to play the game.
Well, let's see if Apex is hungry, because we caught up with him before the event to see where Vitality's heads are at.
The feeling in the team right now, coming to DreamHack Masters, is just a test for us. We will have a bit more than a week of practice with Kyojin. He's a really young player, so obviously it will take time for him to be at his best level with the team, and for the team as well to play as good as possible. Yeah, it's just gonna be a test for us to see where we are, but obviously we just want to come back at our best level as soon as possible.
Best level as soon as possible. It's been a while really since Vitality had a good result, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they were kind of the #1 team in the world towards the end of last year, and in the last 3 months I was shocked. Vitality won like only a third of their games, right? Like even for a team that's struggling, that's really, really bad. You know, usually it's around 40-50% when it comes to tier 1 teams, but they've just been struggling to get any wins on the board. You know, that also impacts the players' confidence. Maniac pointed out, right, on the in-game leader, there's a lot of pressure integrating another new player, because you need to work with him a lot individually, explain to him some of the stuff that is very basic to you, but for him it's just brand new. So there's a lot of moving parts right now for Vitality, and you know, you need a lot of mental fortitude to just push through all of that and keep working and stay motivated and hungry.
Well, you know what? Everyone knows I believe in equality. We've heard from Apex. Let's find out more about Extra Salt.
I'm Sonic, I'm from Extra Salt, and we're here to spread some salt in the wounds.
2020 was a trying year for North American Counter-Strike fans, and 2021 looks to be more of the same. With players leaving for pastures new, the scene has been thinning quite a bit. Hell, even Cloud9 went European for a bit with a little bit of American flair.
I do believe we are very strong contenders on being the best team in North America right now.
Exodus, however, breeds opportunity, and the faithful amongst you shall be rewarded. While some saw NACS as dying, others saw their chance to represent the region. It turns out, to save NACS, all you need is a little NACI.
Me and Johnny have been playing together for a really long time. We're kind of like glue, or he's the Pepsi, I'm the Coke.
Perhaps the most exciting part of Extra Salt is that they represent the 3 biggest countries in North America, with 1 Canadian, 1 American, and the seldom seen Mexican. While we've seen American and Canadian players be up there with the best, Mexico is a country of pure untapped potential.
Maki is the Mexican god.
NA's finest came to Europe on an absolute tear. Extra Salt were unquestionably the best team in North America, not finishing below 3rd in any event, and dunking on Pain 3-0 in the DreamHack Open March final.
The fans and the second
as well.
Sonic and the gang are here to prove that NACS is alive and go back to North America with experience and maybe even a trophy to go with it.
I think the only thing I can say to the opponents is respect us. Other teams have failed to do so in the past.
Well, if there's one thing I've noticed about Extra Salt, they're not follically challenged. But Maniac, you were watching them in FunSpark RT last week, and you observed quite a few things about Extra Salt. You called them a Triforce, at least 3 of their players.
Yes, you are correct. I want to talk about the roster, which is a little bit deeper than what we might think. You know, before they came from NATU, it was the OC supremacy, as we like to meme about it. He was the one rocking the high numbers everywhere. He had an adjustment period, you'd say, when he came to EU, but actually 2 players stepped up massively as far as I'm concerned. It's Sonic and Fang. These 2 have delivered way more than I expected. Sonic on the secondary AWP actually quite able to fight against the best, and Fang with the lurks, never really fearing. They said in an interview that he doesn't get any pressure. He plays against the best and he just does what he needs to do. So these 3 are you players to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think also when we get to the map window as well, right? This is where it gets a bit tricky. Also for Vitality with the new player, I want to see them pick something like Vertigo, right? You have the permaban train for Vitality. Extra Salt goes for an overpass pick, right? That's interesting. I thought maybe they would want to go for Nuke. That's one of their comfort map picks, but they switch it up with overpass. One of the rare NA teams that actually likes playing maps like train, overpass, right? Those custom maps, so to speak. So I think that gives us a spicy first map here, Mania.
There you go, you have it. I was already so mad when I saw Extra Salt not risking the Dust 2 ban and letting float Mirage. Of course, if you allow Vitality to go for Dust 2, in that constellation right now with Kyojin, they're gonna jump on it every day. That's the map they play. Extra Salt, they could have taken the risk of floating Mirage and, you know, their Vitality to pick it. The Dust 2 makes sense, and now as a third map, I always have to play the game Nuke. It's good for Extra Salt. I don't think they lost that veto. They had the deeper map pool in terms of what Vitality can provide on the server right now. I'm still a little bit itchy about that Dust 2. I think that was a missed opportunity for Extra Salt to really push it into Vitality.
Maybe Extra Salt want to prove something, though. They've got 2 incredibly capable AWPers. They love a techie map, but they do also have a 7-map pool. So they're no strangers to Dust 2, Yanko.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird only because, you know, with Mirage, they only played it once, but Overpass, they played it twice. So, you know, between your pick and your veto, there's not too much difference in how much you played it. But I guess it could be they heavily prepared. That's sometimes the case when you do it. You know, if you ban Mirage, Dust 2 is going to come, and then you watch their Dust 2 and you see, okay, I think we have what it takes to play against this. I think we can beat this. So, you know, we'll have to see and wait on the map. If it just gets blown out, then there's definitely going to be some questions raised.
We haven't done any winner picks really so far this event.
Oh no.
But you said to me, Maniac, you would tell me your winner pick once we'd had the veto. So I've decided to lay them on this beautiful table here. I have to go first.
Oh, yeah, you go first.
I actually have to go first. It's called graphics orders.
Okay, let's do it.
So I'm going to say Extra Salt. And to be honest, nothing I've really learned this morning, although I have learned a lot, gentlemen, has changed my mind. I came in feeling, you know, Extra Salt, they're very hungry for this. And Extas gave an interview the other day where he said that the team are fatigued at the moment, and I don't think they're hungry for much. And the fact that Apex is saying this is a whole new project, what, because you've replaced RPK? That's not a whole new project. You haven't replaced that many players. You've literally replaced the player that you called your soldier who did what you told him to do. So any player that comes in should be able to do what you're telling him to do. So I am saying Extra Salt. Doesn't mean I don't love you, Vitality.
Okay.
Just not at the moment.
Yeah, Frankie, everything you said there is true. It makes a lot of sense, but Vitality is still going to win this game because simply they're a much better squad. And kind of, you know, playing with Zywoo in that show match, just seeing him, what he does, that's like, you know, it's a completely different planet that guy is on, you know. You said like Extra Salt, 2 very good AWPers. Well, I'll still take Zywoo over those 2 AWPers any day of the week. And yeah, I think Vitality still takes this.
I'll stick to Vitality too, just because I cannot say anything else. No, that's not true. That's not true. I agree with Yanko. I think the roster is still quite deep. And also the cutoff for Extra Salt, when they faced Astralis, you could see they were, you know, 1 step behind the music. Things were going just too fast, and that's the elite of Counter-Strike. And I still believe there's a little bit of magic in Vitality. And they have the best player in the world.
I do need to just draw attention to the humble brag from Yanko just there. Oh yeah, so I played with Zywoo. You didn't win the show match though, did you?
I haven't really
you
played it.
You fragged in a team with Zywoo.
I dropped in guns and I was like swinging for him, right? So I was basically like his Apex in that game.
Yeah, you were his Sanji. Everyone needs a Sanji in their lives. And everyone also needs a sponge and a machine too. So we're going to bring him in right now.
Which one of us is the Sanji, though? I mean, that's the real question. Chad wakes me up in the morning.
I
actually.
think I'm the Sanji.
You're the
Jame.
Yeah. Oh, I'll
You're
take
the
Jame.
Sanji.
Yeah, but I would want to I want to keep watching that death segment as opposed to the game because I love
Someone
that.
get me a fire extinguisher. Frankie is on fire today.
That was great.
Yes.
I think this might be more fire than the server.
I think so. What's fire extinguisher in German? I bet it sounds weird.
It's going to be an extremely long word that we literally don't have time to pronounce.
Matthew, what is it? Come on, fire extinguisher in German.
Extincteur. Auf German, auf Deutsch, weiß ich nicht. I don't know.
Okay.
Das ist nicht gut.
Schon, aber das ist genug von die Extra salt. Wow, we are off to a flying start this morning. It is DreamHack Masters Spring, and that was a death segment. Putting Yanko on the burner.
Well, Frankie actually sold me, right? Because here's the thing, right? This Vitality roster, you take a look at them in this year, sure, nothing's been really going their way.
It's all red, dude. I was scrolling. It's 11 weeks ago, and we've got intermittent wins, but losses to teams, uncharacteristic losses for a team of Vitality's caliber.
Yeah, I wrote down the dot points that I took away from that death segment. Vitality good last year, struggling this year. Roster change, one of their veteran players, and yet to have a win. So,
and also, in the other side of things, just from nuggets you were throwing at me during the death segment, was that they're super damn young. Extra Salt are average age of 21. So these guys have got a lot of time and room to develop. And we're into our pistol. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get this one started. 1xBet is leaning Vitality's way, and understandably so. And we get to see ZywOo rocking a P2K. All right, well, everyone in the community is now going to start to shift if this is an ace with the P2K. Here it comes. 2 to hold. Masuta's there. Crossfire to bait in. Need Masuta swing. Looking great. Look at that with the two of them combined in entire round 1. Just like that. Flurry of 4 frags. And just JT wondering where it all went wrong.
All right, well, it looks to me like old JT is probably going to go down very quickly here. Drops down the ladder. Takes down ZywOo. We'll need to find just 4 more. Just 4 more kills, you know.
Just, yeah.
1v5 on the pistol from the in-game leader here. It's very unlikely. Molotov lands, but he's already dead. So there you go. 1 on the board for Vitality. And look, I think that there is so much to talk about with this little French roster. Well, maybe not the little French roster, probably the only French roster at the moment competing towards the top tier of Counter-Strike. And it's crazy to me, right? And I think it was crazy to the scene to see RPK I don't know if it was out of nowhere, right? We were talking about the struggles of the team and a change had to come in, but considering they had the whole Nevera situation, it's like, okay, well, they've just brought in a whole new name.
Yeah, I think I mean, what happened with Vitality, it's definitely a conversation for more than just a Glock Eco round, but I think to start that conversation, just having RPK as a blunt object who you could put on long and he could always get 2 when tested, you know, like his veterancy, his experience was volumes of Vitality's success, and I think they were obviously holding on to that for as long as they could. It just got to a point where you couldn't.
And there's been some questions as well around the ZywOo level performances. Now, I want to make sure everybody understands before I go too far with this one that ZywOo, Simple, Device, Nico, those type of names are held to a different standard than everybody else, right? Because they perform at such a high level consistently. Now, ZywOo's had some spotty performances in recent time. Oh, Shox with 4.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's JT last again. Let's see. ZywOo won't allow Shox to get the ace. And now we should be getting into the gun round.
Is ZywOo fully absent skins? Like, is he just trying to be a whole new generation?
Well, he doesn't have a knife on right now.
No knife, no P2K skin. I don't know. Either way, we do see Shox getting all 4 here on the FAMAS. 300 kill reward for that. Nice control and nice angle, of course, on that Z-axis. Those unarmored Glocks didn't stand a chance, but they will now. We've got armored AKs. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a distribution of smokes and flashes. Not Dream Util, but neither is the Dream CT setup. Aggression from Apex, rocking the scout. JT to receive. They're across, and we'll have to fall back to respect the potential of that playground swing.
Yeah, Marky on your screen right here. Been impressed with him so far. Been looking pretty good on European soil. I'm sure there was lots of question marks about it before we saw him actually getting a chance to compete over here.
I mean, God, just the fact that he's never had the event experience that people on this Vitality squad have had. Now he gets to go toe-to-toe. And this is for your event life. They can knock Vitality out of DreamHack today. Marky hunting, nice find, needed that one. Shock shut down early and first blood drawn. They can build upon that. ZywOo spots the doors blown off as well as a presence within it. Fang there alongside Marky. Short pipe being taken, short water control is theirs. God, with only one M4 left as well, what's Vitality's best kind of foot forward here? With 50 seconds left, is it a gamble and then save if they don't? Or?
Yeah, it looks like a gamble call is already coming in here, right? You can see Zywo and Masuda rotating over to back up Kyojin, and old boy Apex is now just going to be jump spotting on the side. They made the right call. Kyojin needs to step up. He spotted a few here. Under pressure now, the flashes are coming in.
Yeah, great flash turn by Sonic. Already the duel won by JT. Need another, need one more from the AKs. Fang's the one to provide. It's only Masuda. He's gone. Zywo looking to make it interesting. He's landed a tag in the MP9. Just not the weapon for the job. That's 3 from Fang. And I mean, I'm going to straight up grab him and throw him in the same pool I was talking about with Marky. This guy, 18 years of age, flying over to European soil and getting to hang with the big boys. This is every Counter-Strike nerd's dream.
Yeah, and I think that this online era that we're in right now is a nice little halfway house for a lot of these players that we haven't seen, you know, competing at the top level. You get to come over and play against the best teams, but you're still doing it in a controlled environment, right? You're not at the LAN, there's not the big crowd, there's not that whole pressure of that environment, but you're still, well, right here, DreamHack Masters Spring.
If they were doing this at DreamHack Masters Spring and we had a crowd, they'd have just had to watch as Zywo walk out and everyone's chanting his name and they're all sweaty and jiggly.
Oh, Fang, look at this,
That's
the pressure.
Brave.
Shocks
Very
us down
brave.
straight away.
Ooh, and now on notice is Zywo. Get out of there, son. I don't think it's a fight for you. Continues to stand his ground. Fang takes long. He's taking initiative and taking space. That's a lot. If he's tucked into the blind spot already, God, there is so much wind behind them here. They are actually sailing straight up long.
Look
on
at all
his
the
own.
space. With 1:20 left on the clock.
There's 3 of them, but no. Fang, you're not brave enough to push now.
Nobody's looking his direction at all. If he pushes past that line drawn in the sand there of Long, this could be the perfect timing, but a little bit tentative because he's probably questioning why he has so much space right now.
Here we go. Oh no, Apex has caught him. That was such a powerful position from Fang, just lost out by the negligence, dare I say it, of Vitality's defense there. Kyojin, new addition to Vitality, yet to frag, and he continues that way. The trend extend
Should be
by
safe here.
Sonic, and yeah, you're right.
Maybe not.
The M4s, now one trapped towards Graffiti and executed. This is going to be an awkward one. Do they want to commit? Zywo, $0 in the bank. You just can't afford to lose that AWPing presence with the bomb ticking and no kits on that AWP. Keep what you can. Happy to see Extra Salt equalize, though.
Yeah, look, 2-2 now, and it was actually Shocks when he pushed forward. He had the AWP. The fact he got run down was more than just the kill. It was the AWP stranded. So Zywo couldn't pick it up. He couldn't be a little bit more mobile with that, looking for picks, taking back space. Able to save it here now, so that's great going forward for Vitality, but yeah, a bit of a rough way to start those 2 gun rounds, really.
Na'Vi performing without Simple, Vitality performing without Zywo. Maybe we'll get Extra Salt performing without OC. I don't know.
Imagine that, right? Like that. I don't know how many people tuned into the Na'Vi VP series yesterday, but it was one of those performances where you can see Simple is impressed with his teammates, right? He's clapping when they're getting stuff. It's like, well, if you're getting the tick of approval from Simple, something's going right.
Yeah, good vibes.
And Bit was playing fantastic, right? I'm really hoping it's not one of those Na'Vi anomaly performances and then everything goes wrong and it kind of cascades.
They just start arguing in the middle of a semi-final again.
I've been scorned before by the Na'Vi hype train, you know, so we'll have to wait and see. But we're going straight over towards the B bomb site on OC. Smoke towards Heaven, flashes are through, and they're in a lot of trouble.
Kyojin is dead, and his friend is 2. Apex is sticking around. Manages to recover an AK and nearly ahead. OC was there, does put him dead though, and now with the saved AWP, nothing really for Zywo to do.
Yeah, nice little mix-up there. There's a big risk in that kind of a maneuver, especially if they go for like a 4-man stack and the AWP is there as well. And yeah, you could, but it's one of those situations you never know. This is Counter-Strike, right? So they've hedged, they've gone, we'll go for a hard B. We can probably use our utility proficiently enough to obscure the vision of the AWP and get on in nice and easy.
So we can describe that one as an educated guess.
Yeah, because like I know that people can be critical of being fast on anti-ecos or going fast against, you know, saved guns, but sometimes it's, especially on a map like Overpass, imagine you're doing a default spread and Zywo gets a pick long, right? And then you're like, okay, well, we know the AWP's long. Meanwhile, he's rotated back towards B.
Yeah,
you got a guy walking up short. Oh, Zywo's there. And then you're already down 2 men, right? So you need to really... I'm not saying consider all your options, but you're hedging in a lot of these scenarios, right? You're trying to avoid that danger. Here they're able to do so. Zywo holds on to the AWP. Shocks will go down to OC.
Yes, as easy as ABC, and we do have a B. It's going to be the secondary stream. Furia taking on Pain Gaming, gets the South American showdown on Nuke to start off proceedings for this best of 3. It's Pain's pick, and so far it looks like they're on good stead to find an early T round. already got some control on that lower side. So you can check that out. That's ESL_CSGO B over on twitch.tv. Easy to find. And we're back into the action. So we do finally get to see an AWP in the buy round for the CTs as opposed to just the saved and early frag Shox. Quick smoke monster. That's so deep. You really can't disrespect that. Masuta finds nothing on the jump, and Fang looking very, very ferocious towards short. Look at him. So comfortable to take these fights. He's already halfway into the site. Apex, though, happy to knock him on his ass. No support from his teammates. I say that as Sonic does provide a lot of smoke deployed by the CTs early here.
Yeah, they forced a lot of rotation, they forced a lot of utility, and they're keeping 3 players stuck towards this B bomb site. There is space towards A, but Marky and JT set in Monster here with the bomb. Are they going to boost? Over the smoke they go.
Okay, Kyojin. Ooh, yikes. I don't think that'll be heard, but they don't know that. On the barrels, can't adjust in
Bomb
time.
now.
Yeah, that's a problem. 2 frags to find. Kyojin provides them both. And a third just a little too far out of the realms of possibility. OC sticking around now with Sonic, and Sonic's gone very low. Just finished off by Shox. Now the bomb committed already through that monster pipe really does make this almost impossible for OC. He's going to have to try and play the clock a little bit, let that util be drained down. In fact, that was the very last can of flame. See what you've got for us, OC. First fight found. Shox' swing is neutralized as well. Problems now for ZywOo. 6 HP, but it's against the AWP. It almost a bit of an equalizer in that respect. 15 seconds as he prepares to plant. Fake. ZywOo starts his crawl. That does really screw OC's chances. Needs a head. ZywOo's the one to provide a solid attempt, but that is going to be the equalize. 3-3. ZywOo clutches up.
Yeah, it did a lot there, right? If we consider the long of this game here, that's a fantastic round from OC. Gets the bomb down, finds 2 kills, and that forces Team Vitality right now to drop a couple across. But if you look that in the microcosm of that one round right there, well, OC probably good for that if he gets the bomb straight down. ZywOo not ready for the fake. He can take that fight and he wins it. It's just that decision-making, right? You never know. And this time, ZywOo's come out on top. The double AWPs, well, they're going to be in play here as we just take a quick look at the finishing blow from ZywOo. Shox onto the big green, same for ZywOo. On the other side, OC's picked one up, and we get back underway with the gun round 6. Sorry, 6? This would be round 7. That was round 6.
You were just excited because you saw 3+3, weren't you?
Yeah.
It's one of those few math problems me and Chad can both guarantee.
Once we get after 5+5, it gets a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, God, yeah. You start throwing those double digits into me.
I'm a dancer's son. I think we go up as far as 8.
5, 6, 7, 8.
A boot scooting, baby, driving me
so crazy, my upset. No, I'm not going to carry on.
I dance all day.
Thank you. Is it Romeo or Rodeo?
I don't know, dude. I don't know the lyrics.
That was Steps, by the way. One of the
5, 6.
Naughty's classic. Saz is the boost. Good to see that one pay off. And ZywOo didn't see that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, it was a double AWP A-hold, right? So Shox is still lying in wait towards long. And now that ZywOo's fallen, maybe they won't expect another. Oh, he has fired a shot. Never mind. They will expect
smoke
another.
That is from the CTs. Shox is like peeking long around his lurk smoke, but no one's home.
Trying to force him onto a bit more of a wide angle there. Apex, meanwhile, on that B bomb site, still jumping for info, and Extra Solid doing a decent job of denying it right now. A couple in connector, a couple very passive towards the B backyard. And it looks like B is where they want to finish. Flash towards Monster. They'll peer on out. Kyojin calls nobody home, and that could be bad info. That might leave 2 players from Vitality, being Masuda and Shox, just planted on this A side as the B execute comes in.
And they want to use Monster Tunnel. Oh, Kyojin got a lot of info there, trying to find some headshots. It's damage. Not enough, especially now OC's taken Apex out of the equation as well. Only Masuta super exposed on Heaven, and it does look heavenly. Extra Salt 4.
Oh,
it's going to be Shox maintaining that AWP as best he can. Fang is definitely no stranger to the W key, is he?
He's quick on it. Oh, legs are spotted. I don't think Fang's seen much.
Look at him. He's so hungry for it. You won't jiggle it though, will you, Fang?
He knows he's here.
Oh, he is a threat. Constantly.
They're pushing him. They've got him locked in. Oh, that was JT's chance here. Shox might get away with this now. It has long to...
I reckon Sonic's got it.
Oh, he's so pinned.
Yes. Well played. Dude, Extra Salt. Definitely not our team to be underestimated, not to be trifled with.
Yeah, good little chase there, and at a decent point to do so, because without that AWP, Vitality, they really don't have a lot going into round number 8. This was the opening kill onto ZywOo, just hiding in the shrubbery there. Bit of a peeping Tom old OC.
And you know why that boost is more effective than it meets the eye initially? Because you know, your first gut feeling is I'm super exposed. But the truth is that fight is really unfavorable for a CT. Anything in that front toilet angle, you're going to lose your head.
Yeah, it's very, very awkward fight right there. And well, to take out ZywOo as the opening pick, that is huge.
Anti-eco previously was quite quick. Let's see if they try again, because Sonic and Fang do look like they've got a lot of intent towards short. Careful now, gentlemen. USP starting to try and pepper you. Swing from JT is important and already finds the first. Doesn't want to get a little too confident with it. That's 2 heads. Good shots onto ZywOo. He's gone. There's more, though, on the side. Take your time here as Kyojin meets his end. And last confirmed to wait towards that water position. Only losing the 1 casualty. Bomb down for an extra 300 for OC. Doesn't quite get it down, but there's extra salt regardless, extending their lead and doing so with 2 consecutive rounds. Haven't seen the CTs really, regardless of that 1v1, that OC 1v3 down to the 1v1.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Extra Salt here. Now, as we mentioned earlier, for Vitality, this is only their 2nd map played since Kyojin has been in the team, right? Well, actually, that's not true. They played that last event with RPK, and then Kyojin stepped in.
He's been scrimming with them in the interim, though.
Yeah, so it's very difficult, first of all, to tell what we're going to get out of a player like Kyojin. You would assume somebody who can plug into RPK's shoes, so more of a tank position, right? We talk about as an anchor. You wind him up and he gets you a couple kills.
That's how it's been described, yeah. I mean, you know, when people were kind of questioning why he, of all the names in the French scene.
It was role-based, right?
Yeah, entirely role-based. At least that's the insight we've got from Vitality and their staff.
Well, ZywOo's been forced back again here, right? And if we take a bit of a look at the minimap, it is a passive stance from Vitality. No sewer control, no presence towards long, nobody up in the bathrooms. ZywOo's the most forward member on that A bomb site as OC and Co continue just clawing back all that real estate. Masuda and Shox right now are in swing on that B side as well, and it is just Kyojin being left with so much responsibility. If they keep going back to this B bomb site and testing Kyojin and he's left in anchor positions and he's not getting a kill, that's what Vitality are used to, RPK getting a kill. So we have to keep our eyes on how long they leave him alone.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an isolated position. How often have I seen players flashed and killed? Doesn't matter. Kyojin good for 2. Wow, and a smoke arrives from his teammates as well, perfectly locking the door behind the 2 casualties. Sonic and JT, 2 of the South African members of the Extra Salt squad. And so it's down to the Americas.
Time's the problem here. They can still get in. Need to go now.
Marky's on no, it's on short. OC's missed his shot, and Masuta should wrap this up. Fang and Marky giving it everything she's got. 10 seconds, he'd need the frag now. He'd need the plant in 3, 2, and 1. It does go down, can't be contested, or it can with a nice topspin nade from ZywOo from the top rope. Vitality back on the board, just about keeping their heads above water. Those CT finances are being tested in these trials.
Yeah, this is the thing. If they keep coming in late and making sure 2 or less players are surviving here, we talk about the magic number being 3, right? It becomes much more difficult on that CT side to drop guns across. Right now, ZywOo and Shox can drop rifles, but it means they won't be able to buy any extra nades. Kyojin should just be able to buy them, but it might be a FAMAS. So you can see just how the tables are not quite set just yet.
Didn't get to make my point, but with this perfect replay, I think it will be a good time to make it, which is that on that jail position, you are fully gambling. Like, you are overcommitted to that fight to the point where you are the only way in which you have an advantage is if they aren't pre-aiming that position. And often we see flashes. How many times have I seen someone on that jail position, blind, they hold down mouse 1, the spray is lost, and they are 2.
Yeah, I think that it can work in a couple of different ways, right? But the way that situation, if a flash came over with no smoke there, you bang on. You're almost kind of hoping they come through a smoke with a flash in that situation. The buyers are back out for Vitality, but yeah, Extra Salt, they just win this one. They'll break that cash.
Bit of aggression out of ZywOo. Plays anti for the first. Looking to peek into OC. He was there. No contact found. Oh, hello. JT reacts in time. That's a crucial headshot. Apex could have found an early man advantage for this CT side. That's desperate to string 2 rounds together. We haven't seen Vitality win 2 CT rounds in succession yet. Prior to or after that pistol and its second.
They're taking some territory back off that death.
Yeah, they'll be rotating Shox quickly if Masuta and Kyo call this clear.
Then we're going to keep pushing here. This is very risky, but it's a play they need to make.
So fast behind them. ZywOo's going to send them back down the stairs, and JT's the next. He answers the call.
He's not going to expect another here, surely.
He seems to be. He's head on a swivel. He's looking the right way and gets Kyojin's push.
They can go back to B now.
They certainly can. But will they? Fang so pushed up, keeps Shocks on his toes. The bomb's so committed, it's long. It could not have been a longer rotate all the way back to B. JT's going to be ahead of the pack. Shocks is there already. This is interesting. 40 seconds. JT's going to be loud about this.
Oh, Shocks is here in this.
Yeah. And Z was on the way as well. They'll hold short. Shocks responsible for Monster. This is a great setup. I'm not sure Extra Salt are anticipating this presence already on site. No, he's just going to hold it. OC's on the bomb unless JT can be the bodyguard. He's not there in time. Swing, important, finds the head, anticipating the AWP. Anticipating, but not ready for ZywOo. Very quick on the trigger. And his 10th frag found, as well as the 5th for Vitality.
That was a great round from JT. What did he get? 4 kills in that one right there? Got Apex to kick things off, then got the 2 guys coming through Connector, gets the trade kill, and almost sets himself up for the ace. That would have been one of the best rounds I think I've seen JT play. The in-game leader.
Bang.
Showing up in a big way here. Some nice shots.
That jump really did cost Apex. That was greedy.
Yeah, I think shooting on the jump. Yeah. As soon as he sees him staring, he was like, well, I guess I'm dead either way. Yeah, imagine. That was another close round. So the money still really not built for Vitality here. They are scrapping together another buy, and so are Extra Salt, Deagles, Galils.
This is where, like, this is the break point, right? If either team is about to pull away, it's whoever jostles for control and wins. Galils, Deagles, Tech9s, Extra Salt have put everything on the line here.
Taking a bit of pace out of this one, right? And they're getting a lot of respect. So there's no huge push coming in from A. They haven't taken control of Sewer just yet either. Just waiting behind this monster smoke. And this looks like it's going to be just a contact play.
Flash is good. So it's the frag. Masuta there to pick up the pieces and does so with ease. More swinging out. A nice headshot finds JT. 3v3. Fang, a crucial duel now. If he could just find the head of Shocks, and he has.
Huge shot.
M4 found, and now the round as well starting to fall apart for Vitality. Fang going long. This is big. If he can take that space before ZywOo can fill the gap, he'll be able to walk up on this AWPer. Boosted now, and that's perfect from ZywOo. The fact he checks completely nullifies the advantage that once held in the Extra Salt hands. He's doing everything to delay this rotate. Gray screen is your only option.
Oh, I like this. They're just going to stand and wait in that smoke. I don't know if they're going to creep through before it fades, but they're running out of time. Inching forward, and ZywOo's given up the sight. This extra smoke on OC, if this denies a key piece of real estate here, bank or that drop-down position, they might be able to set up for this Extra Salt.
Oh. Smoke's on the site. The wall bang. This is the only way. And he's not going to hit the first. No, but the second does on the retreat. Bombs down. It's enough for OC to work with. Apex. Spotted out, knows where they're both coming from. OC has to try and hunt this duel. Apex is ready though, sharp as ever, puts the 6th on the board for Vitality. It was ZywOo's delaying, Apex working together in a nice unit. It was Masuta as well who actually managed to deter them from B in the first place.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there that they, in that situation, you understand why they're smoking the bomb spot, right? You don't know where the CT is defending from exactly. If he peered out long while the defender's trying to cover one of the other positions, bomb dropped around, done anyway. So at least they guarantee the plant in this scenario. And I like it from Extra Salt. They're not forcing the issue. They push in, they get a couple of nice trades onto B. They're trying to play the mid round. This is an unfortunate death for Sonic there, if we're being real, right? Like, it's just a ZywOo moment. ZywOo rounds are going to happen. And then Apex finishing things off onto OC. If he didn't flub his first, he gives himself a real shot in that one-on-one.
Big shout out to Fang as well, but not only finding that frag, but just knowing he had to take space. Like, he's already getting quite switched on to this very advanced European meta. Oh, Kyojin unloads his mag and combined with Masuta just sends this Tech9 back to spawn. That's the end of that. Nice and quick. The quickest round we've seen so far here on Overpass, but it does put Vitality within that 7-5. They're almost winning out the half now.
Yeah, this is looking much better here for Vitality. They were able to withstand all of those buys. That was the thing. Extra Salt were threatening throughout, and then they even got themselves into a position with that last round where, sure, it was just a B rush, but it was pistol upgrades. Still a difficult round to deal with. Heads up CS here, and they knock them down. But we get back underway with the AK-47s, and for Extra Salt, they can still break this bank, Alex. Take a quick look at Vitality's cash. At the moment, it's just Apex with 5k, Kyojin with 3.8. So a round here for Extra Salt could still be huge in this first half.
A new call for the CT setup as well. Double long. Enables you to get very early info when you want it, right? Shonk can push in, call playground clear, and that 3-man stack from B is immediately justified. The gap is underpass to Banana.
It's all on the timing here, right? Apex has just rotated back to deal with that gap you were talking about. So the gap that Extra Salt had is slowly closing, not completely.
But ZywOo holding this angle is very potent. Apex is passive. Banana is still the gap. You really don't know what's around the corner. And the ZywOo warp is going to be very, very destructive. He's even advancing. Shox is too, coming in behind them. It's all going to be about timing now. If OC's the last one in with the bomb on his back, it could really be around Ender. Maybe Apex does it all on his own. Trades into the site. ZywOo's on a very fast flank here, and that's the bomb.
Hello, everyone.
Spotted, Fang down. Marky next victim. A missed shot from ZywOo. He has to push the issue here, Marky. He's got 2 to contend with, trying desperately, but ZywOo's so ready. Only 2 remain, 1 spotted, the other swings out. OC doing his best, as was Sonic, was past tense. Courtesy of Kyojin. Good shots, can't transfer. There's another for the French.
All right, well, another good round there from Vitality, right? And I love that play. It's about knowing which puzzle piece that you're working with there. Like you mentioned, that gap, they gave it up. And it was fantastic for them because now the T's, they have to worry about not only the flank coming through from bathrooms, long is still a question mark because they never cleared that angle out, and they're focusing on the rotations coming through sight. So well played there from Vitality. The plan from Extra Salt right now with the loss bonus where it is, we will be seeing another buy coming through. So the AKs are out, no AWP for OC still, and some light util, right? We're talking flash smoke on a few. We've only got 2 Molotovs in play. There's not a single HE for those dunk nades onto the B bomb site with the barrels position or up close and personal to Monster. Extra Salt, I feel like they're worth another round in this first half here. They've been looking pretty threatening.
Yeah. You see if they can make it work. Super, super light on util. 1 smoke, probably for heaven. Maybe for sight. Molotov for barrels, couple of flashes over. Sonic's got the molly lined up. Short's going to be held, the door's blown off. Shock's going to provide support if they want to go short side. Fang has got that smoke for heaven. Oh, Kyojin, again, persistent on the angle, gets 2, just on the slither gap, and the spray from Apex is good as well. The round is lost before they even see a CT. Oh, catastrophe for Extra Salt. And there's more through the smoke. We are going to have a perfect round here from the CTs where they haven't seen any of the players they've killed other than OC. Kyojin just working on a little slither gap, trying to jump into the line. Shox can't believe his luck. 10 frags found for him, but also 9 for Vitality. They are starting to really level this out.
What do you think about what Shox has done with his hair?
It's cool.
Yeah.
You know, like he's always had kind of the anime protagonist vibe. Yeah. But now he's fully committed to it.
He's completely embraced it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, Extra Salt, I felt like they're probably worth another. I don't know if they're going to get there, right? We are going to see primarily Galil's purchased up, 4 of which utility in a similar spot as it was last round. Vitality of, since they got rid of those double orbs, been looking pretty good.
I'd love to see a round that reminds me that OC's a prominent rifle presence as well.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's the one with the AK. He's got no nades. His only purpose here is to kill. That's his only intent. Look at Shox's info. You cheeky bastards. I was going to be getting all of the info that he has to rotate.
Yep, you've crossed. Come on in.
Okay, but now the fact that they've lost Apex does mean ZywOo's going to be at a bit of a sticky spot. Marky will hear the rotate as well.
Oh, Fang's aware.
Okay. Ready for long. Keeping them busy. The rotate's coming in, but the bomb's going B. This is actually perfect.
Such
Vitality.
an awkward fight.
Convinced. And Marky's information is enough to get them complete control of the site. For the first time this entire half, Extra Salt have completely fooled Vitality. They're boosting as well. This is very nice. They have to find an advantage. It can't just be numbers. The weapons don't favor them. The bomb now does. Marky boosted up. Fang is still long. Good spot, Chad. ZywOo's still hunting for him. He's on the wrong side of the map. And Marky.
Oh, no.
Tame the spray, Marky.
No.
He's been punished by the no-scope. Surely not the round. No, he can't afford to lose it like this. They did all the hard work, and Fang was the one that was so disconnected from the pack. Now there's a molly on his spot. He can't even contest the defuse. Go on. Yes, no, little to the right. Can't do it. 10-5. And that is a catastrophe. Extra Salt, that one was almost a guarantee. It's 10-5 on the half. We'll be right back.
ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out.
Well, we are back in action with the 10-5 half favoring Vitality. It's our second day of play for DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. The time is, it's about 2 p.m, so you're probably munching into your lunch, having a snack, maybe even starting your first of your 2.5 liters a day. Stay hydrated, gang. 1xBet believes Vitality has this one in the bag, and we're ready to see if that pistol round gives Extra Salt a bit of a leg up into this one. I say we. I'm not alone. My name is Machine, and I'm joined by Chad Spoonge Birchall.
Part-time commentator, part-time air conditioner repairman.
Did you get it?
Nah, I turned it off. It might fix itself. So if there's any background noise, everybody, that's our fault. It gets hot in this little fishbowl of a room.
Okay, well, OC's actually struggled to connect any of the dots on his initial exchange, and Zywoo's not going to bend the knee. He wants in, strafing in. Fang, that's the find he needed. 2 head, 3, in fact, for the CTs early. Problems now, bomb loose, Apex long. He's going to be hunted down, and that's Fang with his second. Make it third, actually. Solid start. Canadian puts himself in good stead to convert. Only Shocks, they can double peek here on the fight. He'll tuck in, perhaps, on the walk-up. Sonic's ready for that double fight. As soon as Marky confirms he's got contact, Sonic's there for the headshot.
Oh, simple as you like there. Clean that one up. A very important pistol round for Extra Salt. Need to win one of them in the series. And I always shed a tear when I see Zywoo die first. As part of a rush, right? If he dies first with an AWP and he's picking somewhere, yeah, that's all right. But when I see him die first as part of a rush, I'm like, someone else, just give your life. Give your life for Zywoo.
He was the first one in. Yeah, he was.
All right, here we go. We're underway, and we got the Team Vitality Classic Force Buy. And the reason I say the Classic Force Buy is because Apex, he loves the old Scout on these rounds.
Doesn't he?
One of the weapons he's roaming around with on the Forces. Now, on the other side of things, Extra Salt have gone heavy into rifles. We've got 3 Fammies and an M4A4. Here's the man in question with the Scout, just scoped, running, leading the charge. He's loving it. An entry fragger of old turned in-game leader. Apex, Zywoo, Kyojin, they'll take their way up long. They have some light util here. They've gotten control of this very quickly. Masuda working Fountain and Shocks.
Why do I feel like
the re-up.
Vitality are about to win this round?
I'm kind of with you. If they keep going through long, there's a massive gap right here. OC and Fang are more committed towards the bathrooms and the connector. And, well, that third man to rotate back. Oh, Fang, the timing on this. Oh, Fang.
Okay, they're slipping the net.
He's looked a few times and they're actually
passed. He's got his back turned.
No.
They've only got 1 kit. JT's on his way with it. And Zywoo hits the first bullet out of his deagle. Problems now. Straight away, the bomb is down and the save call. Is it going to be made? JT, he doesn't want to let this one go.
Oh, Fang's all the way back around towards T-stairs and Shocks is still waiting for him here.
Yeah, that's just going to be more frustration for Fang. Body shots is all it requires. His weapons now all laden all over overpass. You just don't want to give him a full weapon set for free. You don't.
Yeah, considering it's Famouses and the M4, right? He probably should just hold on to this.
They're going for it. And immediately losing head. Zywoo 2 now on the deagle. Time very sensitive. He's lost all of his teammates and he'll lose all of his weapons as well. Chad Birchall with more.
It's practically a clean round as well, only losing 1 player in that type of a force buy. It's crazy how Vitality just able to get past the defenses like that. And I don't just mean up long. I mean that timing for Fang, it couldn't have been any worse, right? You could see we had his POV looking down towards connector, pivoting back up. Yeah, he's got 2 places to watch. OC, the poor man, he's dealing with long in this situation, doesn't realize no matter what happens in that duel with Zywoo, he is dead a split second later regardless. And there's Zywoo just popping off with a little bit more. So easy stuff for Vitality as they stretch their legs up to 11 rounds now. Extra Salt, well, they haven't completely forced. It's going to be some deagles, for 4, a P250 for OC, and Fang's about to be dead again.
Needs the perfect head, can't. ZywOo provides instead. This was Extra Salt's pick as well. That pistol win would have put them in such good stead had they converted. Instead, though, double dig from ZywOo and immediately just down in the dumps. Early man disadvantage. Deagles aren't going to get you far.
Would like to see a bit more from Marky here in this second half. Well, then here we go. Now we're talking. It is a 3-on-3. The bomb is still all the way back towards spawn. No guaranteed real estate here for Vitality that they're aware of. Rotation coming in back towards the B site from a couple of the CT members. And they might get their forces in the right place at the right time. Ish.
Yeah.
Ish.
They're super non-committal.
And that might pay off, right? We still have 40 seconds left. Molotov towards barrels, that's like a clear indication that they're coming. The flashes now, well, that sells it.
God, FAMAS versus Deagle, it's certainly not a guarantee. Now he's taking the head off of Apex. The conversation gets a little more interesting. 25 to get the bomb down. Shox provides the first, and JT with just 1 HP, losing his teammate and the round in the process. Repositioning, hoping for a lucky head. Shox has put himself into such good stead that the wide swing is required. ZywOo will be able to provide the overwatch unless he loses his life. 1 HP in a dream, bro. It would have to be something quite absurd. And yeah, baiting the shots, he's doing everything right. Forces ZywOo onto notice, but a nice reposition. Puts Vitality's 12th on the board. So we're going to be seeing the margin for error significantly reduced.
Yeah, especially when we get into those weapon rounds, right?
Yeah.
Extra Salt can go for another one of those like Deagle purchases if they would like, and then buy in that next round. OC's obviously going to get that AWP up as quickly as possible. But the scoreline will be most likely 13-6. As Extra Salt, we're seeing what they're purchasing in. There's a flash coming onto the floor. You've got a P250 with a smoke for Marky, a couple more P250s for Fang and Sonic there, a little bit of a late bite. But all in all, this one is looking like it has Vitality's name written all over it. That flash, they've gobbled that one up. It was just a simple flash, a single flash, and well, 3 players are ready to deal with it. Marky's stuck on this B bomb site. He's about to be dead meat. Well, he's a bit of a nuisance, but he's the only one here. There's nobody else to bait for him. There's nobody else to try and draw the fire. That smoke is just like, okay, it's a beacon. Thank you.
Look at him, damn, poor soul. No, Masuta can't believe his luck. Smiling as he refreshes his HLTV page after the eco bash. Ooh, yes. 4. Back in Yanko's day, they were called an eco cobra.
Yeah, they even hissed.
They did?
Yeah. Get some people out there with the mop and bucket, try and clean up those eco kills. You had some people that were too hungry. You know, you couldn't put a leash on them. You're like, all right, guys, we're going to play passive this round. We don't want. They're up mid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just fighting.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Fur was one of those players where I'm pretty sure Fallen at many times just said, hey, dude, if you could just stay, like, let's draw a line party, and you could just stay there.
That's pretty good for us. That works for me.
Yeah.
Don't know if it works for you. Let us know.
Let us know. Fill us in.
Well, the guns are back out. OC's got his AWP. It's not even a glass cannon. The guy's got lucky Kevlar alongside.
Okay.
Yeah, this looks a lot like B. They're priming a B here. ZywOo's just heading back with the bomb. So they've called off. So it looked like they wanted to head towards that B bomb site. A lot of utility was dumped.
I think the cue was that smoke onto the short pipe. Just immediately saying, okay, we will complete this strategy unless we lose, and CTs have made it clear they're going aggressive water.
And they've rinsed a lot of their utility early. A minute 20 left on the clock, only 1 smoke remaining here. So Vitality, they're in a dream world right now.
Good point. OC's actually really locked into long. By choosing this position, we'll take a look at the setup, of course, elsewhere up towards water. But as I was saying, he's tucked into the toilet side. So if he loses Fang, if he loses toilet control, his opportunities for retreat are going to be completely gone. Here he's about to be
he's locked in already.
On an island. He's got no options for retreat. He has to. The only way he can get out of this is with bullets. High, nice control. He's evaded the spray. A second chance though goes flat. Kyojin a bit trigger happy. Nearly puts one into ZywOo. That would not have gone down well. Fang tucked in. JT ready to support. Needs to be taking first contact here. JT, get your nades out. You need to draw fire. Fang, set up for success.
Oh, no.
Jesus, tames the beast. 3 on long, and that's a quick opening from ZywOo. Smokes the cross to perfection. Fang, they know where you are, and a bankside plant. This spells trouble. Above the smoke. Nice find. ZywOo's doing a lot of work for Vitality here, but Marky's the one to best him. 2-on-2. Time-sensitive mission, no kit either. Marky has been quiet, now can contribute. Both of them coming in from this bank side.
It's not planted for them, and they both left the site.
Yeah, you'd think a little tickle would go a long way. Not holding it.
Oh, they're so worried about
They're forcing the fight. Yeah, look at them. They're like, this is a bankside plant. It made no sense. Vitality defy all logic. Playing the after plant, unable to stop that defuse, and it completely gets under Extra Salt's skin.
Yeah, I think a smoke and a kit, and there's a whole different scenario right there, isn't there? So Extra Salt just
the audacity.
losing complete track of them here. And yeah, you're right. It is pretty ridiculous that Vitality get the plant down that side and then evacuate. There's no real plan. Having to think on the fly, and well, it works. 14-6 right here. Back down to the Pistols. Extra Salt to defend against the 15th. We'll need to hope that both those grenades purchased in by Fang and Sonic land exactly where they're designed. Well, I think they landed exactly where they're designed. Nobody was home to receive, so no damage done, and B is already under pressure.
Okie dokie, that's an Apex special. You got any more for us, Marky? You might have to provide another head. He's hit the body, and that's all he gets.
Okay, well, let's call this one 15, shall we? Fang and Sonic, they were the ones with the nades over towards A. They have to rotate in, see if they can get an exit. You know, an AK wouldn't go awry right now, would it? You know, get that one-shot headshot potential.
Chad, do you know what the word is used for design of flags?
Design of flags?
It's like vexology or something,
Okay.
vexiology. Either way, I think Canada and South Africa are like right up there in terms of cool flags.
All right.
Like the UK, super busy. You know, I'm sure there's, you know,
lots of lines on there.
There's a lot of reasons. It's all of the people that united into the kingdom. I get it.
Okay.
But
mine's just got a lot of stars on it.
Yours is all right. Yeah, you've got like a micro Union Jack in there.
And just some stars. Yeah,
But
there's some
the
interesting
maple
ones.
leaf, look
the
at the
Japanese
colours.
flag. You seen the Japanese flag?
Yeah, of course.
That's just the dot, isn't it?
It's minimalist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Whereas I'd say, you know, the French flag, it's got a lot of history to it, but they did just put 3 colors together.
I think that's what most of the world did, right? We like these colors the most.
Yeah.
We're going to put this on our flag.
So that's red, blue, and white. 15-6.
Yeah, a bit like that, isn't it? This
Yeah.
one here is difficult. This is Extra Salt, like going up against a Vitality who we knew not a lot about, but this is the Vitality playing like we expect, especially with Zai with 23 kills to his name.
I don't know. I'm of the camp to believe that this could have been a much more competitive overpass if a couple more of those breakpoint rounds in that first half went the way of Extra Salt. That OC clutch is one. Marky shuts down 2 members of Vitality. That could and would be enough, unless Apex and Masuta have got more in the tank. He's so low, but 10 HP in a dream. 2 from short side. Apex to plant. He's the full HP member, which isn't particularly favorable, especially now OC's managed to catch Masuta in the cross. Okay, loads of time for Apex to work his magic. Not known to be an AWP player. Would require a blunder out of Extra Salt, and not gonna happen. Okay. A 7th found, but they are going to have to go on another 8-round run if they want to pick this up. All doubt zone, no doubt about it. Oh, just repeating myself in different words.
No
Zai,
doubt
however,
zone. No doubt about it.
No doubt, no doubt.
There ain't no doubt. I get knocked down. Well, I've got a lot of songs in my head today. It's a party up there. I don't know what's happening.
I
think
decided
it's
that
Friday.
my entire generation were raised on the Shrek soundtrack. And I
Okay.
think that's where a large majority of our Orvorns come from.
See what you did there.
He's
Well,
in.
we're in.
Good grief. All right, Marky's ready to fight. Oh, my lord, a quick adjustment. Good heads. Sonic's down, though, and so is the site. Shox is already just ratting on the rotate, and now a very early man disadvantage for Extra Salt for the map. Best of 3 for the life at DreamHack Spring. Just OC in a 1v3. Look at Zywoo's position. It's a round winner. It's a game winner. And there you have it, folks. Vitality 1-0 up in pursuit of glory and survival in the lower bracket. Extra Salt now have to defend their honor on Vitality's pick. We'll be back after the break with the analyst desk.
Vitality opening up. So far, so good here at the DreamHack Masters Spring. But today, you're facing North America's newest hope, Shocks. You're facing Extra Salt. And this is a team that has actually kind of made some waves just recently, has a best-of-3 victory over top of Big. I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts, your feelings versus Extra Salt, because I don't think this is a game that, a week ago, maybe you'd think was one-sided. Today, could be a little closer, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, true. I think we nowadays, any teams can beat any teams. The level of CS right now is really stacked. We can see a lot of teams that are not the most popular, but win important series. Just as you say, for example, Extra Salt against Big. So it's gonna be definitely a tough match. It's also an elimination match. So you always gotta have a bit of more pressure because you don't want to get out this earlier of the tournament for sure. And yeah, from their side, they definitely have something to play as they're gonna probably play their underdog card, where they can play pretty free. While on our side, we are trying just to set up things with Kyojin as he just arrived, and just trying to feel comfortable during officials as a team. So yeah, it's gonna be definitely an interesting match from both sides, I would say.
As expected, Shocks, always a fantastic teammate, always a fantastic time. Thank you for your time today, man, and best of luck versus Extra Salt.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. My name is Frankie Ward. I've got Maniac and Yanko here to break that one down. And it was fairly short and sweet, really, especially on that second half. Poor Extra Salt, Maniac. This is their second 16-8 of the tournament. Is the scoreline a fair one?
I will give them the benefit of the doubt in the sense that there were at least 3 clutches that could have gone either way. Zyber 1v1 and then 2 versus 2s on that first half. Yet, the play style and the game plan for Extra Salt was a huge B pressure time and time again. And you could see as soon as Kyojin found his footings and then Shock started taking information, that was it. I don't think Vitality were ever at risk. And it is a little bit of a problem because that was Extra Salt's pick.
And Yanko, feel free to dunk on me there because I miscounted. It's actually 7-16. It was an even more unfortunate scoreline than yesterday.
No, it happens, it's all right. But Maniac is right, that B side, it's very tempting on overpass because it gives you a bit easier fights, right? You can walk, try to go towards sandbags, try to fight the guy barrels, if they're giving you that fight, or if they're not playing close monster, if they're playing from barrels, it's so tempting to just try to walk out, right? And, you're thinking you have the advantage. You have the advantage in fights, but no one just gives it to you without a plan, right? There's usually flash plays coming in, defensive smokes, all kind of jazz. And listen, at the end of the day, you say 5 rounds T-side overpass without a pistol, that's pretty decent, right? They even win the second pistol. The problem was that second round that they lost on the CT side, right? That completely broke their back, took away any momentum that they might have gotten. It's even worse to lose the second round than it is to just straight up lose pistols. So I think that's where, for me, it was like, all right, now Vitality is just going to wrap this one up.
Yeah, and for us it was great because we got to see Kyojin in a lot of different situations. We just had the highlight here. He started a little bit in a shaky fashion, right? He got caught off guard a couple of times, but then he stepped up massively. I'm just looking at some of these stats. 15 multi-kills, 94 ADR. He did the job, and it seems like he is definitely slotted in as an RPK. That's the sense I got, the feeling I got. It's basically, hey, you are supposed to hold this position. Good luck, have fun. Maybe if you're lucky, we're going to give you a flash, but you're on your own. So there's a lot of responsibility on him, and I thought he did a great job. Extra Salt, sure, they surprised him a couple of times, but then he really stepped up.
But can he be more than RPK? Because RPK was incredibly good at being RPK, so obviously we need to see something else from him. I'm just not sure what.
Yeah, I think our RPK was a safe value, but he would not really surprise you in any sense, right? You know what you get from him, and that was it. That was consistency, which is great for an IGL, as Apex obviously, but you need someone that can be able to take over, maybe have a little bit more flashiness, intuition in the game. These clutch situations, RPK was sometimes a little bit out of sorts, and he didn't really know how to negotiate them. With Kyojin, you have the ability to have someone that's mechanically quite gifted, as we could see, but maybe an idea for a development into something greater.
What do you think Fank needs to learn, Yanko?
I think he just needs a little bit more experience playing against tier 1 opposition, right? Like, same for everyone on Extra Salt. You're going to get more punished more often by these players. They're going to also be more patient. So if you're a lurker, right, you're used to people forgetting about you maybe a bit too much. Here, someone knows, especially they're going to study the team, right? They know you're the lurker. They know if, you're hitting the bomb site in this way, that you're on the other side and someone's going to be waiting for you. So just realizing the different timings, the different situations you're going to find yourself in. That's why I think, they just need more games against some of the best teams in the world.
And the thing is, it's probably quite hard to be Fang right now because he's playing in a team against Shox, and Shox was making waves with those sneaky CT plays as well, obviously, as the lurks on the T side as well. Shox was looking pretty good today, and he's only just getting started.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a chess match between Shox and Fang because they were out lurking each other. And at that game, who else but Shox to be the most experienced player and know where you're going to be and just outplay you? Yanko was talking about that force buy that Vitality wins on the second half, obviously the back-breaking moment for the likes of Extra Salt. But that's where Shox is actually out lurking Fang in the door, trying to catch them from behind, but that's it. He's out of position. So a man like Shox would obviously step up, and it is great. I think he has always been part of the win conditions for Vitality to be stepping up. But there's a man we need to talk about as well. It's Sai Wu. And he fell out of the conversation. Remember, he's the back-to-back best player in the world. He fell out of that conversation because of the likes of Shiro stepping up massively. I think he has a job to do at this event as well, and in the next few weeks to remind everyone that he is still here. He was 25-7. He did everything he could, but that's just the first few steps. We've seen a little bit of a different face from Sai Wu, not as, I want to say, fierce as Simple could be at times, and it's great to see him step up and take over.
I feel like he's had quite a good event so far. Okay, fine, he's only played a couple of maps, but people were clutching their pearls a little bit a few weeks ago, going, oh my goodness, he's had his worst event of the year so far. We are only in April, Yanko, so I feel like we probably don't have to panic too much for young Sai Wu.
Yeah. And also he's like having the worst event of his career, and it's like 115 rating or something like that. So it's not like, he's sucking. He's just not, he got us accustomed to such great performances, right? That we're just like, oh yeah, it's not what we're used to. But when you get used to 130, 140 ratings, right, it's very, difficult to keep that on a high level. But he and Simple are both doing recently in the last couple of years has been tremendous. So I have no worries about Sai Wu, but it's true, him and Shox, because Apex is the third experienced guy, but he's the in-game leader, does a lot of the dirty work. Like Shox especially needs to step up a bit more. I think he loves that fact. I think he's accustomed to it, with plays that Maniac pointed out, those mid-round information plays, knowing through his experience when there's an opening to be taken, right? Because you can't really expect yet, even from Misuda, especially not from Kyojin, to make those kinds of plays for your team.
So I think we should have a quick look at the B stream while we've got a minute, because we've got the Brazilian extravaganza going on right now. It's Pain versus Furia. I'm kind of impressed by that scoreline from Pain.
Well, the thing is that Pain as well, there is an upset alert potential in that game. Not only is it a regional matchup, and we know that these can go a little bit in a weird way, but also Pain, they looked quite legit. Whenever I had the time and the chance to watch them play, they've looked pretty good, decent map pool, good roster. They're still going up against the big brothers of Furia, but I have a slight feeling that we overrate Furia because of how they destroyed Astralis, but then with time we knew what was going to happen with the Danish roster. So Furia is not going to be out of the woods quite yet, although things look great in the first map.
All right then. Well, with that music, I hear that it's time for us to go to a break. However, if you would like to check out the Brazilian derby, it is twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO. But you know what I want you to do? I want you to keep it right here too, because we're going to be back after the break with Dust 2.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
The Masters saga began in 2016 with the first ever DreamHack Masters tournament. The event took place in Malmö, Sweden.
Every time I think about DreamHack Masters in Malmö, I just get like goosebumps and just good feelings.
With a year of struggle behind them, the home team Ninjas in Pajamas had a lot to prove.
We felt really confident, but then we started the game against Dignitas. Yeah, they totally just smashed us on overpass, I think like 16-1 or 16-2 or something like this. And I don't know why we played so badly the first game. I think we were super nervous or something maybe.
After a rough start in the group stage, NIP managed to advance to the playoffs, beating the ever-strong Danes Astralis.
Ladder position, if he peeks out now, it's Dupree dead. Headshot, and he fades away. They can't get the refrag. Kerrigan tries. All that serves to do is tell get right. He's there. Oh, they'll do it. Forrest closes it out. NIP move on in Sweden, and you can head back across the bridge, Denmark.
Bomb is going to get planted, and it's the AWP confrontation. Again, Pitt's been missing a lot of shots. This is his way to make amends from those previous mistakes. He lands the shot.
After knocking out Virtus Pro in the quarterfinal, NIP faced off against their fellow Swedish countryman Godsent for a spot in the finals.
GetRight aced or killed 4 guys, and I remember Twist was trying to knife him, and GetRight just turns around like 90 degrees and just one taps him.
GetRight's going to look to try and bag himself this kill until Electro does finally get it. He is going to find himself the receiving end of the battering. Here comes GetRight. He gets knifed but peeks around and destroys Twist.
In a stadium packed with fans, Godsent raises the stakes, forcing NIP into a third and final map.
Play up. Forrest, meanwhile, Connector again gets the ball. Can he save the semi-finals? He's being tagged up from short, picked off.
After the win, there was only one obstacle left to complete this Cinderella story: Navi.
We got a really good start, and we just kept rolling, and the crowd just went nuts, and we could hear them screaming like NIP. I think I remember like every single kill from that last round. I think GetRight got like the last 3 or something.
Another one, Flamey with an important refrag, but GetRight is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time. 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. GetRight, and here it comes, NIP.
These boxes that we were playing in, they're supposed to be sound is isolating, but I think we could hear the whole arena, like everyone was screaming. It was just amazing.
The first ever DreamHack Masters champion, the legendary Ninjas in Pajamas.
DreamHack Masters Spring 2021.
Almost.
We're nearly halfway through the year.
I almost clicked it in time.
Yeah.
I thought I would have just
You said you had a
made it.
nugget for me. You got
I
a nugget?
did, because we're going into Dust 2, and I thought what we should do, because Extra Salt have only been in Europe for a little bit this year, right? They've played it 4 times. They lost to Spirit, they lost to Big, then they beat Big, and then they lost to EPG Family, which is Hooch's boys, the Elian, you know, those boys. So hasn't been going great for Extra Salt on Dust 2, and I'm not sure if it's going to change right here, because Vitality, they're kind of selling me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the desk has covered it fantastically well. I do think there is always going to be that slight chance, the curveball of Extra Salt, but I do echo the sentiment that Overpass was really where their damage could have been done in this series. They're starting off nice and simple, bread and butter play. We're going to be sending the bomb late B, going for early long control, and that's actually been beautifully received by Vitality.
Yeah, they're trying to sell this with the double smokes, but Shox is over towards Car, so he's going to be able to call all this clear,
Well,
unless they take
commit.
it down.
Yeah. JT's going to clear it. This is going to be very convincing if they could just have hit the head.
Oh, it's called clear.
Yeah.
No need to rotate. They're ready for this on B.
Apex is there. No one's checked the first corner. Trigger discipline, and he can't believe his luck. To the back of the dome, and down goes Extra Salt.
That was
dissolved.
Yeah, almost the perfect setup to deal with that fake, right? Because traditionally, if you see a team take long and they get no contact, if nobody's there even spotting the corner, you're like, okay, so what are they doing? They're probably holding from top sight and they have short control or more of a mid focus. So they're thinking, yeah, we can sell this. We can get this rotation going. But of course, Shox.
Oh, it was a team flash.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like Shox calling for it and then Oh.
Because JT had just seen him, started fighting. Sonic was throwing the flashes that he was told to do in the dry run and just completely falls apart. So into the force bind, out long we go. Maybe a better chance this time. There's more members.
He's blind. He's blind. Tucked in. OC's dead, and so is the round. Okay, calm down. Calm down. ZywOo. Not giving him anything, is he? Just no room to breathe.
I think ZywOo's heard everybody talking shit.
Go on, get a third, ZywOo. You're not going to miss, are you? No, not at all. 3 on the scout, starting off with a bang.
All right, well, if this is quick, just like that second half of Overpass we just had, we might be having a bit of a break before our second series.
Yeah, might get some time in the sun, actually. Sun, is that a strong word?
The sun's out today.
Well,
not here.
I don't know.
You know, maybe through the clouds.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still definitely getting some of the rays.
I got the vitamin D in my bag if you need some more.
I've already chugged my vitamin D and creatine. I'm really trying.
Okay. All right.
Don't know why I'm doing that. I'm not exercising today.
No,
but I did exercise yesterday.
You did. You were in the gym after me.
Bang. Is it your old weights that are in the gym?
No, I don't know where they came from.
Masuta, $600 a paw. He gets nothing for it. And so, well, ZywOo will have to step up, and the nade does 98 damage to Sonic, or whatever was.
Oh, that's the aircon again, everybody. I thought I turned it off.
Oh, it's mad. Yeah, all right. Chad Birchall.
So I'm really sorry about this, everyone.
Our tech support.
I hope that fixes it.
We'll
see. So we are working on it.
Is Rush here, by the way?
He is here. I don't know if he wants to talk to us.
Why doesn't he say hello anymore?
I don't know.
Hello.
He's Swedish Rush.
Swedish.
Because it's a DreamHack event, so it's Swedish Rush.
I came on the plane, I jumped off the plane from Svenska.
Why is he like a kind of Irish, Swedish?
Because, well, it's Russian accents, right? Rush and accents, not Russian accents. For those
accents go a bit all over the place.
Did you check with Dagny if you're allowed to do the Swedish accent?
Yes, I checked.
Okay.
I worried if I was going to offend anyone.
Yep.
Apparently, it's not possible, so that's
to offend
fantastic.
anybody? That's true. I don't think Rush could offend anybody.
I do have a bit of the jet lag here, boys. It's a long flight from Svenska.
I'm sure it is. All right, this round is...
Oh, that's a great nade. Ready? No, mind.
Okay, what is happening in this round? They have all 5 alive still.
Yeah, and they're probably going to plan.
They're definitely going to plan.
The bomb is down. They'll take that. Looking very sharp there, Kyojin.
That's a great round for Extra Salt. They came in with just pistols. They get the plant. They got 2 kills. That is fantastic stuff. Sure, it gets cleaned up late, but you're not expecting more than that.
Yeah, this air conditioning unit sounds like a coffee machine.
Can you?
Yeah, I'll do it. Hang on.
Hold my cough button.
Yeah.
I think it hurt us.
It did.
It just stopped.
How mysterious. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just making sure that we're not completely ruining your eardrums every single round of Dust 2.
Yeah, I think it stopped. All right, cool. We're back in. We're fixed. We're good. And you know what? We're into the first gun round. OC has his AWP. ZywOo does not. So let's see. What can Vitality defend against here? Going out long, flashes again. Looks like a fast A split.
Yeah, Fang, he likes his W key. So blind and gets to the blue bin. Big start there. Jumping for info and confirms Kyojin's there, but more contributions from the new boy. He's got big shoes to fill on long. RPK, a tank. And Apex, good damage. Marky on notice. Spots him on the cross back, but ZywOo's there to finish off the job. And this, okay. This feels very, very scary. This is a Vitality that do not plan to lose a single CT round. JT trying to change the dialogue, and only OC now. The smoke would enable him to get into pit. Tries to jump to peek over it, confirm if anyone was looking for that fight. And at this stage in the game, losing 2 on the long push. Kyojin's passed his first 2 tests for Vitality's defense.
Yeah, this would be a tough 1-on-3 to win right here.
Well, especially because everyone's just doesn't have to move.
Yeah, and we saw him go for a decent attempt with the rifle on Overpass, right? This time he has his weapon of choice, the AWP. Molotov could come into play, but that flash has to evade it. Backing off will be shocked. Safe stuff here from the veteran. Spotted. Can't hit this shot. Alex, we're going to jump into Skybox just quickly here. We haven't done this in a while. I want to point this out for everybody why they were able to get that long control so easily for the CT side. You're going to see this smoke right here lobbed on out. Now it creates a wall with that T smoke to get across the pit. I think he flubbed it a bit. You probably wanted to cover off there, but it got 2 players across of Kyojin and ZywOo to get control of long and stifle this long push. So good stuff there out of Vitality. Simple but effective. We'll try and do more of that. We'll see if we can.
I want that every round.
Well,
I don't care if you've got nothing to show me, just show me something.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can bring out, but the guns are out one more time. Scout this time from OC. Through the tunnels down towards lower. So they're not doing a default spread like we're always talking about. This is more direct. I think they just want to walk out mid and fight.
Yeah, JT. Definitely one of the sharper tools in the extra salt shed, and they're going to be throwing a smoke Zai. We won't be able to contribute too much. And they're on their way. Okay, Shox and Masuta ready for battle. Takes the first fight and loses his head. Marky provides. One more to find. It's Masuta. Flash now, should finish him off, and that's a great start for Extra Salt.
Might be a save call immediately here. That was so quick. Out the gate, straight down lower dark, through mid, and sure, Zaiwu takes down JT, but JT has basically confirmed the save with that death. 3 players all over towards long, and well, on overpass, Extra Salt wanted to hunt, but that was after establishing a few rounds. This time, I think they might want to hold on to their AK-47. So a nice direct approach there, right? These type of plays, you're only going to get away with them probably once in a game, right? Now they're going to have to go into something a little bit more default. You remember when we were watching Fiend first game yesterday? They were good with their direct approaches, but then when it came down to doing the default spreads, they hadn't established that throughout the game, and they had a hard time getting in with that type of gameplay. But as you can see with the scores on the doors, 4 on the trot being broken right here, right now, probably going to go off in about 3 seconds.
I wanted to know, and this is a genuine question, this might sound a bit newbie or just unnecessary, but you know the kick at smoke that was recently kind of exchanged, like the super fast B-door smoke you can throw from mid?
Oh, yes, yes.
Like it's faster than any glaive lineup we've seen previously.
Sure.
My question is, will that impact Dust2's meta in the sense that you can now straight up isolate those 2 fights on B with a smoke up mid? Like you can almost do those Virtus Pro, cheeky, fast B plants, force the saves more often because by virtue of that new smoke.
I think that it's... I think it's something that you're not going to use a lot, right?
Yeah,
it's something that's only going to come out a couple of times because of how risky it is to pull on off. So I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on the meta, and it's hard to predict. So I know what you're saying. In those type of rounds, as soon as that kill comes in, yeah, it's basically
normally
done.
There's like a second wave to a B all in, which is, oh, will they smoke the doors in time?
Yeah.
Will the CTs beat the smoke? That's, you know, I'm saying that's gone with this discovery.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It would just suggest the save even quicker, right?
Yeah.
So if there's nobody able to contribute from outside doors who are holding off towards mid, then that one's basically done and dusted as a round.
Interesting. So they're actually posturing for potentially JT to sell something on short. A flash to force Zaiwu off the line. They're doing B util initially, so the lurk smoke's out and they're going. Marky is.
Bangs out mid.
Yeah, flash is good. Marky swings out. Masuta loses his life.
Oh, it's all a fake. Bomb's dropping back.
Okay, trying to sell the fake. Zaiwu's on the rotate. Needs to catch them on the way to B site. He's actually thinking better of it and now spots them on the Xbox. This is going back and forth. They can't decide. Marky's on B. Now Zaiwu's gone. Pivoting back, Shox is on the hunt. He can completely stop this rotate from 2 members. JT's there as well. He's completely locked JT away from the site. Sonic's yet to plant that bomb. Smoke will enable it. Bombs across now. Shox spotted. Doesn't hit the wall bang, and he's got 2 HP left to work his magic. Sonic to plant. Very difficult to break through. They've got 2 flashbangs to make the magic happen. Here comes number 1. Number 2 pops, swinging in, head spotted and deleted. Nice from Kyojin, but it's JT to wrap it all up. An Extra Salt, 2 successes on the B side.
Yeah, good stuff there as well. And that round was very jarring, right? Because the mid and B defenders didn't know exactly what was happening because Extra Salt were back and forth, I suppose, right? They had that execute. They set Marky up to go for this entry here. If Marky goes down and Masuta lives in that fight, then this round is over, right? It's over before it can even get started. So that is a huge frag from Marky right there. And he allows them to be able to come back towards that B bomb site because what it was a fake. They were faking the mid to B. They were hoping everybody bit and rotated through spawn, give them a free avenue to catch a timing up short. Didn't work out that way, but they still won the round.
Oh, he's such a threat. Oh, and he does get his wings clipped, JT.
Big miss.
That's a big miss. Enables access to the B site. There's 2 there, though. Could pull them into a false sense of security on towards this B attack, but they are pulling the plug, heading back towards this A site, which is the perfect call.
Yeah, there's no AWP here to contest. Kyojin pushing long. He's going to have a lot of info that nobody's home. This smoke from Apex is really important. Do they disrespect it? They're going through.
They have to disrespect it, and the flash is perfect. So is the frag. Apex does incredibly well to find 1. I'm not sure there's going to be much more for Vitality into this one. Extra Salt, they've now proven they can access both the A and the B site.
Yeah, right now, Vitality are out of money. If they decide to go for this 4-on-3 situation at the A bomb site, they will have nothing going into the next round of play. Double AWPs being saved, though, that's a whole new conversation. So do we see Extra Salt start having to look on in? The bomb been down for about 10 seconds now. They'll be starting to get an indication that things are way too quiet. Is JT going to make the call for the hunt, or are they just going to allow them to keep these AWPs? Because, sure, double AWPs on the CT side of a map like Dust 2, that is super difficult to get past.
It's really hard not to want to see Extra Salt succeed, isn't it? You know,
Sure.
when you consider what they're representing, especially considering that the whole entire region has been, for lack of a better word, gutted. They have lost not only promising talent, but promising organizations. And now, you know, you've got representatives of completely underrepresented regions. You know, we had a few Canadians, sure, but Mexico for sure, a new exciting prospect. And the boy Sonic on your screen is right there from South Africa. I mean, their scene was micro. That is an equivalent to the scene you came from, you know?
Look, I think, you know, North America kind of became the haven for people from smaller regions to be able to go to compete with a decent paycheck, right? To be able to facilitate that lifestyle. So getting the Aussies over there, getting the South Africans over there, obviously the Brazilians migrating up. North America was kind of like a melting pot for everybody that wasn't Europe, in a way, right? So now that there's been a lot of organizations stepping away from supporting those North American teams in the region, you actually look like you have more exotic teams, right? You know, you've got a lot of Brazilian teams there. All the Aussies have left, unfortunately. But, you know, it's still quite that mix. And I think for Extra Salt, they're showing, right? We always knew that they worked hard. You could see that in their executes and their approach to the game. But it's good to be able to see them get these opportunities because you can tell that they're hungry. Yeah. Right? And I think that's one of the factors. Some of these guys were getting a paycheck and they probably weren't hungry in the past, whereas these guys definitely are.
Zai was lucky to be alive after that one.
Very lucky.
That was a double dink from JT's AK. Now Kyojin, another test on long. RPK's home, and this time he's not going to be able to deliver to the same capacity. Sonic in a nice elevated position on the barrel. Need to see trades. A double on the cards because Zaiwu's trapped on car. Need to see him go down. Great shot, dry peek from OC, unforgivable. Fang, however, does recover.
Zaiwu's done well there, all things considered.
Yeah, he started on short. Finds a frag on long to contribute.
Oh, that's
nice
huge.
find from Fang. 4 in the round. He's on for an ace here. He's doing it all. Despite the shortcomings from his squad. 55 to finish off the job. Shocks on short. Bomb across. They throw it across. That's smart. Fang will be able to be, I assume, able to play the after plan from long. Shocks makes it clear he's coming from short. This fight onto JT could determine just how potent of a clutch this could be. You don't want to put your head in the vice, do you, JT? Why would you?
That's heard.
Yeah, he knows they're both ramp. And there's JT holding a perfect line. Punishes the AWP. That's a hard clear for Shocks. And that puts them even 4-4, and the CT economy is shaken. They're quivering a little bit here.
Yeah, this is great stuff from Extra Salt. They're stabilizing again. Similar things happened over on Overpass, right? Like it looked for 1 point, yeah, we're going to have a competitive matchup on our hands, and then Vitality started to build. This is the chance right here with Extra Salt going up against this half buy. We've got the Deagles, we've got the Scout out. If they're able to convert against this round, then they have a chance to really start stretching their legs. You can't give away a round like this to Vitality, because as soon as they get switched on, it's going to be all over Red Rover. Apex has taken a tag early, and we love his reactions.
My favorite player to have. I'm sure anyone that's doing like the replay operations is just extra excited when Apex is in the server.
You know you're going to get some gold,
You know you're going to get some gold, yeah. Full on face palms. Okay, I like that shot. He's actually surged forward in disrespect of the molly, and it's going to enable him to have all that information that JT thought he denied. Enables aggression through these tons early. Oh, they're going to have all the pieces in the right place. So this is going to come down to execution. Extra Salt, very good teams at the tippy top of Europe struggle against the Deagles when the info's found early. Can you overcome it? Zaiwu missing shots, a good find. Marky puts the first on the board and a second in the feed as well. All wrapped up neat and tidy. One more to contest is Kyojin on shore. Apex already retreating away, hoping for a stray bullet from his scout to connect. And Salt, they want to try and keep this one close, right? You want to just not lose any of those rifles. Keep it clean, not close. That would make more sense. There we go.
Okay, 5 rounds here, 5-4.
This is about the break point, Chad.
Yeah, and I think that we can see Vitality. If they want to go for that double AWP setup again, they can. Shocks and Zaiwu can both afford them. It's just interesting the way that they played it 1 mid, 1 B. Kyojin's board in. He's going to have everything he wants for that long position. No dramas there. Zaiwu has purchased into the AWP, and same as Shox. Let's see how they go with the setup this time around. It will be Shox and Masuda over towards B, ZywOo over towards A in the early stages of this one. So they've split the AWPs up on the defense this time round. Maki's out long. He's made it to the blue bin. About to get very hot here. Oh, that's a flight path that Kyojin likes. He's rocked that out twice already, dealing with these long takes. So similar scenes when they try and go fast long. Extra Salt denied.
Flash perfect, absolutely perfect. And now Shox, off the back of his flash, can peek in and take out OC. Oh, and a second as well. Sonic added to the list. It's a naughty list. Shox, the one laying down the law. Lurk smoke is nothing for him. JT trying to maneuver around it, but Shox will take that as a gift. And not the frag. Good find. Needs another. Apex drops into the side. Bullet suppress, and that is 5 to 5. Vitality defends successfully, and big part of that was Shox on the AWP.
Yeah, they looked a bit flustered there, didn't they, Extra Salt? They lose long control, and then it was just let's go into B. And Shox, it was way too easy. The fact that he could re-pick like that, they're assuming he's not going to go for a fight on those same kind of angles. So trying to take back the space, just keeps jumping up, being absolutely cheeky. Really probably should have got the fourth there as well. Going to be frustrated with himself, not able to convert that one. But Vitality, they strike back, and we're tied up again, 5-5.
Brave. Very brave, but he takes down Shox. No impact to be found on the double AWP this time for the French.
Here's a chance.
Very big chance. How diligent is Fang? He's been scrimming lots in Europe. Let's see if the flashbang and the crouch come in. Pamps doesn't get punished as often, but nice, just bides his time. And in that juncture, they fall off. Patience prevails again.
They could be fortunate here because with this amount of time and the space out long right now, they're still not certain what type of setup Vitality are working with. Car's being called clear now with that U-tilt.
They missed the molly. They actually don't know.
Oh, it's gone a bit over the fence, hasn't it?
Oh, but Masuda goes for a very brazen swing. It does maintain the advantage for Extra Salt. One more on the AWP. Sonic's the one to convert. ZywOo's gone. He's provided 2 huge frags into round 11 here.
Yeah, both AWP has been taken out.
Oh, he was alert, but nutmeg. Nice catch from Fang. Just as it fades, a slight visual advantage. And just Apex in CT. The rest is just a formality at this point, and OC's the one to seal the deal. Happy to put a third on the board for him. He has been quiet, and he has been a bit caged here at DreamHack Masters Spring. I've yet to scream his name.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish, yeah. This is a nice shot here from Sonic. Good flashes from JT there, making sure Shox could not see a thing. And this was very interesting from Vitality. I think they were expecting to commit a little bit earlier. What you want to do is when you're swinging out in that position, you're expecting the AWP to be overseeing from back plat or pit, but you want the riflers to be all hugging that close wall, right? And to be able to step out and grab yourself a multi-spray down. Extra Salt was still very wide of that, and with the scores on your screen right here, you can see the start for Vitality after that pistol round conversion, able to get 4 on the trot, but bouncing back in a good way has been Extra Salt. Once again, if this is the Vitality that you remember from last year with the 6-man, this is not it again. They've done the whole thing. They've changed their roster again. It's kind of like Heroic, right? They come into we'll just refresh our roster. We'll make a new story. So Kyojin is one you're going to have to keep your eyes on, ladies and gentlemen.
They're trying the same setup. I wonder if they do go for that same one AWP short, one AWP long. Or will we see one tucked into B early?
Really rough on you two here, aren't they? Masuda.
Garbage spawns for long as well for the Extra Salt boys.
Yeah.
It's everything B.
That's a good call. Won't see that corner fight again. Lots of nades thrown out long there from Vitality to defend this now. They do have control of long. They've been able to drop ZywOo back towards this ramp position, but it's out fast for the mid to B again. Apex, are you going to be there in time?
Yeah, he's got Shox in support as well. Shox is AWP, finds the first. A smoke on the doors. Awkward as Apex pushes in, takes another. Fang, oh my god! Shows absolutely no sign of slowing, but forced to do so. Vitality, a clean defensive round.
Back and forth, right? Tied up again, and there's plenty of money for Extra Salt. We're not really too worried about their finances just here. If they're able to get into the site again in a round like this, get that bomb down, they should be good for the remainder of the half as, well, we've only got a couple of rounds left. Vitality's purchase is looking much nicer, much cleaner now that they stabilize with a round like this. Plenty of defuse kits, plenty of util, and JT's gonna cop a bullet in the back, but I'm sure...
He went to Chad Birchall's School of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he'll keep on going. OC understands. Very, very early mid-control here, and this molly, if thrown, would have announced their presence for this short take, they will need to flash Shox off the line, and they have done perfectly. Shox will drop back, short control now granted. How much utility to Vitality want to limp into this? Spotted up towards the Xbox as well. We are looking like a set piece, but Shox, this could unravel everything if he swings now.
Yeah, he's going to go for a wild one. Just misses out on the mark. JT's pushing in. Apex is in a prime position to punish this. No one's looking. And off the flash, he finds more damage. Double kill for Apex. Just completely gray screen. Volleys, flashes, nades. It's horrible. Suffocating.
Yeah, Extra Salt were hoping to get away with another surprise round like they did to Apex earlier, but too much utility. Absolutely denying anything they have. OC goes down, and now they didn't get that plant. So without that plant and the loss bonus being reset, it is not where I thought the money would be. I thought they'd have a little bit more of a convincing kind of fight. So yeah, we'll just be Fang with the cash money.
That's another team flash. I mean, we don't know how bad they are. Like,
yeah, you might know they're coming turned away.
Exactly. So I don't know if their screens are white, but either way, let's not forget, Extra Salt used to be a team that we would compliment, admittedly, 2 roster moves ago, but they used to flash for each other, the flash assists. OC used to be at the very highest stats for his team in terms of supported flashbangs.
See, just the problem with a round like that is that happens at a minute on the clock, right? And we're watching a lot of modern Counter-Strike these days where nothing tends to happen, especially if you've gone for the default spread until like the last 20 to 30 seconds. So there was just way too many nades left for Vitality. That's the kind of setup they want to deal with.
Oh, and there goes Fang. More to come. Oh, what a shot. Rare to see the conversion. The absence of Marquis' Kevlar vest enables a clean kill straight through those doors. And Makyojin, oh, they flashed him. And they can't do much more to him. Zywoo arrives just in the nick of time. Apex is caught on the transition, but if you can deagle one, can you deagle a second? Doesn't find it, and Zywoo's not going to miss with a P2K, no less. Getting extra style points.
All right, well, one more round here within the first half. Map number 2. We probably haven't rammed this one home enough. This is an elimination game. Extra Salt, they lose this one right here. They are out of DreamHack Masters Spring. And Vitality, well, they'll spring forward in the lower bracket. It's not going to be easy to get on out. We already have locked in 2 teams for the playoffs. That's Gambit and Na'Vi. They have their upper bracket match to decide who goes straight into the semis and who goes into the quarters, respectively, on Sunday.
It's cutthroat in this Group B as well. Like, loser of Astralis Complexity, your next challenge. Woo, okay.
Yeah, no easy games here.
No, not at all. Extra Salt, everything on the line. Good point, Chad. Probably should hammer that home a little more. Now we are reaching that final round of our second map's first half. Hinge smoke enables safe passage to that Xbox. JT's up, bomb lurking. Okay, so this is actually quite reminiscent of the pistol.
We've seen this one already,
right? We've seen the
right?
Extra Salt playbook.
And this is where they had Marky go in and find an entry. So if they do this same execute again and Marky doesn't find the entry and the round falls apart, that was the difference maker. But Kyojin, meanwhile, taking a lot of space towards long, and he can keep pushing. Here comes the fake.
Marky looking for Zywoo's head, but no, instead, 2 dead. JT wanted to be presence up short, but you can see that the molly was dropped, and Shox is just hyper alert, being very vigilant with his util. Oh, and caught catching another, just outgamed, outbrained, and another bullet lands. OC's gone, round is 2. Vitality looking to exit this defensive half with 9. And there you have it. Vitality 9, Extra Salt 6, and a quick break separating us from potentially the final half of this series. Well, it's for survival, and Shox certainly did survive on that B site, launching them into a 9-6 lead on the half. That was the defensive half from Vitality. It is their map pick, and Extra Salt are on the ropes, down a map on the series. Best of 3 from here on out for DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. Extra Salt, the international roster representing the North American scene, doing their very best to be seen and to do as much damage as possible. 6 so far under the belt. It's been ups and downs. It's been peaks and troughs. And early long presence seems to be the name of the game. 2 to advance towards the catwalk. Kyojin's already out long. And OC wants info. More than just info. Bloodshed does 2 quick headshots provided by the Silence USP. Oh, it's very hard for Fang to find headshots here. They're closing the gap, and he knows it. Close quarters, he's still blind, but he does manage to find vision and Bloodshed as well. The back of JT's flash, no less. So there's some flash assists for you.
Well, Shox has got the package. So if we're going to be talking about one of the positives in this round is that he has 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with. He's very experienced as far as clutches go, and he has the bomb. So if anyone was going to pull off this 1v5 situation in the server who is still alive, it's going to be Shox. Because he's the only one alive. Just in case you guys didn't click with that one.
It clicked. Oh, and they don't spot his rotate back. Shox, I swear, if you've managed to fake an entire team, there's no way. No way. Fang's pushing up to call it clear tons. Shox has gone long. I mean, I'm not even going to consider it.
It'd just have to be the craziest couple of Glock bullets onto JT.
But it's
right?
Glock at this range. Like, JT has probably got twice the range at this fight. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank
Worked
you.
out as it should.
Thank you very much,
That's how it
JT.
should work out. But let me remind you that the script writers are getting lazy around here, everybody, because the last game, Extra Salt, you know, they look good in the early stages of the first half. It was a competitive affair. And then Vitality, they stretch their legs. They get themselves a decent scoreline on the half. Extra Salt come in, they win the pistol. We're like, yes, they're doing it. They can do this. It can be competitive. And then they lose the Force Spy. Well, guess what's back on the docket? Vitality and the Force Spy. Scout for Apex, Deagles, Masuda, Kyojin, and Zywoo. And Shox with a Tech 9. There is a lot of smokes in play here. This is not going to be an easy round for Extra Salt to win. Oh, just with the smoke fading, I've got a cross here. Oh, Apex! Big risk right there. Just wanted to find a fight. Sonic will take him down. He'll oblige him. So I will be able to pick back up the Scout. Still not out of the water just yet, or Extra Salt.
Marky's been kept very honest in that T side. Well, here on the defense, he could play a very crucial role in defense of this B site.
They still have these smokes, Alex, 4 of which, right? They haven't sold anything on a mid to B. They haven't dropped an Xbox smoke. They haven't done anything along those lines to kind of force Extra Salt to rotate around. As I say it, Masuda lobs one out towards CT. Zywoo has one. He could do a door smoke from this position. They could even throw some flashes in, but it looks like they're just going contact.
Yeah, Shox to smoke B doors, I think. From mid, but that's no issue for Fang too. Marky needed that and finds it. The rest is just for fun and games. Shox can't quite find JT, wanted to knock him down, but they do manage to maintain all of their rifles. It wasn't something I mentioned, but the fact that they went for 2 M4s and an AUG into that second round, it would have been a complete loss of their economy. They maintain it, they keep all those rifles alive. It is the pass of the very first and compulsory test if they want to be competitive here. A B-Stream update for you in the South American Showdown over on twitch.tv/ESL CSGO B. Tested on Nuke a little bit. Looks like Furia do have the advantage though, if you want to check in more on that.
It's crazy how Furia, they seem like they've dropped off a cliff a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah. A shift in the mental. Fang's in trouble. Lots of troubles. I was found him. If they lose another, it really will spiral. They want to push. Look at this. They're so hungry for the rifle, and Apex doesn't get it. The Molotov forced his hand to retreat just a little second too early. Now Sonic's there to stop that weapon and deny any presence. Good shots. Little Glock dink, actually, all the way through the wall on Goose. OC is going to catch a couple more, but well handled so far. Extra Salt under the knife, but recover it, and we'll put 9 on the board. So nice and equalized. That's the first and opening 3 of our second half. It will be weapons now, though, for the T side. And this is where it's going to be really telling about how Extra Salt have developed as a CT unit.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on them in this one, right? We mentioned it before the break. We'll mention it again right now. They lose this, they're out.
They do have a very potent double AWP. Sonic, of course, previously was a primary AWPer in his day, whipping it out as a secondary and very capable hands.
Short boost here, going to set OC up for a pick. Bang by his side. Elevated now for the lower dark fight. Looks like Zawu has a, well, I was going to say different idea, but so does Sonic. That's a big find right there. AWPer down. This is a great start to a round like this for Extra Salt.
Yeah, they want long info. Flash and push. JT's forced off the line, peeks in, confirms access, and now needs to get out of there. Doesn't have the support, doesn't want to be a solo. Isolated frag. Fang confirms there's no one short. This watch is still making that noise. I'm sorry.
So they've got long control at least, right? Clearing out Khan now with that Molotov, and all in all, it can get worse if Sonic hits that shot.
He knows it's 2 mid. It's great info. Dreamy info for a CT side. Fang goes to sweep. Oh, if he pushes this a bit too much. Apex. Oh, a missed shot from Apex. Fang struggling as well, and he will finish the job.
That was ugly to watch.
OC returns us to some normalcy. Run boost into pit. Oh, this is hot. Go on, Apex. Hold on. Right, as we were saying, run boost into the pit, and he actually hits the shot. That's a cracking opener. JT was there, finds the trade, the Org enabling that long-range fight to be taken with ease, and a man disadvantage for Vitality. Flashes on the cross, 20 seconds. That bomb needs to go in. Masuta might have to throw it. Sonic's holding it. Nade smoke's not going to cover. Strong arms. Gets it across. Shocks to plant.
They get the bomb down at least. It's 2-on-3. The 40-second time is about to start. Shock's just being chipped away at them. Marky getting him so low.
Yeah, 50 damage. Through the corner and an AWP shot missed. They know exactly where you are. Suta needs one, and combines, it's not enough. Extra Salt successfully retaking that site, and it was looking like Vitality were at least keeping them under the thumb, but that's going to be double AWP recovered. Sonic contributing the start and the final frag.
Yeah, I think Apex, as soon as he died there after that run boost kill, I think he looked at his teammate there, wondered why the trade didn't come out, because getting the run boost across was great, but there was no follow through, right? And I think the fact that if Masuda was swinging with him, maybe he gets the trade on that. Either way, not to be the difference maker. It's back. It's not on. I promise you. I promise everybody at home the aircon is off. It's just making noise. You guys all have these problems around the house. Maybe you got water hammering in the pipes, or your hot water unit's making a noise here, there, everywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe your gas boiler, she's on the brink. We have a funky air conditioner unit.
Just sounds like it's constantly making an espresso.
I thought, right, when we first started having this issue, I thought it was someone just making coffees around the clock out there, but it's not the case.
No, just technology being technology.
Yeah,
well,
it's a new sound.
I won't let this distract or detract from the fact that Extra Salt are about to be extending their lead if Vitality don't find early frags. They want to try and draw blood long, and that's where Sonic's postured himself. A missed shot as the flash pops, and already full-on control garnered.
How risky does Sonic want to get about this? If he, well, I was going to say hangs around for car for too long, he'll be overwhelmed, but they've dropped on back. Vitality, they've had enough of the long. Going to make their way back over towards the B bomb site, and that's where there's currently an upper tunnels push coming through. Marky's going to lock himself into this corner just in time, I think, Alex. If he overlooks, he's going to go down.
That's a disaster.
Too much.
All onto Fang. OC actually does take initiative and a frag. Apex walking mid, but they want to convey and converge straight in towards this B site. That's a perfect incendiary. Buys time for the rotate to set up. JT's utility has been flawless. And they're going anyway. Straight through the smoke. Grey screen. This favors Extra Salt, and it's converted by Fang. Double on the M4 spray. Couple more bullets left in the chamber, and it's going to be 3. Solid defense. 11 for Extra Salt. That is the lead they were looking for.
I'm surprised we've seen it get this close, right? I was obviously joking before when I was talking about the overpass kind of scoreline and the way that things went. But even still, I thought that maybe it was just going to be a bit too much of a tall task for Extra Salt to be able to convert some of these rounds against the firepower that Vitality has. But the fights, you're right, it wasn't even like a fair fight. Vitality running through the smokes, they're not going to get anything done in a situation like that unless a miracle frag.
Love to see this. A little bit of extra confidence in Fang's play when he knows he's up against these Tech 9 armor. Vulnerable to a close fight and an AK-47 delivered straight to enemy hands. Far from ideal. Marky had a bit of a nightmare in the previous, but didn't get punished. Now, with the loss of Fang, this one could spiral.
As I just start to sing the praises of what they're doing here, it could fall apart at the worst moment.
Again, this is the same thing that happened last time. As soon as things get a bit scary, OC returns us to an equilibrium. And Sonic's trying to close quarters off this. What a find! He's going to get sprayed down.
Oh,
they won't find him in the flash. And it is going to be another frag. Marky's still alive. Heart beating, hands shaking. He's got OC in support, and that's another for Marky. First on the B defense. OC's holding the cross, and that's enough to convert. Okay, Extra Assault making a case.
Okay, 12, only 4 more kills, 4 more rounds right now. We get ourselves to that 16 mark, and we will be seeing Nuke, and that's where I'm not sure who I'm going to favor going into that final map if we do go the distance. I think strategically speaking, Extra Soul on their T sides, when we were watching some of the moves on Dust 2 and some of the moves on Overpass, they're just executing before allowing their players to actually, work for picks or set them up for picks. They're executing into a wall of the CT side. Nuke, I think you can get away with that type of play a little bit more so. Let's see, do Vitality want to finish this in 2?
Oh dear.
Wait, there wasn't even the smoke icon.
You're right, but it was blind through the smoke, you can see. And that's an AWP gone. Oh, and another gone as well. Fang tucked in tight. Masuta the one to do so. Now they have full long control. Apex is going to be overseeing middle. Do they want to set that AWPer up? It actually looks like the... Ooh, OC wanted to contest.
So much info.
JT spots him, spots the bomb. A big frag to find, and he wants to advance. A flash from OC could set him up brilliantly. Into the pit now, bomb retrieved, and they want to just scarper out of there. The flash is a little late. JT will get the info. And Kyojin, by hearing the flash, wants to peek on in, loses his life. Now the bomb as well. Masuta can't retrieve it. 1v3. Laid his life on the line just to get that bomb out of long and back into his teammates' hands. But at the cost of his life, a 1 versus 3 is demanded of him. At a crucial juncture of the game as well. Make no mistake, the T's have not flush for cash. Max loss bonus at this point. Short is an avenue into the site, and even potentially an avenue into the plant.
Yeah, if he can just creep on in, plant site without facing JT and giving away too much information before that bomb goes down, he could isolate the spawn push-up with that Molotov, then take the fight, or use the spawn Molotov to get himself towards short. But we have all the information here. Masuta is operating with absolutely none. And now that we have 10 seconds left on the clock, the team just needs the plant. The bomb will go down. With the max loss bonus, there will be a buy in the next round. But Masuta in a 1-on-3, 2 players at half HP. He could convert this one.
He certainly could. Extra salt. Very loud about this. And he chooses to Molotov and peeks over it. I like the idea. OC was prepared, though. Trying to play the mind games to find that early 1-on-1 in the 1v3.
Yeah, they've just spent that time going shopping, getting themselves the double AWP set up back for Sonic, who is currently dead. OC has got one for himself, and Marky's going to walk away with an AK-47. They've even got a bunch of utility here. So sure, the economy hasn't blown out of control for Extra Salt in this. This was the shot. Yeah, just on a timing right there. So ZywOo, we've seen some players recently. I think Nico's one was highlighted on Reddit, right, with the Silenced M4, taking that fight with a one-way smoke towards their Xbox position. This shot here from JT, I think that was the round-winning kill. And the reason I say that is because ZywOo's jumping into pit. OC was flashed in that environment. Yeah. If ZywOo gets and holds control of pit, that's a huge piece of real estate to have. Now the scoreline's 13-9. Vitality are on the ropes here.
100%. Shox is even equipped with a Mach 10. I'm not sure how much impact he's going to be able to find with that.
Same as ZywOo, the 2 stars with the Mackie 10s.
Odd. Odd for sure. Masuta could be vulnerable. OC loving this. A little burst of aggression for info early on the catwalk. And chance missed. Masuta gets himself up Xbox.
There's so much fighting. Yeah, they're really going into B, though.
Well, you're absolutely right. Marky's not even there. Nothing on the spray.
They're playing retake.
They're going to have to. That's the bomb now, across and loose. Good shot from Marky. Won't expect one close, though. ZywOo's in a prime position to punish them here. And he's gone as well. Marky providing all of the necessary frags. Vitality just evaporate Only Shox left. This B take, it lands completely flat. They'll even hoover up a couple of extra AKs for their troubles. This smells like nuke.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure what the situation there was from Vitality. Masuta was the only player with a smoke left as they had done their initial execute onto the B bomb site, and he was mid. So there was no way for him to smoke the doors. Kyojin just has to try and cross the best he can. And the retake setup here from Extrasol is set up perfectly to deal with this type of play. Great stuff here from Extrasol. Just 2 more rounds now.
Yeah, they're getting hyped. There's no doubt about it. This is where they just have to knuckle down. A clear advantage. An opportunity to convert against some of the very best. Vitality down 9-14, down bad. After a 9-6 half, they haven't made a single mark, a single impact. They haven't convinced anyone that they can pick up a T round yet. Up against this Extrasol blue wall. And they're going for some info. This is the power of the AWP, just slowly, procedurally calling those tunnels clear as Masuta chooses to evacuate.
If they just go for a cat set piece here, it feels predictable, right? You're just going through the strats at this point. We've tried a B split, we've tried a B hit, we've tried going out long, and now we're just trying a cat set piece, and rotating back in time will be Fang to help out OC. Upper dark called clear.
I will say, no incendiaries. They won't have any way to slow this push other than flashes and bullets. And that's the flashes. Where are the bullets? A nade might soften them up, perhaps, but Zai was already drawn blood, and they're playing fully for the retake. Apex already established on short. If Marky, wow, with patience like this... Okay, he's not opting for short.
He's heard now.
Oh, very loud about it, and that should be a freebie. Nice find. Apex will grab himself an AK-47, an Extrasol, conceding their first here, unless... Yeah, shot over the smoke. It's perfect. Look at the angle he's working with. Takes down 2. OC's next. Hail Mary, trying to do some sort of damage. The AWP is recoverable, and Team Vitality putting that double digit on the board.
Okay, well, they haven't broken Extrasol here, right? There's still cash in the bank for a buy again right now. Sonic just fully investing there, has 150 to his name to go forward with. So this is where Vitality can start turning things around with their first T round here. So this is great that they've opened the account. Now they need to make a deposit. We need to see another round on the board.
I remember going with my family to open my first bank account.
Was,
what a day that was.
Quite the time, wasn't it?
Big pick. Big pick. OC's the one to prevail. Losing an early casualty, Vitality a disadvantage, and it's extended. Sonic lays his life on the line in pursuit of glory. Fang fills the void, makes it clear. Happy to fight, happy to take a biff early.
Yeah, 3-on-4 right now, and I'm going to say Vitality have not looked great when they've lost these kills and don't have the number advantage. They look a little bit discombobulated. This flash is great. OC takes the pot shot. Shox posturing to bait out some more util. Will drop a bridge smoke of his own here. It's going to put into question where this attack is, and well, his teammates are coming up cat behind him, but they don't look fully committed to this just yet, Vitality. A pick here would be perfect. Turning the tables into a 3-on-3 would be ideal.
3 on A. JT not going to fall foul to the one-way. Two smokes left. 2 flashes. It smells like an AX sec into the stack of Extrasol. Very limited CT util, as you highlighted. It's going to just be the bullets to defend. Let's see how this one shapes up. OC's in a prime position to find the first, and he does. Kyojin's gone. Burning, though, has to fall back. Fang's gone completely undetected so far, so it's just OC, basically 1v3. Now, made 1v1. Nice finds. JT trades evenly. An Extrasol looking very good. Set with 4, make it 5 match, or rather map points. God damn, match points, map points.
Series points.
The series points.
Game points.
Games, matches, maps. Just one.
Just one. That's the simplest way. Just one. Just one more needed. And Vitality here, right? The Apex went for that long pick. As soon as that gets dropped, there was mollies on top of it. They couldn't pick that one up. It's going to be a Mac 10 for Shox for what could be the final round of play for round 26. 3 AKs at Galil. Utility there, and well, back towards the B bomb site.
Oh, great find. Turning the flash or evading the flash and converting into an early man disadvantage again. Sonic, if you could just survive. They want to go for a mid-B. The utility at least implies it. Great counter util. Look what it's done to Masuta. That's the bomb lost. Nade, bullets, Molotov. Bomb lost. JT confirms it's there. Shox needs the headshot and does put it down. Fang's on some sort of flank here, but Marky's doing a lot of the legwork already. Just 2 frags from Nuke. Extra Salt doing it. Fang finds the first. It's only Apex. And Vitality from a 9-6 half, they fall 16-10. And we go to our third. Extra Salt will not bow out of DreamHack Masters Spring without a fight, and that fight is on Nuke after the break. Analysts first when we return.
Crunching him. Mid and I'll be flat. Picking window, picking window.
You have the bomb.
Nice!
Nice, good job, guys.
Nice! I feel like it's now standard. Every team has to say nice when they win a map. And that was a bit of a surprise from Extra Salt, because going into this one, we thought it was going to be 2-0, didn't we? Maniac?
Yeah, they made me eat my words when it comes to letting Dust 2 in the veto. I was a little bit scared of allowing Vitality to play the map, but it was very sovereign from Extrasol, right? They lose the first pistol round, they still win 16-10. The defense is airtight. They're one step ahead of Vitality almost at every turn, in every single department. Sonic and OC, very potent AWP setup. Everything was going well for Extrasol, very legit.
But things were going well on the CT side for Vitality, though. Weren't they, Janko?
Yeah, they sure were. You know, they had a good start, a little bit of a comeback from Extrasol, but then again, Vitality with a strong 4 rounds to close out the half. I don't know, it was really weird. They only won 1 round on their T side. I think they got a little bit impatient. I think the frustration got to them. We were seeing a lot of, you know, buys coming one after another and trying to switch things up with some explosive plays, right? Calls from spawn, basically. So I think, you know, it's a map where Extrasol isn't really too proficient on, so maybe you just want to take it a little bit slow, put yourself in some good situations, maybe see if they're going to overextend. But yeah, it didn't really happen. Extrasol was just really solid on Dust 2.
Yeah, and Janko is talking about, you know, being impatient, and actually round 22 that I want to bring to the viewers, because that is an example of Vitality completely bludgeoning a situation. It's going to be a 5 versus 3. It starts off very well. ZywOo finds Sonic trying to be a bit finicky through that smoke towards middle. You think to yourself, okay, they finally have a first entry kill. They've been struggling for a couple of rounds. Then Mizuta puts one straight into Fang. At this point, it should be okay. But somehow, Shux tries to go out middle too fast, gets punished by Marquis. Now, OC and JT, very concurrent, trying to retake that long information. But it should not be possible. Vitality should have the protocols together to punish them. OC is out of position. ZywOo is alone. No one is here to trade ZywOo. You cannot allow JT to get away with that kill right there. It turns into a 3 versus 3. And again, there is going to be a timing being found through that smoke by the same JT once more. It's going to be Kyojin this time, trying to come, but he's out of timing again. This right here was a 5 versus 3 that turned into a 1 versus 3 for poor Mizuta in about 15 seconds. And it's exactly what we talked about. A little bit of frustration, maybe jumping the gun a little bit in some of these fights. And for Extrasol, I knew they were going to win the map. That was the moment.
When you bring up a blunder, I start to think about Apex picking up the AWP and getting very, very lucky. I've never seen someone look so much like an old man in game, trying repeatedly to get kills and somehow getting incredibly lucky, then trying to boost onto his teammate, taking about 10 minutes to do so. I'm digressing. Janko, I know you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the flash play in the end, you know, you could tell Kyojin hears the sound cue of the flash. He just drops the bomb and goes back for the fight, but the timing isn't there. And we praised him a bit for some of his holds, even on this map on long. He was doing a good job in some rounds. But here on the T side, you could see like just some impatience, inexperience as well in that round where they got into the B side. Extrasol was focused all on mid, and here is just the bomb carrier. There's no smoke for door, and he's just running in, you know, with the French flag as if they liberated the whole site, right? You just can't do that. And I'm sure it's something that the coach will very easily, you know, point out to him what he will learn from and just say like, hey, listen, we need to be a bit more patient in some of these situations, be a bit more careful, right? Like the pressure is on them. They are the ones who lost the side. They're probably going to try to come in really fast. There's a lot of time on the clock. We don't need to plant the bomb immediately in a situation like this, right? So I think there's definitely, so far we've seen with him some mistakes like that, which I don't think is a surprise and it's not a big deal. And I think it's great for them that they're happening early on, in a sense of it's very easy to point out, very easy to understand, and for him to fix it, because they did say, you know, they think he has a lot of untapped potential and that he can be a great player for Vitality.
And that's the thing with Dust 2 as well. It's so much about synergy on that T side and being flexible. And given that this is his first best of 3 with the team,
I mean, Dust 2 is also the you know, the FPL, having a good time map, so I'm sure he's got some sort of intuition and understanding of the map. But you're talking about synergy, and this is where I want to give some props to Extrasol, because the base of that defense and why they were so strong is that anytime they wanted to retake some map, you could feel there was no hesitation. They were all going in together, the timings were right, they were feeding off each other's energy, making sure that no one is getting flanked. That was very, very well played from Extrasol. Then now we move on to Nuke. And the T side of Vitality being an issue is something that we've already had in the first day. They were only able to post 2 rounds against Complexity on their T side. So my French-Swiss baguette heart is starting to melt just a little bit. I don't really know what to look for in that new game.
Yanko, what should we be looking for?
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be really interesting, right? Because Maniac pointed out even yesterday some of Extrasolt's stats, map stats are skewed because they played a lot of NA opponents, but when you filter it against like top 30 opposition, Nuke is their best map, right? The only loss they have is actually against Astralis, and they have 4 wins, including a convincing one against Big, who is also a solid Nuke team. So for Vitality, sure, yesterday, a bit of an off day, right? Losing both pistols, losing a lot of clutches against Complexity, but I think we can have a close one here to close it out.
Well, we're going to have to take another short break, but when we come back, we are going to have our deciding map, Nuke, and it is going to break the core of one of these teams, Vitality or Extrasalt. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
Oh, how gosh darn adorable that is. The tiny unicorn on the back of the gun, as though it were drawn by a child, not yet sullied by the dangers of the world. Then we get to see the young girl and her delightful unicorn, pink, purple, orange, blue, the colors of innocence. For a second I got lost. I believed unicorns were real. You forget the reality of war until you remember it's on a nasty weapon. Don't let the gunfire get you down, kid. Fly, unicorn, fly.
Inside the void in my head, I'm searching through the darkness, but feeling like there is nobody there. I wake up just to find I'm in chains, and you're there holding the key. No, 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 no. Fell for another one of your games. No, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. I'm shaking 'cause I'm frozen. I need some holy water to wash away
Extra Salt Vitality, we're hanging out here for DreamHack Masters Spring Day 2. I'm keeping track.
And we have the solution. This is the air conditioning remote.
Chad, they don't even hear it, apparently. They just think we're crazy.
I love the solution to whoever tweeted that in with the aircon solution. We'll get the towel in the aircon. We'll sort it all out.
Shout out to you for our aircon repairman / best friend.
But you're not going to notice on Nuke. Because Nuke's a power plant, there's lots of noises going on there. There's a chance Vitality are going home today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If Extra Salt, they turn this around, they pick up this series, they're going to get themselves a step further in the tournament and knock out Vitality.
Yeah, and not only that, Extra Salt must win this game versus Vitality if they want to get to the IEM Cologne play-in. Looking for those points. In fact, FaZe just missing out on their chance to do so via EPT points upon elimination. And one of these teams is going home after Nuke, so strap yourselves in, tell your friends, Counter-Strike is going down. Extra Salt Vitality, one of them to be eliminated here at DreamHack Masters Spring. We start with ramp control. T-side descending, Vitality yet to have any sort of contest. It's Marky. Fires off a couple of warning shots and has opened the door for Masuta to bring the bomb and everything through. Zywo's opened the doors as well. This is very threatening indeed. The CTs are gathered, 3 to contest. They'll try and swarm as a group unit. Already Fang with 1, and looks like the headshots are coming in for both teams. They can pivot up the vents, Chad. I think they're going.
It's the right call.
Oh, they're chasing. Hot pursuit. Apex can't afford to get to the site to house the vent push, even up the heaven ladder. So Shox is now responsible for the ladder. Hard shot to hit, 1 main. Bomb down courtesy of Apex. If he can tuck into CT Ven, oh, better. OC will catch him as he checks main. Only Shox, he'd need a couple more headshots and he's got nothing to report. No Kevlar, and you brave boy.
That's the kit.
Marking up the ladder with the kit. He sees it, and now Shox can play the game. He'll play this game any way he wants. He'd love a one-way.
He could even go throw the one-way if he really wants.
He smoked the bomb for them.
Oh no, Shox.
That's a bit of a yikes from me. D-O-double-G, it's defusing. 3 second, 2, and oh, he was sticking out as well. That is a funky way to find a round, but they'll take it. An OC with 3 frags in total.
That was very awkward, right? They realized that there were players on both sides, the Windows side as well as Decon, so they pushed Fang, who managed to get a kill.
So much going on. We had the lower battle, there was up the vents, it was all down to Shox in the end, and you can see Marky, it was a bit of an oopsie, a bit of a faux pas, if you will.
Yeah, like you think that there's enough done there to catch Shox off guard, but coming up the ladder there, Shox jumping mid-air just gets the better of them last second, and Fang's getting fired on up. This is looking good from Extra Salt.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation as well from, I believe it was one of his teammates on Twitter, just saying Fang is not one of those players that gets, you know, burdened by the pressure of international competition. He seems to be thriving playing his game, and I think that is a component that can't always be taught. I think it does come with the human being and their life experiences prior to the mouse and keyboard professionally.
Yeah, I think part of that is this halfway house I was talking about, right? Of, you know, you're playing against the big boys,
yes,
but you're kind of on your own. You're with your teammates, you're in your own secluded little environment.
Yeah, certainly, and make no mistake, I'm not comparing it directly to LAN competition. I think there's a whole other wave for him to be introduced to. Excuse me, that's my burrito.
It's going to be great when we get to have that conversation, hopefully a little bit later in the year.
Please, man.
So Kyojin's heard this rotate. He's just called that across. Marky's grabbed 1 and back up the vent he wants to go, but he has a teammate on his head. This is going to get dicey. Kyojin took both down the top vent, and Zywo's just taken down Fang.
What? Kyojin with a pop-off. JT's going to try and pull it back for Extra Salt, but I think the damage is done.
Might have to be the save here. It's an AUG. You don't want to lose that as well. And looking with the MP9 is JT now. Will he clear his corners? No. That's him dead. And
not the AUG, not the AUG, OC. You'd love to have that. Do the one-way smoke on Yard.
Yeah, he's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve, doesn't he?
This
is going to be very rough to deal with here for OC. If he stays alive, I'll be impressed.
Go on. Good defense. Kyojin was hunting for a 3rd frag. He already found the impact into the conversion of this second round force. Don't give it to Zywo. Don't give him a head to shoot at. Oh, and he has. There it goes. A great weapon. I don't think Zywo's got long enough legs. He won't get there in time, but regardless, the French have immediately snatched control again. And I do think that Dust 2 will have left a mark on their ego.
Yeah.
I don't think Vitality had accounted for Nuke.
Maybe we say, you know, take your foot off the gas in a way, right? But the CT side out of Extra Salt was great, right? So it might be shell-shocking to Vitality. Now we can see them bounce back, and Kyojin with a confidence-boosting round for him. Those 2 kills over towards that T-vent were round-winning, right? As simple as that. So that's a great round to see him having impact in. Now we'll see the investment back from Extra Salt here. They're pushing lobby. They're ahead of that smoke.
Oh, guys, the setup couldn't have been better. Housing that lobby aggression perfectly and dousing them in lead.
Oh. rough way to go. Marky spotted, tried to jiggle. No head armor through the vent. Tagged, Goosh, dead. OC and Fang to find. But this is looking like Vitality are good here to convert the second. Or their second. As we saw Extra Salt yesterday against Astralis, right? And there were moments, there were glimpses, but it looked like an angry Astralis in the server. So I feel that there's a lot of the teams, we were speaking about it in the drive-in, right? We were talking about how Na'Vi are in a similar boat. They seem to have lost their shine. Same with Vitality. A lot of teams with a lot to prove here at DreamHack Masters Spring. Saw nothing on the jiggle there, but unfortunately Apex has slipped the net. This should only be a matter of time for Fang. Will go down in the back. A bit of a rude surprise for him, and now it's just OC to find 34 seconds left on the clock. That bomb should be going down any moment. We can start the 40-second timer. Zywo knows where he is. And the Hunter's on. Look at them all just trundling through lobby, straight towards his position. They want to get this one done as quick as they can. OC's flashed, and OC's dead. Apex will get the kill with the MAC-10. 600 extra buckaroos. And things nice and clean there for Vitality as they have an opportunity to stretch their legs even further going into round number 4. It will just be the USPs for Extra Soul into this one.
It's funny, I'm just thinking about, you know, the power rankings prior to the pandemic and then in contrast to what we have now, like mid-2021. How high did Vitality get in your, like, unspoken power ranking?
I think at one point in last year with all the finals that they were making and the fact that they were one of the teams to get that 6-man roster going, they were coming into this year part of what I consider the big 3, right?
Na'Vi, Vitality, Astralis?
Yeah, right? And you have to remember that, sure, there was just so much Counter-Strike going on last year and it was kind of hard to keep track of all of it, really, but it felt like those 3 kind of had what it took to be the elite. Coming into this year, everything seems to be changing, right? And teams are having to rebuild, make changes to keep up, change the way that they're approaching the game, make a lot of adjustments. We're seeing a lot of the veterans, right? We had the mass exodus, I think it was a couple years ago. I think that's when the Zeuses of the world were kind of going, Edward was going. But we're still having these older boys, like RPK is a perfect example of what we're talking about here, just not falling like flies, but just dropping off and making way for the newer breed. And that conversation we were just having a little bit earlier, or at least maybe alluding to, something to do with coming back to LAN, that conversation, when we get to it, is going to be a great conversation. That will be huge for the future of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I think Stockholm has a lot of weight on it. Misuta's out. Very, very aggressive. And he's opened up with a nice first. Apex puts the second on the board for Vitality and already lost control of that top site. OC's got nothing. Not a single voice in this retake. Fang from the vents as well. None of these are favorable for a retake. Surely you just bend the knee.
Yeah, I think they are. OC already back in spawn, indicating that.
Wow, that looked really simple. I'm sure there's more to it than met the eye.
It felt like they were going to get bottlenecked towards Squeaky once that nade hit, but as soon as we didn't see any bullets coming through main, trying to get spammed on down, and Masuda gets that first kill, the trade's falling in the favor of Vitality there. The difference when we were seeing the way that Astralis were dealing with top hits yesterday was Bubsky and Megas were just getting multi-kills, remember? No multi-kills in sight there for Extra Soul.
So what is the typical CT protocols to house a top take? Because, I mean, I just watched Masuda hold W with no smoke in front of him, no flashes in front of him, and he just walked into the top site and killed Rafters.
Yeah, they were a little bit light on util, but traditionally what you want to see is a Molly Squeaky and Molly Hart. They'll be the first 2 bits of utility,
you're smoking on top of those if you really panic.
Yeah, exactly. And then from there, like, you can maybe get a third man lobbing in a HE to slow things down in those mollies. But bullets definitely through. And this one here is the B stream for everybody at home, twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOB. 11-9 the scoreline here. Furia looking to close this one down in 2. The domestic derby between Furia and Pain Gaming.
And no less than Vince Metas Hill. Do be sure. Oh, he's not Metas anymore.
No, it's just Vince Hill.
It's Vince Hill.
Yeah. We knew him before he was Vince.
Yes, indeed. I casted COD 4 with him.
That's a long time ago. With Dust.
His casting partner was Enzi back in 2005, whenever it was.
Okay.
That's a weird memory.
We've gone back.
Dust Murray and Vince Hill.
They're setting up for another top piece here. Ollie's in. Are they going to commit off the back of this? They are.
No, they are. Well, there you go. Marky can't find much. Yeah, he has found another. And again, OC just doesn't want to be like pushing past that mark, right? You don't want to be losing your AWP. It's very simple. It's very French.
Yeah, they're basically completely negating any of this AWP presence with these top hits, right? It's so difficult when the molly smokes, flashes land perfectly. You're always hoping to find that timing in between the nades. But this is 5, and this is quick stuff from Vitality. I'm sure they're probably a bit frustrated they let it get to a third, and if the scoreline is single digits for Extra Salt, I think that is reflecting exactly that point. But a save again, OC, back where he started the round.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, JT might lose his M4 as well here if he isn't careful.
Wow, big frags from JT. That hunt falls flat for Vitality, and OC primarily is the prize chicken. He keeps hold of the AWP, defended nicely by JT.
All right, Extra Salt. This is the time to get things going. Most of, well, the last 2 maps, it was kind of a back and forth affair in the first opening stages.
Oh, they did miss their flash on the way in. Or it was designed for anyone holding close, but regardless, Masuta, this is his entry. Can't believe his luck.
It's great when they're not looking at you.
Not always, I'll be honest.
Okay, all pistol rounds when they're jumping and bounding away. It's top again.
It is. No, Shox is going to be punished. Thank you, Fang.
He's about to get dropped on, though.
Yeah, on top of the roof. They've already managed to get Zywoo on silo. And a CT warehouse smoke, that's very defensive. OC
trying to get away.
Just trying to retreat. Apex will catch Fang. Best chance we've seen from Extra Salt here, and OC's extended that onto Apex. A good catch from the AWP. Masuta can't win his duel, and this is what they were looking for. Oh, perfect. OC comes alive, and I can't think of anything better for Extra Salt CT side than OC coming awake. He's been very quiet, been very caged against these European titans. It's an important component of their defense, is that all holding yard, and he's already put Apex down on notice. He'll be tested again, I'm sure. But the audacity to try and hit that top site again. Good shot onto Zywoo. That is even more important. Apex was just there on the red container alert. Okay, more from required from the Prodigy.
No T-side AWP here. They had plenty of money to do so. Vitality want to stick with these rifles. This time it's more of a standard wall of smokes towards yard, bit of squeaky blown off to force the CTs, to be honest, towards that top side. And Shock's doing what he does best, lurky boying around these smokes.
He hasn't made a single step, dude, but OC's already there. More impact from OC? Yes, indeed. 10 frags found, but the 10th enables a real advantage to be seized. Extra Salt's looking to string together 2 defensive rounds here.
Apex needs to take space off of that, but needs to be careful about this pivot from warehouse.
Fang, you brave.
Sweeping.
You brave boy, but he doesn't deep clear. Apex in the blind spot, punishes into the 4-on-4. Ramp is theirs. They don't know it. Held passive. Sonic taking a lot into Hut. How good is the new boy Kyojin? Not good enough. Good for 1, though. Bombs loose. Marky under a lot of scrutiny. Flash is good. Forces the vision. Masuta manages to maneuver in. Good find. Marky has the advantage. Zywoo can't trade. Neither can Apex. A dink finally. He does go down. And 12 HP. Apex is a dead man walking. A fake, though. And they're charging in. A good chance. OC's the one to seal the deal. Okay, Extra Salt. They're on the board now. They're competitive. They've bared their teeth. And Vitality will cower. Have to accept their... I was going to say accept their losses. There's going to be a lot of AKs juggled in, though, because 10 bloody grand on Apex.
Yeah, he had a lot of money left over. That was all the extra farming. We saw the MAC-10 in the early rounds, the one-way traffic that was those spree of rounds for Vitality here. And, well, now Extra Salt is starting to build. This one is probably... Well, let's say the next one's the most important. If they can keep denying plants and they can take all these rifles away, they might be able to force Vitality down to that 3,400 mark.
Full outside smokes. The first time we've seen Vitality fully behind them.
Ooh, very deep molly there to stop Secret. Fang under pressure, bullets through, is aware of this potential, and he's even rotated straight on down. Noisy about this, so sure those footsteps will have been heard. Shox gets across just in time. Smokes were fading, and yeah, Maroon didn't lobby the rest of the team right here. Still plenty of nades for Vitality if they want to gear up for a execute here, there, or everywhere, but another Molotov towards ramp will slow them down. Big gap in that smoke.
Yeah,
they're going to go.
They're going through it. OC's not going to get the respect he was expecting. Here's them. Lots towards that ramp position. But they're going straight across. Jumping down into his blind spot. He can't hit the shot, but Shox from behind can. Opens up the options for Vitality. Now the bomb can go down. Decon smoked. Options really, really minimal. The door denial. It's a good chance. Bombs down and he doesn't get the frag instead. Vitality have a 3-man advantage. Hold on to what you can, preserve. Vitality have taken their 6th.
Maybe a miscommunication there in that situation because they knew that Shox was down lower, right? We could see that the Molotov was already being thrown at that stairwell position. He's quick on this.
Very quick on this. I'm not sure they're going to be anticipating this. They're just going to be looking towards
Back's turned.
One. They're not going to have anything left here. Fang is readying himself for war. Shock's very loud about this, and that's a good defense. Just for his honor at that point. Got any more in you, Fang?
He's got it.
Any more in you?
Oh, melting.
You bully.
Thanks, Zaiwu.
Nice one, mate.
Okay, well, a great round there from Vitality, and the miscommunication I was talking about was this first kill, because we were sitting relatively quiet. We heard the doors swing open from OC's POV. So there was obviously some form of an issue where he either was meant to be rotating back towards ladder base or thought that his teammates had something towards that lower side covered because he died in the back right there. Now, it is going to be a technical timeout called, just the FPS bug. Make sure you communicate that one between yourselves in the community forums. Valve read it all, but they do not want to get involved in the discussion.
So have the discussion.
Have the discussion. They will read you guys having the discussion.
They encourage the discussion.
They don't want to get involved in the discussion because it will stop being the discussion between the community about, you know, what is wrong or what is right.
Just everyone expressing their niche opinions at
Valve. And yeah, we don't actually solve it
by
as
doing
the
that.
people who play the video game. Yeah, so we can do that, and you guys can check out the B stream if you'd like. You've heard me say it once, I'll say it again. Twitch.tv/ESL_B. Check that one out. Getting close.
Very close.
Yeah, Furia. They're on the back foot here, 11-12. Junior, look, I'm going to be honest. If Furia continue the down spiral of results, I'm not putting it on Junior, and I'm not going to say it's his fault that they're not playing well, but if you're going to replace someone, if the team isn't going well, it's going to be the only native English speaker.
Well, especially when you've got bloody Honda, who was scorched.
He's in the wings, isn't he?
He scorched onto the scene with like 3 great performances as a supportive rifler, some clutches, some mad multi-kills. I've got a Deagle round at the top of my head.
Yeah, with that Max 7 in there.
Launders is a huge proponent of the Honda peak. I think he's actually in the club.
Does he have a Civic or?
I believe it's, yeah, the Civic peak.
Okay.
Looks like Junior's done loads actually on this one, so they will keep it nice and tight. If you want to keep it going through that and the dulcet tones of Dustin Discs, you can go head over to ESL_CSGO.
A little bit longer of a technical timeout here. Just have a player who needs to rejoin the server, but don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that one underway for you ASAP.
It's kind of, it's going to be interesting to continue to track Vitality now that they've been not only under this new management, but decision-making tree where Xtaz seems to possess a lot of the control in terms of roster moves, and the fact that you've got now not only Masuta, who was a babyface killer, you know, we're talking 17, he can shoot heads, but he has to learn Counter-Strike at a professional level. Like, they've said it multiple times in interviews that, you know, when he first was integrating into the roster, and even now I've heard it from Apex and Shox respectively, that, you know, he's got a lot to learn because there is just such a library of information that's only available at the very high competitive levels.
Yeah, and a lot of it is accrued over time, right? Like, you can do your best dump learning. We all did that in school if you're from the generation of Alex and I, but you can quickly forget a lot of it. So this is stuff that you have to learn on the job, basically.
Right.
So it's a bit more like a trade, Counter-Strike, I suppose. You can't go out and get a degree. You're probably...
No, we're not handing out certificates.
No. Well, if we are, they're $400 a pop.
Sweet.
And you can send that money to my PayPal account. I'll tweet that one out later. Are you looking forward to the Astralis game we have coming up against Complexity?
I'm looking forward to finding out if Astralis can do it again, because they did that thing where they suddenly looked like legit after I kind of assumed that there'd be a bit of a void in the presence or the absence of Device.
Yeah, I think the thing is, even though we can see there are not flaws, but there's a couple of wobbly bits, I would say, with Vitality, Astralis, and Na'Vi as of late. Seeing them get back to where we want them to be is actually kind of more exciting than them just being at the top, right? Yeah. It's open room for the conversation of newer names, lots of things changing in the Counter-Strike world, but we are back underway.
Cole, you know, you get to see your boy Juzzy Bear back in action.
Yeah.
Config's been having a game. That was so telling, Chad. If you could make that tone exclusively, I don't know if anyone else's ears are trained, but that was a bad Yeah. Right, round 10. Let's see. Fang, I've seen his aggression before. Let's see if this one pays off. A wild spray and a double in Vitality's corner. Two-man disadvantage for them early. Shock's only a little battered, a little bruised. He's got a scab on his knee. But he's still functional. He'll be able to be that long, drawn-out yard presence that you'll always have to be paranoid about. Sonic is still paranoid about. Marky is paranoid about. Great catch rush. Everyone's looking at yard while his teammates get to work their magic. Lobby, though. Kyojin confirms his presence. Shock. Oh, dear Sonic, yeah. That's the power of Shock's frag.
Yeah, they had to push for info. They had to try and find an equalizer or two, and now it's just, well, two men, and both have stacked in the right position here, Alex. This could still work out.
Could. Being the operative word. Masuta. First victim. Can't string together two. Maybe JT can. He knows I was there. Bomb spotted. He's trying to isolate these two jewels. But the bomb's retrieved. Pulls the smoke out of Zywoo. Spray's not there, but Apex, what are you up to? He hears it. Hits him with the nade. JT will find it. He's on for a good one. 1v4, now 1v2. Look at that angle. Shocks, you grubby rat.
Oh, footsteps heard. They know where this is coming from now.
Yeah, he's just going to go through. Would rather charge in and just try and go for the loud, announced charge. Needs a clean headshot. He's actually caught Zywoo. Will go down. Thank goodness Shox is there to pick up the piece.
JT's had a couple rounds like that where he's done such a great job, just unable to get across there with that final kill in the clutch situation. And a round that really, you think about it, looked like a Vitality easy round. Came down to a one-on-one situation. 7-3. Money not great for the Saltinis, the Sultanas, the kings of Salt. The Salt Miners.
Saltini. I swear there used to be a Saltini cracker.
That's where my brain is going to, the Saltini.
Was that the one? I think we called them squished fly crackers because they look like you've got squished little flies in them.
Is that when you put the Marmite in the middle and squish them together?
No, what on earth are you creating?
We had Sayo biscuits.
You madmen.
See what they can get done with these pistols here. Scout for JT as well, so this is obviously not a full buy, just a partial investment, seeing if they can push Vitality further. Secret control already.
I don't envy JT. Like, trying to hold yard when there's so much time has passed and there were outside smokes. Like, he has no idea. They could be secret. 100%. They could be silo. They are 100%. And this is an opening frag. No less onto Zywoo. If he gets another... Extra Assault is suddenly back in control. And a third is definitely not out of the realms of possibility as JT comes alive for Extra Assault. There are 3 rifles to be recovered. Maybe a round to be recovered for Masuta and Kyojin, the 2 new boys working together. Partners in crime, and it does look like all that criminal activity has been dealt with. The boys in blue arrive and recover themselves 3, make it 4 Kalashnikovs.
I think Fang's little smile just there was probably my same expression. That just was so unexpected. It's like, oh, did that just happen? Did we just partial buy and JT, you just peppered them with the scout in yard?
And that was Vitality had a real setup there. Just the execution. Completely slapped. Apex trying to flash, I imagine, for their cross towards Unbreakable.
Looked too easy there, didn't it? All right, well, 7-4. Does that open the door here? Extra Salt not operating with an AWP in this one. Fang, he's been spotted.
100%.
Shox is calling, lots of talking out of him. And they know that Fang likes to play this position. They need to get a molly on his toes. Kyojin has one, Zywoo as well.
I'm sure he's got the glaive smoke in his playbook, right?
You'd hope so.
Because not only do you save yourself from the molly, you can enable a fight over it.
Wait, can we go back to Kyojin's POV rush? Is he looking for... sorry, Fang's POV. Is he looking for the walk-up? He is. He's looking for the walk-up from lower. So do they think they've slipped the net down the vent?
Ramp? No, JT's there. OC can't quite keep it together, and that's what they were waiting for. 2 bodies dropped, Extra Salt. Need someone to shift the odds in their favor. There's a good chance Kyojin gets shot in the bottom here. Oh, he didn't look up, didn't check it. Doesn't check it, neither of them do. A huge opportunity for Sonic here.
He cannot let go of that shift key. He needs to keep walking this entire time.
Dude, he could do everything.
They're completely bottlenecked in lobby right now. He might get on the timing.
So much pressure onto Sonic here. 2 backs turned, 3 backs turned. Does manage to do the damage, but they surge into the site and he loses his life. Marky can't either. Only JT remains. He's already had his hero moment from the round before. by a gnat's wing. Vitality evade certain demise. If he'd have just caught that timing as you described, it could have been a very different round. Vitality, though, posting 8 in our third map for elimination. Extra Salt, should they go down, they'll be eliminated in just the second round of play.
Yeah, we lost some big names yesterday, right? We lost FaZe Clan. That was a big name to lose. That was against Mal Sports late last night.
Yeah, we lost Fiend, lost FaZe. We're going to be losing one of that Fury of Pain game, as well as, of course, Extra Salt in its current state. See if they can stabilize. An 8-7 probably nothing to be sniffed at, considering the current lay of the land. They've got the weapons to do so. Kyojin's got a little bit of spring in his step, Chad.
Yeah,
and he loses his life. Might not be anticipating a second on that T-Roof so early. Oh, there we go. Sonic's actually taken down that T-Roof presence. There is a third, and Shox is up to some naughty business. He's absolutely got them, booked them. Now Fang for the swing, and Shox equalizes the fair from 5v3 immediately back to a level pegging.
And they think he's ladder. Sonic doesn't know where he is. They've lost him.
Oh my God, Mark is his next victim, and maybe even Sonic. He can't make 4, but he has brought the round entirely back into...
Oh, Apex, no.
Vitality control, bro. Can't let that one go. Dancing around the red container now.
Both spotted.
Far from ideal. They know there's one outside, but they can't let Masuta get up to his funny business. Solid defense. Extra Salt recover from a solid Shoxy play. Bit broken, bit battered after that one. T-Economy still stabilizing, and it does look like Furia are surviving.
Yeah, so we did say Pain we're going to get knocked on out of this one. It is looking very, very likely here. 2-on-3. Vinny Jr. and Yuri look like they're going to get this one done. Neck is there with a bit of a rough spray, and I think that's it. That's all she wrote. Pain knocked out. Furia, they stay alive in this one.
Yeah, it's not going to get much easier for them. They'll be playing the loser of Big Clan versus Heroic, so pick your poison there. Let's not forget that Furia was sent to the lower bracket by Big Clan in a 16-6 stomping. Vertigo, best of 1 in the establishing match.
Was a stomping, wasn't it? That big with Tizian playing like that level of Counter-Strike was wild.
They woke him up, or rather, they set up a little Tizian Angel and printed it out and put it in front of his setup for tomorrow, for this morning.
That's nice.
After his performance. They have got the team vibe down.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it.
They're definitely friends.
Yeah.
Okay, Vitality, how many more are you working on this first half? Or is the question for Extra Salt? They're by a little bit better here as Kyojin only has a Tech 9. Galil in play as well for ZywOo. Definitely not ideal. 3 players out towards the red container. Apex up and over. They're just going to peek dry. They're looking for fights here.
Yeah, and Fang's not going to have any info until they step. If they step, Fang will make the call, but they may not rotate if they stay silent. Vitality is so quick on this.
Who's going to be the rotator towards lower right now? There's nobody really close enough towards that vent to just drop on in. It will have to be JT from ramp, and as soon as the doors swing open, it becomes a retake situation.
Yeah, but if you can get yourself control of vents, radio side, they haven't got that.
Oh, they've cut off the rotation point right now. Doors swung open. They know something's happening.
Yeah, and the bomb's already down, courtesy of ZywOo.
This is too easy.
Way too easy. You've lost it. And Kyojin's already lurking, catching one on the rotate down vent. Now he can join Shox. Hello. I found a weapon, I found a frag, and I think we've found a round 9 on the cards. Can it be changed?
They have to save, Alex. There's no way back into this one. They had no information. They're late to the party, and they lost their opening kill without any idea what was going to happen. Extra Salt have to save, but I don't know if Apex is going to allow this one to be an easy save. Already on the hunt, already on the look. A couple of players up towards T-Roof for Extra Salt, and it looks like they might get to hold on to these after all. What a weird round. Just 1 kill. Didn't feel like there was any contact whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we know Fang is often been the most diligent rotator. We've seen him there on the force buys, the anti-force buys. You know, he's dropping his smoke down there early vent rotate. But because of his super deep warehouse position in this current round, no one seemed to fill the gap.
That right there, with the replay, that is showing you how little happened in that round. We have just shown you a replay of the door swinging open and a Molotov coming out of ZywOo's hands, which, to be fair, basically won the round.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best they could find in terms of round-winning play. Fair play. Last round of our first half, our third map. It's an elimination game. Extra Salt would kill for a 6th, and they will have to. Fang can't deliver, just the dink. To finish off the job was OC, does rethink that. And so do Vitality, interesting. In the absence of the smoke, it's forced Sonic down to rotate as well, so there's only going to be 3 max on top site. Apex can arrive main late. Shock setting up utility to enable Apex to stick around, if you will.
They're just pack rolling.
Yeah. Looking to exploit that paranoia of the previous lower round. Sonic's got to back up in time. Marky needs one, gets nothing. Maybe Sonic can deliver. They do peek into him. The pre-fire is brutal. The damage is there, but no frags. No lethality. And JT's being held by the perfect angle. The truly perfect angle. Oh dear, JT's quicker. And they are low. He's already tried to blow our minds. It's not going to happen this time. 10-5, that's a solid T-haul. There'll be no complaints from the French side now. We'll take a quick 2 and be right back with the final half.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin.
Final half of our first series of the day. Extra Salt and Vitality clashing across in 1xBet do continue and maintain that they have Vitality as a favourite, and understandably so. A 10-5 half certainly does convince us. Dust 2 was where they slipped up. Extra Salt managing to convert with a sterling B defence, or rather, excuse me, CT defence set up. and ran away with it. Now I'm afraid it's going to be a T-side disadvantage, and on Nuke no less, Chad. The odds are stacked against this American representative.
Yeah, not looking great for Extra Salt here. I think if they're going to have a couple of gimmicky executes that they can get away with, we saw how quickly teams can adjust to that. Australis yesterday, you noted time and time again that either Megas or Bubsky towards that top site was sitting on top of the bomb boxes, those big, ugly things in the middle there, just peering on down to Hut. That was the only place you could stand to avoid the Molotovs, right? And avoid some of those flashbangs. So let's see how this one shapes on up. We do have a Molotov with 2 flashes for JT and a smoke flash nade kit for OC. Nade towards the door, Squeaky smoked on off. Rotations in question now. So Vitality, they're coming that through. They already have a player on the lower side, and that's Shox. Getting that down the vent.
Down. Okay, Shox is here, don't forget, as discussed. Oh, he's going to deny if they don't clear it. Backs are turned, backs are all turned, and he just steadies his aim. And a second not going to be available. Good find from Fang. Zywoo can't react, and now Marky with another. This actually could shape up nicely. Fang overcommits and has nothing to show for it. Marky can't even get the bomb down. They have denied anything out of this T-pistol. Kyojin's the one to put the final nail in the coffin, and it's certainly starting to look like the funeral procession.
Great round there from Vitality, right? And I think fantastic work from Shox. You bang on. The fact that he just didn't shoot at the first target on his screen and denies the bomb, that means somebody has to be tasked with getting that down as opposed to looking for these rotators coming on in. Fang's done his best here to try and win out this duel. Cannot buy enough time. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Marky goes down from all the angles, and that is going to be the 11th for Vitality here as the force buy for Extra Salt is the immediate response back, and they lose this one, Alex. They don't get too much done here.
Yeah, more JT scout action though. Maybe.
It feels like the in-game leader combo these days. Grab a scout on the force buys, have a look around. Get destroyed by Apex's rifle there, the M4. Gets the job done, clean and easy. 4 remain, and well, the utility at this point. 2 smokes, a flash, and a HE. They need to find some space to work with before they can even think about deploying that, and Vitality don't want anything to do with it. These are just limped out 1v1 duels across the map, and the Frenchman, they're winning every single one until Sonic finally exchanges onto Masuda.
I think he's lost. Oh. Zywoo's got 2 players, last 2 players, and he's got both of their information now.
Took their name, number.
Yeah, and they don't have the bomb, which is interesting. God damn. The
I love the range at which he uses that gun from. And he does like 5-bullet bursts. It's like brrr.
Yeah, it's a very fancy one. Like you treat it like a left click, right? 5 bursts.
Get in, get out. Which is what I hope Sonic's doing right here, because he wants to go down before the time. So he needs to look for a kill here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Zywoo again, just laser beams him. That is wild stuff. 16 kills for Zywoo in this one so far. They can hold on to the SMGs. They don't need to upgrade right now because this should be a freebie. Extra Salt don't have enough money in the bank to justify another buy. There haven't been the plant to make it easier. It will just be the Glocks. Now, they are buying in with a smoke, make it 2. We have one for OC and JT, a flash as well. Where are they going to try and get this bomb down? Because that's the name of the game in a round like this. You want to give yourself the extra cash, the splash going into the first gun round of the second half. They've lobbed the smokes towards Yard.
Yeah, but Apex is there and will immediately say...
Clear.
Clear.
So ramp and top will be on high alert here. This should just be a mowdown. Should be a mowdown.
Bomb
Bomb's
down.
going to get planted. They pulled it off.
Wow, that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Got to be happy with that one right there. The misdirection, even with Apex calling things clear. The flash was great. Top Hut player could not see a thing.
Just enough space made, just enough. Well, they've got plenty of cash now.
Now, this is the thing. Yesterday against Australis, Extra Salt did this top execute time and time again, right? And it was dealt with. You talked about Megas pushing into that squeaky door. They really had a handle on it. I don't know if Extra Salt want to go with a similar game plan, if they want to go top heavy execute off the bat, or if they want to give something a bit more standard. We're talking yard smokes, controlling the rotations, baiting out the utility, hoping for CT look-ins to get some easy kills. Either way, they're up against it, 13-5 now.
I was just watching Fang from that replay there, and you could see this. His only priority was kill Hut and plant. That was all it was, and they managed to achieve just that. JT's got a nade for the drop. No one's going to catch that one at all.
So I think they're adjusting, right? They saw that teams were starting to punish with them on top of that box position. Now some nades can deal with that, the constant evolving chess match that is Counter-Strike.
ZywOo will call for this flash when he feels the pressure.
There's nothing here, even the flash just to clear, right? Nobody home, completely clear. They know what setup they're dealing with here, and now they can turn their attention to top. That's a fluff smoke though, Alex.
Yeah, and one's through. Zonic's through. Apex is going to go down. Masuta's the first victim, and a second body. Making a third drops. Topside take. Bit of a misplay from the French, and they are going to absolutely reap the benefits here. Extra Salt.
It's 2 blunders of utility there. I think the nade even bounced back and hit the CT, trying to push in towards the top side there. So really falling apart. Just trying to do damage on the way out the door here are Shox and ZywOo. They're not going to win this round.
Spotted them both. Damn, ZywOo okay. And OC's very loud about this. And that's going to be an AK-47 that's within reach. Marky, however, on the silo should be able to deny everything. Not if Shox is ready for you. He's not.
Did the AK drop? That could be 2.
Could have. Don't know if ZywOo's going to be in a position to investigate. Good catch.
Oh, it's flown on out. He's not going to see it. He goes down anyway, but Shox will survive, and there's money to make this work. ZywOo has 9.9k. So
let's try and see how these first deaths, because Sonic got a perfect time. Look at Apex, grey screen as Sonic emerged. Masuta caught out completely. And then Kyojin just completely unable to respond. He was still kind of in processing the mollies and the flashes and the casualties.
That was the top execute we were talking about, right? There was the molly towards the bomb box, there was the molly top high, the same kind of utility. So Vitality must have known it was coming, especially with ZywOo calling yard clear, but called out of position, dropped the round, and if they can convert back, now that Vitality have invested in what should be the big guns for everybody, right? ZywOo's got himself the AWP out, Shox saved that AK, he can even drop a rifle across, so there should be rifles for everybody. This is where Vitality can really just close this down, make sure it doesn't get too out of control, and finish things off neat and tidy.
Got the ZywOo warp, though.
And he's taking it towards ramp, so wanting to take a fight. Guard smokes again. Apex, oh, he spotted the head.
Yeah, they spotted him completely. Apex is not dead man just yet. They know exactly where you are and will keep dueling. Fangs had a bit of a mare there. Apex draws blood. Shox very low from these wall bangs, but keeping that squeaky smoked has completely delayed this. JT is down towards the lower site. If he really wants to go vents, that is ambitious.
They need to get through ramp, but that's where ZywOo was.
Is. Trained on trophy. And a free frag. Looking for more, though. They're going to start to push. That smoke will be interesting. They jump over into it. ZywOo finds another. Sonic is a dead man. Tucked into the corner, and it's a ZywOo round. Bombs delivered straight to him. 3 frags. You were bang on, Chad. Trying to join JT in that lower site, but you've got to get through ZywOo.
What are the options here for JT? It's a 1-on-5 situation. You have to consider, you know, where the loss bonus is at. I think it's 2,400 going into the next round.
Also, the audacity on ZywOo to know you're being pushed, know you've killed the guy furthest away from the push that's coming towards you as an AWP, to faff around with a smoke and to push up. Everyone's main initiative is to drop site. Drop down to B, fall off, find a new line. ZywOo throws a smoke and peeks over it.
Yeah, there's a couple of players who can get away with those type of maneuvers. You know, if it wasn't the classic ZywOo getting away with 3, you'd be like, oh, he's really gone for another and giving away a death. But ZywOo gets the kills, makes it look easy. And yeah, it will just be JT saving down towards this decon, guys. So we'll show you some of these lovely replays here, getting it from all the angles. Using their own smoke against them in multiple ways there. So perfect stuff. And the round has expired. We're going to see how they can make this buy work for Extra Salt. This is looking like it's going to be an open and shut case. They can buy again. I think that Marky will be the only one lacking a rifle. JT might drop him that and go for a Galil or something, but then utility becomes a bit of a problem. So it's not great. The discussion that Extra Salt are having right now, they are between, they're in a rough spot. In a very, very rough spot here. Marky just down to the D. Okay, they need their nades. That makes sense for a team like Extra Salt. Squeaky blown off by Sonic Smoke as well. Not going to continue forward, just keeping the CTs honest here. So just taking a lot of damage. And they're back up on the roof, lining up these same Molotovs here, Alex. Maybe more of just this top hit we've seen time and time again.
Kyojin, he's in such a good spot to deal with this, though. They're going down the vents instead. And that's the bomb. Fangs pulled it off. Straight down. Sonic looking for ramp control. ZywOo hasn't reacted yet. Smoke will enable the plant and the retreat. JT already taken down ZywOo, actually. From the ramp side, and OC even staying strong on the squeak. Vents is not a rotate option for them. Marky thinks better of going back up those vents, but he just wants to stop that rotate entirely.
I think they've done enough here, Extra Salt, to secure the 7th, right? If you're going to go for this as Vitality, there's no real need to do that at this point. It's a retake into potentially 5 players. Just hold on to what you got, give it a crack in the next, and just continue to get closer to closing that out. Yeah. That top hit that they're doing, right? The fact that they're able to get so much out of it, whether it's a fake, whether it is a top hit, whether it's the vent drop, it facilitates a lot of their plays, which is with most teams, what you're seeing is the yard plays and those smokes and then just playing off of those. And then you'll bring in a top hit or then you'll bring in a ramp hit. You know, you'll change, you'll mix it up from time to time.
It's a great find. Round 22, though, let's get this party started.
Is it better or worse?
It's worse.
Okay.
Yeah, but Chad, no one can hear what we can hear.
So you and I are the only two people in the world losing our minds right now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, we will ignore it to the best of our ability.
I'm so easily distracted, though. Oh, it stopped.
Okay, nice.
Right. Oh, we just sound crazy. Okay, either way, Masuta's holding close in front of the smoke, so Sonic could be in a lot of trouble.
Masuta's still going to be standing here. That Molotov was for the vent. Nobody was home.
You want to test ZywOo's ramp again? Oh, and there's no boost. It's just dry. Straight into the Frenchman. Marky wing clipped. Shock set up for success. He's just going to finish off a couple of those Skittles. Oh dear, 3 in quick succession and a 4th not far off. It's JT up against the world. The entire Vitality squad, and that P2K is back out in force. ZywOo equips it and finds 25 frags. He is looking to finish strong, as our Vitality, looking to knock Extra Salt out of contention here.
Yeah, this has a lot of ramifications for Extra Salt. They needed to win a game here to lock themselves in for the Cologne Plains for the North American side of things. Now, I don't know how the points are going to shake out. Roster changes. We got a couple more weeks, I think, until everything gets completely locked on in. But it is, let's say, unlikely. I'm pretty sure it's not on the cards at all.
Oh, so this was their chance, and all they had to do was take a scalp.
Yeah, you wanted to...
But they were dealt a pretty dud hand.
Yeah, Astralis into Vitality.
Astralis, then Vitality. You just had to win one, man. To be fair, I guess that best of one really did become like the dream run for them in order to get that accrued points.
Okay, how much further can they push this one? Not looking good. Shock's just tapping away. Almost gets the 3rd. Fang down to 75. Can retrieve the bomb, but it is a 4v3.
ZywOo and Apex as the dust settles are given the responsibility to close this out. It's Fang. 2 frags to the good already, but he's responsible for the plant, which does mean OC, with his very low HP, is responsible for a lot. Fang's back in action. ZywOo joins Apex, both from Hut Lobby side. Snapping Turtle, very brutal pistol and a clean find. It's only one, and Fang can't do it. There it goes. 16 is secured. The GGs are in the chat. An Extra Salt eliminated from DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. Vitality now waiting in the wings. It's a battle for survival in the lower bracket round 2. They'll be meeting the loser of Big Clan versus Heroic. Stay tuned for the desk. We'll be right back.
Well, the Titans came back out on top, as we probably expected them to do. Were this a different tournament? But we had questions before our series between Extrasalt and Vitality kicked off, and Vitality have now answered them, and they've saved their place in the tournament. Really, they made Nuke their playground, outside in particular, Maniac.
Yeah, it was very reassuring if you're a Vitality fan, obviously. A couple of positive points to take out of this game. First of all, Zywoo is ruling over the server right now, and that is something that they're gonna need looking forward into the tournament. But also just tactically, you know, I asked a question before this map, what about the T side of Nuke? They struggle versus Complexity, but here against Extrasol, it did feel like they were one step ahead. Very hard for JT to handle all these outside executes and the variations that was coming out of Apex. And when we said they were a little bit impatient on Dust 2, Vitality were very measured in their approach outside. They took their sweet time, they figured out Feng and his positioning, and it was just too easy for them.
Well, I think we should have a winner's interview. Oh, hello, Yanko. I do want to talk to you, but I also want to talk to Apex. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Good, I'm glad to hear that, because I wondered what the state of the team was before you went into this best of 3 series, and also what this win means, given your recent results.
Well, overall, that was a great game, except for that Dust 2 T side. Well, we had a really good preparation coming to this event, but playing official matches is always different than practice, obviously. But at least we showed it on 5 side today, and that's the most important. Yesterday, we were not good enough either. Dust 2 was pretty chaotic, but yeah. Those 2 maps were pretty good, and I just want us to get better. I don't care about the result today. I just want us to play good Counter-Strike to improve, because we have a big rookie in the team, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense for us as well when we were talking about you guys, big changes coming in. And I wanted to ask you exactly about that for you as an in-game leader, right? It's not just that you brought in a new guy, a young player. You brought in a guy who has never really played on level even near to what you guys are doing right now. Misuta was similar, you know, team-wise, but he at least played FPL for a while on a really high level. So talk us a little bit through, you know, the challenges of now, like all the things you have to go through with Kyojin.
Well, that's exactly the same we had with Misuta. Like, he's really inexperienced in the way he plays CS, but he's really talented. Like, he has a sick aim. He does. I mean, most of the time he has great communication, etc. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work regarding everything towards CS, like the basics, what to do in this situation, etc. So it's gonna be a long-term project for sure. But what was lacking for us for the last 2 days is that the other 4 players were not like. Doing their job, and that's why yesterday, for example, we lost, or this Dust 2, because this guy can have some time to get better for sure, but us, we're playing, like even Misuta playing at the top tier level for a year, a bit more. So now we need those 4 players to be at their best, to just help Kyojin to be there, and that's not an easy part, but we're trying and working on that every day.
To stay on the Kyojin topic, then I realized that he's for now slotting RPK's role. And may I ask you, what do you hope he's gonna bring that maybe RPK was not bringing, or maybe not enough?
Well, RPK was really solid on CT side. Overall, he was like the tank, you know.
Yes. Thank you.
But on T side, he was lacking few things on the understanding of the game and some of that. He wasn't like a real entry fragger, and wasn't like he knew what to do as terrorist when we told him, but overall that wasn't his specialties. So we just asked Kyojin to do way more on these positions. And yeah, we're just trying to put Kyojin at the same spot than APK, but it's not over yet. What I'm saying by that is that we will maybe change, but we just want him to feel comfortable. We just ask him what he wants to do, because that's the most important. What he really wants to do on CS, because if you do things that you like, it's always easier to play it, mainly when you're really young.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Apex, and congratulations on keeping your spot in the competition. You'll either be facing Big or Heroic next. Who would you like to face?
I don't care. As I said, it's a preparation tournament, so both of them is going to be good. Good game for sure.
Well, whoever it is, good luck, and I agree it's going to be a great one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I liked Apex there, Janko.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think, for example, something that they will change down the line is, you know, he's taking RPK spot, so that means he plays lobby on T side or nuke, for example, right? And usually you're by yourself, you need to hit good timings, you need to know when to lurk. Like when we initially brought Brokey in, we did the same and put Olaf as the opera, and then we realized, you know, for that role, you need to have experience. You need to know when to take risks. You can't be afraid of dying, right? It's a space creating role. So then we switched it back because it wasn't really functioning properly. So I think that's some of the things that they will change down the line. Maybe put someone like Shox or even Apex himself is going to play that role, and put Kyojin somewhere where his aim can shine a little bit more.
Well, I've got an DreamHack for you on the road to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, aka the cathedral of Counter-Strike. All of these teams want to be there. With Extra Salt now out of DreamHack Masters Spring, this means the road to Cologne standings for North America remain unchanged. Furia have qualified for the main event. Liquid also qualified for the main event. Evil Geniuses to play-ins and Team 1 to play-ins. But maybe next time around, maybe Extra Salt are going to be racking up points for Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Right, and this wasn't a source of, I mean, they don't have to be embarrassed. That's what I want to say. They don't have to be embarrassed by what happened right here. I think they showed greatness on Dust 2. They were a little bit outmatched and outclassed by what Vitality had to offer on that T side of Nuke. But as Janko said, maybe they just need more of these games to see the type of level and type of rhythm that's put on the table by the top tier position, right? So I'm not sad for Extra Salt. I was hoping for maybe a little bit more, but it's a learning experience.
Well, it is a learning experience for all of our teams here, and it's going to be a learning experience for us after the break, because we've got more Counter-Strike coming your way. It is going to be Astralis versus Complexity. Their group winners match, not their group winners match, it's an upper bracket. Whoever wins this goes to the playoffs.
Yeah, going in with full respect, but also trying to be confident and making sure that you minimize your own mistakes.
A story of big guns and even bigger guns.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
On the sunny coast of southern France, DreamHack Masters took to Marseille in the spring of 2018. A tournament stacked with every top team in the world and a few up-and-coming underdogs. We were about to see some first-class Counter-Strike action.
Now trying to lead by example. He picked up 3 and Dupree's got the final.
I remember that tournament as one of my best individually, actually. We brought in Magis. We had a lot of time to prepare. We had some qualifiers online, stuff like that. We were so ready for that tournament.
Coming into the tournament, Astralis had shown great results online, but had missed out on being on top of the podium for some time.
Going into the quarterfinal at DreamHack Masters Marseille, I knew that of course it was going to be tough for us, but I still felt like that we were playing so well coming into the tournament, and I felt like that we could beat anyone.
They're all up there.
Rain down to 19. Rain just has to be sacrificial. And the double kill. Oh my goodness, Sipex, that was beautiful. He schools them in the round.
When we played the games, it just felt so natural, so easy. Like every guy just kept making 2 or 3 kills when somebody ran into them. So, I mean, if you play like that, then it's going to be easy to win Counter-Strike games.
JW's got the off in his hands.
The fountain. And he gets the headshot on Flusher as well. My God. To the side, Golden trying to find his way in. Device going to take 2 in a row, and that might be another quad kill to end it. All of the headshots and 16-5.
After an easy road to the grand finals, only Na'Vi stood between them and the trophy.
I felt like it would be a tough final, but I don't think that the Na'Vi players could actually get into our heads, or like every time we just saw them, we just got a multi-frag or something like that.
Na'Vi had destroyed the opponents on their side of the bracket and came into the finals with Simple in fantastic shape.
They have enough time to rotate, but they're not going to go for it. Here comes Regis. He's not going to get the spray on point, but Blaze could. Through the smoke, he's trying to find a way to kill Simple, who simply will not fall. And now Blaze will be pushing this one, and he's got the kill. Astralis are victorious.
After 1 year without a trophy, DreamHack Masters Marseille and Magisk propelled Astralis to the stars.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Jake. We don't aim, we just talk.
One down.
Take
down. Left.
Oh, he's under.
He's coming right.
Oh.
Okay, let's go. Let's try to kill Babski.
Right, shift.
In the middle.
Above.
Tack.
Both check.
Nice! Nice! He's one is left side, one is right side.
Chop right.
Shit.
And one right.
Wow, one
right.
is right, one is in the middle.
Tagged. You haven't tagged anyone.
No.
You cannot lose that against the Epic. Let's go.
Win this one.
Tack. Both right, bro.
Above.
One tagged.
Oi.
Nice try. No! Oh my god. GG, guys.
Viewers and fans should consider us an underdog because I'm not gonna lie, it has been tough. Even before when we had Device on the team, it was tough. But to lose your star player and the main AWPer on the team is not gonna help that issue that we had before. So it's some tough months, and it's about trying to rebuild the team.
Zonic's thoughts there, but before we get further into those, this is an update of the Group B upper bracket. So after this match, Astralis versus Complexity, we're going to see Big take on Heroic. And when we came into this tournament, we had some questions about Group B. We didn't know how spicy it was going to be, but it turns out it's a 3 times chili ramen instant noodle packet. I hope I got that description right, Blair. Is that kind of along the right lines?
You missed out on the curry, Frankie, but it's okay. I forgive you.
Thank you. How are you, by the way?
I'm doing great. Had my XXX spicy ramen curry, and I'm ready to go and watch some spicy Counter-Strike.
I think you're a psycho, but I'm very, very glad you're here. So
Thank you.
Talk about this matchup then, Astralis versus Complexity, because we didn't know what we were going to see from Astralis on Nuke yesterday against Extrasol, and actually it was pretty impressive. They made it look like a cakewalk, but Complexity probably going to put up more of a fight today. And one thing I really wanted to highlight is Magisk and Xyp9x put in a great performance. It was actually Magisk's best map of the year so far. Blair, does that surprise you?
Not really. I kind of expected him just to get back to his old form. It just took a little bit of a while there. I don't want to read too much into the win they had yesterday, though. They obviously were coming in prepared. I'm more curious to see how they're going to be playing in this best of 3 series, because they're going to be playing against Complexity, who, according to recent form, they look really, really good. They have a pretty decent map pool as well. And everyone's just waiting to see how this new Astralis, how the CD side's going to be, how the T side's going to be. Device is irreplaceable. So the adaptation coming in from Zonic and his team is something that and I'm sure everyone is curious about.
Yeah, I think for them as well, you look at it now, Zonic pointed out best, you cannot understate how much Device meant for the team, not only the primary opper, but also the star player of the team, part of that core for like 8 years or something, you know. It's impossible to fill his shoes, basically, right? You just need to go out, buy a new pair, and they had this old pair that was, you know, in the closet for a while, wasn't really being used, decided to shine it, you know, put it in. That's Babsky for you, and we'll see how it goes. They're playing with less pressure now as well, right? Mag is playing better. He was the guy who would pop off here and there as the rifler in some of their games, mostly the one with the most firepower, so to speak, right? Because Dupree, from an entry fragger role, couldn't really do as much. So we'll just see it. We are learning as well as the games are going on how exactly Astralis is approaching this post-Device period.
Well, let's get schooled now, because Scrawny caught up with Dupree, and I really want to know what he had to say.
Here I am, joined by Dupree of Astralis, the newfound opper in his fresh Danish role. Listen, man, this is a fresh event for you guys. Obviously, you know, shocking news coming out of the Astralis camp with Device's departure, but an excellent first showing yesterday versus Extra Salt. You know, we've seen Extra Salt kind of contend with some European rosters, and I know that there were doubters out there that thought maybe this new Astralis would have a rocky beginning, but you guys looked really good. Just kind of reflecting back after the first day yesterday, is that same attitude, that same confidence going to boil over into this Complexity matchup today?
I really hope so. It was a really good debut yesterday, and I was quite surprised that everyone seemed so calm and that the communication was just flowing pretty good and everyone was just pretty hyped. I don't know, I think we kind of wanted to prove something. I know that, not to take anything away from Extra Salt, but they have definitely, they've played really well the last couple of weeks and ever since coming to Europe. So just winning that game in the best of one, like it could be a crucial one, like losing that best of one, dropping your lower bracket, then I don't know, facing up against someone like Vitality today. Could be a rough one, but it just went smooth yesterday. Everything worked out. I think everyone wanted to prove that we could also play Counter-Strike without Device, and like I've gotten a new role, and some of the other guys in the team has gotten a new role, and everything has just changed up a little bit, and like we've just shaken things up a little bit. But so far it's been pretty good, and I think we've had some of the best practice in a long time in when we play practice games, and that has nothing to do with Device or anything. I just think it just motivates everyone in the team that now that we are without this superstar, and we have to make things work, and we have to always like try to find a solution. So it just feels great.
All right, man. Well, good luck out there on the server, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Thank you.
I'd be curious to know who else has been affected roles-wise by the departure of Device, but Dupree, he's really filled the shoes so far in the one map we've seen of Device, because Device was ranked top in rating, impact and ADR for Astralis before he left, and now Dupree is, as of yesterday's performance, Janko.
Yeah, and it's always going to be easier for him to step it up on the CT side than the T side, right? CT side, more simple. Dupree was the secondary opper on most maps. Anyway, T side is where it gets tricky a little bit. And yeah, we saw some moving around for him, mostly on Nuke in the one map. Curious to see how it will look on the other maps. Is there more moving around besides just, okay, Dupree, you're doing Device's job, and Babsky, you're doing what Dupree used to do for us before?
Well, let's talk about Complexity, because we're running out of time. And since JKS joined, they vetoed Inferno, Vertigo, and Train. They're very opponent-dependent with their vetoes. And I'm wondering, do you think Blameless is thinking, we could probably abuse Astralis as we head into the veto today, Blair?
Yeah, I'm expecting to see something a little bit wild, right? Complexity is sort of team who can be a little cheeky with the map vetoes. You usually don't see Train getting picked, and then they float Train, they baited. I think it was Heroic, who picked Train against him quite a while back. Heroic, right? And then they beat them on 16-10 or something like that. So they're a team who have a very deep map pool. And if I'm Complexity, if I'm BlameF, that's exactly what I'm going to be flexing. Going to be picking a map maybe which it's going to be really hard to replace Device. Now, dupreeh is, of course, a very capable player. And here we go. Vertigo getting picked by Astralis. That is interesting.
Is that Complexity?
Yeah, Vertigo getting picked by Complexity's pick, yeah, which is like strange because it would be, you know, you would say this is something that Astralis used to pick against them, but Complexity actually this year undefeated on the map, right? A bit of a lower tier of position, although they did beat in Pro League VP, who's a really good Vertigo team, and we see Astralis falling back, you know, to the Astralis of old, going for that Inferno. It was always Inferno and Nuke, and now they get both, with Nuke being the decider.
Well, let's take a look at our EpexGG players to watch. You guys have picked out Config versus Magisk. I confess, I'm a little bit of a Config super fan.
Yeah, Config, especially lately against this tier 2 opponents, right, in the Flashpoint qualifier and everything, he's been lights out. He's been having like 30 kills every map, really dominating the opposition. So now I want to see him do it against Astralis as well, right? He was bullying those guys. Now he needs to do it for his team. They're going to need him to step up. And Magisk, on the other hand, he is the heavy hitter for Astralis. We saw him yesterday have a great game, and I think he can also do that. Now, you can tell from dupreeh's interview, they're a little bit, you know, they have a case, they have a point to prove now. Our team wasn't all about Device. Like, we can still play, we can still do damage. We're still a great team despite losing the star player.
Well, we're just about ready to get into this game now. So we're going to head over to our Glaive and BlameF of the casting booth. It's Sponge and Machine. I'll let you decide which one is which.
I'll be the big brawny one. You can be the smart one. I think they're both smart.
I think they're both pretty smart.
Both pretty most decorated leaders from their region.
Are you about to be a dad?
No.
Me either.
Fingers crossed.
All right, well.
All good in the hood there. Right.
Can you smell that?
What's that?
It smells like 3. That map pool, it really quite smells like 3 here. But we love a bit of Vertigo, Alex, and I can't wait to see these two teams clash on this map. I think Yanko's point just there about Astralis, something to prove that they're not just, that it wasn't just about Device. That's very true.
I'm right there with you. I was speaking to Matthew as well, Maniac. He used a great summary. He said, I think it's that champion's ego. You know, like it was the same thing I was talking about in our first game when we watched Astralis Extra Assault. I talked about the fact that now, in the same way people did back then, there is doubt in Astralis, and I do think that Glaive in particular thrives within that environment. When people don't expect you to win, don't expect you to be a dominant force, that is when they do seem to find that extra mojo.
Yeah. Well,
absence of Device, losing your star AWPer, that's where the doubt is going to be sown. So let's see what they've got. I'm hyped to see Complexity back in the server as well. Like, this is one of those international rosters that it's just exciting to read the list of names. Config, Poison, BlameF, Major Winner Rush, and of course, the very finest jewel in the crown of Oceania. JKS, going to be looking to see him live up to that savage surname. Molly early into the sandbags, and looks like Zipex wants a fight, and he gets it what he desired. Headshots, in fact, 3 of them in quick succession. Astralis completely minced them. Bombs loose. Poor old Juzzy Bear's got 3 people pushing him with 7 HP. It's an impossible task, and he is overcome in due time.
Let's not have that catch on, because he will hate me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the last time it will come out of my mouth.
Okay, Astralis off to a bit of a flyer here, and that's kind of what I want to see, because when you look at the 3 rifles I'm about to name, Magisk, dupreeh, and Bubsky, they're all very similar in their explosive nature, right, and taking those fights, their individuality quite high. There's a lot of parts of this Astralis roster that are left over that can do a lot of damage. So let's see how they stack up against that star-studded Complexity you just listed off, who have forced more into this one.
Not forgetting Poison as well. Like, I mean, that's a name in itself. We were talking about, you know, the Bulgarians in Voivoda, now Fiend.
Yes, Scode over there.
He was
as well.
one that, you know, slipped the net after winning that WESG for whatever it was, nearly a milli.
2018.
Yeah.
Going back a couple years.
But it was enough to put himself on the map and to put that Complexity jersey on his chest. Let's get into it. Round 2, important one. Full investment from Complexity. They put all their pennies into this.
Well, they're out mid at least, so working with some room, and the Deagle leading the charge on the pick here. The MP9 of Bubsky could have been tested by Config, but they've done enough. They've secured the information they were looking for, and now they're going to continue their fact-finding mission towards this A bomb site. Poison using that smoke up and over the top, looking for CT aggression. Left over with 3 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. There's enough for an execute here, but will Astralis allow it?
This is the fight Zipex is waiting for. Very tight line. Lots of pressure. Good find. They want to take the contact at the same time. This is cool from Astralis. No chance to breathe, no chance to stabilize and trade, and now they fall out together. This death ball, grouping up, taking fights one after another. Oh, this is so suffocating. There's no room for these Deagles to work their magic.
And no respect on that ramp at all. They all just claw on in, fight together, and Astralis do what felt the same as Pistol. We're seeing this develop more and more, and it's something that we've spoken about because, look, we're obviously not playing Vertigo at the highest level, but you and I have spent a lot of time playing a lot of Vertigo, right? It's probably the only map that we really spend time on, especially when it first came into the map pool. And identifying that these type of fights, as awkward as they seem, because it's left eye peaks for the CTs, this is how you have to be, constantly jiggling and jostling, keeping control of short, keeping control of the top of that ramp. Those are the two most awkward parts for fights on either side of things. And in these 2 rounds, Astralis have kept this very, very clean. Only 2 kills, both of which have been given up to JKS. And now it will just be that one. Make it 2 Deagles. Config and Blame have those.
Early space taken by dupreeh. And they're on the way back. It seems he'd rather just drop the smoke and play within it. He didn't drop it. Now he's going to have to lose all that space. Good grief, they are holding W, and Rush caught off. The smoke blooms just in time, and the rest of the bullets arrive as well. That's the end of that. Neat and tidy. Just glocks a couple of Deagles onto their stars, but nothing really to report for Complexity.
And a clean one. So that's still 2 kills in 3 rounds. That's all Complexity been able to muster so far. And that means that all of these SMGs, Alex, get to be held onto, right? Magus, dupreeh, Bubsky, they all have MP9s. They can play up close and personal. They can go for an all-in, the bonus round as it's been dubbed, against these AKs of Complexity here. So Astralis have a chance to build even more of a bank, build even more of a case on this CT side early. We're seeing the gap smoke thrown out from spawn. Looks like a default spread here with Poison and his rifle over towards A.
Oh, taking a chance there. Poison over the smoke. Art-esque. I think teams are getting a bit more switched on in how to counteract that.
Yeah, just throwing in the speculative bullets, right? If you get slowed, there's more team members there. They can peek together. Left with not much room to work with here. Complexity being thrust back towards B and Config. The man of the moment.
Yeah.
For this Complexity roster needs to find a scalp or 2.
Well, he's gotten himself up. Unannounced. It's going to be like a fully processed blind spot. Bubsky to quad. 2 SMGs to defend this, and Config straight in. Good find. Shot in the backside. Bubsky can't find 2. JKS down to half, but Rush has provided the overwatch, and now the plant can't contest. No HE. A flash, though, for the swing, and Glaive does dink up Claim. Zipex has had a great start so far to Vertigo, but he's just a little too low to make that impact. Down goes Blame to the nade. Softened up JKS further as well.
This is doable. He has a smoke.
If he isolates this, oh, the jump catches him. Rush with the swing. And that will be Complexity's first by virtue of Config. Making that space over on B, even conceding that early frag.
Made an executive decision in the room, Alex. Hope it pays off for everybody here. But this was great work from Config, right? He needed that entry. That trade from JKS was great. There's a number disadvantage out the gates, and Complexity grabbed the first real rifle round of this. Double AWPs are out. Magus and Bubsky purchasing on into these. So not dupreeh.
No. Seems like this is definitely the intention of this Astralis A setup now. So like your third A swing player, you've got 1 sandbags, 1 short, and then whoever's under the thumb has a second component.
Yeah, he can be helped from either portion, right? And I think that's really important to be able to do. It's not easy to get control of that ramp with just 2 players at the start. See teams even sometimes sending 4 members over there. Is back towards the B lobby, and Flame's taken a big chunk of damage over towards A in the meanwhile, but JKS and Config had success over towards this area of the map last time. They're trying to do the same thing. So nades out just to soften anybody close, Molotovs to make sure that nobody's close in the cutout position, and Bubsky, he's overseeing things with the AWP on the default boxes from the site.
Magisk. Gonna get a rude awakening. 3, 4 players swinging on that flash, and he does do well to evade any of their hunt. No one's behind the sandbags, but Flames are pulled out regardless. Zipex is holding a very active angle here. If Config's good, You have a slight advantage instead. Xyp9x with a double. Magisk is the only one to fall for Astralis. It's Rush that's trying to rock the table. 3 in quick succession. Rush puts him straight back into contention. Poison's gone, Blame's low. dupreeh may have done enough to save him here, and yeah, Bubsky confirms it. Valiant attempt from Rush.
Yeah, almost made a round out of that one there. Huge
From nothing to a 2v2, but yeah, just the damage done. And look what's happened to Col. I mean, just to see it, the sheer absence of frags, it's costing them. Complexity only have the 1 round to report, and this is Xyp9x just murdering Config and JKS. That's like the full finish, you know? That's supposed to be the 2 players you want left standing once the bomb's down.
That was great from Rush, all things considered, but not enough, and Complexity have to question this buy. Rush has enough for an AK. He's investing into one, actually drops it across to Config. So this is just going to be a hero AK round as nothing else really purchased on up. You can see over on that B stream, we have Team Spirit versus VP. These
that's going to be a long train game.
A very long train game.
Holy schmoly.
I hope Dust and Vince have really got a lot to say in the minute and 55 seconds.
Oh, this VP started on the CT side, so if you get like an 8-7 half, strap in, folks. We'll check in with that.
That's an elimination game as well.
Oh, damn. Spirit VP, we're losing one of them on day 2.
Yeah. Only one more spot actually left within that group A. Na'Vi and Gambit have already secured their positions. Bubsky to be tested here. This is the AK of Config.
Nice, needed that. Shutting down the armored AK. Poison does have backup Kevlar should they juggle it back to him eventually. But impact to be found first. And actually, wow, mantling up. dupreeh wants full info. JKS was hidden upon the flash and push. Poison is up short. He'd need a cracking 1D onto Magisk, who will be a very difficult headshot to hit. He can hit that crouch, he can hit that A key, and bam, Poison delivers. Xyp9x under a lot of scrutiny. Good molly to delay. Poison's up short. Bubsky, there's a blind spot. He's going to get swung on. What a shot from Poison! 3! He's taken Astralis to town. He wants more. Bubsky's head is there, and Poison's doing it all on his own. Nearly a stylish 5. But he'll take 4. He'll take the round. It's down to Blame F and JKS to convert, but nothing invested. Just Desert Eagles. And he delivers 4 heads on a silver platter. Complexity, this is exactly what they needed. Takes it by force. Kit and a smoke for Glaive. He's going to make him work for this.
Just picked up a molly too. Very doable now.
Does he smoke bomb or short? Find out next week. Taking his time. Sweet time. Fake. Double swing. They'll start to spray. Glaive wants to wide swing on this. Needs a second one immediately or jump on the bomb. It's an off angle. JKS will find it. And just about across the line, Poison pulls Complexity into a second.
Yeah, that's one way to announce your presence in the server. Before that, we haven't seen a single frag out of Poison, able to step up in a big way.
Let's see that one again.
That was great stuff, right? The fact that he just knew he had to keep being forced forward. He was buying space for his team. I think the kills came secondary. It all started with this one onto Magisk, and then from there, this second shot onto dupreeh was fantastic, recovering. Xyp9x flubbing a couple, and oh, Bubsky. Head ripped off these shoulders there, and he looks so good for the 5th.
In another universe, dude, that is one hell of an ace. One of our first are on the mainstream, but yeah, denied. Going for the triple boost, and this is very, very potent as opposed to that Crane 2-man boost in terms of getting more vision, more info early. Blame will be vulnerable on his walk-up, and he's already been kept honest on short. So this is a great decision to make the most out of that M4. And down goes Blame in 3. Oh, no way! Config checks it. Magisk with a very stern response. Nice nade from Bubsky. He's actually kept the trades even, and now weapons have been recovered. Blame is on his own. And he found the opening frag. There's one short. One of the most vicious so far. High fragging performance from Xyp9x so far. And, well, Rush has no smoke. Molly for the headshot box. dupreeh still B. I mean, this looks like Complexity's round all over.
Yeah, they're taking their time. No rush about this. Blame just inching forward. Xyp9x passive in the elevator room connector with the deagle in hand. The bomb will be called. It's gone down. The 40-second timer begins, but unless he hit that shot onto Blame, it was done and dusted. Now it is just dupreeh. And I'm sure he'd love to have that deagle with the smoke into the next round as opposed to the very little they will be left with.
Highest rated player for Astralis so far, dupreeh. Done some incredible things over the course of his career with the Desert Eagle, but for now he will just stand like a statue, hoping something is given his way. He'll take a gift if it's given, but certainly not demanding anything here in round 7.
All right, well, 1 round closer here, Complexity. 3 rounds to their name, 4 for Astralis.
Config checks, let's have a look. Left side of your screen to see how that boost was toppled.
Okay.
Ooh, just a quick glance. Perfect angle for it. He's got his flight paths ironed out.
Yeah, and I think that Config, as far as an entry fragger goes, you know, he can be an absolute animal. I think that's been backed up in the stats that he's been having lately. Obviously does some secondary AWPing on a map like this, the CT side. I think people have seen him get let off the leash. He can be a monster when Config is in form.
And he has been, hasn't he? I mean, we looked at the summary of his year. Well over an average of 1.2. I mean, it's just a rating unlike many are capable of achieving, certainly at this level of competition. And while this was exactly what Complexity needed, Poison's Deagle converted now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, a little bit of an uh-oh moment, because Zipex and his USB have converted off of the flashbang, and there's more there. Zipex is going to try and force the issue. If he gets Config, oh, down to 25, he's vulnerable. One more bullet from Glaive. It's not enough, neither's the USP of Bubsky. They are surprisingly low. More damage is being inflicted.
Oof, get them up and bucket out, clean this mess up, because that looked very, very sketchy for Complexity for a few moments there.
It's like every button rush press, you just heard that USB ding sound.
Ding, ding, ooh, rough one there. I think if Megas can get his hands on this AK, he'll be happy with that, but he has a long walk to go, so let's go with him on his adventure.
Has he got a beard right now, or is he clean shaven?
I think he has a beard, doesn't he?
I don't know.
Wow, it's a mystery.
Well, I think the cheeks were a good indicator. Maybe he's rocking a goatee.
That's true. I don't know if Config will let his old teammate get this AK-47. No, he won't. There's some ancient history between the two of those. If you're not too familiar, they played together once upon a time.
Yeah, I mean, those were the rising stars of Denmark when Astralis were first rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I think it's crazy if you look at like some of the career arcs of these players, right? Just in CSGO alone, it's pretty wild scenes. And thinking while we're reflecting about this, teams in the last few years with Danish in-game leaders, there's so many of them at the tip of the tongue, right? You've obviously got Glaive and BlameF in the server right now, Carrigan, you know, we keep going down the list, MSL, Snappy, we got Cadian now over there for Heroic.
Yeah, it's a powerhouse of talent, isn't it?
It's crazy that while the rest of the world struggles with leaders, they have so many. But this is fast by Poison and this is big by
he's
Poison.
Done it again. Look at this molly spread. He was playing quite literally with fire.
He's very proficient at this. I think, you know, as an AWPer, Poison is very handy on the rifles.
Look at the space he's made for Rush. 3 players panicked, staring at A.
It's a B split, dupreeh.
And yeah, dupreeh, you can get the first, but you're going to get shot in the backside. This is perfect from Complexity. Poison's still on A. Bubsky, save or rotate, regardless, he's going to be hunted down. Zipex is moonwalking towards his position as well. Poison may be spotted. I think he is, yeah, so they're just going to hunt him down. And they will maintain.
Good info. They know where both are right now, so Blame can close the door. They have to fight ramp. Oh, not anymore. Nice shot from Bubsky. He's under so much pressure here. Won't get anything else for his troubles, and still completely contained will be Zipex. Got Rush doing his job, staying with the bomb. Someone always has to stay with the bomb, guys, all right? Even if you think you've cleared everything perfectly, just leave someone in earshot. Just earshot. That's all you need. You do not want to have that thing diffused under your nose. That's 5 now for Complexity as they take the lead in this one. I think that Vertigo is not a terrible map for Astralis to find themselves on. Like, think about the AWPing presence on a map like this. It's not, you know, the end of the world if you don't have an AWPer.
So he was flashed, mollied, and still finds a safe haven for that first opening frag. And that was the reason mid was so open and the reason that split hurt so much. Great work from Poison. Config was there and in tow as well. And it has broken Astralis. They'll have to weather the Deagle partial. There is an M4 in the mix from Zipex. Of course, not having to invest, he did successfully save.
Nice defensive smokes here from Complexity. Just don't want the CTs to have that early look in. Gap smoke to contain the short ledge. Deep T-smoke there operates in a bunch of different ways. Stops that. Molotov also allows you to creep up through their smoke. It's the second shield. Just posturing for a little bit of control here. Flashes out mid. Megas dropping down to that hidey hole sand bag position.
It's always good for one that, it feels like.
I feel like we need to give that a name, you know? Like the whack-a-mole spot or something.
We can't call it sandbags.
No, because there's too many sandbags.
Yeah. Let us know. What do you call it with your friends? Tweet us at Sponge. Well, it was a slow crawl, and they have arrived at the top of ramp. So as soon as Zipex takes contact, oof, the rest likely to fall. Swinging in now, Rush taking space as best he can, confirms there's more. Bubsky's there on the door of an elevator. Explosives will make their way down, and Complexity will make their way towards a 6th here.
This is looking very good from Complexity. I know that they've been under the scrutiny of the community as well in recent times. They had that whole rotating 5th man while Poison was out of action. Obviously had Oboe depart them in the middle of last year, and it hasn't been smooth sailing for them since then. But this is looking very good against a Astralis who's also on the rebuild. So lots to learn, right? This is one of the things, I think one of the things with DreamHack Masters Spring is there's so much, the new roster of Vitality, the new roster of Astralis, we're getting the likes of FaZe, Mouse, Complexity, the international teams. How are they settling in? These are all like talking points. We know that Gambit are looking good. We know that Heroic are looking good, but everybody else is basically in question right now.
Yeah, there's a huge state of flux in Counter-Strike Global Offensive right now. I do think also Complexity and Astralis are two of the very best examples when it comes to they're fighting for more than just the result. This is for pride. This is to justify the salary, justify the amount of time you've spent in Europe. Everyone's got the same goal. And at this point, it does seem like Complexity are edging themselves ever closer to starting this very important series with a bang.
Inferno up next as well. I don't think that's going to be a walk in the park for Astralis by any means. I think it's actually going to be quite a difficult map. Complexity have been very fluid with their map pool in recent times. Obviously not getting the choice to pick Mirage today against Astralis. That's their go-to map.
Gifted coach there. That's Keita for Complexity. And Zonic for Astralis. Coach cams are out. Glaive has that look in his eye.
The headband technique there from Bubsky. Okay, well, Bubsky on the AWP. But again, so...
maybe that's the secret power.
Yeah, I think they would have a different AWPer in a lot of different maps. It might even just be positionally based, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Rush with no armor behind this AK.
Well, he does have 11 grand, so... we'll just say that's a misbuy.
Yeah.
These things happen.
It's fine.
He'll realize after he cops an aid like that.
Yeah, oh, I've taken nearly half health from that. In they go. Magis deals with the first. He's just having to stand and fight in such a horrible position. Blame eventually does beat him. They're swinging. Hard fight, good flash, good find. Bubsky as well on the AWP. Oh, and a good catch as well. Rush finding the head, but he's got no armor for the 1v2. Can he do it?
His teammates have all seen that now as well.
Scheisse, that's not great. Okay, let's see what you got, Rush. There we go.
Were you about to call him Rushley?
Yeah, I didn't know, did I? I didn't.
You know, every time I'm sure we say Rush's name while Rush is playing and Rush is observing, it must be such a fun experience for Rush. Now, which Rush I'm talking about,
I get really excited when we're casting Alex and everyone's talking about Alex, so...
A decent shutdown here from Astralis. The gaps weren't exploited in the same way, and Zipex, you can see a lot through that one. All right, rifles back out. Both teams steady for this bite. What's the change up for Complexity?
Is that 3 mid, or am I just looking through the X-ray wrong? Bubsky's here for sure. Yeah, that's the B players instead.
Just wait out this early utility here from Astralis, right? They're doing the deep A ramp smoke. They're doing the B smoke aggressively as well. Dupree's been set up with an extra wave of utility, and they've had to, you know, help him out early because JKS and Config have been working the default here and pressuring this side of the map. He needs these extra nades to just slow this down. The first as Config tries to look around it, look over it, look for something.
The only fight Dupree could have taken, or can take, is this right here.
Real problems for Complexity now. They only have one smoke left over for any set piece they want to go for.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just accelerate B contact here.
Yeah, they have mollies for quad. They can molly the default box as well. These jiggles from Dupree, he does not know
He's
how
got
close he is.
smoke, so if they start coming in, Bubsky's going to arrive just in the nick of time with a smoke of his own and actually hit the shot as well. Great start. Looking good for Astralis. Fending on off at the initial push. It's JKS and Poison to chip in with something to compete. Bubsky down to 30. A bullet would finish him. He's full flash. They can't swing on to punish. Magis there in support. Smoke has bloomed. They want to push on that. Blame's got the bomb. He can't go down. He might just plant behind the box. And JKS has already met his bullet. 6-6. Astralis 2 together. Consecutive rounds does break Complexity down just a little bit. They're still whittling away at that giant bank they forged over the 5-round slew.
Yeah, that's just wild that there were so many smokes expended from Complexity earlier. They didn't have anything left to execute. With this was great timing. As the Molotovs are being released, Bubsky gets there just, right? He grabs this kill, even cops the flames to the face. But he was actually the key to them winning that round. If he doesn't get there in time, Dupree probably isolated. They're all looking at Bubsky in that. Maybe not even getting a kill there. So huge stuff from Bubsky. I think we have at least one more rifle round out of Complexity here. Their loss bonus starting to build, and JKS, he drops. Dupree finds success. The 4-on-5 as Glave's up close towards this smoke. This molly's going to land. He's going to hear this burning.
Yeah, Poison's got intent.
Oh.
He's fought a gap. Zipex gone.
Oh!
Poison gets them both. He's doing it for Complexity. So much impact from the Yorpa with Deagles and AKs. Great start. Can they finish? 3-on-3, made 3v2. Bubsky seizes the advantage and it's extended by Magisk. He wants to finish it right there and then. A little bit overzealous perhaps as he jumps into the crosshairs of Rush. A 1 versus 3 quickly cut down to a 1 versus 2. Now Dupree, there's a timer on his presence here. Especially if he makes... Did he make?
I don't... There it is.
Yeah.
Actually sucked both of them back into more passive positions. Dupree now looking over towards the B-bomb site just in case.
Fake the steps though and going short. Bubsky looks to be positioning to post up on the short angle. So Rush now has to play a game of patience. The longer he waits, the more likely he is to catch out one of these divided CTs. Bubsky's still trained on short. There will be a moment where he starts to question that ramp fight. He's essentially safe for both of them at this point, though, and he's not actually holding the tight line, so Rush will not have contact.
Yeah, it's going to be a flick.
Oh, Rush. The fact he swapped to his nade might have been the death of him there.
If that was just peeking out with the AK, probably gets the kill, and then that could have been a one-on-one that's winnable. There was a bit of utility left on over there for Astralis on that retake, so not the end of the world, but maybe for Complexity here as they do take a timeout just to talk their options through. That was the opening from Dupree onto JKS, and Poison did his absolute best. 2 great kills.
Bubsky's really been hanging as the AWPer, by the way. I mean, I know none of these are particularly Hail Mary frags, nothing to be screaming about, but the fact that he's sitting at 16-8, he's definitely been providing all of the necessary components of a CT setup. Rotating into B, he's had damage on the A cross, keeping those 3v3s competitive. And talking of the B stream update, in the time it's taken us to finish our half, looks like these guys have played about 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's, well, going as we would expect over there, isn't it? This is a domestic matchup, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of the hottest teams in recent Counter-Strike history going toe-to-toe here.
Didn't quite take a look at the scoreboard. I wonder how my boy Sanji's doing.
Sanjini.
So JKS, he did lose out on his B defense. Or his B aggression. Dude, oh, he gets it. Not a second. Close. Dupree down to 22, but JKS does get his revenge. He was the first to fall initially. In round 13, comes straight hot steaming into the 14th with an early headshot.
Would love to be able to dispatch a Dupree here, huh? 22 HP.
You wouldn't, would you, Bubsky? You wouldn't.
Well, they know that they want some info back here.
Yeah, but this is some liberties here.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, when teams don't know what to expect, you can go for a couple more of these risks because they're not part of your patterns. They're trying to sell this B play right here, and it's actually had a couple bite on in. The bomb's headed back towards A, and I think Astralis are out of position here.
Yeah, Magus is going to have to do a lot. Great shot. Bombs loose and spotted. Problems now. Smoke will have to be deployed, as will the plant. The quicker they can get it down.
Back?
What? I guess config's called be clear, but how do they rotate safely?
They can't.
Dupree's here. He's been hearing the whole thing. They're checking it, but they're not going to check this corner, and Dupree, his mid-push, nets him the 8th. It's only config caught with the scroll wheel. That is Astralis edging further towards a 1/2.
And Bubsky again, right? Because he pushed, didn't that mean that Dupree could get into some of that action? So this is wild scenes right here. Astralis now with 8. They've won the half. Looking good, looking good. There's the trade onto JKS. Seems like they wanted to unleash the entry frag onto that B bomb site, but weren't ready for 2.
Yeah,
and this one here, yeah.
That replay, just from Magisk's frag into dupree's double, both of those players. You couldn't have one without the other.
All right, Hail Mary out mid. They're fast. Bubsy's flashed.
Oh, this looks tough. Complexity, they're throwing caution to the wind here, and looks like Magisk doesn't need any help.
Oh,
Config
TK.
shooting his teammates as well. Collateral damage, and it really hurts. Looks like 9, just JKS and 8 points of health. It's finished off. Okay, Astralis hold the defensive lead, swapping sides, and we'll be right back. Just getting my headset back on in time. All right, well, we are all fresh, locked and loaded. Chad Burchill is joining me.
I'm attempting a new pose.
It is very avant-garde. I'm actually going to post this on the old Twitter sphere. It's my turn for some interactions. I need dopamine.
Well, we will get this one underway ASAP. We're just waiting on one more player to join the server. Meanwhile, we'll keep the pretty pitches flowing. Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit on that B stream, as you can all see. It's going pretty well over there. 9-4 in favor of VP, the CT side, D_train. Plenty more Counter-Strike to be played today across both streams. Still, one more after this one for the main stream.
Oh, it looks like VP did pull ahead here on Train. Interesting to see Team Spirit potentially fall. You know, this was one of the teams I was really excited to see blossom. They truly, you know, in their interviews as well as their results for a while towards the start of the year and the end of the last, were really looking to be a team that felt and believed that they could compete with the very best. Virtus Pro, they did have a wobble as well in their opening game. Virtus Pro did look a little flat when we saw them open up in the... who was their first game? Where is it? FaZe Clan, that's right. It was a 16-13 proper wobbler sent down to the lowers in the second round against Na'Vi. Astralis given the edge by our bookmakers. Complexity preparing themselves for the defense. Vertigo, the first map of our series. Loud up the ramp.
Very loud. It's just a bait. Trying to look for something.
It sounds like a bait. I don't know. And oh, backpack. Glaive.
Bomb.
No more exploring for you. And a second gone as well. Zipex is the last victim on the plate. He's got so many targets. He just can't handle it. Complexity have taken full and firm grasp of the pistol. Locked out Bubsky. This one is done.
If Dupree can flank here and get this first kill, it gets interesting, but he needs to make this frag.
Oh, he has. Double goosh into JKS's skull. If he finds Config with a quick tap. Oh dear, Dupree.
Now we're on to something.
Yeah, he's had his cornflakes this morning. Bubsky's tucked in passive, letting his master work. 14-5 from Dupree, and he's looking to catch up Bubsky's frag total at the moment. Both of these are the strongest hitters so far from the Astralis Vertigo.
Bubsky, yeah, you're right. Just living, allowing Dupree to work. He is not in danger of dying whatsoever here. This is great work from Bubsky, knowing that as long as he keeps control of the pushes, they know likely where they're contained. And this jump peak from Poison, he's only on 11 HP. A stray bullet from Bubsky could be enough.
Oh, God, that was a moment chance, and he's drawn attention. Dupree will start to wiggle. Ooh, and there he goes. Bubsky's gone. They know where Dupree was last spotted. Great crosshair placement from Dupree. Too many targets now. Too many. Oh! He's found another. One's low. Sandbags is a threat, and he's spotted him as well. Damn, Dupree, constantly keeping us on the edge of our seat. Complexity just wiped the sweat off their brow. That was supposed to be a comfortable pistol.
Yeah, it started so well. Swarming the A ramp, the bomb getting dropped, looking very, very good. It even had a smoke and a molly for the follow-through, and it still comes down to a tight scenario here. This is how it all kicked on off. You can see, look how far up the ramp the bomb is dropped. At this point, as the CTs with like a minute 30 on the clock, you're thinking to yourself, boys, the round's done. We've got this one in the absolute bag.
Well, it was Glaive's bag. I wonder if the model sticking his booty out there was the resulting death. AKs and a Deagle. Or rather, Deagles and an AK. That's how words work.
Charity from Dupree here, so...
After a pistol round like that, he chucks all of those goodies onto Magic's back. So they're going to try and boost him up. Could
Good
be
angle.
a frag.
Yeah, great angle here.
Quick, snappy one into Config as he transitions out. He's playing oh, look at that. That's the power of Config's off angle. Now, the AK goes down. Big plays from Config. Nearly converts into a second. But the damage has been inflicted. Look at that nasty little one-way they're working with on short. And Poison's even going aggressive. Could get caught by a Zipex Deeg, but...
It's very, very lucky there. Poison, very, very lucky. Cutting away with murder on that ramp, and oh, Bubsky, JKS went looking for some info, and now the number advantage in favor of Astralis here. They can just pivot back towards A.
Don't stick around. Surely, Poison, he wants more.
I guess they want the info, right? If he can just continue to jiggle and stay alive, that's going to give them something to work with here. But they've evacuated the B bomb site, and that's where Astralis are heading back to. Rush pushing mid.
Yeah, Collar being very pushy. This is cool. At least should enable them to get some info. Don't you dare go down. Poison nearly did. Puts it into a 3v3. Complexity have completely abandoned the B site, and now Astralis are in. Bomb to go down. Glaive's healthy with that AK. They
Double
can't.
nades.
Oh, they can finish him. Bomb down just in time. Bubsky gets the digits in. And now he gets his digit on the trigger. First victim found with ease, takes the head off of Poison. Now Blame with a kit and a smoke. He just hoovered up a smoke, Chad. They're going to boost for it. Should be good in the hood, right? Right.
Oh, it's a deep smoke. He might get away with this.
Weird plan. Spray there. Blame doesn't get a swing. Surely he can work this out. They're boosting.
He can just sit it. He can just sit it.
No time for this. No time for the hunt, Blame. He's found the head, but it's the round gone. It's a lot of damage to Astralis and Complexity. They concede another, 10-7.
Oh, that's a bad one to lose right there. That is a bad one to lose for Complexity. Remember, this is their map choice, and they had a chance to really just tie things back up.
Yeah, it's a CT pistol win. Bubsky with a big find in middle. After all of that intense battle on A, Glaive with a great little tap into Rush as well, but Astralis snatching this one away off the back of a hero AK.
What is Blame going to be able to do, right? He can drop a Deagle across. He already has to config. This is real problems. And look, Bubsky, 18 kills to his name. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the Bubsky story, but ever since he joined Astralis, things have not been going great for the poor lad, right? He spent more time on the bench than he has playing.
Yeah,
his ratings when he has played have been not great. Now he's getting the freedom because this team is completely rebuilding. You're seeing the individual ability of this kid, right? It hasn't been on display because he wasn't a clear replacement for anybody in the Astralis roster previously.
But also, just, you know, professionally, this is like a set of adversity that not many experienced players have had to undergo. Never mind an inexperienced newbie with so much promise. You know, there's a lot of mental hurdles this dude's had to overcome, and in a PR Ghibli world, you know?
That's true.
Like, he really has, I'm sure, had to grow up an awful lot very quickly under the Astralis organization and that contract signing.
All right, well, they know where the AK is right now.
Go on, Glaive. Ooh.
No one's looking.
Perfect timing. Doubles away. No, poison down to 35. He could try and fight with the scout.
Oh, there's the AK drop. Blame's lost that.
This does not bode well. Not bode well at all. More smokes have landed, and Confi, you can't want to put your head in that vice. He does, and somehow thrives, at least for the first. Zipex, however, quick on the MAC-10. At Astralis, you can't be running away.
It looks like they are. At least just chilling for a second here. They're in no rush to finish this round. Do not want to fall foul to any sneaky business. JKS here as well. The scout has been hurt again.
Could be a JKS moment.
Two of these players are low.
Yeah, precisely. And the smokes will fade. They have nothing in reserve. One from Magisk, maybe elevators. Drops it right back in front. That's the last of the util. And now to contest that plant, they choose to let it go down.
Might just be the save now. Oh, not even worth it really anymore. If they can hold on to this AK, sure, that's great. It was a partial investment here for the players on Complexity behind this saved AK, but now looks like JKS will be wanting to save. They are chasing the MAC-10 in the hands of Zipex. Noisy, bounding, leaping, jumping, hoping to find him on a corner, but JKS really doesn't want to let go of this. Zipex will find him mid-air, gets the AK. Has to be happy with that one because the threats going into what will be round number 19 are going to be minimal for Complexity here. This is Glaive's opening, almost good for the second as well under poison. Put him lower out the gate, and then as soon as Dupree takes down Blame without getting a kill, it's really difficult for Complexity to do a lot. Frustration being shown from Blame just there, and as we get back underway, it will just be one P250 for Rush, everybody else onto those USPs.
Brainstorm with me.
Okay.
Your Complexity. You know you've got a game against Astralis in the morning. You're thinking about the veto. Why do you pick Vertigo?
Because you can't pick Mirage. That's where you'd normally go, right? So that's immediately gone, right?
Because that's the permaban of Astralis.
Yeah, then you're thinking, okay, well, Device isn't there. What's a map that maybe Device is pretty proficient on with the AWP? Train. But Complexity have been, you know, moving away from Train.
Okay.
So you're probably thinking, maybe not Train.
So Determined, you would say, you'd argue more by their depth than Astralis's potential weakness.
Well, the thing is, right now, even though we knew what the roster was going to be coming into this event, we'd never seen what it looks like.
Yeah.
It's fresh, right? And a big part of Complexity's game is counter-stratting.
Oh, I see. There's a beautiful framing you've done there. It's like you're good at your job or something.
So you can't really counter-strat what you don't know. You can look at the tendencies of what they were doing previously, but you don't know that Bubsky's going to be AWPing.
Keita hasn't handed you a PDF that says, when you see this flash, go B.
Exactly, right? So they don't have that same level of detail to look into now. But then if you're thinking, what have Astralis been comfortable on lately? Well, they've been picking a bit of dust too. Now, sure, that is probably heavily influenced by some good performance of Device on the AWP, especially CT sides, right? So you're thinking to yourself, do we go towards a dust too? But Astralis have been strong there. Can they still be strong without? There's a lot of questions, right? So if you're Complexity, it's not easy. You know, Nuke. You're like, okay, yeah, let's pick Nuke. It's used to be an Astralis strong map.
And picking Nuke as well.
And they just won it yesterday. You're running out of maps at this point, right? You don't want to pick Inferno. It's not necessarily top of Complexity's map pool.
Game time. Fast B. Magisk wants to go. Immediately catching a nade, and look at them, softened up. That's 3 members of Astralis within that one-shot M4 headshot range. So a big blow to throw early. Can they convert? Complexity are in dire need of an 8th here.
Here comes the boost. They're setting up for it. What's the go?
Oh dear, cancel that. No interest from Astralis, but at least it's going to keep the B players on their toes. Rush is tested in mid here. Bubsky's been very sharp. He's got a full set of util on him, full kit of it. Would hate to lose it all.
Same angle that Config was playing, right?
Yeah,
So
completely invisible to the boost. Oh, trajectory of the nade will be good info for Rush. Safe from the nade as well. Poison's hearing action. Tries to steady his aim, but he goes down to the wallbang. That's a colossal loss. Losing your AWPer, but Short's now wide open for business as well. Blame's the only player on A right now. Gagging to buy some time. 40 seconds though, Chad.
Still hard to tell where Astralis want to end. I think they'll just gear up for an AXQ with what they have left over. They're just, okay, Rush has just been absolutely destroyed. Just the spam, simple as that. And if I'm Complexity now, I gamble stack. And if they don't come to my bomb site, I save. This is looking good for 13.
You're telling me Magic's blind wallbang has just won them around?
Yeah, because now they're heading over towards B with all their forces, and it's just dupreeh containing this. He might even do more than contain. Spots one pushing, bomb goes down. At this point, well, they know where Complexity are, and they can't get out.
Taste of his own medicine there, losing to that Z-axis, just his toes of Config visible.
This is a very comfy round for Astralis, and easy stuff, right? That poison kill, just waiting, the spam kill, you're not expecting that to come in. You're kind of just being annoying.
I was surprised by how willing he was to continue to hold that line after watching them cross to the tarpaulin.
He's a brave boy, old Poison.
He certainly is. There's a few AWPers that I really can never point a finger at for when they go for the repeat, because of how many times they have successfully gone for the repeat at a world-class level.
It's curious that they are holding onto the AWP here. I want to see how they intend to deploy it on this T side, who's going to be wielding it. It could be any of them. This is the thing, right? It literally could be any of them.
Yeah.
It's not even a joke.
I do love the comparison you've made, though. I mean, like, wow, that's the loss of poison we were just talking about, and this is the wallbang that's just forced the save. Bang. Oh, as they throw the nade, he's got a wallbang for the lineup.
Yikes.
Great catch. Great shot. Frustrating death, for sure. 13 rounds to Complexity 7. It's their map pick, but the point I was trying to make was that you've highlighted it so damn well. Complexity's got a lot of comfort when they have anti-strategies deployed, or at least a firm understanding of what they're going up against. But no one has a firm understanding of what they're going up against with this new Astralis, and that's an interesting interaction. It does look like this VP Spirit interaction has gone a lot quicker than anticipated, but...
Oh, hold on now.
And it's a big but.
It's the VPT side.
It's a VPT side, so get ready, folks.
Put a load of laundry on. I'm sure it'll be done by the time this map's finished. Oh, dear. All right, well...
How many times will Dust and Vince go, but there's only 10 seconds?
Yeah. Someone start that bingo card.
Oh, damn. Very early aggression in middle. Bubsky can't quite believe his luck. He's been handed one of the rifles. There's only 3 in play. Now 2. Boosting up early. JKS got a lot to do here.
Oh, he's flubbed it.
Gets it done.
Just converts that one. Looked very dicey.
Peek over this. Oh, no, he can't. Cancel that. Good molly. His options are so nullified. Just has to sit and wait at this point. That's probably enough. Astralis have got no clear intent just yet.
Well, there's a pair of toes.
Not just the T-side AWPer.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be rejiggling that one. And at this point, it will just come down to how are Complexity going to hedge their bets? Do they want to stack over towards A? Do they want to stack over towards B? Because being in this 4v4, sure, it looks good, but the weapons aren't there. Poison needs to find a kill here.
Good find from Zipex. Blame once more. Oh, and look at the position Bubsky's managed to get into.
Hard clear for JKS. Not a clear at all.
Not a clear at all. Well, that'll go be a B plant and a 14th rush, however, resistant.
They're not going to go for this, are they?
Not with his health.
I guess the loss bonus is there to go for a round like this.
You'd probably want a kit.
Probably need to be gifted a kill as well, just with Rush's HP in this situation. So the best option is to hold on to what they have, but maybe they want to fight for a few rounds here. Backpedaling with the X-ray, we can see, okay, the call has finally been made. Not gifted too many options here. And this is Astralis onto 14. This is looking great. Bubsky 22, Zipex 18, 17 for dupreeh, and then Glaive and Megas down the bottom with 11 each.
It is funny. So just from the eye test, Chad, do you think that all of the, other than Bubsky, who we weren't watching, do you think the other 4 names are playing better in an individual standard? The fact you haven't immediately answered is an answer in itself.
I think it's difficult to say. I think
we've seen 2 maps of them so far.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say. I think I want to see how they fare against. Let's just throw Gambit out there. I want to see how they fare against Gambit.
Come on, man. I mean, they lost Device yesterday.
I know it's still early days, but I think when you have to consider this Astralis roster, if they are world-class players without Device there, which I do think they are, then it's not out of the realms of possibility for them to at least individually look good. But this is looking good.
Ooh, Blame, Bloodshed, good find. Rush is pushing aggressive as well. Cole want to bring the fight to Astralis. And Majesty side ult works well, but so does the push from Rush. He knows he's going to get sprayed. He seems to have managed to evade. The nade is a fail. Nice incendiary, but dupreeh first surging forward on it. Pop flash, Blame sticking around. He could be caught here up on the sandbags, just mantling around the corner in time.
dupreeh's got him.
Yeah?
They're dead.
On the timing. No, held. Nice shot from dupreeh. And he's not quite done, just popping heads like cherry tomatoes. Nice shot from Config Zorp. He will need a second. The Flames do completely deny any sort of wallbang he wanted to go for. Those double flame spread. Look at the damage they did.
Oh, he
still can't touch them. That's so brutal from Astralis. And now the bomb can go down, right? Right, Config's going to be the bait. Tries to take a bit of space. JKS trades. Here we go. A 1v1 and a big one. To fend off 15. He heard Magis drop off from the flashbang. He pieces it together. Starts to work his magic. Going for the unannounced short flank. Magisk isn't ready for it yet. He will have a timer on this. JKS, good play. And he gets the frag. Saves the day. That is going to be 8 for Complexity. Fending off the potential for a whole lot of map points.
And looks happy with himself as ever there, JKS, after picking up a must-win 1-on-2. The smile from ear to ear, it says it all. He cannot believe it. He's doing it for the team, even secures them that AWP. Here's the whoopsie of the nade. Oops. Just a little bit too low there, but you can tell when the A-ramp entry fragger is going to get kills like this when he catches the timing. When they're top of crane and nobody is even thinking, have they slipped? Yeah, they slipped past.
Right.
You know that something is going to fall apart right there. And yes, the bomb is yes. All right. Fast mid.
Oh God, they both jumped it. Oh, and he's missed his shot. Config's booked. Mac 10 versus AWP, and the Mac 10 is the one to prevail. Poison's got more to do.
A lot more. Good nade. That's really going to help them here. Bubsky did a lot with that Mac 10 in terms of space, and it's drawn a massive rotation across the map, but there's plenty of time for Complexity to get back and lock on down that A bomb site. Rush is swinging out towards sandbags late. There are mollies to deal with his position, and well, he does have a smoke as well, but it is just his to work with. Flash off the wall. Ramp to be cleared. And Astralis, they play this T side. You know, they're very back and forth between the bomb sites.
It's interesting. It looks like that flash has the intent and the lineup that we've seen Glaive and now Magisk use. I think it pops enough to just force that short line that an AWP can be holding blind. Just the perfect drop trajectory so it can kind of thread the needle of that scaff line.
Yeah, it's so many positions that you can be getting peek from that top ramp, so hard to flash it all.
dupreeh is human after all as he looks away from his screen when he gets flashed.
This is very difficult for JKS. Rush is going to call this clear right now, but it looks like it's going to be a split on B.
Yeah, and Glaive already taking another head. They're going to start to pincer. Poison's responsible for this side of the map, and he already finds one if he can get them both. One slipped the net, though. He's lost his teammate, JKS. He has to take initiative and takes a shot. Does fall, but he's done damage. 1v1. They know where he is. Magis to plant. He's got 15 seconds to do so and just pushing in on the nade. Great play from Rush. First JKS, now Rush stepping up for the clutch.
That was massive from Poison as well. I almost thought he got the double there, just defending, having to pivot left, right, and center. Complexity, stay alive. I think that is the key, that they are just barely staying alive. If these rounds continue like this, Astralis will get the 2 that they need to get across the line. It needs to get cleaner than this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fingertip grip they have right now. They're holding on for dear life. You can see he tries to synchronize his landing with the nade explosion.
Oh, just slowed as well there.
Oosh. Well, great play. I mean, what an equalizing factor. When it's AKV FAMAS as well, the nade just perfect. Oh, good stuff. Okay, well, as Chad has highlighted, it definitely leans Astralis' way, right? Matter of time and all that.
Yeah, and I feel with another rifle round, if they keep it down to one-on-ones or even just 2 players alive for complexity at the tail end of these rounds, eventually they will be broken again. Emissions, Famises, not a huge amount of utility. But the double orbs, can that be the difference maker again? I know the clutches have had to come through, but the orbs have had to play a factor in some of these scenarios.
I did find it really interesting that that double molly towards the heaven position completely stops any sort of orb swing from the upper deck as well, just because mollies are broken. But super interesting, and especially with the double molly, you can use that to guarantee the peak. Okay, no one's flashed. Desperate spray. Glaive's the one that comes away a little better. Will be caught by the AWP bullet, though. That's a big find from Poison. He wants to stand his ground. They got 2 AWPs for this. If that bomb goes down, consider it 15. Oh, no. Okay. Poison and Config both fire off a shot. It's chaos. But Poison's still hitting shots, and he might even make it a 4. Look at him go. Poison absolutely destroys him.
From the top rope. Look at that, look at that. All right, double digits for complexity now, and a bit of pep in their step as well in the way that that round was won. It got dicey, and it was only 2 players alive yet again, but finally I think they've kept that bank of Astralis where it needs to be.
He was doing it all, wasn't he?
Look at this.
To go for this immediately on the bolt, brave as all hell. Dupree knew exactly where you were. Bubsky's sentence was probably not even finished by the time Poison jumps out for the repeat.
All right, wow, Astralis, they're being tested here, and Glaive's purchased into an AK. So they're rocking at least 1 AK-47 right now. Zipex could also buy on in if they really wanted. Here's the scores on the doors for you. You can see how the spree of rounds is now starting to shift for complexity, but they need to get 4 more on the trot to tie things up. We'll need to go all 30 if complexity want to win this in regulation. And it is a partial investment here from Astralis. They've left enough money in the bank balance with where the loss bonus is at right now for them to afford to buy in round number 26. But let's see how far they can push these 2 AKs. On board with Glaive here. Entering middle very fast. Already jumped across. Oh, and the B push. Config's not in middle right now. They know that they're going to punish this gap.
Oh dear. If Blame doesn't get Zipex, it's a problem. A big problem. Config does go down. 3-on-3, Zipex does tag him up, he knows Blame's there. This is all chaos. Bubsky's even pushing into the site. Blame, gap, knife out at the moment. Bye, see you later. Bombs down, looks like 15 unless Poison can somehow deny that. Looking for another one, another hero moment. He's tagged 1, and nearly the second. Poison tries to be the hero, but JKS is the one that's called upon.
Felt like the pistol was in his mouth right there. How does that not convert for Poison?
Thinking it through. Kit close to the site. He has the smoke if he could just retrieve it.
They have to reload.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe knife misses. Not to be. Oh, over the shoulder. What? Half a second in it.
Jeez.
Half a second separating complexity from an 11th and Astralis from 15. All right, so Astralis are just 1 away now. 5 opportunities to close this door, and complexity, this one's going to hurt the most. It's going to be a very broken buy. We'll see it from Poison's POV. Look at this pistol opportunity. Hits it, hits the second, and yeah, right next to him.
Bubsky again. Like, it was the gap that he pipped. It was the kill that he got onto Blame that facilitated that one. So more good stuff from Bubsky, and now, well, it's all in from complexity here. Could be the last round.
Config playing with fire, aggression mid. Khalees confirms nothing to be concerned about. B as well, presence, nades are thrown. Config to back him up, some util to be thrown. Just walking up, look at Dupree. And only half. Now JKS finishes what his teammates started. Needs to do more. Astralis, they're forcing the fights. Magis converts with ease, and now complexity are just 3 frags. Make it 2 away from falling on their map pick here. It's for the upper bracket. Astralis are testing them. And it's just a UMP and a scout. The hard work is done.
And Astralis are making them sweat here in a moment like this. Smoke towards the front of the B bomb site. It's going to leave a gap. A big gap. He's found the AK, has Blame. But he's also found his demise, and poor Poison. What are you going to do?
Absolutely nothing. Astralis 1-0 up, looking determined to prove something here and to maintain that stead in the upper bracket. We'll return, break it down, and be back with your second map. Don't go too far.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. Everything's better when we are together. This is like fire, never been higher than I've ever been. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over. Again and again, I'm here till the end, and I won't let go. You're all that I have, baby, don't say no. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over, 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 over. Couldn't be better, need to feel closer than you've ever been. Try to move slower, but I don't wanna. You drive me insane, I'm here till the end.
Dad, what's that sound? I think it's the BFG, son. Oh, the big friendly giant? I read about that at school and... yeah, friendly. That's what F stands for. Benjamin Blame F Bremer was not always a giant. He was born a baby in June of 1997. And then, about 3 weeks later, he was a tall, handsome, shredded man with tree trunks for arms and an inordinate amount of skill.
Trying to get in position. They haven't tapped just yet. They're playing the time. And BlameF immediately taking the fight, gets the one kill. He gets away as well. 1v1 now. Coldzera sticking the defuse. BlameF jumping around the corner. The smoke up. He's not going to get it. Coldzera. Oh!
Rumor has it that every time he kills a bad guy, he absorbs their muscles into his bustling arms. And the real BFG is Blame F's guns, both figuratively and literally. Handling big guns requires even bigger guns, and the Puggernaut forged those skills in the fires of UK CS. Lending a hand to Great Britain is the closest he's ever come to friendly. Ever since then, he's been on a killing spree. The BFG is not your typical hero. He is not the hero complexity need, but he's the hero they deserve right now. Don't miss the action thriller of the year, The BFG, a story of big guns and even bigger guns.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. And it was a bit of a masterclass on Vertigo from Astralis. The roles might have changed, but you couldn't really tell because it looked like a well-drilled CT side and T side from the team. Blair, I'm guessing you were also impressed.
Yeah, for sure. I guess everyone was a little surprised with dupreeh not picking up the AWP. You know, he likes playing the B bomb side, the anchor role. He played it again over here, doing a fantastic job. He was in the midst of all the action. For me, it was, of course, Bubsky and Majisk with the dual op setup they had going initially, right? And Bubsky really popping off, man. I mean, this guy, 28 kills, 10 multi-kill rounds, going 4-0 in entries. And also, speaking of entries, Astralis winning 18 out of the, I think it was 26 rounds in total.
Well, hold that thought right now, Blair, because we need to actually turn the tables on the audience because it's time for the very first DHL drop of the DreamHack Masters Spring. There are prizes to be won this week and next weekend, so keep your eyes on the screen right now because I'm going to ask you a key question and I need you to take a note of A, B, C or D. Which one is the right answer, do you think? The question is, Cold Zero was once dubbed the following by our friend Vince, who's over on the B stream at the moment. Was it A, the man, the myth, the master? B, the man, the myth, the monster? C, the man, the myth, the beast? Or D, the man, the myth, the legend? And now you know why I am not a commentator. So if you want to put your answer in Twitch chat right now, it is !DHL drop, space, and then the letter that you think is the right answer.
In a 1-on-4. There's the first. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to. Oh, Caldera! The man, the myth, the. What a play!
I promise that was not an expletive. Vince is the most gentlemanly person I have worked with in Counter-Strike. So was it A, B, C or D? Pop !DHL drop space A, B, C or D, and I will be revealing the answer shortly. And Complexity, their answer to Astralis, it seemed like in that map, guys, was Poison. Poison tried to get it done. He was creating so much space on the T sides and also had some really flashy plays with the AWP on the CT side too, Yanko.
Yeah, T-side with the Deagle like this round, really, this is the round that gave life to Complexity. It was looking kind of grim as if Astralis was running away with it, one of their lockdown CT sides, but this really brought Complexity back to life. They managed to string some rounds together. Astralis managed to recover, and then we saw this already in the extra sold game, right? Complexity wins the second pistol, but Astralis wins the force buy, and that point is just very difficult for them to get back into it. Once you force back and lose, your economy is pretty much ruined. They were lucky to win these couple of rounds. At the very end, they were all clutches, they were all really close rounds. I thought if Config managed to get that kill with the P250, or if JKS got that smoke defuse, I thought like Complexity is coming back for sure, because it's so many frustrating rounds in a row that it would even put a team like Astralis on tilt.
Well, let's bring it back to Bubsky. Blair, you mentioned he was particularly impressive on this one. And in the pre-game interview, Dupree said that roles had changed. But were you suspecting that he'd be picking up the AWP?
I honestly had no particular expectations coming in, right? I think everyone in this team can pretty much pick up the AWP. We can even have Glaive picking up the AWP. But the way they're mixing things up, you look at the way they played Nuke, and then you look at this map of Vertigo, it's so very different, right? The roles have switched off definitely. Bubsky and Magisk, you know, doing roles which they're not very used to. And Bubsky, though, he really popped off here. And what is very impressive for me is not him just playing passively, holding a bomb side, rotating from A to B, but no, he's going for plays, he's going for fights, taking fight at mids, and also the T side as well, he popped off. And overall, yeah, it's not just the Bubsky show, everyone showed up. I feel like I think it was a Machine who asked Sponge whether the individuals on Astralis look good right now, and I gotta answer him, yes, everyone looks pretty solid at the moment, including Bubsky, obviously.
It's really refreshing to watch. I'm really excited by the Astralis we're seeing right now, but what are we thinking we're going to see on Inferno, Yanko?
Honestly, I think we're going to see more of the same. I think Astralis, you know, got a boost of confidence now, 2 wins already, especially now winning their opponent's map pick. They're going to play more loose, and they also have the advantage of, you know, the opponent just don't know how they're going to come out. You know, who's going to be just saw 2 different maps, two different guys picking up the primary op role, right? So there's not a lot of information for Complexity to go on, and we know they're one of those teams that like to prepare extensively and use that against their opponents. You just want to see them. We pointed out Config as well in the pre-game. Didn't have a bad game, but didn't have, you know, a lights out game like we've seen him have recently against some lower tier opposition. So if he can maybe step up, you know, a little bit in the fragging department, get a couple of those crucial rounds for his team, maybe that can get Complexity over the hump.
Blair, would you like to check in with the B stream and what happened in our CIS derby?
I'm sure it's still going on. There we go, as expected. This game does seem like it's coming to an end. VP had a fantastic first half over there, and this is a map pick coming into Spirit, so a little bit of a stumble here for Spirit, I feel like, losing on this map pick. And coming up next, I'm not too sure which map it is, though.
Shall I have a look?
Inferno.
Inferno.
It's Inferno.
Inferno, there we go.
Oh, there you go. We can have
which is their best map. You know, they lost it only like a couple of times this year, so I would definitely expect them, you know, to be the big favorite to close it out 2-0 and eliminate Team Spirit.
And you're happy about that?
Yes, I am thrilled, as long as we keep them on the B stream, Frankie.
And speaking of B, I'm trying to be smooth, but this segue is not going to work. The answer to the DHL drop question that I posed at the start of this analysis segment was coldzera was once dubbed the following by Vince, and the answer was not B, but C, the Beast. I don't know if we've got a clip of that again. I actually kind of want to hear it without Vince censored. Although I enjoyed the original. Okay, right, I'm gonna let that one live on as Vince dropping a rude word. And I'm gonna go watch that right now because we've got a short break, but when we come back, we're gonna be heading to our second map of this series. Astralis versus Complexity, we're taking it to Inferno.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Ooh, I love a little bit of gold. A beautiful color for a stunning gun. The licks of gold combining wonderfully with the backdrop of the black paint. This treasure is as much a piece of jewelry as it is a dangerous weapon. Nothing says cool like neutralizing your enemies silently. Just like James Bond would do it. And with the golden silencer, you can look like a rapper and sound like a ghost. Gold is back in this summer.
We're ready for... Ooh, hello, this is me. We're not used to being on camera. This is my
we were
leg.
just talking about that. We're getting a lot more camera time here, which is interesting. Now, people at home, before getting into this game, something important you need to know. When you click, it's the sound of your finger hitting your palm, not when the two...
You knew that.
Yeah, but I was just telling people at home.
Well, now you knew that.
Maybe they didn't know.
I was referring to them. Of course. Hi, Complexity Astralis is what we're doing. Second map, second series, second day.
Important game.
Important game, absolutely. Yeah, this is for the playoffs. Whether or not it's quarterfinals and semifinals determined by the head-to-head against the winners a little later on. Let's get this started. App's presence. They want to pop off this. Util's flying through the sky, and so is Bubsky. Straight strafe onto the hay bales. Blame denies the first, and response from Dupree is a potential double. That dance from Blame doesn't last too long. Glaive's found 2 in the apartments, and we do have a 2 versus 3. Kit and Smoke on JKS. He's going to be arriving to the party late from long, re-smoked off.
Blame has to win a fight, but they know where Blame is. JKS was meant to come in as that second wave. Unfortunately, now for him, he is the one who has to do all the hard work before Blame can make a move. Coming back around short, JKS still over towards long. Time the problem.
Yeah, he needs this first click to be on Glaive's head, but he's jiggling it so well. Ugh, more UTL. This is perfect from Astralis. There shouldn't be a way in. JKS provides a momentary distraction, but 2 different targets on either end. He does adjust nicely, but it's Glaive who outdoes the other opposition leader. 4 frags for Glaive, 3 for Blame. It's Astralis to pull across.
Felt like we were about to get political there for a second. The opposition leader now.
Yeah, exactly.
Take the floor. So Complexity here will be force buying in. But this is great from Glaive, and it's crazy to see how the game is evolving, right? Like, if you guys have been watching Counter-Strike in recent times, some of the most common CT pistols that you will see is the CT's running straight down mid, the CT's having one player jump across boiler for second mid info, or the CT's maybe playing 3 top banana. Here they've just gone through second mid, all out apartments, into that pit, trying to avoid as much of the CT aggression as they can, and it worked on out.
If Astralis can make like a super strong case,
for not having an AWPer?
Yeah, for
They're
not
doing
needing
what Liquid
one.
did.
Yeah, precisely.
That's the thing, right? This T side of Inferno, you don't need an AWPer.
No.
It might actually be a blessing that you don't have an AWPer. Now, Device, obviously very proficient with the rifles. He's not your traditional every day of the week AWPer, but on the T side, you can be very restricted on a map like this with the AWP because utility usage is on point from all of the top teams. Right now, we are seeing the 3-2 split of the CT forces. 3 players burrowed in towards the apartments and site. 2 towards B. No information at all. They need to just hit their shots.
They would love to see Poison bait a shot.
Oh, this could be perfect,
Yeah.
Alex.
Rush, pulling the pin, maintain short control.
This could be
Oh,
perfect.
Config. He's actually got to stay in. There's the first, and now it does go for 1-for-1. Mad is yet to commit. Poison keeping him at bay. There is an AK in play, but not in the apartment.
Oh, that smoke's nice for him.
Yeah, he can peek over the top of that and hands out another haircut. 2, in fact, as Poison sends him packing with the Deagle once again. Looking to equalize, and Dupree gets info, does get the headshot in response. The rotate up mid, Blame and JKS, the B players. Just across into the site with the bomb retrieved, but they are so hot on his heels. He's just not ready for this.
He's sticking it.
Hello, and double recovery for Blame and JKS respectively. That is the dream for Complexity.
That was a great round, and that setup on that short side, normally you're not wanting to flood out of apartments. There's a place close towards those pistols right there. But another moment where you're seeing the meta is more focused on smoking bottom of banana and top mid, that might have been a weakness. Not to be the case. Config going for the headshots with the Deagle close range as opposed to the 2 to the belly. Strikes, but it's really Poison over the top of their own smoke, punishing Astralis. JKS with the final frag, and a nice round to win. Astralis will be bouncing back with a buy of their own.
Poison peeking. Very brave.
Oh.
How did he not go down to that? It must have been through the corner of the wall.
Yeah.
The only way that makes sense.
23 health, so he's on notice for the next minute 30. JKS is being pushed back top banana. Blame's even rotating on over. So Astralis have done a lot within the first 30 to 40 seconds of this round. Bomb being scooped up T-stairs by Dupree. Now there's 2 smokes and a flash. It could be as simple as smoke CT, smoke coffins, flash and go. And once again, it is just JKS and he's lost so much space. He's in trouble.
Oh, the counter flash. He's lost the sight.
They're playing retake. This is by choice from Complexity.
Bomb to be planted.
very losable right now for Cole. That AWP, 23 HP on the retake, 1 defuse kit, light util, not looking good.
This is potentially a huge loss of resources. And Magic's already taken 1 head. JKS does need to find multiple. Pushing in now, confirmation of Emo. 1 pool, 1 banana. Nice find again. Config is saving them here. Bubsky's visible on the pool position, but still gets 1, and that is a successful retake. Very much down to the wire, though.
Yeah,
Astralis.
They need to find his AWP, too. Get the AWP, get the AWP. Where's the AWP? Okay. Oh, almost got very prickly there for a second. I wasn't sure they were going to quite get it. Able to save it, able to get it across the line, and Complexity, that was a round that it felt like they almost gave it away, right? They opened the door towards the B bomb site, and as I mentioned, it was by choice. JKS could have stood and fought, but there was nobody close, so he would have gone down losing an AK. Zipex has actually brought on in with a MAC-10 here, Alex.
Yeah. Is that... Yeah, it's just enough that he could afford.
Straight up banana, maybe?
Maybe wants to just find an opening and get that bomb down, yeah. Knife out. Through the flames, back turn, JKS! He's lost his life, Blame's the one to stand around, but they've lost another. Double kill on Banana, there's weapons to be recovered at the bare minimum, and they're surging down middle as well, so they'll get this rotate pretty damn quick. M4 recovered, smokes for the cross, they can actually get the bomb down here. They'll have to relocate. They want a double fight? Yeah, Magis confirms the rotate's in. Oh, and Config's looking sharp, won't be ready for the next one. And so Complexity snatch it away, well recovered. They stabilize, but Astralis, with a little, make a lot happen. They do force Complexity into a defensive stance.
Yeah, and some rebuys here as well. So just with the very, very light purchase there again, Astralis really testing Complexity here, and that may be worrying signs as we start to get into the gun rounds. Config with a quick reaction there on the second. And Rush to put a bow on it here as we get away with the Complexity 3-man top banana B lean. Rush and Config are tasked with holding A on their lonesome.
Been holding on to this flash for a long time, and they get nothing off the back of it, other than, of course, regaining control of top banana. Bubsky was looking for a catch on the way back, and good late nades. Magisk and Bubsky down to around half, 72, in fact, to be specific.
It's going to be a B play here. They're going to scoop that bomb back up from T stairs.
Yeah, well, Call of Lean 3 towards the A side of the map, so it will just be down to Blame initially. Alongside the ride is JKS. Bomb's now scooped up. Here they come. Bubsky, oh, he was ahead of the flash, or rather the smoke. Enables Blame to find one early, and now JKS has stepped up as well. One on an elevated position. He can't seem to control the spray, and now only Blame. Bomb will be planted courtesy of Zipex. Bubsky's tucked into Nubox as well. Their positions are so good unless this wallbang lands. Yeah, not to be. They have a man advantage for the retake though, Chad.
And lots of kits, flashes to facilitate their peaks as well. Astralis are in trouble. Maybe they need to be a bit more proactive with this.
They got nothing. Just the AKs in their hands. The Kevlar on their body. 3 pushing in. They're actually going to boost for this. Blame. If he goes down, Zipex can provide some help, and he has fallen. Poison around the corner as well. Zipex needs 1, maybe even 2. He gets them both. Astralis saved by the bell, saved by Zipex and Glaive. 2 kills apiece. They take down the Complexity retake, and look what it's done to their finances.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that fall apart in that fashion, right? It felt like they had everything. The bodies were there was flashes. I'm really not quite sure. I guess it's the spacing here, right? Rush is just running straight out into his death. You know, close spacing, wanting to trade and unable to do so. Yikes. All right, well, Complexity will be down for an economical.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Oh, map 2. All right, they've made it over there onto map 2. That's going to be Inferno now. All right, well, this one could actually play out slower than Train, guys, but your Kinder's pretty sick, so keep an eye on him.
He certainly is. game making the sacrifice. And of course, you get Degster on a CZ armor. Oh, it's a performance that Degster's been managing to match every single time he seems to step into the server for the boys of Team Spirit. Full 1 level up ever since his arrival into Team Spirit's quarters. Let's see if they can take it to 3 over on the B stream. But we are here to see if Complexity can do the same. They're up against Astralis. It's not a pretty CT complexion, I'll be honest. It's Deagles, it's armor, and it's practically a full investment for the majority, down to 300 for Blame and Rush, respectively. A little extra in the bank for some of them. Good nade damage, that'll do. Glaive's down to half.
It's crazy how good the utility usage has been, right? Obviously, it hasn't blown them out of the server here, but they've been chipping away and then still losing rounds on the B site, which is not ideal.
Well, this is threatening. JKS has a pop for the peak, but would love to hold on to that.
Yeah, they need to, right? There's still a minute 10 left on the clock, so if they could disparage with bullets and presence alone, that would be much better than lobbing out the remaining utility that they have left.
This feels mean from Astralis. Another full BXX. They're going to force Complexity to be super paranoid every time they disappear from mid.
Yeah, Blame's always cheating over, right? JKS has been left on this site alone in a lot of rounds here, and now he's under a lot of trouble.
That smoke, it's going to be disrespected. JKS is trying to play around it.
Oh, he gets away.
Wow, he'll take that any day of the week.
He should probably continue to get away, I think. This should just be a save right now. You want to... Complexity, you really want to give us a crack? Oh!
Config finds one head. Dupree got caught a little bit as well. Nade onto the default spot. Bomb will be going down momentarily. But you said save. There's no kit.
Next round's an eco anyway, right?
Next round's an eco. Why not have another shot from a fresh start? I mean, they have to leave the site. It's going to be hard to resist not wanting to contain Astralis on the exit.
Oh, they're still jostling here. They want to fight.
And it's an AWP from Dupree that can't believe his luck. And down goes Complexity. All of their Kevlar, all of their weaponry ripped from their hands.
That feels like one of those situations where the kind of decision to go in there, if that was a 4-on-4 in the gun round in the same way, they probably wouldn't go for it, right? It's around now they have to go into a full eco. Well, maybe not full, but close enough. And Vegas from the back of sight, good stuff from him. And a bit of a smile on Dupree's face just there, knowing they'll be up against these lighter pistols here. 2 USPs. P250, 2 Deagles, and what should be the 4th round for Astralis here, unless something goes very, very wrong. Glaive, already 10 seconds into the round, has top banana control, and little does he know, dancing between their mollies, they've already got control of that B bomb site. Everybody from Complexity, poised, top mid, boiler room, ready and raring to fight. They're going to be in the wrong place.
How's your short-term memory, Chad?
Terrible.
Okay.
What do you want to ask?
I was just wondering if we've seen Astralis hit A more than once.
The pistol round?
That was all I can think of.
And then the second round where Complexity won with the Deagles, they also headed
poison
towards
over
A.
the smoke. Okay.
Yes.
So since then, it has been exclusively a one-sided map. Again into B. This time I've gone the anti-eco. Couldn't have worked out any better and couldn't be any less fun for Complexity, because right now you're just sitting there with P250s, retaking against full rifles. Knowing that you want to die, you probably love to get a kill, but you're peeking into an AWP with a sidearm. No fun for Rush. Nice fun for Poison, as he actually does take Dupree down. No chance of a retrieval, though, when you've got some 4 Danes foaming at the mouth. He does actually land a dink with that P250 and scavenges away a Deagle through the flame. Would love one on the hunt. Not to be.
Well, at least the guns can come back out now. And one of the little problems I see here is the fact that Blame, he only had 4.6 and Rush only has 4.7. To get utility, they have to do exactly that, buy the FAMAS. Rush has gone lighter on util, means he won't have a molly. Everybody else does, though, so maybe they can make this work, and there's even a kit for Poison. We're lacking that CT side at AWP. Astralis are using the AWP on Dupree on that T side, which is very curious to see. I was talking about the fact you don't even really need an AWP on the T side of Inferno.
Ooh, it looks different. Different call. Going to be seeing some action in the apartments early. Blame F and JKS looking to get a deep banana smoke and go for some control of banana this time as well. Banana control utility seems good. The spread does bring Magis down to 50. Short molly forces them back into the site.
Huge gap for Glaive. Look at all this space.
Yeah, and Config's not even looking. He's just tucked in on Graveyard. Sees him, right? His head's just poking up above it.
Yeah, I think for a long time there.
Finally gets found out.
I guess maybe you just want to get closer to the site, Alex, all right?
Uh-huh, mm-hmm.
Well, this is a safe call for Complexity.
Brutal. Brutal call. I mean, like, they've just changed it up. They've been so punishing on B. You can see there was a clear lean from Complexity in order just to take banana control early, dropping deep nades, pushing up, taking space. And it was Glaive that found the gap. Left wide open on long side.
Yeah, with that because they were going for more of the banana aggression, I think Astralis were gambling on the fact that when you do that, traditionally you have 3 players towards top B. There's a couple of weaknesses in that environment, and, well, one was exploited, being the arch side. Huge shot from dupreeh there. And every day of the week, Glaive's winning that fight. Bullets in the back. It's not clean, but it's the kill. Bomb will go off. 5th round for Astralis here.
Zipex perfectly calculates it. Yeah, you smug boy.
Happy with that
He
one,
had 19 HP, he loses 18. Nerd.
Where are we taking a little look at the scores on the doors? Because Glaive has 9, Megas has 8, 7 for dupreeh, 4 for Zip, and 2 for Bubsky. So it's not like the frags are all coming from one player here. It's everybody contributing when they need to for Astralis in this first 8 rounds. And as we set our sights on round number 9, it's a bit hodgepodge. We've got pistols for the likes of Config and Poison, those saved weapons across for Blame, Rush, and JKS. But they don't have control of anywhere on the map, right? And I don't see how they're going to take it with low util. You can't really fight for the banana control.
You hadn't accounted for the Config Deagle power. That's the issue.
Well, I thought we were all done on that bonanza. Astralis don't even really want anything to do with banana right now.
No, in fact, the Poison P250 doesn't seem like the perfect weapon for this job. Config has audibly heard Glaive's retreat of banana. It forces out a flash. Oh my god, 3 of them! Completely blind. Everyone holds a spray. Unfortunately for Poison, they did maintain that head height. Bubsky catches Blame over the smoke. Rush is all alone on his island. And Zipex will find him. Config, yeah, he's quick. They're going around the world.
I thought he was going to come up short there. I think the death in sight, that if that death, didn't come in and Config was coming up short, there would have been a chance, but they were mulling his position. They were aware of it. Looked like there would have been maybe a little bit of action to be had in round number 9, but nope. Saving the guns again. Config and JKS this time.
Not been much fun for Complexity.
This is the thing, right? I understand Blame because he's the in-game leader of the team, and as the in-game leader, you tend to be rotating around a little bit more than everybody else. But the B bomb site has been left with just JKS there on a few occasions. Now, if Astralis going to keep playing at this pace, where they're just executing and then they have 4 or 5 members pretty much in your face, you almost have to just stay in the 2-3 split, right? It doesn't have to be at the start of the round, but late round, you kind of just have to sit and wait and hope you can defend. You want to gamble, you want to hedge your bets, you want to rotate over and help your teammates out, but by doing so, if you keep leaving gaps and weaknesses, that's where the problems are really going to start to spiral. And that is what we are seeing in front of us right here. Because we were talking about, the prevalence for the B-bomb site. Okay, well then they go for the banana control. Guess what? They're going A. Astralis are 1 step ahead right now.
Could have gone really bad if they missed out in that full flashbang dance onto Poison's push. Could have been something special there. But well played, good utility usage, but even better from the Danes. Rush has got a tick every time he's mad at the game. He takes off an ear cup. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
I've seen it when he's dejected. He
wants to walk away.
He wants his ears to breathe. He wants to take his headset off, perhaps. But we all have one. Ready to get into our 10th round of our second map, second series. It does seem like Astralis have a firm grasp of Inferno right now. Complexity yet to show up in a large way. We've seen 5 rounds in consecutive fashion from Astralis. All 3 of Complexities off the back of that second round force. Yo, dupreeh, we see a T-side AWP. It's out, and it's in Dupper's hands.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see them trying to apply and make this work. And, well, with that AWP watching short, Bubsky's walked up. This is so strange. A minute 30. This isn't the pace of Counter-Strike we're used to.
Yeah, and you just need this rush. Oh, the headshots keep coming. There's only 1 more on the site. Blame, got to do it all. Does do the first 2, but bomb will be planted. Zipex and dupreeh with the space on the site. Magisk is still banana. JKS is thinking about leaving B while his teammate walks straight on into the missed shot from dupreeh.
Save again.
Yeah,
right?
it has to be.
It has to be. You have no idea on what's on the
Can we just talk about what they've done there, though? They have taken that short fight as early as you possibly could have.
Yeah, and they just walked up.
Like, that's not an execute. That's not a page of the strat book. That's go kill.
Yeah, and look at where the X's are on the radar, right? They are so deep. Graveyard and Pit, like they were in passive angles. That's kind of what they're playing for. They're not trying to deny mid control. They're trying to stop sight, and you can just see the corpses littering the site. They both just got absolutely obliterated.
Rush was having his first look, by the way.
Yeah.
His first little, there could be a head, and immediately was met by lead.
A minute
Let's see this from
30.
Bubsky. Look at that. That was his first peak. 1 minute 29.
But it's just that's not what you're used to. Like
Nope.
that's a lovely little pace change, right? It's just that's a contact play. That right there is the perfect example of a contact play. What came in first? Headshots, nothing else.
Yeah.
7-3.
No chance to rotate, no time to have your teammates in the right place.
Yeah, and they'll be counting the lucky stars. They got so much space. Poison back over towards A now. 3 towards top banana. Damage done to Bubsky.
Super deep smoke on banana from the, is it the CTs? Yeah, okay. Defensive smoke then instead.
Okay, well, this time Blame and JKS are both playing site side. So they're doing what we were talking about, making sure they fortify that bomb site. They were. Blame F rotating around, and it could just be back towards banana now. It seems too simple from Astralis, but simple seems to be working. All right, well,
dupreeh,
threatening.
He's been hanging out in this weird spot. Poison staring at him, and as he releases the nade, he confirms dupreeh's suspicions as to the location on short. Still doesn't want to give him up.
He's lurking with the AWP, and they're walking into B.
Yeah.
What is happening?
This is a new brand of Astralis Counter-Strike. Look at Blame, he's still got a smoke in his hand, and Blame just contacts in. Glaver's walked straight into the site. Blame was unprepared, and now goes swinging towards the one side of the map. Poor old JKS has got 3 players to contend with. Does very well to find a head, but the round again feels lost. How do you retake? The smoke arrives. They just contact into the site. Blame still had a bloody smoke in his hand.
They're getting dismantled right now, Complexity. I said before they were 1 step behind after the foray of B hits, and then they were trying to recover. Then they went for that B control. Now they're multiple steps behind because they're not even sure what the pace of the game is going to be now. Right? What are we dealing with? Because
I've never seen Astralis play like this.
I've never seen an AWPer get left in boiler room as the lurk while the rest of his teammates are walking into B.
Yeah.
He's in boiler room with
But he wasn't even being loud about it.
No.
That was a lurk. That was a full, a confirmed lurk play.
I don't know what the plan was off the back of that, or if there was a plan, this could just be Glaive just mid-round calling, right? Let's go out, we'll take some territory, or he's even, well, maybe not even mid-round. Some of the calls have just been out the gates.
Yeah, I think
what they get away with.
Should they convert this, I think we'd be, not doing ourselves an injustice if we didn't talk about the Inferno calls. If we get a winner's interview, just someone asking about where these calls were coming from and whether or not this was on the fly. Yeah, Blaine can't believe it. I mean, the sheer disbelief on his face. This is not someone that often displays his emotions as apparently as that.
Yeah, because right now there's not a single answer, and we were perplexed the other day. I don't know who it was who took 4 timeouts in the first half, but here,
Furia.
Yeah, 3 have been taken here in the first half. So rinsing through these right now, and look, there's a lot on the line because if you win this best of 3 right now, you secure yourself a spot in the playoffs, right? You're already there. You're one more game in this group. It's only for either semifinals or the quarterfinals. And at the pace this is going, Astralis are looking great for that. And what that could set us up with, if Heroic win their match later today, Astralis versus Heroic as that decider matchup for the semis or the quarters. So that one there sounds juicy to me. Gambit Na'Vi on one side, Heroic Astralis on the other.
The best of their regions.
Sign me up.
Yeah. Yeah, Prince versus the Kings in both respects.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay, what do you got for us, Complexity? Because right now you need to make some adjustments, and the adjustments are finding the frags. There's one for JKS. More bullets through the smoke. Not going to find any more damage. But a number advantage here, and finally, Complexity. They're not the ones being dealt dud hands.
Got to dig their teeth into this one and dig their heels into the site. They're going to be boosting one up. Second oranges, Blame is tucked in.
I think if they still just go for a B execute here, they can get a 4-on-2 on that B bomb site, right? Because Complexity now have to stay still. They can't keep hedging and gambling and rotating around because of these compact plays.
Oh, they're so smart. So what they've just pulled all of JKS and Blame's defensive utility out. JKS has got a single flashbang, Blame only working with the incendiary. Now they go top mid. They pull out enough utility to keep the feet planted of these 3. Could be the commitment, we'll find out. 45 seconds. Don't forget, a man disadvantage. The death ball has been established. All 4 of the Astralis players walking into Poison's AWP. He's looked away. Peeks in. There goes Glaive. Big find. Looking to relocate. Magisk, though, taking that long side. Poison, oh, he's doing it all for them, left and right. Every hook connects. Now it's just time for the good night. Dupree, Magisk, Molly will force Poison into the open, and Dupree will collect the first. There's more to be found. Behind the box, close to be cleared. Nice shot from Dupree. God damn, that deagle. He could do another. Jumping down, though, from the box saves the day as Complexity's 4th is acquired through chaos and bloodshed.
Yeah, a bit of initiative there as well, right? Poison hitting the shot onto Glaive was great, but then going and taking another fight on that short side, you're not expecting that one to come through. And it helped that they found that opening kill towards the top of Banana there as well. So everything going right for them. Through the smoke, JKS taking down Bubsky. And this shot here was lovely from Poison with the follow through. So yeah, just pivoting around, keeping very active, making sure he's a nuisance, did exactly that. Still got sketchy. Config saves the day. Of course, jumping. Just really opening that crosshair
I started getting nervous Dupree was about to do something magical, so I'm kind of glad he made it as sketchy as possible for Dupree's limited deagle bullets.
Well, Zonic's smiling, so that's probably not a good sign for the Complexity fans. Both teams with almost eidetic buys here. AK's around Glaive's AWP, and Poison still with his big green. So yeah, the surprise sound in my voice is bang on, because now it is Glaive AWPing.
Yeah.
The unknown entity.
I don't think Blame's accounted for the Glaive T-side AWP.
Maybe it's more like, lol, device, you think we need an AWP, but we could all do it.
Yeah, it's the easiest gun in the game, remember?
Yeah. We could all AWP, bro. We were doing it on hard mode for you.
You just had the easy gun. Bubsky has just taken their easy gun out of the equation. Config's dropped to weird one way. My conversation is irrelevant. The round is over.
Yeah, it is. It has to be another save. And it was another one of those quick 1 minute 30 explodes.
I mean, I didn't, yeah, completely unplugged from that one. Config falls, Poison the first to fall. And just like that, 2 headshot strategy.
They've done this 3 times, right? It was twice with the more contacty style, and then there was the time where they pipped the gap when they worked out it was a 3-man top Banana B lean, right? And you had Glaive swing around, killing Config's head who was sticking out of Graveyard. But I'm not sure if there's a tell that they've identified for this, like if they're aware that Complexity can go for more of the B leans, because they've been able to punish this A-bomb site a lot, and they've also been able to punish the B-bomb site a lot, leaving JKS alone, right? So Complexity is screwed. I'm not going to lie. I don't. The only thing that you can do in this juncture of the game.
Oh my God, they're not going to save anything. Poor old Rush, desperately clutching hold to his M4, and he's lost it as well.
That's brutal.
This is so punishing. Glaive got 2 frags without AWP, by the way.
Of course he did, and he's given it back to Dupree. So here's what you can do if you are Complexity, is if you have any aggressive maneuvers that aren't just push down Banana, right? You
have to look at the screen before you start selling this one.
Yeah. Okay, well, double AWPs.
That's another panic button. You can hit that one as well.
Yeah, and this one here works as well, right? This one here is at least going to give them a little bit more of an option to take some fights. Let's see if Astralis allow it.
Go on, Juzzy. Not to be. In fact, it's lethal. Bubsky takes his head off. It's not even a punish. It could be an open sight. Blame does take initiative. He can't afford to let them set up behind that smoke. Burning. Magis does go down to half. That's unideal. This util implies a push. What are they up to?
Glaive's going in.
Big gap. They want to maybe walk through this.
Works in his favor here. They just have to wait out that molly. They can still go on this.
Yeah, but through the smoke is Poison. He's trying his luck. That gap to be exploited.
Sorry,
but Glaive,
what?
I don't understand. How does he keep finding these headshots? He's very, very sharp. Had a bit of a fall off of individual form, did Glaive, but back on the horse. And a flash for the new box push. Go on, Blame. Oh, well, that was easier than it looks. Zipex, however, in a position to try and stop the leader. It will all be down to Zipex, looking to pull up the first clutch of Inferno. Bomb is under config right now. And that smoke will be fading shortly. Rush. Not ready. Looking good for Zipex. The 1v3 now 1v1. It's a duel. Mano a mano. And he holds the line well. Config just a little better. 30 points of health. 1 bullet separating Zipex from the 1v3. Keeps Complexity honest. Final round of our first half here. Brutality for the international roster. They haven't been able to get anything strung together.
Yeah, it's really been rough out there. Just with these explosive plays from Astralis, it's been hard to contain at the best of times.
They'll take 9-6.
Yeah, even when they win a round, it's just one man standing. So that means we have an MP9 and a UMP for Complexity going into round number 15 to defend against a full buy Astralis. Here's that aggression.
Giving it a go. Straight down. And no one seems to be prepared for this. Just jiggling for the info, actually. But Bubsky's back turn tucks in time, and they react so quickly. Blame only the one. Eats his teammates' flashes, and now kind of locked in this mid push. Zipex looking for it, finds it. Maybe even another one to poison. Deadly. Needs to survive. It's a 2v4. Hold the line. Poison's in so much trouble. Needs a fight. Finds it with a quick flick. Repeak. Magisk is ready. Orb v AK and the headshots found. Now only a UMP. This looks like 10. Nothing that JKS can do. And there it is. Astralis are just 6 rounds away from securing a playoff spot at DreamHack Masters Spring without Device.
La 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 la. We win this one. Come on.
Well, the motivational song didn't quite get them across the line in the first half. It is 5 to Complexity's CT side, and Astralis accruing a full 10 with a very dominant and completely, what's the word? Non-standard T approach.
Yeah, and I really just like the conviction in a lot of their rounds, right? It wasn't fluffy CS. It was get stuck in, get a couple of nice headshots, and, well, really just kick off the pistol round in the same way. Glaive immediately onto JKS, pushes for more, finds himself what could be a second.
Yeah, he's not going to find much more either, but the nade will. Good gracious, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, they're the guys with the nades as well.
That really hurt. That'll leave a mark. Early smoke from Zipex.
Well, they've left Magisk here, though, towards Coffins, and Well, they're going in.
Yeah, they'll play retake. They'll have to. Config's already pushed up towards the palm.
Zipek's aware of this.
Yeah, Magic's just keeping him busy. Oh, Zipek!
Oh, no!
All of his shots! Oh, no! This was their round, and now it's up for debate. Very much so. More damage somehow. Magisk, the Iron Man, lives on. And now it's Poison looking to do something, anything. That'll do nicely. Grabs 3 and grabs the round by the balls. Bubsky alone, no hope here. Trying to reposition. Poison calls the bluff. No one pushing. Rush does. A second fake. He'd need it now. Shadow has given him up. They know the hunt's on. Bubsky needs his clean tap, and he can't find it. Poison with 4 as he saves Complexity from utter destruction.
Oh, I'm sorry we caught that config. That is a rough way for us to do you right there, but it is just difficult. You know, this is what we talk about, right? Like the player not looking at you. It's so hard to track what kind of movement because you're expecting them to pivot. Like Zipex, look how many bullets he's had to react here. Oh, Jesus.
This was the save.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way they get out of that one is with a triple kill on construction, and Poison's the only man that could provide it.
So brawly right there.
Look at this, though. Astralis straight back in with a smoked eagle buy. If Complexity do not play this round to perfection, if there is a one disconnected component within this T side, a weapon can be lost, and so can a round here. Astralis, they will hold on to their smokes for dear life. If Complexity do not force the issue here, nice nade, then those smokes could come back to haunt them.
I was surprised at how much damage Glaive was willing to take just to throw that, but it's paid off. He doesn't know that.
Full mid control given up by Astralis here.
Yeah, they're just trying to channel them right now, but Archside is the problem.
Smoked off. Glaive's going to get nothing from Library.
Are they going to walk behind it or go mid to B? Either way. Fighting horns right there.
Oh, they're just about to walk through that smoke.
They need to be so careful. This is very dangerous stuff from Complexity. This is the AK-47.
Yeah, and there's a 4-man Deagle stack here. Dupree spotted out. More nade damage is delivered. This could get messy, but fortunately, Complexity. 3 in the feed. Magis, the only one left, and bullets should finish him off from the MAC-10. JKS provides. And a sigh of relief for everyone involved.
All right, well, that one worked on out very well for Complexity. All the attention drawn towards that arch side gave the SMGs a chance to close down the distance, find the frags, get the bomb down, and put the 7th on the board. So 10-7 will be an eco right now coming out from Astralis. And just a note on that Deagle buy round right there, Dupree did what Device would traditionally do, which is not fully invest. Leave himself roughly $1,000 in the bank balance, which tells me when we get into that first rifle round, Dupree might have himself an AWP. So we'll keep our eyes on that purchase, as this one should be a clean and easy affair. He's isolated by the flames. Rush will find the frag. More peppering of the USPs. JKS has taken down another pushy boy of Bubsky in the apartments, and yeah, this one is going exactly as you would expect. Execution after execution here. 2 more to find. Blame will go down. Rush.
Dead.
Push.
Dead.
Get tested.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's an AK. If JKS isn't too careful, he could get tapped away, but he's got poison to count on. Ooh, if there was a couple more bullets, he could have forced 2 of them down to the ground. Instead, Complexity 8, Astralis 10, and everyone's going to be relatively healthy in the economics. You were bang on. Dupree plans to bring out the Zoom banger early into the defensive piece.
Well, how Astralis just approached that T side in terms of the conviction in some of the calls that they were making, I want to see what game plan they have in store here for their CT side, right? Are they going to be doing just the same old, you know, get that banana control, keep the 2 players over towards A like they would traditionally do, or are they going to mix things up? Right now, it's Dupree, Bubsky, and Megas going over towards A. Glaive and Zipex locking down the B bomb site, and that flash forces out the shot of Dupree. They now know that there's an AWP on the board. In the meantime, the T's are just doing the default spread config, and JKS on the defaults of Vertigo and now Inferno seem to be working together.
Potent partnership.
And they've got themselves apartments and boiler very easily. There's nobody to contest right now. Banana control being worked on at the same time. Blame and Rush thrust forward. Just a little bit shy there. And working with a lot of real estate at Complexity. This is a passive setup from Astralis. More than happy to receive as Glaive is in limbo and Speedway right now. They're setting up double nades. Is this towards CT or Coffins?
If it's Coffins, Glaive's on his way.
Russia's anti-flash. Blame watching the smoke. Poison there as well. And now retooling. Everybody heading back towards Banana. JKS Config have left their positions of Boiler and Halls.
Oh, dude, these nades are getting more and more value.
Yeah, look where Dupree is now.
If they have someone jiggle the line, or they're going to go nades. Oh, baby.
Either way,
Either way, it's a guaranteed frag. Now Dupree CT does pull the trigger onto JKS. The nades land. Coffins is open for business. The smoke will bloom. It's down to Zipex. Good damage. Finished off by the flames. He needs another. Can't provide. Blame down to half. And Dupree not got the weapon for the job. The rotate will have to come in. Bomb yet to be planted. CT re-smoked. Poison opts for the safe plan. Tough retake. Lots of resources to be pumped into this one if they go for it. 2 doubling up an emo. And not an incendiary in sight for the CTs. Dupree's got a pretty good shot here onto Poison. It's pretty safe to assume he's going to go down. Yep, clean one. Config trying to separate himself so that he doesn't bait Blame out. Will they check it? Will they check it? No, he gets the first, and now Dupree up to the task. He's got time. And Astralis all the way down to the 1v1. They will post an 11th.
There was no way they were losing that round there, especially after Bubsky swept all the way through Banana and they didn't take a fight from Triple, right? The guys coming through Coffins could call that entire side of the site completely clear. So they had to be doing the 2-man setup towards the back of B. That was so telegraphed right there because there were no other options for Complexity, and a great shot there to seal the deal. Now, Astralis with only 1 man standing, they do have some questions, and it'll be their second timeout, the extra 30 seconds for them to talk through the buy, because if you take a look at the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see Dupree, he's got the AWP, he's got about 4.1k, he can drop a gun and cross, but there will be a few members on Astralis who won't have everything they desire if they want to get the rifles out. Meanwhile, for Complexity, things are going swimmingly. They got the 5 AKs out, everybody has the utility they're looking for. Poison a little bit light on, but I don't think it'll be the end of the world. And as that timeout has transpired, this is where we get to see what has that conversation led to. Astralis purchasing in with the MP9 for Zipex. Needs that for the B bomb site defense. Famas for Glaive. Bubsky was able to buy on in. There'll be no util for him. And there'll be a gun, I believe, on the ground. Magix. So can Astralis defend? They need to start building a bit of a CT bank here. They lose this one. Complexity are well and truly back into map number 2. Standard volley of util, but no real presence in Banana being shown from Complexity. It's already been enough to force Astralis back into the site, and Dupree under pressure on Boiler and Halls as well. Knowing those steps there, Orpers do not love hanging around towards short for too long without a bit of support.
Quite the standoff here between Config and Magisk. Ooh, very audible drop-off. Config's going to be loving life, as is JKS. Flash forces the AWPer off the line. This is very good utility usage. Complexity are forcing, manipulating the CTs back into passive lines. Config brave. Caught by Magisk, another found as well. Glaive knocks another on their ass. Poison's gone, and it keeps getting better. Blame keeps it competitive, just the 2 of them now. JKS losing his life. Such destruction from the pit position. Magisk, 3. And he may even make it 4. Bubsky's going to steal it from him. Astralis posting their 12th, though, and they are looking great. You test Magisk, fine. You test Glaive, even better. So far, so good. Taking a look at the kill distribution as well. Everyone sharp on the individuals of Astralis. And this was Magisk's catch. Just falling beneath the 2 of them, playing around those pit angles and just catching Config, who had to try and find something.
Yeah, it's very difficult when they were kind of just looking in for those fights. I'm not quite sure what the execute was, but the big smile on his face right there, and for good reason. Complexity are down to just these pistols. Glocks for 2 of them, Deagles for a few, and a P250 there as well, as Bubsky even looking in for a fight there. After hearing the pistols, might think better of giving away a rifle, but, well, the man of the moment in the last round, continuing the onslaught down Banana.
Oh, 1 into the wing. Poison's not going to be too happy with that, and a little dink out of the pistol from JKS. That's why you buy a helmet.
This one is set for 13, though, isn't it?
Yeah, look at their angles, dude. Like, anyone comes up that T-ramp, you've got 2 absolutely atrocious angles to fight. Who's putting their head in the vice?
Didn't matter how they picked that situation. Unless they hit the first bullet and they were pre-aiming Xipex's spot, there was no way they were getting anything done. Understand the slower pace there from Complexity, hoping they could force out a few more nades, which they did do. I assume Glaive will hold on to this UMP. There's no real need to upgrade it right here, right now. But it's getting hot in the server.
Sweltering in the server.
We know winner of this, we'll say it again, into the playoffs. So a lot on the line here. If you lose, you have to drop into the lower bracket. It's not going to be easy in that lower bracket. Got Vitality down there. Got Furia down there.
Yeah, Vitality waiting for the loser of this one.
This looks like a set piece towards A right now. Nades are already being lined up. They're quick.
Very quick. Straight towards short. dupreeh and Magisk are actually in the apartment balcony setup. This could hurt. This could really hurt. Nice distraction. Bubsky takes a quick trade. Oh, that's big from Config, though. They're not ready for dupreeh. Nearly a collateral.
Oh.
Can't pull the trigger onto Config. Double on the way in. JKS caught with a wild spray. That looks like a good nade. He didn't get it, did he? Just a little off the mark. No rebound. Config lives on. Glaive knocks another on his ass, and it's only Glaive.
Does he give this one a go? I can make an argument for it. I can also see why he wants to save. And it's going to be the latter. Yeah, look, 2-on-1 if you knew the HP of Config, maybe. Has he faked the steps? Is he trying to lure them into a false sense of security right here? It is a site plant. He does have a smoke. Okay, come on, Glaive.
Yes, this is what he was waiting for.
Yeah, just this lovely exit.
Thank you very much.
Important find as well, right? You want to keep that economy of the T's honest as well. Bomb goes off, AWP will be saved. Money not great for Complexity here, Alex. Not great at all. That AWP drop is going to be fantastic for Poison, but all in all, money now in question. And this is just a seesaw, it seems like, back and forth between these economic decisions for both the teams.
God, that kill on Config is actually, it's crazy the tiny margins that by which this game is determined. I mean, he's now forced to invest everything, every single penny into round 23. Just to stay as relevant as he was with the equipped AK Glaive took from him. All right, getting to the real business end of our second map here, so strap in. Bubsky wants info.
Is this another set piece from Complexity? There's a lot of conviction up second mid, and the bomb is there as well. Normally left at T stairs. It's kind of telling that maybe we get something quick again onto that site.
Yeah, early control of apps as well. JKS and Rush join him. 3 men. Walking straight towards this tight line from dupreeh. You don't get to see that one. Oh no! Didn't quite have the position right. And Bubsky's going to get swung on. JKS with some high impact there. The smokes are up, the frags are there. And just like that, Complexity spring into a 10th.
Yeah, you can really just see on the minimap when Complexity are looking like they're going to go for something a bit more direct. And these last 2 approaches have been phenomenal. They're making a game out of this one. They can definitely hear it now. If they're not hearing it at home now.
They can't hear it, Chad.
What do you mean? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think our audio guy's just good at his job, yeah.
God damn. Give him a pay rise, because we might need to...
It sounds like someone's using like a circular saw.
I will rip this thing off the wall.
Next door.
I will rip it off the wall.
We're just too fragile now.
We've been spoiled.
We've been pampered and spoiled to the point where we're getting triggered by a loud piece of technology.
It is very loud.
It is, and I am really warm. Do you remember there was a Pro League where I got really hot and couldn't speak?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, stopped hosting for like a year after it because I was that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm at that same kind of level of heat where it's very hard to make sure I make sense.
Well, if you pass out, we do have Swedish Rush here who can take over the play-by-play for us. But the sound guy did just give us a great solution. He said, do you have a bat?
I
and
heard
it seemed
about
to have
these.
stopped, so I think the aircon heard him.
Yeah, you threatened it enough.
All right, let's focus back in on this one. 13 to 10. Looks like it will just be a conservative
the G2
round.
smoke. Am I allowed to call it the G2 smoke?
Just call it deep mid smoke.
That works too. A deep mid smoke, thrown from spawn.
That we did see G2
that we
doing
did
a lot.
initially see G2 throw an awful lot.
Did make things a little bit more claustrophobic for those faster A plays, right? Complexity might have to reconsider if they see that being dished out a few more times. The boy of magic. Burns on down in a big way, 30 points of health remaining. Glaive stoic as ever. And somehow... How?
Yeah, I don't really know.
How?
Don't forget, there's only 2 saved rifles here. Chad painted the picture. We know what's going on. Complexity need this one. This is how you can stay competitive. It's getting scary. Xipex's already another. Blame. Big delivery. Double kill. Magisk is down to just 10 HP. The rest are unarmored with deagles. That was the double kill they needed, they required. And Poison's taking the bomb for a walk. Might want to get back into the site before things fade. The second is redeployed, as is the plant. Well, this is incredibly stacked. Chances dwindle. Bubsky did just grab an AK. If Poison doesn't do a deep clear, it seems like he's...
Oh no!
Caught completely off guard.
It's going to unravel now. There's a kit on the bomb.
There is a kit on the bomb, and they know they're going to be back sight. Bubsky's confirmed. Banana's clear. Dupree's on the hunt. Magisk is so low. Nice catch. Blames one. Backs a turn. Bubsky now in the 1v1. Kit on site. He knows where JKS is, and he just concedes it. Accepts he'd rather have an AWP. JKS not going to go down with the ship. I imagine he'll be able to get enough distance. And so, Complexity, blood, sweat, and tears poured into that. They'll get an 11th. Valiant attempt. Bubsky with a very nice angle. Recovers and catching Poison. Now puts an AWP into the CT investment. This was the double that really did stabilize the entire round. Yeah, great shooting.
Nice second shot. Oh, look at the shadow. Look how much Bubsky can see. It's crazy how much of an advantage he had in that exchange just there. And yeah, realistically, he probably could have given it a crack. You know, I like the conservative nature out of him here. He was openly criticized for being too aggressive by his in-game leader on a podcast not that long ago. So showing some restraint.
Yeah, it's the same way Glaive had a bit of a chance and just stuck around for more economical damage and the save.
Now this one right here is a very big round in the scheme of this game. The loss bonus, it's all in the favor of Astralis here. They lose this, they get 2,900, but on the CT side, we know it costs more to invest, right, in all the goodies that you require. Kit, Incendiary, they cost a bit more money on that side of things, as well as the rifles. Whereas for Complexity, they haven't been able to build a bank, and their loss bonus will be just down to 1,400. So I'm going to say a lot more stock in the need for this round for Complexity than Astralis.
Welcome back to Smoke Watch, where we witness one single smoke grenade remaining in the Astralis arsenal at the 50-second mark.
What color gray do you reckon that is if you had to pick it on the gradient scale?
On the gradient scale, I think this is Grey Scale or Grey Monday.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, Dupree pulls the trigger as he's flashed, and it enables a nice early advantage to be seized. And with 30 seconds left, Chad, they are going to have to make a decision. It looks like Apps Pop is the call. Smoke long side, Config and Poison are throwing the same nade.
There's three here to deal with this, Alex. This is going to get dirty.
You're right. 20 seconds as well. They're going to have to hurry. Full util on Poison. Get it dumped, son. Flashes the long side. Magisk readies for more destruction from his pit. Look at the flash. Look what it's done. 14 seconds. Bombs on short. Where are you, Poison? Here they come. Nice lineup. Config one. Nice from Bubsky. And that's the bomb loose. That's round winning.
No time.
No time. No hope. No health. That's the end of that. Just rotted by those smokes.
Now, I did the maths for you guys in that round. Look at the money that we're dealing with, right? Sure, there was a bit of residual cash for the likes of Config, Blame, Rush, and JKS to be sitting around that 3.5+ mark. But you can see for the likes of Poison, who only got 1,400 in the loss bonus in that round, that there is just not enough for these guys to buy. And just so late, I stalled out for so long, and it didn't even feel like Astralis were doing anything to force that. Just that kill of Dupree, lack of time left. And it all falls down as Complexity now stare down the barrel of potentially giving up round number 15 here with just a couple of pistols. Well, they've declared their intent in this round.
They certainly have. A B-Stream update for you. Looks like VP and Spirit are really duking it out. Spirit's T-side is a masterpiece on Inferno. Looks like VP are starting to tame that beast, though, forcing them down to the pistols, and looks like completely tying things up. If you want to keep track of that one and tune into the dulcet tones of Vince and Dust, do so over on CSGO B. You can just add a B to the URL you're currently watching. Easy peasy. Let's get into it. Complexity, full investment, Chad. Paint the picture.
They lose this, it's done. It's 1,900 as the loss bonus in the next round, and it's all over Red Rover. This is do or die for Complexity here if they want to get into the playoffs. Need to keep their hopes alive in this series.
Vitality for a spot.
And all on Config's AK. The only AK right now.
Yeah, he's going to have to do an awful lot with this. They've still got that 3-man setup. They're all leaning short side.
there's that smoke watch again. They just have to respect it. You cannot risk dumping the light utility you have right now just because you've seen one smoke hit that top of banana.
Zipex soft rotated off the back of that, which is actually really interesting. It leaves Glaive super vulnerable to what Complexity are currently pulling out.
He's got one more smoke here to deal with this in case he does feel threatened. And as we can see, all 5 members have now grouped on up in banana.
Oh,
they're gambling.
Why are they gambling?
Well, Glaive believes in the gamble meta. And it's the wrong call.
But this is such a dream.
This is such an important round. They're just going to have to save.
Oh my goodness. Complexity won't believe it.
I don't know if they even bother going for this retake. I know that sounds insane.
I mean, like, this was supposed to be the super hard fought, do or die, sink or swim. They're saving.
They're 100% saving. I know that Complexity, right? Hear me out. This sounds ridiculous, but I know that Complexity right now don't have a bank and they don't even have AKs. That's kind of the reason I think they should hunt, right? This is why right now, with your bloody P250, your MAC 10, your UMP, get in there because the loss bonus doesn't exist for Astralis right now. They don't have a bank either. By giving them these guns and just letting everybody save, Complexity are doing themselves a disservice. Astralis have the buffer of rounds.
Oh, gross. It's like some super high-level macro play in the sense of you're still gonna have a P250 and $50 next round.
Like, well, they're gonna get the win bonus. They'll be able to upgrade, right? The upgrades are gonna come on through. But the thing is, with what they have right now, you could do more harm to Astralis for the long term of this game, right? You could have done so much to the Astralis team
close
right
this
here,
gap,
right? And now the problem is, we can see Astralis have a full buy, right? All they have to invest into is nades for 2 players, right? That's all they have to invest into right here. And they didn't want to go for that because if they gave away any guns, they're not gonna have the money to go for a convincing round. So now you look at this, that's the only... Oh, the chicken didn't even die. The chicken survived. It's a true unicorn round.
Not a single death was seen.
Cluck free, chicken. Okay, well, they've upgraded, right? But Blame kept the Galil, and Rush kept the UMP.
Yeah, let's see how this one shapes up. An early damage favors the CT setup. Poison down to 48 off the back of that early nade. Now the chickens are dying, this time straight through the smoke. Hear that Galil unloading into the apartments. Looks like Blame's got a nade from there. What's he cooking up?
Could do an arch smoke, I suppose, from that side. There's a lot he could assist his team with if need be. Using it as a jungle gym right now, so...
It's a shame, I wanted to see something nerdy. Well, that's full denial of mid.
But when they did this before, this is why Astralis heavy rotated, right? Because mid control was lost and there was no noise on banana. Zipex, again, is rotated back over towards this A bomb site, so they're 4 strong. But the explode...
Re-smoke and pop?
I don't know. Maybe this is a double pump. Right now, it feels like Blame and Co are kind of playing with the rotations of Astralis. Because if Glaive's going to gamble that heavy, maybe he'll do it again. 44 seconds, up banana, lots of noise. Is this another fake? Or are they going in?
Oh, good catch. Glaive catching one through his own smoke. Now they cross, not checking the boost. Negligence punished, quick response. And JKS doubles up. That's the bomb plant. That's access to the site. A 3-on-3 does not favor Astralis. They've been very hesitant to retake this site.
And they have to save again. The money's just not there to go for this.
Complexity making it competitive here in the second half. They are posturing. They do want to have a little look. Clear corners. Bubsky goes down. Blame dinked. Good find. If they could just find Blame. If they could just find him, finish off the job. The pre-fire's there, 1 to find. Config's going to make it clear where he is. They both noted, look, Coffins.
Oh!
And he hits the first, but not the second. Astralis retake. Config can't believe it, mouth agape. Astralis take 15. I didn't think they were going.
I thought there was no chance in the world that they would look in for that, just considering all of the bits and bobs.
The ramifications.
And they've gone for it, and they've walked away with not only the round, but that AWP still, and enough money to make this work for another convincing buy. Surely this is Complexity done now.
I thought this was theirs, dude. Dupree posted up, catches
swing,
one.
That swing, he's tried to trade, but he's just given up his life to the AWP.
God, yeah, and Config could not believe they lost that round. Oh, haunting, haunting. And that's to secure a safe passage into the playoffs. This is for survival now for Complexity. Astralis are 1 round away from DreamHack Masters Spring. Next round of competition. A heart-wrenching loss. Zipex tested. That's a big find. Early disadvantage, and they're just running with it. Holding W, Glaive's blind, trying to tuck it to the side. They already swing, 3 of them with the bomb on the back. Magisk is desperately sprinting to provide some support. Only 1 from Glaive to report. And over the smoke, another find. Complexity bounced back perfectly.
Are they going to hunt this time round? Are they going to look for these guns at all? Bubsky's already gotten well and truly out of dodge. He's going to be in T-spawn before you know it. JKS wants to get his hands on a rifle. Screw this MAC-10, he says. But the back and forth nature of this, right? Astralis' loss bonus, again, 1,400, right? Dupree can drop a rifle. Bubsky can drop a FAMAS.
He'd love to kill a couple more.
Yeah, I think the thing is, at this point of the game, like Astralis, they have 2 more chances at this, right? You may as well... Well, I don't even know if you may as well. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with their finances right here. There's no great decision. Like, all of the options, there's some form of a compromise. Like, if you get Dupree right now to drop an M4, you're going to have at least 3 big guns, right? If Bubsky drops a FAMAS, okay, now we're cooking. And then maybe Magus can buy into a UMP or a shotgun or something along those lines to anchor from pit or holes. That's what they need to be discussing right now, because they're going for it by the looks of things. I'm seeing guns picked up, dropped across. There's a FAMAS out. There's an M4 out. This is the all-in, right? It's 1,900 as the loss bonus next round. If Complexity win this round, Alex, it's 1,900 from Astralis, assuming no saves. They will have nothing for what could be round 30. This is a huge round. UMP, okay, so they made the buy work. The utility's good. There's kits in play. Complexity have everything they need to, and we're back underway. What is the response here?
It's time to find out, folks. So much at stake. Dupree wants to peek into mid just for the first fight. Thinks better of it. Good incendiary. Won't necessarily spread, and Dupree sticks around, catches the second mid player.
Oh, this is aggressive. This
Rush
is aggressive.
Gone. Magis caught under the smoke. JKS alert, and that was an equalizing frag that they needed. Dupree's hunting for more. Good grief, I don't think Poison's ready for this. Can he get away? No. That's the answer. Config and Blame looking good. The Danes ready their teeth. Another bite taken out of the defense. Bubsky's gone. Rotate in. Zipex spotted. They are going to have to cower. And this looks set for success now. There's none of those weapons are retrievable. You're not going to grab an AWP. You're stuck with the M4. You're stuck with the FAMAS.
You can't even scoop up any extra grenades. You can't even get yourself a defuse kit. Complexity have just absolutely taken it all away from Astralis here. And that 1,900 loss bonus I'm talking about, 1,900. That's all they're going to have. This really just looks like overtime now. Not even hunting. Complexity, more than happy just to let them hold on to these rifles. Ever since that just gamble stack call, this has just been crazy scenes. Like, I really wonder what triggered that gamble stack call onto that A bomb site.
That is a question, isn't it?
Like, if it was just a pure, like, read, right? Yeah, fair enough. We make them. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But yeah, that one right there, it's just cascaded.
You call it a gamble for a reason.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There is risk and there is reward. Well, this time, Complexity were gifted with a full unicorn round. They got the bomb down and immediately have brought it all the way back to the final round of regulation. Look at the juggling Astralis have had to undergo just to piece it together. It's a hodgepodge, sketchy blanket.
Still in spawn, working it out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, Complexity, they can secure overtime here. The slate will be wiped clean and we'll go again.
This is not unwinnable for Astralis by any means, especially if one of these individuals step up with a multi-kill and a half.
And the pressure's on for Complexity. They know they have a distinct advantage here. And it's just for survival, not even victory.
So much space early. In minute 25, they have top mid control. They have Ender Halls control. This is all just looking like an A finish. 3 players on B for Astralis.
This is for their 10th T round. They're matching Astralis' haul.
This one's done, surely. They're already clamping in on A. How are they meant to defend?
Only Dupree and Magisk. Now just Dupree, only an MP9. Hunted from every angle, and just like that, Complexity can kick back, relax, and plant that bomb. They can take all the time in the world to set it up. As smoke arrives, Blame's got one for the replacement. Bubsky loudly arriving in library and a pre-fired upon this first peek, and Nate to perfectly secure his fate. It's only Glaive, it's only Zipex.
Unlosable.
Unlosable. Glaive's the first victim, and there we go. We're off to overtime. Complexity and Astralis, inseparable in regulation. back in business. Overtime. Complexity in pursuit of taking us to 3. A lot of people expecting to see this one as an intense affair, and it does seem Complexity have what it takes. A 10-5 half, and it's matched by Complexity's T side. Incredibly close at times. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Sponge. It doesn't look like... Are we not live? Yep, seeing a tech in chat, so everyone's going to go ahead and just start that one from the top. But it gives us a chance, Chad, to express what we've learned over the course of those 30 rounds of regulation.
Yeah, and I think here what we learned in probably, the last 5 or 6 was that the economy played a massive factor in how that game was either played out by decision-making of gamble stacks or just the firepower they had to defend or attack with. Now, things worked out pretty well for Complexity after we had that unicorn, that gamble call from Astralis come on through. They're able to get across the line. You had some individuals who were just basically splitting over sites. But I think one of the keys that we've noted with both T sides is when they're looking direct, as soon as they're in the site, the round is basically done. That is not going to be the case in overtime anymore. 16K, MR3, everybody has all the goodies they need. We should be getting this one back underway any second.
There we go.
Teams are looking ready and raring. We've given the match medic, and here we go. So we've noted that Dupree has been doing the AWPing on the CT side. On the T side, Glaive did pick it up for 1 round. He was being a little bit cheeky, got himself a couple kills, and Poison's been wielding it on the other side of things.
In terms of Complexity's T side?
Yeah, look, it hasn't been that much fighting for Banana, has it? They haven't really been biffing in there too much. They did get away with that freebie execute. I think they're more than happy to kind of just wait out the Banana aggression and utility early, and then they're taking top mid, JKS and Config getting into Boiler and Halls very quickly. Let's see if that continues, or if they want to go for something a little bit more jarring out of the gate. I think Complexity will just continue what they're doing because of the way that Astralis gambled in a few of their rounds. Okay, getting stuck into Banana this time, so Rush going to deal with the flames, the nades, and they're going to get on out of dodge. So only a little bit of damage done. Information still retained for Astralis and Dupree. Nice shot there onto Config.
Yeah, he knows there's an app's presence though. Often JKS and Config holding hands in the apartments, and so instead of Dupree, they throw a smoke, and he's already pulling up his socks and running to B.
Bubsky has a lot of nades here to remain the anchor, but look at this. Blame is just peeking. He needs to find an equalizer.
Oh, Glaive very ready for it. And Dupree peeking in, can pull the trigger onto Rush on the crossback. Nasty state of affairs now for Poison and JKS. They want to try and worm their way in towards the left stack site. It makes sense. JKS is up short. If he can find one, like if he takes Pit down, if Bubsky's head is popped, it gets awkward. Magisk, Molotov'd out. JKS is playing a sterling bit of Counter-Strike here. If they could just finish the job. Molly down to 8. Poison hits the crazy flick, and now the bomb is down. A 2v5 starting to shape up. Poison spotted on the crossback. Zipex ready and catches him. And now JKS, the trajectory of his nades is very indicative of where he is. He doesn't want to leave too much. There isn't a gap in his smoke, and that enables a spot onto Dupree. Wild spray, 16 bullets left. They double peek, and that's well played by Astralis. They get back into control and successfully will get that bomb defused. First round of OT goes to the Danes.
Yeah, a bit bouncy there, a bit hard to hit those kind of shots. But considering the way that one kicked off, just getting the bomb down and making it look competitive for Complexity is something. I don't think there's going to be too much worry about the economy situation, right? Especially on the T side. We won't be seeing any saves where in that scenario. But the B stream on your screen, looking good for VP.
Yeah, looks like they have managed to win out on this CIS brawl. It's always funky when they meet and clash. Their styles of Counter-Strike very similar, and funny to see that as they do interact. Looks like Virtus.pro have collected that one, and so Spirit are not going to be making it any further.
Yeah, that's a rough one right there for Spirit. Let's focus back in on this as Dupree continuing to look for kills with this AWP, this time starting towards middle.
Yeah, they're in apps already. Not careful.
This is one of their more direct approaches. Rush is here with the bomb. They've done this a few times throughout this T half.
Yeah, they really don't want them to have middle, do they? That's the second incendiary in the first 20 seconds, dropped in mid. Dupree's got a lot to do here. Baits the shot, Poison, jiggling. Hard shot for Dupree to hit. They're up mid. 4, make it 5, about to hit the A side. Magisk has some support. Bubsky with the first, he even catches a head from Graveyard. Big stuff, big contributions. Missed shots from one, but Poison's hit another. Now the advantage is theirs. Complexity have the site. This is an important duel for Glaive, and he's lost it. Config keeps control. Trading blows, hard shots for Zipex to hit. Doesn't have any utility to force these fights, and Poison going down, actually. That was AWP v AK. Blame steps out to save the day.
Almost a chance there for Zipex to go for a clutch. He takes Blame down. Config's low on HP, and then it's a very winnable one-on-one situation, even though we had no idea where Config had moved on to. Complexity get their first T round on overtime here, and the T-halves haven't been the issues for either team, both with 10-round hauls in regulation, both with questions for their CT side, and the question is, what's Glaive going to do with this AWP? He's invested in a secondary big green.
Glaive and dupreeh on the double orbs.
Of course.
Of course, as we all expected.
As we all expected. Oh, dupreeh's just trying every angle in the book, right? He's either the long side, short side, in apartments, always looking for something here, trying to stay proactive. Big chunks of nade damage, even more. Look at that one, straight down the gob. Oh, Russian poison.
They for a half-wall boost here. Glaive's going to be set up for some serious success. Poison ready. Big opening frag provided by the Bulgarian. Just hanging out right in the center.
Oh, this could be nuts.
Oh, he had some two. They line up for him. Enables a 3v3. dupreeh completely alone on A site.
No way.
With an AWP, no less, and his scoping may have been heard. JKS is close. Incendiary forces him backwards, buys time, just a little bit of a rotate. dupreeh again caught. Poison's on for an ace right now. Bubsky does catch him through the smoke. We'll shut that down before it gets a little awry. Bomb now scooped up, and we've got ourselves a 2v2, folks. It's a very intense round of Wingman. No reason not to go for it as a CT. Incendiary on Bubsky. Could force Blame out if he knew. Oh, the timing couldn't have been better. And they know where the last is coming from as well. Zipex the Elephant does find the first, but Burning can't afford to take that fight just yet. And JKS just maintains his breaths. Loud. Everything points towards JKS taking this one. Zipex walks straight on into the beast, and there it is, a 2-to-1 split. Kind of reminiscent of the entirety of our regulation.
Yeah, I don't know where this one's going to finish just yet. I thought Astralis in that first half were looking fantastic, right? You remember the contact plays, just walking up, absolutely taking heads off. And Poison here with a lot of impact. That's a huge multi-kill down mid, right?
Yeah.
He's done a lot there considering the circumstances, and this is not a very easy 1-on-2 for Zipex by any means. But here we go. We swap sides, we get back underway. What a complexity have to throw Astralis' way. The direct approaches of both teams have been what feels like the key to success, and Astralis are not starting their T-half with an aggressive maneuver. Bubsky's ahead of the smoke.
JKS just jumps straight into his jaws. Oh, in a second as well,
Huge
off the back of the flash. Bubsky looking very sharp, and the bomb, likely the round, are just a matter of time. They're so late on the rotate. Astralis have already flooded into the B site. The bomb a little late, admittedly, but regardless, Bubsky has just walked into Banana and demanded a round. The only way this could slip away is if they start giving them fights for free. Poison is very quick. Molly, that's going to force Zipex out. He has to swing. He has to. He has to just go for it, and he does not go down. Tucked into pool now. Config's gone. 2 remain. Complexity throwing anything they can. See what sticks. And a well-maintained spray for Bubsky puts a third into this round's fragging haul.
Oh,
Make it 4.
Great round.
Bubsky, take a bow. This is yours.
Okay, all tied up again. 17-17 as the scores on the doors read here. And I'm not quite sure what complexity... I think that Astralis had better regulation than complexity, even though we ended up here. I think the economy played a big factor in some of the decision-making in the late stages, and that's all part and parcel of the game. But now that the rifles are out, I feel like this T-side from Astralis might just be enough to claw them across the line here. They need to keep this flawless if they want to get it done in one. JKS and Blame met by Poison this time towards top Banana. Lots of smokes.
Lots of
nades.
Magisk is potentially going to catch a third there, yeah. He's done well to stay as healthy as he has.
Yeah, it's just a little licking down to 66.
Right, if they were to actually just blind commit to B. Poison is all alone on a massive island, a serious gamble, very reminiscent of what Astralis have gone for in the past. This is, of course, with the addition of Poison's solo B.
Oh, they're falling away from this B bomb site, and there's a 4-man mid stack. This is the meat grinder top mid. This is where the trades will fall in the favor of Complexity.
Every day of the week. Oh, and Glaive meets so much.
They just have to go B. Surely he calls that.
Yeah, you'd think so. There's still a smoke there. They actually walk through it on the
great
flash. That's perfect. He's now ahead of it. Poison wants to peek in. Utilities, bit of a risk. Gonna miss shot. Magisk as well. Oh, he's missed twice. But through the pool push, it's JKS! And he delivers all 3. They can't get the spotless T-half unless Zipex can come up clutch. He's so blind and it's not far off the mark. JKS takes initiative there. Poison was getting overwhelmed. And he takes it upon himself to find 3 on that push through the smoke. That's the most impact we've seen out of JKS, especially on the CT side. We'll see it again. Look at this, perfect flash. dupreeh just staring, admiring the brickwork. And that's one way to take the wind out of the sails of the Astralis T side. The Complexity have a chance to take us to 3 right here and right now. The next set of frags. 5 kills. Blue on brown. We're off to a 3rd. Astralis, a very strong regulation performance, as Chad has highlighted, but Complexity have shown resilience, a stubbornness, a refusal to quit. 5 frags away. dupreeh looking to secure OT2. Oh, barrel spotted. They know where Poison is. That's a huge amount of information. They know the AWP A, Chad. They know the AWP A. They're going B immediately upon the back of it, and dupreeh's getting frags that will sell it even further. Kept busy. Poison spotted and executed.
Huge
Good
shot.
grief. dupreeh is selling this fake with blood. He might even grab the AWP, might fancy his chances, might want some more. JKS has defended B. It's very fruity this round. Work it out right now.
They don't know where to go. Right, they're in limbo right now because of all this space that dupreeh has, and now
like
they're going
pendulum.
back. They killed the player top banana that had the bomb, and now Complexity have rotated away. They've given up the bomb site that was heavily fortified.
And dupreeh's still set up for this. If he gets his smoke long side, that's brutal. Oh no. More damage. Rush brought down to 40. This reeks of a second overtime.
But they have to go for it, so there's still a chance in this one here. The util, they've got a molly for Pit. They've got a molly that they can lob on out towards the site. Couple of flashes to facilitate this, and Glaive all the way down mid. There's no way they hard clear this, surely.
Yeah, it's so deep. He's actually playing it from the underpass, and Blame's ready for it. Maybe there is a way. Time-sensitive mission. JKS from long, rush short, Blame. 3 avenues of approach for Complexity. This can work. dupreeh's had his hero moment, but he wants more. AWP shot connects. Rush is gone. Blame doing everything within his power. They need to be on the bomb. They need to be on the bomb right now. No time. No time at all. Zipex survival is all he had to do, and he does. Astralis versus Complexity needs another. Overtime 2, compulsory to separate them.
That shot from Blame was huge. Like, I can't believe he's hard cleared that. We're talking mini pit, deep down mid, the hard clear in that type of scenario. That shot was banging, and so were dupreeh's here.
Yeah,
this is round-winning double, man.
He's just so lost. His crosshair's up, it's down. He still finds the head in very quick succession, and Glaive throwing a nice shot in the chat to Blame. Couldn't quite believe he got checked. Well, we go again. Magic number 22. It's more for my benefit than yours.
All right, what twists and turns do we have next? Bubsky has been great on the AK-47 this map.
Down the gullet, ouch.
And Poison, 50 points of health to operate with for the remainder of this round. The nade from JKS, it's gonna soften Bubsky up as well, so getting a little bit of revenge for his comrade. More utility limped out top banana here. They've definitely got control if they want it, Astralis. Oh, and a bit of a barrel. I think it was spotted just there.
Oh, he's dead. Ooh. Poison. Lives on. And now a nade response. Damn, everyone's getting chipped away out here.
This is all just nade damage. There has not been a single bullet that has landed at anybody so far.
Well, there's a very fishy CT smoke, to be honest. That looks way deep.
More like Burley for the fish, that one right there.
Long smoked, and dupreeh. Is he doing his AWP lurk thing again?
Yeah, this is so strange. They're just letting him control top mid. He still has 3 players behind him, so They're just going to walk up.
Yeah. Blame's watching long smoke, though. If they grey screen themselves. Oh, okay. Flash from Rush. Blame's got a lot to do here. Needs to find heads. Can't find anything. Bubsky was too quick. Config, Rush, gonna need a delivery. Nice work from Rush. Now Config tapping at heads and deleting at least one. Magisk is gone. Up there is the rafters with Zipex. 8 seconds. You need to find Rush and find him now. There isn't a bomb. Doesn't have the time. Would rather find a frag. Nice work from dupreeh. Just getting some glory more than anything else. Padding the stats 28. And getting extra AWP frags on the list as well. But there we have it. First round of play. It was chaos. We saw all parts of the map. All over the shop. Complexity, the ones that keep their head above water.
I wonder if they go back to more of a direct approach. I've been saying it throughout this game. Just when they've looked more direct, both teams on their T side, they've been able to convert because it's so explosive. It's not allowing teams to gamble. It's not allowing teams to soften you up with their utility. It's not allowing them to grab real estate and hedge their bets. Out the gates here, it looks like more of the same. Bubsky, Banana again, tasked. One of the hardest positions. So many nades to deal with.
Yeah, and at a world-class level to be still at a half wall after the barrage of 2 people's grenades.
He's finding the gap in that Molotov and he's punishing it. This is dupreeh looking for anything he can around these smokes. Just so odd to see an AWPer in apartments. I can't put it into enough words.
This isn't a permanent affix, right? This is just a product of the situation.
I think so.
Uh-oh, Poison baited out. It's rare to see Poison
B's
fall foul
open.
to the bait. dupreeh's gonna have a peek for the mid-rotate. Bang, and Flame is gone. dupreeh's dead though, right? Config's on the hunt, pre-fires him down. Now T stares, that's a trade.
That's the bomb.
That is the bomb. Oh, good grief, it gets awkward as hell. Glaive does burn one nicely. They have to support him. Rush can ruin everything. Can play spoiler here. There we go. Okay, Glaive saves them. That was about to get really awkward for a second, but now the bomb and the round as we keep trading blows.
Just back and forth.
Yeah, completely inseparable. I'm sure these guys are going to start getting a little bit frustrated.
All right, well, as we mentioned, JKS may as well have a little bit of a look in for this. Checking all the corners. Glaive from the side, 19-19.
It's like dupreeh is doing what he would have been doing with the AK.
Yeah.
Just straight up with the AWP. Easier gun, right? 1-shot kill instead of 3.
Yeah, because he cops the dink, right? Like,
Yep.
he's definitely not getting that kill with an AK.
Nope.
Okay, well, this is, I don't know how long this is going to go on for. I don't know who's going to break serve first. Same buys, same guns, everything they need, and here we go again.
Well, you did say economy was a big determining factor in regulation. It's definitely not going to be a problem here in overtime. Glaive forced to smoke out the double molly. The carpet of flame no more. JKS is ahead of this. He's going to burn. He's flashed and burning. And that's a big loss of an early defensive component. Blame just on the edge of the smoke. Practically one-ways him. Bubsky's gone and we're straight back to an even keel.
Yeah, there are no rushes there with that flash assist, so they have time to capitalize on that, but it is going to dwindle quickly. dupreeh again, AWP in boiler, of course.
Of course.
And Rush is rotated back over, so it will just be Blame left on the B bomb site on his lonesome. But pressure on A and B simultaneously.
Yeah, they're just walking in. Well, that's B site. A 2-2 split of their resources. Chad, you're the expert, right?
But they just ran in. At this point, I don't know what to say.
Shoot, dupreeh, uncharacteristic miss, and the molly to stop the construction push is brilliant.
Wait, there's 3 players isolated Banana right now. This is not ideal. They've just been smoked off.
And the bomb ticking fast. Flash is great. Config's through. Back is turned. He's gone, and they are too. Astralis ending the half 2-1. We've seen this before.
This is odd stuff, but I'm enjoying it. It's perplexing because I think that there's a lot of mind games going on here that we are not privy to right now. And I think that is probably playing into a lot of these scenarios.
Do you remember in regulation when Glaive walked up and just won that duel against Blame and they
Same
planted?
thing, yeah.
That was almost an identical setup. I don't know the reads. I don't understand exactly how well these two know each other, but there's something in the water here that is leading to this kind of gameplay.
Look at all the orgs that have just come out as well. This is the most we've seen purchased up by the CT side. 3 in total, just Glaive on that M4. dupreeh, just the absolute balls on this guy. He is playing with fire in so many situations.
Yeah, but you call it fire, I like to call it flare.
Yeah, all right. Either way, it's getting hot. Bomb's just been scooped up now. Another banana smoke. Poison looking for a kill top mid and just lining this up.
Well, that's the mid-control util. Talking about a boost?
They need to be so careful. Config can look up.
Will you see anything? Oh, okay. Loudly dismount.
But they're not hanging around for mid control. At least they have top banana off of Glaive's little spots here. Flash, that gives it away.
Yep, that's enough for him. Confirms that there is presence, and if they get that half wall smoke, that's going to buy at least 20 seconds.
Oh, they're hanging around. They want to fight this. They do not want to give this up at all. This is not a defensive smoke.
30 seconds. They are corralling them into the three-man stack. Will we see a stubborn complexity here? They've got a molly. Doesn't matter. Zipex has already caught one in the off angle.
They're going back A. They have to go A now. 25 seconds.
There's still a three-man stack here. Util will confirm their suspicions. Magisk readies for war. Needs it clean. Does find it. Molly will nullify some of his options. Turns the flash. Will survive. Tucked in tight. 14 seconds. Where is that bomb plant going to come from? Bubsky's still tucked in on site. Here it comes. And it's a massacre. All too easy as Astralis extend their lead and get within touching distance of the 2-0. Complexity are up against it.
And once again, it was the lack of direct approach. It was the late round. It was the default. It was the pendulum, the back and forth between the bomb sites, getting denied by the fantastic utility usage of Astralis. And then Bubsky, look at this. You know they're flustered. The AUG held down, 3 simple frags. And he continues to get work done. 30 kills for Bubsky here, 31 for Glaive.
That's got to be feeling good for him.
The whole team performance right now, nobody from Astralis is slouching.
Here they come, trying something different, trying to throw a curveball into the pace, and my goodness, Zipex, he's going to go third.
Done. Get him out, they're
Dunked
done.
him. They're out. Just like that, Astralis snatch it. Triple kill out of Zipex, and there you have it. Astralis 2-0, they're into the playoffs of DreamHack Masters. Glaive versus Blame, the whole story, it's put to bed for tonight. Just another day in the office for dupreeh the AWPer. We'll be back to break it down at the desk. And that's Complexity versus Vitality in the lowers.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring, and you wouldn't be blamed if you thought that was a 2-1 series, because things got intense on Inferno, far more than we expected after a blistering first half from Astralis. In fact, things felt maybe a little bit personal, Yanko.
I mean, you say intense, Frankie. I say things just got straight up weird at some point. Seeing Astralis blind stack a site with 5 players, I've never seen that from them, or I don't remember seeing it from any team in a full gun round, really. You know, Movie Star Riders did it. I remember last year playing against them in like force buys. They would anti-strat you and just do something like that. But that was just crazy to see, you know, simply because there's not that much risk in leaving one guy to play retake, right? And if you can't defend A-bomb sets with 4 guys, like, come on.
Well, I was looking at the radar in the round before that, and Astralis were literally, there was always one CT just constantly rotating through CT and Speedway. It seemed like they couldn't really decide what to do. They settled on 3 on A, and it paid off for them. And then the next round, they decided the 2 guys on B were lonely and rotated over, you say, and they literally gifted that force by round 2 complexity. But it seemed to be a technique that kind of the rotating and the ants in the pants and kind of seeing what happened, that kind of worked more on their T side, Blair, because that was a very different style of offense from Astralis.
Yeah, if you talk about that round 26, which Janko mentioned, where it didn't seem to make any sense, the T-side calling was fantastic, right? We saw a few rounds where they just completely outcalled contact plays coming out. They were conditioning complexity to have an early B stack early on, and they were abusing the A-bomb side multiple times. Even in OT, there was that one round which I was confused about, where Glaive called a contact play at A and B simultaneously, and somehow they still managed to get the bomb sites and get the kills on both the bomb sites, in fact. So great calling coming out from Glaive overall on the T side. CD side, some question marks here and there, but in the end they still get the win.
Well, hold that thought, please, Blair, because we've got a winner on the line, and it is dupreeh. Oh, hello.
Well, oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I know you had a chat to Scrawny earlier, but I really want to know, especially after you've now played a full best-of-3 series without Device, but now with Bubsky on the team, do you think Device's departure has motivated the team in an unexpected way? Because all of you guys are stepping up individually.
I think what maybe motivates us the most in terms of obviously motivation is just to prove people wrong and to prove that we can also play good without Device. Not saying that Device was the issue or anything like that, but obviously shaking up things just create something within a team, especially a team like us that's been together for so long. Like you dwell into bad habits and you dwell into not maybe realizing what could be the issue, and just getting this new feeling of just just getting this motivation feel is just really good for us. So far so good. It's been really a pleasure to play.
Yeah, and looking at, you know, the Inferno and that T side, for example, you guys had a great T side. It didn't feel at times as structured as maybe we're used to seeing from you guys. More just, you know, a bit of a aggressive style individually, finding openings and just running with it. Is that something that's a cause of not too much time to practice with these 5 players, or just a switch in style, matchup specific, or what was the reason?
I think it's definitely a mixture of both, because we haven't had the time to fully do anything. And I remember during Vertigo, Bubsky was like, I don't know any nades on A side. It's like, it doesn't matter, we just peek. I mean, sometimes that's just how it is, you know. But obviously we haven't had much time to prepare and make everything work, because obviously I've also been given all the Device roles and all of his smokes and all of his setups and everything. So there's just been so many things that we've had to learn. But then at the same time, we also start to look at the other teams. Like, we're trying to see what are the other teams doing correct and how are they approaching the game right now, because for so long we have been the team to set the meta, and I think we have probably struggled to figure out how to approach this online era and how everything is how the game is played right now. So I think we're just trying to find our groove and just figure out what works the best for us, and see also to copy a little bit of what other teams are doing, since they are also performing.
dupreeh, first, congrats on the win. Secondly, look, everyone's talking about it's all doom and gloom, you know, the post-Device era. How are you guys gonna build up from that, right? But is there something positive to that? Like, teams don't really know how you're going to be approaching stuff right now. It's basically starting from scratch, kind of all fresh. So is that also kind of an exciting prospect for you guys? It's not always just hard, right? It's also fun at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we've definitely had a lot of fun playing together right now. Like, we're we're just enjoying Counter-Strike right now, which I think is probably one of the main reasons. Not that we didn't do it with Device, but obviously motivation just creates a really good atmosphere in the team. And then, like from my own perspective, I've picked up the AWP. I get to play a new role. I get to do some other stuff that motivates me and makes me want to feel like enjoy the game. And as a team, I think also a lot of the other teams obviously don't know how we approach the game right now, because maybe they're so used to how Device is AWPing or how I'm Entrofrag, and now it's Boopski doing it and everything. And I think that is just the benefit of swapping players out and playing like as a new team. That is definitely that it takes time for the other teams to figure out how you want to like how you are approaching it with a new look. And I think that just benefits us right now. So let's just keep it going like that, and then we'll see how far we get.
dupreeh, does it feel different in the server in terms of the way that Glaive is calling those mid rounds?
One more time, sorry. I was looking at my highlights.
No, you know what? Talk me through your highlights. Where were you particularly feeling yourself? dupreeh, you are an analyst yourself. I'm kind of curious if you could break down your own. If you could break down your own performance, dupreeh, in your own words.
No, I would stop giving like stop playing highlights when I'm doing interview. I get stoned out. I can't focus on two things at the same time.
Do you watch yourself on YouTube, dupreeh?
Our
yes,
job is hard.
You should watch that video we made. You were fantastic on the AWP in that one.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it is definitely fun playing a new role, and I still have tons of things to learn. I've only played it for like 1.5 weeks now. Obviously, I've had the role before when Device had a medical leave, but the game has also changed a lot since then, and people just really good at not dying to the stupid peaks, and the way they take map control is just so much different from back then. And obviously, the one thing I think has changed the most in terms of me picking up the AWP this time around instead of Device is that Device is not here anymore. People can't sit and say, why is it dupreeh upping when Device is obviously a better upper than him? Right now, there's not a bit, like, in my team opinion, there's not a better option within the team right now. And I think that also takes a lot of the pressure away from me. I've definitely not felt the pressure the same way I did last time I played it, so it's all good.
You were in a team with Device, various teams with Device for around 8 years. Emotionally, what was that like hearing that he was going to leave?
It was a big shock, honestly. We had just lost to Furia in the previous tournament we played, and all of a sudden that like tournament defeat just didn't matter at all. I remember the first time, the time that he told us, the first reaction I had was, I respect that, that's fair. And then afterwards, I realized what was actually happening, and we had a talk about like, so what are we actually going to do now? Like, how are we going to go forward and everything? And we've just been taking it slow. Like, we've also had some time off just to figure out how we want to approach this new team and how we want to work as a team. So that really works well. But obviously, it's really odd. I've been playing with Nikolai for 7 years now, and I've been going through many memories with him, both good and bad. And it's just, and then I felt like when he actually was. I started to accept the fact that when he was left, when he left the team, I was like, well, that's his decision, that's fine. And then I felt good about it. But then the day when it was announced and I saw him in the NIP jersey and all that promotional stuff and how much attention it got, I actually got pretty sad because, I don't know, I just realized that the team that we've had for so long, like the 5 of us winning and dominating for a long time, had suddenly come to an end. And I'm not saying that things that are different is bad, but it's definitely a thing that I need to get used to. But I'm definitely going to miss him. But at the same time, I'm very happy and excited for the future coming.
Sounds like you're not going anywhere, and that makes me very happy. So thank you so much for talking to us, dupreeh. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs of DreamHack Masters Spring. I just like to keep him here as long as we can. Just like,
well, we can head out, Frank. You can bring him back in. We'll just zone out, and you can keep the thing going. Yeah,
it's a magical desk.
Anyway.
We'll just extend things. You're done for the day, Janko. You got any plans?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the next game, prepare for tomorrow, Frankie. You know, all the serious stuff, the good stuff.
Yeah, that's why we pay you double, Janko. You're the pro. You're showing us how it's done here on the desk.
You shouldn't tell it. You shouldn't tell anyone.
We are going to have to get Maniac in, though, if Janko is heading off. So we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be finding out who Astralis are going to be facing in the Group B upper bracket winners final. That is a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Is it going to be big? Is it going to be heroic?
You can't fully enjoy success if you've never tasted failure.
I believe that we can go all the way here to DreamHack Masters Spring, and I believe we can get into the finals.
We had a lot of good moves, good plays, individually plays.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Whatever the breach was set up to contain, it has escaped. There are frightening creatures afoot on this bad boy. But don't worry, I'm here to keep you safe. Nestled within the ruthless vines of the AWP containment breach are some scary looking faces, but none of them are fearsome as the boom of the sniper bullet leaving the chamber. Take care when handling the green machine. Do not let the monster overtake you. You must tame the monster.
You move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal. I never lose, I'm bulletproof.
This is DreamHack Masters Spring, and we have one more best of 3 on the A stream for you tonight, and it's going to be big versus heroic. Whoever wins this is going to book themselves at least a place in the quarterfinals, and they'll be facing Astralis for a free pass to the semis. But we've got to take a look at the lower bracket because there are teams at risk of losing their spot, and they are Vitality and Furious. So we're going to see them play each other, I believe, tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be an exciting game. I'm liking the fact that we get to see more Vitality. I was very much afraid that we'd lose them after 2 games. It's great to see reactions out of my Frenchies. See a little bit more Counter-Strike.
My Frenchies.
My Frenchies, my boys.
Me Americans sadly went home by Extra Salt. You will be missed, genuinely, because I want to see big things from them in the future. I just think they need to grow and get used to the European scene, which is what Furia had to do, which is what Team Liquid had to do. So hopefully they still get to extend their stay. And someone else who is extending his stay with us is Mr. Blair. How does it feel to have no legs?
Maniac.
On the desk, I mean.
Oh, it's great. I can sit down. I don't even have to wear pants.
Yeah.
You what now?
To be fair, I worked with Hugo and Harry, and they didn't wear trousers. I was sweatpants. It's absolutely fine. Anyway, I don't want to accuse Hugo and Harry of anything right now, and I'm going to stop digging myself into a hole. And two teams who will be looking to make sure they don't dig themselves into a hole either today are, of course, Big and Heroic. Big were interesting yesterday in their best of one, because usually we're expecting it all to be focused on Sis and maybe Xantares, but actually the two stars of the show were Tizian and Keto, Maniac.
Yes, and it's a very, very healthy sign for Big in general. And sometimes we tend to forget how deep of a roster they have, right? You mentioned Sirison, Xantares, Tabson. They will be our go-to when we're talking about mat fraggers and people to make the impact. But the truth of the matter is, when Big were at the top, and they were at the top of that ranking for a while, Keto with the secondary AWPer, Tizian as an anchor, these two were making a huge job, and in their game yesterday, as you mentioned, they topped all the charts. So it's a very, very healthy sign for Big of Kids.
But I do worry with Keto because of his consistency, because he can turn in huge performances. It's just not every day that we see them.
No, but do we need that every day? That's the thing with Keto, right? We don't need that from him every day, but if he does, that's just it's like an icing on top of the cake.
I would argue we don't need that from Tizian every time. But Keto, this is the problem with this era, right? This online era where all individuals need to be stepping up. They cannot take that trophy next weekend if they're not all on form.
Well, didn't they do like an angel picture for Tizian or something? I think he had like an angel on top of his computer because of how he performed the first day. That's how he motivated teammates.
It's basically a picture of him. The man is an angel. Have you ever spoken to him? All right, sorry, Blair. I'm just talking about my love for Big here. What did you think of their performance yesterday on Vertigo?
I think it's very convincing. You know, with Vertigo getting picked it was the best of one, right? I really thought it was going to be a bit of a surprise coming in there. I thought Furia would be feeling very comfortable. They got completely shut out. I believe it was a 12-3 scoreline for the side of Big, a fantastic CD side. And suddenly, you know, they're going to be facing off against Heroic here, a map which might come up early here as a pick, could indeed be Vertigo. So that yesterday's win they had over Furia for me really makes things a little bit more interesting heading into today's matchup.
And there you go. I mean, they were the huge performers of yesterday, both in damage and KD ratings, Tizian and Keto. So maybe they're going to keep it up in their match against Heroic today. They did have some CT issues, though, during FunSpark, boys. So now this is a best of three. They are going to be tested. And Tabson did say yesterday as well, they're changing up the map pool. They're now banning Inferno. They're allowing Train to run free.
Yes, and that's going to be a topic during that veto, right? Because Heroic might jump on the train, but we'll wait for the veto to talk about it. Just, you're right to mention the bootcamp. You're right to mention some of the changes Big have done. That's the feeling I had last week, was that it was a work in progress, right? It was like they were trying to rebuild something, changing some of the positions, changing the map they are playing. Is it too early to go up against a titan like Heroic? Right now, arguably one of the best teams in the world, if not the second best team in the world right now. So if you change some of these pieces moving around the puzzle, I don't know if Heroic's just too big of a mouthful.
Well, we've got a set of Julies now talking to each other because we've got Scrawny and Keto having a conversation about this matchup.
With the best of threes well underway here for the DreamHack Masters Spring, we've got Big versus Heroic coming up soon enough, and I have Keto on the line to talk us through his expectations. What are you feeling right now, dude? Coming off of that game, I'm assuming that the confidence feels great for this opening day of DreamHack.
Yeah, we're pretty happy about the result, obviously. Yeah, we knew that if we play our game, we will beat them, but we didn't expect it to be like that easy, to be honest. I think they had an off day. I think it can be a completely different team tomorrow for them. I think they didn't hit their shots, and we just hit our shots, and I don't know, it's best of one, so pretty easy.
Sure. Yeah, it's over quick, right? Over quick. Especially when you're looking as sharp as you were in the server, dude. Listen, you haven't had the most incredible or consistent results as a team, and I would say even individually, no offense, but this map right here, man, you looked on point. Is what you're saying about Furia applicable to Big as well? Some days it's just a slower start, some days it could be hot and cold. Is that how you feel with the camp right now?
Yeah, I think that's why we are so inconsistent. Also me, like, we take peaks we shouldn't peak, and then off days, like, you just miss the duel, or like you lose the duel. And if you stop like over peaking and losing advantage situations or losing like against ecos, I think we'll win a lot more games. And yeah, we're working on that every day. We watch our games and we hope we get more consistency with that.
All right, I look forward to seeing it, man. Listen, 25 kills versus Furia, 3 maps versus Heroic. How many frags are you walking away with today?
I don't really mind. I just hope we get like 2 maps and win the game.
All right, fair answer, man. Best of luck later today, man. We'll be cheering from the sideline.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to Scrawny and Keto for that interview. And right now we need to talk about Heroic, because since March the 6th, they've only lost 1 match. And that was at the Blast Spring Showdown. So things are going rather well for Heroic, despite them having 2 new members that we saw join them just before EPL. And really, I kind of want to ask, is this a honeymoon period? Have they had 2 easy opponents? Or are they simply the best team in the world?
Well, no, they're not, because Gambit is playing Counter-Strike, and I'll put Gambit ahead of Heroic at the moment. But you're right, the spread on which Heroic went is so mind-blowing that we feel like we need to talk about momentum, like this cannot just be their level. Because before they made that roster change, when they had Borup as well in the team, they had such a moment, such a sprint. They were beating anyone, and then they crashed. So everyone is a little bit expecting for that same thing to happen, but they're not playing the same type of Counter-Strike, so maybe they're just here to stay.
How has the Counter-Strike changed?
I think that before it was a Counter-Strike that is way more individualistic and way more based on individual overperforming, and now it's a bit deeper than before. It's a bit more relaxed as well. Maybe Cadian still goes on his antics, you know, individually speaking, but it's not as crazy and lights out as it used to be with the previous lineup, at least from my feeling or understanding.
Well, one man we all love on this desk, and if we don't love him, get with the program because you have to, is Cadian. So let's hear a bit more about the man, the master, who redeemed himself.
They say that if life isn't up and down, then you're not living. As a rise comes before a fall precedes a rise. You can't fully enjoy success if you've never tasted failure. Cadian, the redeemed, is alive.
He's a hyped up guy, and he always takes us the energy to the next level when we are in that 4th or 5th map.
Life is a marathon and not a sprint. And nobody embodies that spirit like Cadian the Redeemed. Nobody tells the story who fell at first, second, or third hurdle. Sometimes you hear the story of the guy who fell at the final hurdle. Cadian lost games. Cadian has faced failure head on. Cadian considered giving up. Only joking. He can't even comprehend the idea. Cadian, the Redeemed, fell from grace once before. That won't be happening again.
The guy CT.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's knifed him, and he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way. Cadian, you can't win Pro League like this. You can't win Pro League like this. No way. Exile's left, 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son. You're about to make the play of your career. A knife kill? You can't. Cadian, he's thinking about round. Jumps
Saw him.
Exile gets the info. He just has to hit this shot, and he's done it for Heroic. The leader, calling well above his years, clearing corners.
Don't miss the feel-good film of the year, the rags to riches story of one young man's treacherous journey through every single emotion you can imagine.
It's hard to handle watching that clutch back without getting quite a lot of feels, but we now need to talk about something slightly more serious, which is this announcement from Team Heroic. Blair, it sounds like 2 of the players have been diagnosed with COVID-19.
Yeah, that's rough, isn't it? I'm just hope that the other team members, as well as the crew, are safe. At least according to the statement, though, it looks like Cadian has very mild symptoms, while Tessus hasn't really shown anything. So hopefully they feel good enough to play. And you know, at the end of the day, health's more important than anything else in the world. So they should be feeling much better come the next few days.
And we've also heard that Hunden is now rejoining the server. He has had his coach ban lifted, or at least he's served the time. Blair, how do you feel about Hunden coming back?
It's great. Like, he served his time. He's back. He had an important role to play earlier on when we had the rise for Heroic. But then again, I don't know what else is going to make a change. Like Maniac mentioned, this is it a honeymoon period? I don't know. The way Shush and Refresh were able to slot into this new heroic lineup and just go on the streak has been a little mind-boggling for me personally, and I'm sure for a lot of people as well. And when Hunden coming on in as the coach, we might be seeing, potentially might be seeing Heroic further ascending to a higher level, which honestly I thought would be impossible.
Let's head into the veto now. I don't know which way this is going to go, to be honest.
Well, the problem is, as we alluded to, now Big decide again to leave open train. So they're going to go for Mirage, which to me made no question. They were going to go for Mirage. That was the legit pick. Now, if you're Heroic, do you jump on the train?
Nuke.
No pun intended, because it's right there for the taking. It's a very good map for you. Big have shown, I want to say, weaknesses. They actually go for Nuke. That, to me, is a curveball and a half.
This is interesting. Vertigo as a decider, maybe?
Yeah.
There we go. I think Vertigo is going to be very comfortable for both the teams, right? Last time they played, I think it was Heroic coming out on top against Big. I believe it was an EPL a few weeks back on Vertigo, but we saw Big's Vertigo yesterday against Furia. So I'm excited about this. This could be a 3-mapper, and on Vertigo, it's going to be, if it does go to Vertigo, I feel it's going to be a very, very close game here.
I'll put just a little bit of context on that Nuke pick now that I think about it. Having watched Big during the FunSpy Ulti tournament, it's one of the maps where they've changed positions and Taris is now playing inside instead of ramp. And let me tell you, they had some issues on that CT side. The rotations were unclear. They got abused time and time again. It was merely off the back of great T-side comeback that Big were able to win Nuke. So maybe in the camp of Heroic, you know, they watched some of these games, they realized, we're going to start T-side, but don't worry, we got it.
Shall we say hello to our newcasters?
Let's do it.
All right then, Dinko and Hawker, all the way from the UK, making me feel homesick here. Hello, boys.
Yeah, thank you, Frankie. I'm glad you've got some company in person right there with Maniac finally with you, no longer the two floating heads with just Blair now. It's a great time here at the DreamHack Masters Stream, Hawker. We had a great first day with some incredible matchups, but now this one should deliver as well. You know, jumping into this one, it's going to look solid, right? You know, Big have come in, starting to look a good bit better, Hawker. Searson has been a talking point for you. You've always loved how he's been able to open up rounds. He's generally a big player for the Big side.
Yeah, I love how Searson plays. I think he plays a lot of positions and a lot of aggressive roles other AWPers might not be willing to play. But I think because Searson is willing to play that way, it opens up a lot of options for this Big team, and we all know they've got a massive playbook.
Yeah, I certainly do. And I mean, you've talked about it before, Alex. We love how Keto can perform here on Mirage. He's had a lot of good recent performances here over on Mirage, going up, hitting those big numbers, getting those 30 bombs. The likes of Complexity, they've tasted that. They've tasted the Keto medicine here on Mirage, and we're jumping right into things. Heroic versus Big. Big going to be on that T side to start things off, and Heroic on the defensive side.
This has been a really solid map for Big as of late. They are on a good, solid win streak on Mirage. They've won their last 6 times they played it, including a couple of wins against Complexity, who themselves are a very good team on this map. You talked about Keto's performance. One of those games was the Keto Special, where he put in a shift against Complexity to get that win for the Big side. And I really like that Big go for these Mirage picks, because I think they do have a lot of great utility on this map that some other teams sometimes aren't ready for. I really like their fakes towards B. Tizian is really good at selling those fakes towards the B site when they call for them. They can also go for mid control, and Tapson is very comfortable calling rounds between the bomb sites. There's just a lot of options for Big on a map like Mirage.
And the Big storyline, the way it's moved forward, right? We used to be the Tapson show, carrying them through in the old versions of Berlin International Gaming, but he has gone into that in-game leader role. His performance individually has maybe dropped off, tapered off, but you've got some of these players in there that are showing up, and it's great to see the return to form for Tizian, right? He's been a player that has seen a little bit of a drop-off in his individual performance over the last couple of weeks, and honestly, I want to see Tizian keep that up, right? And they're obviously putting some pressure on him, should I say taking the pressure off of him by, you know, helping him out, being positive in the camp. I do want to see Tizian hit those numbers again, because he came into this tournament opening up a fantastic performance over on Vertigo, 1.72 rating, Keto in behind him on a 1.7 rating. So if Tizian can keep that up, then that was the only player that really you needed much more out of. And if the whole team can elevate their performance, getting some of that confidence going after a big win finally at a tournament again, then they might just be able to go on a bit of a run here and turn this ship around that has been going downhill for the Big side for quite some time.
Absolutely. It feels like they were on a downward trajectory, but just recently, just before this DreamHack Masters tournament, they have started to turn it round. With that win at FunSpark, they got a couple of solid wins there. I think this Mirage map could be an absolute firecracker though, Dinko, because I was just saying that Big have a 6-map win streak on Mirage. Heroic themselves have a 5-map win streak on Mirage, including that win against Gambit at the Pro League Finals. Wins against Complexity, OG, solid wins for Heroic on this map. They are not going to be giving up this one without a fight.
Well, the issues are sorted and we're hopping right into it. The 1x bet odds at the top, favoring Heroic coming into this one. And how could you not at this point? Hawk, everything is leading towards them, but Big, they're on their way back. It's a quick underpass play coming in from Stown and Kadian.
Definitely an awkward angle to clear with Stown just holding connector. I don't think they'll be ready for this. Tizian goes down early, and Stown looks for more, but Tabson trades at long range.
Yeah, and in behind Katie, and finally striking with his initial push into the underpass. He has found Keto, refresh, landing shots for the Danes here as well. And it does put Searson and Tabson in a very difficult situation. And 2v4 to try and pull this round back. And that bomb nowhere near them, nowhere near their possession. And Tabson walking through jungle, right through the murder hole. And Shush will find his head. Searson now left alone in this 1v4 that is just unwinnable at this point.
Especially with the bomb drop down on the site. There's no way in for him. Tessus lands the initial shot, and that is a team ace for Heroic to kick things off. Great start across the board for the Heroic side. And honestly, Dinko, that sums up this team pretty well. Even in their opening game here at DreamHack, they got that 16-6 win against Pain. It was much more of an even spread of the kill count compared to Big's win that they got against Furia. I think this entire Heroic roster can frag. They've just proven that in the pistol.
Yeah, that's right. There was a very level playing field for Heroic. We'll see if they can continue that coming into today. In this round, Big, and there's the 4 Deagles out and the scout in the hands of Searson. And we don't need to tell you what he can do with that weapon. We've seen the highlight reels everybody has. There's always a chance when Big are down to these buys. So Heroic, obviously, respecting this as much as possible. Flash into the ramp. It's going to be Kadian going for the early fight. And Tizian will win it on the Deagle.
Stown sticking around, but the Molly's going to force him forwards. Shush still on the site. Has held long enough so that Big won't be going for the commitment instantly. They've even put a molly down to slow it further. Shush still looking for further information, but now that Stown's got that connector kill, it's only the ramp players remaining.
And walking out the ramp, Santaras with the MP9, taking Shush out of the round. Now Stown realizes they have pushed up relatively close, and now they're trying to boost over the top from Sandwich into the stairway, and that has been spotted. Now Searson will try and jump up and get a more elevated position, a better vantage point to see his victims. He goes into the palace with cover. Tessus has rotated over to play at ticket. Refresh currently maintaining mid-control. And Stown getting himself into a position at jungle. 3v3 stalemate at the moment with 30 seconds. Searson will finally get a piece of info in towards jungle, but no fights being taken. And Tessus, he peeked out with his gun, but put away his weapon just in time to allow Tizian to get the bomb plant.
If only he had his gun out, he would have denied it. But instead, Big get a chance in the post plant. There's still utility left for Heroic, though. They still have a couple of smokes that could be the key difference here.
Searson just watching for that jungle walkout. No opportunities just yet, and finally, Stown will get rid of him. It's just Santaras left alone. That bomb planted, ticking away, and Santaras trying to get the line up, not going for the spray away, and just staying in the smoke for the meantime. Round is lost. He's going to drop back. He's got so much Kevlar to play with here. And 2-0 up for Heroic. A good start coming in for them. Good damage, though, from Big. They'll be happy with the bomb plant. That's extra money for them.
That definitely allows them at least a half buy here.
Yeah.
Potentially a full-on force if they were really wanting to take that risk. But I think considering it's their map pick, they realize they don't need to take that gamble. They don't need to fully invest. They can just try and do a bit more damage in this round with the Deagles. They are going up against that AWP of Kadian, though. He's been Heroic's highest-rated player in the last 3 months. Let's see if his AWP is on point early in this one.
The swing out mid from Big. It's going to be Stown, who takes a swing for the bottom of connector. Keto, his head taken off at the start of this one. And Searson landing Deagle shots as well. Good start here for Big.
Smoke has to be plopped down defensively. Xantares almost caught off guard, but he gets away with his life. Shush gets back through the smoke, and Tizian very low on health, but Tesses also has to retreat.
Yeah, at least they're getting these kills back finally. Refresh has started that for Heroic. Tabson's been taken out. Tizian just about ducking below the crosshair of Refresh. And now they're going to try and walk into the B site, but Refresh has spotted Tizian, and it's a cleanup for Heroic.
Good work. Heroic just getting players into position on that B-bomb site, making it easier for themselves as Tesses needed some assistance over on B. This is where we get into Big's playbook, though. They've got full nades. They've got the full guns out. We were talking earlier about how Big have a lot of options on this map. They are very good with their utility, and that gives them all sorts of options for fakes, for mid control, for splits onto bomb sites. We'll see what they're going to do early here. It looks like a heavy presence towards mid, but Heroic themselves don't have anyone there to stop it.
And Kadian, he's been boosted up into the apartments early. He's going to be looking for this opening pick for Heroic. Searson walking up middle. Hearing over the top of the connector smoke with his ult. Hasn't been able to spot anybody just yet. And because they had Kadian watching for the initial aggression, they can push Tesses further up in with the MP9.
And that early boost means they don't have to use any early nades. They still have full utility on both these players. The flash is good, but Kadian's better. He gets the kill while blind. Another early advantage for Heroic.
Yeah, good timing on taking the shot there for Kadian. Now they've got full B control. Heroic have even got ramp as Refresh pushes through. He's got Shushin behind him. Two new players here for Heroic, finding control, but Xantares fighting it back. He starts to move forward, and Shush is around the corner. The headshot in, and the bomb caught.
That's a big deal. Shush can just try and stay alive. He's even got a molly to buy even more time in the ramp. And even though Stoun's flashed away, Big have to get that bomb back. And there's another molly for Shush.
Yeah, and Tessus has arrived to the party over here as well. 35 seconds. Big may have the A site, but the bomb is safely in the hands. And there's another incendiary. They know how many players are around the corner now. This is not going to be easy, but the flash in from Keto, they need to explode with 20 seconds. They need to take the fight. Shush, while blinded, gets one, but Searson replies quickly. Keto still locking down the site control, but there's only 15 seconds left, and Stoun, he's come through. It's the two ops that remain in play, and with 10 seconds, Searson looks at the round loss. It gets shut down just before the timer runs out, so Searson goes into the next round with money, but Big, no round win yet.
And I love how Heroic have started playing this game. They play this really annoying style on Mirage, where they are so fluid with their setups. We saw it in the pistol round. Kadian was able to get in behind Big as they were trying to set up their play. Now we see it in the first gun round, where Heroic get aggressive towards B, they get the early kill there, then they have players pushed into A ramp, and because they're not using their nades to set up any of these pushes, they still have so much utility left for the late round that any of Big's set plays are being countered pretty early on by this aggression. This is a great start for Heroic.
And Big are going for the heavy B lean at the start of this round. Currently 3 players in defense for Heroic. Kadian over here at short with his ult. Refresh close at the end of the apartments, but Big have decided to go through the underpass instead. They leave Tizian up in the apps, throwing a bit of utility out, faking it out a little bit. As they go for the window boost, Down is ready, and he's just spotted the head. The window boost not fully committed through for Big.
Heroic have rotated quite a few players over to B, but as the time goes on, I think they'll start to realize they don't need reinforcements on the B bomb site. They may need some help on A.
Yeah, Shush is over here right now. Good headshot on Xantares. They'll try and find a couple more of these pistols as they start to come through. Stoun has arrived as help, as resources, and Kadian taking easy pickings into this round. And it is just Tizian left alone. And with his P250, he shall try, but Heroic shouldn't be losing too much more here. Shush will go up the ladder. They haven't lost a single player, and they keep it that way. 5-0 for Heroic, a fantastic start. And as you said, Alex, the money is really starting to build on that CT side as well. Things do not get any easier for the German side.
Big are going to need to get some respect back here. We've seen the early aggression come in that initial gun round. Heroic will keep doing that. If you let them, they're just going to keep going for those pushes. They love to take these different setups on the CT side. They love to be dynamic with the way they play on Mirage. They'll switch up their setups very frequently. They'll go for those aggressions to get information. Big can't let that happen, or Heroic are just going to be able to read them.
Again, the Apartments aggression keeps coming through for Heroic. They've got Refresh pushed up already. Currently, Searson out mid, holding for the short play. But once you've got a player in Apartments and a player pushed through Ram, Heroic have just got so much control. For Zantares. If he starts walking out of Palace, he has to be aware they didn't have a ramp play. They didn't have anybody watching it. And with Heroic and how they're playing, he's going to walk around the corner right into Shush. So that's a big opening yet again for Heroic. And Stown on top of Ticket goes for the flick down. Not too far off hitting that one, but just a miss coming in.
Nade a bit too early into Connector, but this time Refresh is pushing through B. They're just consistently gaining this ground. Tizian comes back, but it's another 1v1 fight that goes the way of Heroic, and Big are hitting desperation mode.
Yeah, Kidian's over here with the AWP, holding down short. Tessus has come in with a headshot elsewhere, and now it's just Searson. He's found his first victim. He'll go for the bomb plant at least. Where does he go with this one after? He jumps across, he's been spotted. Going over that way, bits out the AWP shot, and now trying to limit some of these fights, trying to put himself in a favorable position. Nice quick shot down onto Refresh. He needs another one if possible. He's been burnt forward, damage done, forces him into the site, and tests this in with a headshot. It is going to be Heroic coming in for the 6th round in a row here on Mirage. There are no slouches on this map, and just the amount of control they're getting, Hawker.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job at getting ahead of the game, finding 1v1 fights early, and just making it so that Big aren't going to be playing across the map as easily. This time it was Shush just holding. He waits for the fight to come to him, but Refresh himself had also pushed through. And at this point, Big just had to go for something desperate. At least they get the bomb down. They have a big losing bonus, so that may allow them to buy, but I think we might just need to see a set play out of Big here. These rounds where they spread across the map aren't working right now.
Well, they've listened. They've got 4 players over at A right now. Just 1 player out top middle for Big. As they start to head into the A site. It's Refresh playing in underneath the wood in front of those smokes. He's got a lot of his teammates over here to support in Refresh. Might not even need the support. He's got one on Tizian. He's going in for the second, but Keto and Zantares, they've traded out effectively. They've got the man advantage here for Big.
A couple of smokes should help them get that bomb down more easily, but they need that bomb down quickly here, Dinko. They've just used up all their utility, and now the smokes are fading. That bomb plant is not going to be as easy for Big to find.
And with that Molotov in, that's going to force Keto into the open. Taps and now becomes the player that needs to stand tall. He's been able to find one, looking for the second pick onto the AWP of Stown, who's playing his position perfectly, not giving him an inch to play with. Searson, he's been pulled into action, but he's not been able to land a shot. And Tessa is trying to peer over the top of Ticket, finally torn out with a headshot of Zantares. And Stown bidding out the shot of Searson. He has already found himself 1 victim, but there's 2 more to collect in this round for the young Dane. He's only got the smoke and the kit available to him. He knows he's got to deal with these 2 players. He's aware of the likely positions, and oh, he's not too far off, but Zantares still alive, doing damage onto Stown. He'll creep through the smoke. As Searson is repositioned up to Palace, that position should be too strong, and Zantares even peeking out for the 3K. Finally, Big get themselves around.
Zantares finds a triple on the bomb site, and the switch up for Big pays off. I think the main thing that helps them in that round is just not having to deal with that early aggression from Heroic, not having to deal with that early map control that's been lost. Even though you don't have any nades left here on the A site, you've got into a good enough position. There's that shot from Cadian. Love that we get that X-ray sort of vision on it. This was Zantares jiggle peeking at the end of the round from the bomb site, and Big are once again upping the pace on mid.
Oh, Cadian, good opening. But like you said, it's fast here from Big. They're putting pressure on the connector, and Refresh nearly getting caught with an nade in his hand, but it's Tizian that's cracked open an opening into the B site, but is quickly held with the incendiary and the repositioning of the second player into the B defense.
Tizian's really good at just putting pressure on that B site, though. He's got that lurk smoke up so that Heroic feel like they have to keep a couple of players here. Cadian's one of them, but he goes back a second time and still gets the kill he was looking for.
I love the confidence for the re-peek there from Cadian, but Keto has slipped the net. He's in behind. They're not looking for him. Refresh could be the victim here. Keto's got a smoke up on the right side. He spotted the barrel there of Refresh. He's got that information. And he's just waiting for Tizian. Taps in towards Short. He finally gets his kill. And now Refresh knows he's got to deal with 2 angles. He gets the first out onto Keto, but can he deal with Tizian? Over the top, Tizian with the headshot. And that's now big into the B site.
They're going to get that bomb down, but Shush has rotated over quite quickly. No kits currently in play for Heroic. No real nades to speak of either, but they know that Big are likely trapped on this site. Shush is looking for the early angle, but it's down on the big flank that could be unexpected.
Yeah, Xantares wasn't looking this way, but now turns his attentions over. But Tizian, he's looking the wrong way, and Xantares couldn't back him up. And now Xantares left in the clutch, hits the first headshot. Now looking for the second. Xantares, can he get it done? He can! A big round for Xantares, and that's exactly how he wants to start it off.
Xantares has the highest clutch round win percentage on this big lineup, and we get to see why. 2 quick headshots for him. He loves to use his aim, his snappy headshotting ability to win those clutch rounds for his team. Able to isolate that first one, drops that flash, and as soon as he sees the shadow, Xantares isn't just going to try and play the time. He's going to go ahead and take that fight. And I think you can see there, Big feel like they kind of needed that. After a rocky start to this game, they're hyping themselves up because they're finally back on track here. They forced Heroic down to a bad bye.
It's been a grind, right? It's been a real grind getting that economy into this situation. And the #1 player on the kill count right now for Big is Xantares. Previous event Hawker, don't know if you got to catch much of the FunSpark tournament, but in the finals, Xantares was certainly pulling Big through a lot of holes against Extra Assault. He can be that player that can keep you in these games, and he's just showing it there again.
What is this smoke? I don't know if I've seen this lineup before. This is what I love about Big. This is how I envision myself playing Counter-Strike Dinko. It's Big. It's like everything works together beautifully. You have all these amazing nades. It never works that way in reality.
No, it never does. Everything has to go right. And Searson at top mid, he's being run down. Oh, lots of little minions coming for his weapon, and they're going to get him. A headshot through the box. Searson out of the round, but Xantares wants to spoil the party, but Stown has picked up that AWP. And if you consider what Heroic came into this round with, it was absolutely nothing. So if they walk out of the round with anything, that's a huge bonus. I love the flash, the boost up to make sure it's clear. And Big, their economy's not in a great spot right now, so they can't really hunt this weapon. They just have to bite the bullet and accept that it's gone into the hands of Stown.
Yeah, we'd kind of written off this round, but Keto could even go down right now. Oh, another player falling. This is so expensive for Big. This wasn't meant to be a round where we really had much to talk about, but Heroic just stick together as 5 players. They all go swarming on that mid position, using their strength in numbers, even if they have the weaker weapons. They're able to get away with 2 saved guns. They're actually the ones that save more out of that round.
It's kind of ridiculous that that's the situation for Big, right? That's the chance for them to really build up that economy again, Hawker. But once that mid play comes in for Heroics, Searson's left alone there. He's completely alone, had no rifle support. Xantares was the closest player to help him out. So now Big into this situation. A Mac 10 for Tizian. Galil scouts in play. This is a great chance for Heroic to snatch back the control of the first half.
Big are generally fairly effective on these B plays, but I think Heroic are ahead of this one. They've got 2 on the B site, and there are players in underpass ready to flank.
Yeah, this is very good right now for Heroic on the defense. Tessus has hit the first kill. Refresh is still in here as well. Stown has been spotted, but it's a spanner into the works for Big. They know they have to try and deal with an attack on both fronts, and the bomb is dropped. That just throws extra issues into the mix here for Big, and Kadian and Tessus just finding kills. It's Tabson, the last victim, and Heroic get the right read. They make the right play, and it's 7-3 as they snatch back control.
I feel like Big quite often fall back on that B execute when they feel like they really need a round. Because oftentimes it is a play that can catch teams off guard. But just with the way Heroic are playing, this is one of the rounds where they have that slightly different setup, where they have players pushed into underpass and the ability to quickly rotate a second player over to B. The counter utility denies it, and there was never really any way into that round for Big. It's Heroic who are back in control here. And all in all, this Heroic team are showing us that they're early tournament success with this new lineup. It's not looking like a fluke. They're still looking great. That Spray not looking quite so good, though.
Yeah, Tessa's going for the anti-flash aggressive play top middle. He is up against the pistols here and has lost the initial duel. They're going to go for it again. Stown playing anti-flash at the moment. Refresh, of course, doesn't have a flashbang to play with, so just going to be playing for the info instead. And Stown, he peeks out with his teammate, but it's Refresh that's found the kill, and tabseN has slipped through into the A site. They haven't spotted him, they can't deal with him. Shoot finally should get to realize that he's there, and he will go down without much of a fight in the end. But they've got control of lots of little places here. And Tizian tries to get through the market, but Refresh at least takes him down. Xantares and CSGO trying to make this messy. They've pulled it into the 2v2. Stown gets dropped, and Xantares looking for a follow-up on his deagle. He could certainly make this work, but CSGO's out of there, and now Xantares is left in the clutch again. He's been able to get one so far for his team, but he's got to do it on the deagle, and Refresh will say no. 8 rounds for Heroic. It's a chaotic one. I have to say they lose far too many players, but they get the round win. Their money's looking good, and here comes the buy from Big.
Yeah, I think Big will take that as a kind of positive round, even though they don't win it, even though they don't do massive damage. Getting a couple of kills is solid. And I think when tabseN can get into enemy lines like that, that's when Big can be at their best. Because that's when he can make those snap decisions, those instant calls as to which bomb site they need to hit. If he knows he's got a free kill on a bomb site, he can quickly call for everyone to come back. And he's very good at communicating that quickly. Over on the B stream, we've got a bit of a blowout right now. Looks like Mousesports are about to win their first round, but it's taken them a while. If you want to check that out, it's over on ESL_CSGO B.
And that's Yuumi and T-Time taking you through the action over there. And our matchup, though, it is Heroic. Currently up 8-3. And Big have got to figure out how they're going to, once again, get in with a chance in this first half. They had their opportunity early, but it was tossed away due to the economy damage that was done in the USP round from Heroic. Amoli into window. Kadian smokes off the left side of it. He still wants to fight mid. He still wants to challenge and put pressure on them. He's receiving bullets through the smokes, and a couple of them have connected.
I think the important question in this round, with Big playing more of a default stance across the map, is can they deal with the aggression? It's very likely that at some point in the round, Heroic will go for an information play. They almost always do it. Even if it's late in the round, even if it's not straight away, they're going to try and get some information. And Kadian's doing that here, but the run boost gets him across safely. Kadian almost gets the kill, but Tizian is the man who finds it.
I like that from Big. It's a little variation. They're completely ready for the play, as you were saying, Alex. You've got to expect some of those aggressive plays from Heroic. They've been throwing at them the whole half, so a nice little run boost to try and create a little bit of a mix. They do get one pick over at least the shot landed, but it's Tizian that swings out for the headshot. Now Stown walking up into Palace. He's not looked the right way. Keto's got the perfect timing, and all falls onto Shush. Can he hold on to the attack? So many players coming this way, and it only takes one. Xantares hits the headshot. The force field smokes up, and the bomb plant can come through for Big. Heroic have to save.
It's crazy just how different these rounds can look just based off of the early kill in the round. Right, as soon as the early kill goes against Heroic, then that extra aggression they go for all of a sudden is more expected from the Big side. They're able to prepare themselves for those fights. This was the play from Tizian, switching away, back to the Galil, catches Tesses, who was trying to fall back. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I really like that they have a sort of approach to deal with it, Alex. Like you said, it's definitely a puzzle. It's an issue they have to try and figure out. And meanwhile, in Save Simulator, it is Refresh and Kadian still hanging on to their weapons. Big this time, not losing too many players, so it's a chance to build up their economy as they keep 5 alive.
You know, the other reason I like that, especially from Big, is because we talk about them being one of these teams that put a lot of prep work into those nades, into those set plays, into those strats. I like that they know when they need to just kind of adapt something and just take a fight early without really using much utility. You know, it's still a nice run boost. It's still really well coordinated, but they're not just falling back on whatever they're using in practice. They make sure they have that adaptation.
Stown going for an aggressive play in the Palace. AWP at the ready, and it's the opening here for Heroic. Stan will be very happy with that pick, and Big, they start to run away. They do not want to deal with that A play right now. They're going to send the bomb back and leave Xantaras posted to hold for any further aggression.
Important swing round here. Heroic's money is very low, so Big will be on full alert of that. Full focus, trying to pull this round back. tabseN again leading the charge for his team, trying to see if he can get some early information and maybe make the right call. Couple of nades coming into the A site. The jungle smoke may actually allow tabseN to sneak into jungle. This is a very powerful position.
It is, but there's a play coming through apartments from Tessus. He's getting aggressive, and he's been found by Tizian, and that's more of a problem for the B defense now. You don't just have tabseN on this flank, but you've also got to deal with the fact that there's only one player left, and it's Stown with lots of players coming his way. He has to focus on two angles. tabseN holds the flank. He's not even going to get reinforcements over here, so Stown has to do it all himself, and he's done it so far. A good double, and it's now all once again on the shoulders of Xantaras. The only player really delivering on the scoreboard, and he has been spotted. Stown holds on with a 4K. What a huge hold.
It's crazy that sometimes you almost forget about Stown on this team, Dinko, because he was hyped up when he was back on this Heroic lineup, when he was a newer player. He was hyped up as one of the Danish talents that people thought was going to be really, really good in the future. And I don't know if he's hit the heights that people expected, but when he's on point, you can see he is still a very good star player for this squad, showing it there with that secondary AWP. He's been landing AWP shots all day, up to 15 kills now, and Heroic continue to find success. 9 rounds now.
Three-man B setup yet again here for Heroic to deal with this big play. They're coming in heavy to the B site, hot and heavy, and a first kill for CSGO.
As that aggressive AWPing we talk about, it opens up a lot of Big's opportunities, but Cadian has arrived on the rotate.
Cadian still helping his short. He's got one onto Xantaras. He will be looking for follow-up kills, but refresh it in the double. Tizian is snuck through, but Cadian, he's not ready for it. Tizian on the drive-by, the headshot connects, and Tizian's looking for even more. Stown in here with Shush in the market area. Tizian gets out of that position just at the right time, and now they've got to try and figure out where he is. Tizian's looking for more. He's not happy just with the 2 kills. He wants 3, but he's denied. Shush in, tabseN out there with a kill at short. It suddenly turns into a 1v1. He's looking for the final player, and Shush has got out. Sneaky beaky, just like his name. It's a kill for Heroic, up 10 rounds. Shush comes through with the double, and it's double figures for Heroic.
tabseN just didn't expect that Shush could have snuck out past that molly. Didn't get the timing quite right, and it leaves Big worse for wear heading into the last round of the first half. That was that first shot from CSGO. Tizian was able to get into the backlines, though. They were able to cause chaos on this B bomb site and make it a close round. Unfortunately for tabseN, though, didn't have the right read at the end there. And that leaves Big with only a single premium rifle. And ouch, CSGO with that one, AK's already down low.
Oh, Tizian just diving out with a MAC-10, and hasn't really worked out for him. Not enough pressure created that to really make the Heroic players sweat. It's Kido, Xantaras, and CSGO left alone. And they're diving down. CSGO at the bottom of the stairway. Xantaras, he was there if needed, but it's CSGO just catching Cadian, diving through the smoke. So suddenly, back into that 3v3 scenario, and the bomb does go down, but all the picks from Heroic come in quickly. We'll stick to defuse here. It's been a fantastic half for Heroic. They're looking comfortable on their opponent's map pick. I'm looking forward to seeing if Heroic can keep this level of performance up, because they're looking extremely comfortable in this best of 3. The question becomes, can Big step up after the break?
Want you to wake unbeatable. I'm invincible. I'm bulletproof. Don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil and I'm let it loose. I'm an earthquake. Make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king. I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with. Better remember it. Look at what I can do. Walking all over you. Incredible. It's criminal. I never lose. I'm bulletproof.
It's comfortable for Heroic on Big's map pick. And you can find 11-4 on your screen right now. Heroic have looked good on the defensive side, Alex. They look confident. And now if they get a good start into the second half, it's hard to look past them.
And we were saying ahead of this game, Big have a pretty solid win streak on this map. They've won their last 6 Mirage games in a row, and now they're getting blown out by Heroic.
There's a group up play from Heroic into the A site. Currently, you've only got one player over here playing from Ticket. Playing retake is Keto. The smokes will go up. If Heroic focus down in on the CT spot, it could be a nasty surprise for Keto. He hasn't landed any shots, and finally he gets the headshot. He's been tagged down to 20. A lot of damage being done, but no kill yet for Heroic. It could all change with this jungle push from Shush, but no, the answer is just no. Refresh, the only player drawing blood for the Danes, and finally stepping up with a following kill. But it's Big that are coming out on top of these fights. Currently in the 3v2. Bomb down though for Heroic, and they're currently sending one player up back to Palace to try and play for the post plant, and that is just Cadian. They can get on the defuse. Keto is going to be sticking it, holding it down, and Cadian, a timer on his plays. He gets out of Palace. Can he find the pick in time? He's got to peek out this bodyguard cover, and he cannot get the denial of the plant, but he does, in fact, find himself 3 kills. Nice little consolation towards the end there for Cadian, but the round will go in favor of Big.
A full 10-second defuse was very close to going against them there. Cadian comes out through the Palace, and it's just that awkward angle where you can spot the defuse, but you don't think you can get the clean headshot, so he has to swing to the right side. There were some of those shots at jungle. I think those were the key frags exchanged earlier in the round. Heroic were hoping they could just win those fights instantly and that they could deny. Cadian's already got an early kill in this one, though. That was just a simple flash pop play over onto A, and he is feeling it right now. Cadian gets them the early man advantage, and this force buy looks deadly, Dinko. They've got 3 AKs.
Oh, that nade does chunky damage as well onto Tessis and Tapson. He's playing from triple, able to find himself a refresh. Now the issue does become for Heroic trying to get that kill back and going to flash in. Cadian for the peek up into the B site. Spots one. They realize he's there. No kill for either side, just information passed on, and still looks like Heroic are leaning in for this A play. Currently 2 players in defense for Big, and they're both in towards CT. That molly from Stam going over the top might make things a little difficult, but that certainly will make things much more difficult. Shush's Deagle headshot. Zentara's on the FAMAS just in front of the CT spawn. They're able to pull Testis out of it. Stown goes down as well. And the FAMAS is doing a lot here for Big. It's giving them the advantage. Now Shush and Cadian have to pull themselves out of this hole. 40 seconds to try and get that bomb planted. It's Tabson running forward to put pressure on them. And Cadian now, he's left alone in the clutch. He's got a double kill. And Tizian is left alone. Cadian looking for a 4K. He's going to commit to the plant, and that might just be his demise as Tizian comes around the corner. He's picked up the kill, and Cadian will fall.
Cadian is feeling it right now, though. AK in hand for this round, not even his favored AWP, and he is still putting down a lot of damage. Unable to win the round, sadly, in that 1-on-3, but we all know that Cadian is very capable of those clutches. And again, with that bomb plant for Heroic, there could be an argument made that they want to go for another force buy. I would expect a half investment now, but this was that early shot from Cadian. The player was holding all the way back from CT, and it was that early kill that I think allowed Heroic the chance to really make Big play super defensively. Big had to play really far back after they lost that early kill. That's what helped Heroic get onto that A site, and they're forcing again, Dinko.
You've put them right on the edge, right? You've brought it down to the 1v1. You've hurt them crucially when it comes to the bank accounts. So Heroic going for it. They've got rounds to play with here. And Zentaras, he's burnt down. He's down to 23 as the flames tickle his feet. And now he's had too much of a tickle. He will back away off short and throw as a parting gift on his way.
This time there's a bit more utility on the Heroic side. So they've got a few more options open to them, including this mid control. Couple of smokes already deployed. Tizian needs to be careful. There are 3 AKs coming his way.
Yeah, AKs versus MP9. It's a simple equation, really. With Xantares, he's the unshielded, and while the MP9, maybe not such a simple equation at all. Xantares gets involved, and now it's just refresh. The force bite does not work out for Heroic. Everybody stays alive on Big.
Good work with the bait and switch setup, but more importantly, just the initial fights going Tizian's way helps out significantly, because him staying alive and getting a couple of kills means that he's just taken all the attention away from Xantares, who can come in on that flank. And finally, Big can afford to breathe a little, Dinko. They can calm it down. They should be better served this time, because they're only up against a couple of pistols.
Yeah, some breath work might get them into a good mindset. And it's going to be Tessis, though, not giving them room to breathe at all. Fast play up middle and into Con. Go Heroic. It's one for Tessis, but Xantares and Sirison managed to recover in the chaos. But Stown has found his way into jungle. Gideon also pressuring into a B site that currently has a hold from short. They're not playing inside of the site. Still difficult to get out of the apartments in this situation, especially when you haven't got any utility to play with, nor extra players with you. And so you're hoping that a player like Stown might have been able to step up, but from his position, just gets tied down and headshotted by the USP.
Wow.
Shush gets involved, and that has pulled the rotation away from the B site. And Gideon, it's all about that bomb plant. They were all distracting, pulling away players, and it's worked. It's allowed the bomb plant to come through, and that's money secured for Heroic.
Ooh, Shush, good angle on the murder hole. He gets the first headshot. Xantares is on the site, though. I think he can lock it in. Shush has to really force the issue now. That E-fuse already coming in, and Shush is probably too far away. He's not even going to get the chance against Tizian. Favorable fight for the CT. Big up to 8 rounds, and all of a sudden, this game is tightening up.
Heroic are getting something out of everything right now. In that round, a faster play into middle, getting that one pick, just having the amount of presence they did on the other side of the map, just getting Gideon out into the apartments. As you said, it's just once they know the position of Shush, just getting that defuse in for Xantares becomes very easy. But it's all about this one. Heroic have the buy, Big do as one. As Keto going for the aggressive short peek and refresh. He peeks out, fully blinded was Keto, and that's a free pick for Heroic.
Looked like Big were trying to set up with a couple of players pushing towards mid. They wanted a head-on collision on that mid position, but Keto was the only player who got out initially, and once he went down, they couldn't continue to contest for it early. They may go for some mid re-aggression later in the round, though. Tizian is trying to gain that ground back with Searson alongside him. You can still see for Big, plenty of eyes focused on mid right now.
Well, the smoke fades away. Tabson nearly got a surprise kill in middle. It's down. He's pushed up the chair, and Tizian has no idea. He's not going to be checking that at all. And that calls for the play into the B side. And the way Big have been playing this is very short-centric, right? They haven't been playing a player inside of the site. So once they know there's a distraction in middle, Heroic just pounce on the B site. And once again, Big left with just Xantares, but this time no chance in the clutch. He's got to save the AK in the 1v5.
A difficult position for Big once they lost Keto so early in the round. They think they have to go for some counter-aggression on mid, and I don't mind the idea. Xantares almost lined up a couple of players there, but he's just going to put the smoke down, try and stay alive. They are closing in on his position. They really don't want him to save this AK. Couple of players close by. Flash comes in. Xantares now knows they're coming, and he can only get the one headshot. Refresh right round the corner with the trade. Overtakes his teammates at the top of the board. Heroic straight away win their first T-gun round.
Yeah, no mercy for Xantares. They don't even let him walk away with anything there, Hawker. Again, just that mid presence really drawing the 2 B players that were playing towards short away. That opens up a distraction. A Heroic have an opening. They take the site swiftly. They lock in the round. And now for Big, they've lost everything. So they're down to just the pistols. And because they received so much damage early on, Hawk, it has put them in this really difficult scenario. And Heroic are leaning B heavy. Gideon's missed the shot, and Tizian just running with the P250. He gets 1 kill, but refresh stops the madness.
That molly down at the end of the apartments allows him to just get that AK out of there. throw it further away. Make sure Stown can hold the long-range angle. Hasn't landed the shots he would have wanted early. Nade about to go on in. Oh dear, Stown, they're getting up close, but there are so many heroic players here. A couple of players on the hold. They've got to win these fights, and Stown finally does.
Yeah, not the best lineup there from the Itchy, but Tabson has come in underpass, and Stown has been found. Headshot from Tabson. 3v3, Big doing good damage onto Heroic here as well, but Tabson might just be running into the waiting arms of Tessus, and oh, Tabson, he's faster. The headshot is good for him. Now the play from Heroic is to take the A site. Shush decapitates Tabson. He can get that bomb down for his teammate, but the player at ramp had the bomb, so Shush is going to go for the post plant of CT spawn, and Refresh is going to try and get that bomb planted for him. Going to play together and try and take this fight into CT. They're going to be looking for a play over towards the B side of things. This is interesting from Heroic. There's only 30 seconds left on the timer, but it's going to work out perfectly because they only have one player in Con and one up in Palace for Big, and Heroic are about to walk into B, but they've got to get a move on with the 20 seconds left eventually.
Searson's about to peek the site. Now they're going to know Keto can probably start rotating, but it's going to be way too late. The upside here for Big is Searson can now go get that AK from Connector. Just make sure you get that bomb down quickly, Heroic. 2 AKs for the retake, but no kit and no Kevlar for Keto, who's just gone down below half health.
Yeah, gets chunked well down by that Molotov up short, and now Keto starts to move forward into the site. He can be the information gatherer in this scenario. Searson, you're looking to him with a high health to try and pull off the round. Keto looking for the fights, and Searson getting closer and closer. He'll be the first man in, and Refresh hits the headshot. Shoes follows up. I love that lit round call from Heroic.
You've got to make those decisions sometimes. You've got to just go with your gut. And their gut instinct was correct. They could get onto B for free. Refresh has taken a MAC-10, Dinko. They had plenty of money on the Heroic side. They've chosen to buy MAC-10s ahead of this round. Expect this to be an explosive one. This is likely going to be a fast play from Heroic, and they like to do this sometimes. Remember Borup rushing B with the overpass P90 back in the day? Now they're doing it with the MAC-10s.
Yeah, that was quite something. That was fun to watch, that for sure. But now it's the MAC-10s. A little bit more of a viable weapon for this kind of stance, and while Tessus gets caught early, Zantaras, he's doing a pretty decent job at holding this quick play from Heroic. In fact, he's doing a flawless job as Tizian steps up as well. Is just Shush left alone, and he is picked out as well. 9 rounds for Big.
How many AKs do they get? Only the one. Tizian's able to upgrade, but more importantly, just staying alive with 5 players will build their bank. Another obvious upside there for Heroic is, even though the MAC-10 rush clearly didn't go according to plan, it keeps them with a bit of extra money in the bank. You're almost choosing to take a bonus round to some extent. Instead of just sticking with the MAC-10s, you choose to buy them yourselves, and now they have more than enough money to continue with the full buys. Are they going to go B again? It's a pretty heavy lean to B right now for Heroic.
And Tessus has got that smoke ready for short, so it looks like the full execute will be coming in. Those smokes should isolate Tizian into the fight with the apartment's players. So you do look to Tizian to try and hold on here and get 1 or 2 kills. Just he has to get something out of this. He can't go down without a fight, and Refresh is going to take him out without a single kill. The smoke's not even in yet right now, and Heroic are popping before them, and they're getting the kills. Santara's dropped down on the round as well, but Tabson coming back in, cannot find anything, and Heroic's B site take is perfect.
The difference this time is Big used both their mollies early. Both B-sided players didn't have mollies as the push was coming in. That makes all the difference. And now it's just those 2 AWPs trying to save. Keto getting his 5th kill of the game with that AWP. Unfortunately, it's not an impactful one. The round is already over. And that's a cool call from Heroic. I almost wondered, Dinko, was that last round like a practice run to see how Big react to the fast B play? And then maybe they realize Big are dumping all these nades early. If we just go a little bit slower, we're going to be able to pop straight into that B site.
You certainly get the info from the previous play, right? You certainly get all of that information. So even if it wasn't intentional at the start, they still get the info out for the round following. So it seems like a very good call to be made there by Heroic. I love how they pop even before the smokes, right? Just the chaos. Even Santaras was given a slight window of opportunity, but just couldn't get the frag zone in. I do want to start the discussion very briefly about Refresh's performance right now. He's up there 23 and 12. It's great to see this guy getting a good team, a home finally that Refresh can start to develop as a player further. We've always wanted to see it, and now he's got the chance here at Heroic.
Absolutely. He could be the real X factor that makes this team incredible. They're already doing a great job. He's starting to play great too, and here comes the fast play. Cadian flash assist. Tessus just running in.
Yeah, Tessus running up, but Keto is currently watching short, and he will get the kill onto Tessus. His teammate needs to hold, and Tizian on the double kill. He wants a little bit more, as Cadian is now the last remaining player. This time, Big have walked away with a very good round. Cadian will start to back away from the apartments. He's down to 9 HP. He'll start to filter further back. But Tabson will not let him exit the T apartments that easily. Gideon's got to hang around for a little bit, and with a minute left, very valuable weapon in play. So good flash over from the side itself. Searson setting up his teammate for the peak, and a good haul coming in from Keto and Tizian on the B site.
This definitely starts to bring some mind games into play, though, right? Like, think of the last 3 rounds. They've just all been fast B plays, basically. So from Big's perspective, gotta keep that in mind.
Shout out to Unknown FME for this, right? He's been doing a lot of theory crafting into how to do this in the middle of a round. He's the man behind the over-the-shoulder cameras. And I think, if I recall correctly, he was talking in my ear about this before this event started. This was a theory he had in his head. So I believe it's Unknown FME has come up with this idea to sort of have that sort of 3D wall hack style live action camera. So great stuff. That was really fun to look at.
It reminds me of being in like a sci-fi movie, which is always a good thing. Always gotta love that. Yeah, it looks awesome.
Big sci-fi fan. I mean, I'm not really a big sci-fi fan, Hawker, but there is a few that I do enjoy.
What's your favorite?
So I actually prefer Star Trek over Star Wars, you know?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a hot take and a half right there.
I do. I don't know why, but I just do. So for round 25, a large demographic do hit me just right now. And Cadian is going to push down middle. It's Searson, who's been plucked down of the round very early on indeed, but it's a quick play out. Palace coming through and Refresh. He's dropped down by Keto, and now the play from Heroic into the A site might just be foiled by Tabson on top stairs, but the headshot again from Shush. It has to be Tizian, and he was a big man on the hole for the B side, but this time he's over at A. It doesn't really matter if Tessus is taking down the rest of his teammates, though. He's ripped a hole in the defense of Big, and it's map point for Heroic here. Big's map pick not looking so hot for them.
The pace is just unrelenting from Heroic. It's just every round, it's fast pushes into bomb sites. Big just can't handle it right now. The early aggression, they're getting overwhelmed at the start of so many of these rounds.
We're going to have a little look into the voice comms right now, really get an insight into what is happening for the teams.
Nice! 60! Nice, TT. Nice, man. Geile Zone!
Well, big hype there, I have to say. Hawker's looking good over there for the Germans in a couple of rounds, but 15 to 10 up is map point. I don't think they'll be cheering too much after this one if Heroic close this out.
Yeah, that was definitely not their reaction after that previous round. That was from a little while ago, because at this point, they are down by 5 on their map pick. They've got that AWP out for Searson. He's not been dominant. He's had a decent game, but he'd love to have even more impact here. And with one of the few big weapons in play for the Big side, he'll be looking to make the most of that AWP.
Searson, you talked about him being a big opening player for them. Let's see if he can get them a miracle round here to keep them afloat. A life support player he needs to be here. It's a slower one for Heroic. They've had a pretty fast pace so far in this game, but it's slowed this one down. They want to close it. Ball currently leaned over towards the B apartments. Look at the setup for Big. They've got a player further in the back of the B site. It's the aggressive stance on A. It might just end up being their first victim, but they spot Cadian. And that smoke will come in from Keto.
I like this switch up from Big. After they can deny the early aggression, I like that they're just getting that little bit of early information. In case it was going to be another quick, explosive play from Heroic, you've got Keto jiggle peeking and ready to drop a smoke. Now it might be Searson's time to shine, though. He's waiting at mid, but he's been blinded.
Yeah, that flash is perfect to get Searson off the angle. Now they've both crossed in behind the top mid boxes. It's Cadian and Testis over there. Good utility to really put the pressure on Searson, but he's gone for the peak, and he will spot that they haven't fully committed into middle there. He gets a little bit more information to play with, but once again, it is Tizian who will be tested, this time only with a decoy, and it's a headshot immediately for Refresh. Follow-up in for Shush. This is looking like a done deal. Even the flank does not work out for Big. It's just Keto and Zantares, and it's a clean performance here for Heroic.
It's a team performance too, even in this final round. 3 headshots from 3 separate players get them onto the B-bomb site. And Keto desperately looking for a way in, but Heroic aren't giving it to him. Tasas lands the shot, and Shush closes it out 16-10.
A team performance from Heroic. Once again, they get the win on Big's map pick. We'll be back after the break with the desk.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring, and Heroic absolutely applied pressure from the get-go on Mirage, and it just didn't stop. I thought, though, Big were handling things quite well on the CT side, but Heroic, those individuals are pretty darn hard to beat. Blair, how do Heroic manage to get away with so much?
Well, this is something we all touched upon. I feel Hawker mentioned it while he was casting as well. The bigs, the utility on the T side can be quite impactful, right? And what did Heroic do? They kept poking and prodding, consistent, non-stop aggression through the extremities of the map. You saw Cadian with that floating AWP. You saw Shush and Refresh pushing ramp multiple times, sometimes having to take individual duels. When you do that, Big feel uncomfortable. They're not able to really set up the utility. And yeah, that first half, kind of whatever plans Big had just fell apart. And even heading over to the CT side, the second half coming in there, the first initial rounds Big won, they hemorrhaged so many players. So the money never really took off. And Heroic, the moment they won a round, boom, money's gone, and it just ran away with the game.
Do you want to run us back to the first half, boys? I know there's a round in particular you'd like to talk about, Maniac?
Yes, absolutely. We can dive into round number 6 because I absolutely agree with Blade. The pressure that Heroic was applying. Will you please have a look at the position that Shush already has down ramp when he finds Zentaris? But that's not all. On the other side of the map, Refresh is doing exactly the same. He's just using that pesky timing. Tizian Portson has no idea what hit him, and just like that, you're in a 5v3. And now all of the attack from Big is kind of funneled in, tunneled in that middle part of the map, and it's impossible to win. And so they will do that to you. They will apply pressure. All of the bits of map control you're not taking, they will take away from you. And as the round progresses, your windows of opportunity, they just dwindle, they disappear.
It's like almost like Big were just marionettes and they were just being toyed by Heroic. They were just getting funneled into the B bomb site, and most of the times there's not much time remaining. Just the positioning coming out from Heroic, it almost feels like they were ready. They were very ready for Big to pick this map coming into this best of 3 series.
When you look at the numbers on the doors for Heroic, it seems like, oh, Tessus didn't really get much done. But actually, it's because everyone else did so much that there just weren't any bodies left for Tessus to hit.
There is a finite amount of kills you can get in a game of Counter-Strike. I don't think it's mathematically possible to have everyone on 25. That is not possible. It's a very deep roster. Everyone was shining. I think there is a theme that we need to mention as well. It's the double AWP setup from Heroic. And I was trying to think, I was doing this mental gymnastic, right? Trying to think, what kind of duo can actually beat them right now? When you have Cadian and Stam at the same time reaching peak on their CT side, you could see for Big, it was so annoying. Every time you're trying to jiggle peek an angle, every time you're trying to spare one flash to take map control, one of these would actually punish you.
And pipping everyone slightly to the post, I mean, again, I'm hugely exaggerating here, is Refresh. So it would be cool just to see some of those frags again, just because I like frags, Blair. I'm a basic woman. Should we say?
I'm a basic man as well, Freya. Sorry, Freya. Frankie.
You are a basic man.
Yeah, I'm a very basic man. But the fact that Refresh it's just about how floating this CD side setup was, right? He drops onto its underpass, he's pushing up towards B apps. He's everywhere. He even pushed ramp earlier. I believe it was round number 3 or 4, I forget, early on. And I know we're just looking at Refresh's frags here, but he's doing what everyone else on that CD side did. We saw Tessus as well, not able to get too many frags. It's the curse of the B anchor, obviously. But apart from that, we saw Cadian, Refresh, Shush, everyone just chipping in. And even Stalin as well, the secondary opera main. You remember how he was just running around trying to emulate Cadian in being that mobile AWP.
I'm only joking, Blair. You're very multi-dimensional. And maybe
I'm not.
Slightly less multi-dimensional was the defaults from Big. They didn't seem to make much impact.
No, and we're back to the AWP points. I just wanted to quickly bounce on that Refresh point as well. Something that he has, and which is quite unique in that Heroic roster, is that he can be a little bit unconventional. He can be a little bit crazy in some of these clutch situations, and I truly believe that you need one of these profiles in your team. Someone that's not always going to follow the rules. Someone that's going to cross a smoke or try some crazy bunny jump and go for that kind of duel. He's got that intuition, and if you have it and if you can balance it with some other players that will follow the rule, which I think Stam is a good example. He tries to play the good Counter-Strike. When you find that balance, then you can win the rounds you're supposed to win, and you can steal and rob some others because of guys like Refresh.
We're going to Nuke next, boys. Oh, are you crying for Big?
Ach, mein Herz.
I think that it could be competitive because Searson, he loves this map. Zentaris actually playing really, really well. But Maniac, you mentioned Zentaris has had a role change recently. He's not on ramp anymore.
Yes, Zentaris is discovering the pleasures of playing inside, which I can understand. It's a very pivotal position, and if you have the right position at the right time, you get to multi-kill people, which he's very good at. The problem for Big is that when people force him to move about and roam around the map, rotate, that's when it gets a little bit dicey.
I don't like moving around outside either, which is why I'm not going to move a muscle during this ad break. So stick with us. When we come back, we're going to be heading to Nuke.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
So, let's see what we have here. Oh, that's kind of eye-catching. It's some kind of punk rocker, anarchist-style skin. So the name is Neon Revolution. I don't think I've ever seen an AK like this. So bright, pink, and green. Look at that texture and the paint. I can almost smell the fumes. Anarchy. Feel that word. An-R-key. This is a weapon for the Suicide Squad. This is a message. Don't screw with me. This is attitude. Beautiful.
When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problem. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. I've been with some pretty angels.
We're back for the second map. It's big down and out right now, but they're going to try and bounce back on their opponent's map pick of Nuke coming up. Looking forward to getting into this one, Hawker. You know, when we're looking at this one, obviously heroic. You can't really look past them taking a series win, but when you look at Big, just focusing on a couple of players, we're really looking at Xantares right in that change in position. We're looking to see if he can deliver in his spot.
Yeah, like Maniac said, he's changed away from ramp on towards A, so hoping to see him step up. I'm really looking at tabseN though. I think tabseN has to be the standout player for Big. if they want a chance here, because we know Heroic are excellent on this map, and this is actually a map where tabseN is the highest rated player on the big side in the last 6 months. Nowadays, we don't think of tabseN anymore as that star player all the time, but I think Nuke is one of those maps where in-game leaders tend to do pretty well on. It's a pretty cerebral map. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on tabseN, especially around that sort of mini and outside area. He is very good with that M4A1S a lot of the time, which is another gun a lot of pros aren't using that much.
Yeah, it's definitely looking solid. I mean, tabseN had a few moments where he's looking crisp it up over on Mirage. We've actually seen some, again, pretty good performances out of Tizian when he was tested on that B site. If that continues to happen into Nuke, we've got a few players to get excited about for Big, and a chance here for them potentially, but Heroic certainly coming into this one looking to take the 2-0. They're looking for that Danish derby later on against Astralis. If you win this matchup, that is where you go. And Hulk, it's looking pretty likely as we head into this one.
Definitely looking likely. When you look at the win percentage, it's been great for Heroic this map. They've won it 6 times. They've only lost it once in the last 3 months, and that was a 16-14 loss against Spirit. So a very tight game there. But on the other side of the coin, they've had a lot of close wins on this map too. They beat Complexity 16-14. They've had a couple of previous meetings against Big on this map. They went 16-12 and 16-14 to Heroic, so still likely to be a fairly close map here.
And this one is looking good for G2 after starting strong. Mousesports started to come back into things over on the B stream, but G2 looking to try and close it out. A much better buy here for G2. Of course, 3 AKs in play, and Amanek, I mean, doing Amanek things with that MAC-10. Rob stood no chance. And if you want to continue watching this matchup, which looks like G2 are about to head their map in their direction, that's over on twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO B. It's Yumi and T-Time taking you through the action over there.
Yeah, we just give you a little taste of it, Dinko. You know, you get a little nibble, and then if you like that taste, you can go ahead and have it. It's like a platter of options. You've got a couple of games you can go between.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's like the free samples, right? There used to be this really good pretzel place where I used to live, and, you know, I would usually go up for the free sample, and then I'll put my hoodie on or take it off and go back up for another free sample. Alex, just trying to make it look like, you know, you haven't seen me all yet, you know, but they probably did. They probably knew I was coming for more free samples, man. I mean, you can actually get enough free samples that you don't need to buy a pretzel. I guess that's just the kind of scummy thing to do, but it worked out for me.
I feel like when you're a kid, you can get away with that way more. You can just be a little cheeky, have that cheeky little smile when everyone's like, "Oh, go on, man."
Do you reckon it will still work now, Hulk? I think someone's Twitch chat.
It might for us. We look young enough.
We definitely do. Maybe I'll try that. I'll employ that, but what Big are hoping to employ is a win here on Nuke, but Heroic, they're starting on the T side, and they're not going to be easy to hold off. It's Big with the dual Berettas. It's Tizian pulling them out. He's got an itchy grenade in there as well. Over for Heroic. Take a look at that purchase down, coming out with the only utility in play, the itchy flash and smoke.
They're going to be used early alongside that smoke and flash, but Heroic have plenty of players running through Yard 2. Might be a split onto this A site.
Well, Keto knows players have crossed over to Hell, but he can't do anything about it. So Searson now in a difficult position. Tizian getting one on the dual Berettas, but it's Keto that is the main fragger here for Big. Bomb will come over into the lower site. Gideon locking that bomb plant in, at least confirming the second round force bite. And that is all they will get out of the pistol. Just 1 kill for Heroic and a bomb plant. And Big will be relatively happy with that pistol win.
Well worked by Big there. Good awareness of the possibility of that fast flank down to B. It initially looks like it might be a split onto the A site, but with that smoke that Stown ended up throwing out on towards A, it ends up being that split attempted to get down towards B. And Big, even though they kind of let that happen, they let the players get onto the B site, they won enough of these early kills to put themselves in a good position. Even when they're dropping down the vents, they're able to use all their players together to get those kills. Big have got a good chance to get off to a good start here. Although with that bomb plant, Heroic have decided to take a timeout to talk this one through.
Straight away, off the back of a pistol loss, you're coming into this round, and obviously getting that bomb plant will secure enough money to get a semblance of a force bike, put a few rifles in, some upgraded weapons. So there's certainly a round you can win. And, you know, as the meta has continued and the economy shifts in Counter-Strike, the pistol round and the follow-up round come in a package, right? if you want to get off to a good start, you have to convert that pistol, and it's not enough just to get the pistol under your belt. When you're going up against a buy like this, where Heroic are on 3 MAC-10s, a Galil, and a Deagle, I mean, it still is certainly potent. We'll see if Big can hold on to this.
The upside of this is that Heroic have much more utility than they would have, and they're going to use some nades early with the aggression. Tizian quickly traded, and they can get access to that B bomb site.
Well, Keto's going to try and stop them from going down without damage, and he's doing his best, but he hasn't been able to get a kill just yet. Eventually gets a chance, but it's Down that's won it out, and Tabson's made the quick rotation down into the B site. He's separated. Xantara is severed off from his teammate with that Molotov, and Heroic so far so good, but Searson sneaking in. He's pulled the dual Berettas out. All plants secured again here for Heroic. The headshot at long range with the Julies for Searson. He's going to try and get in close and behind him. It's another kill for Searson on the dual Berettas. And suddenly only Cadian left in the 1v1. He's got a chance here with this Deagle. Searson is under a good bit of pressure. He's got that smoke. Hasn't got the kit right now. So that does create a bit more pressure for Searson. He'll try and draw Cadian into the open. And Cadian's not buying this. He doesn't believe he's on the bomb, but now he might think it's going for him. He runs forward, doesn't get the kill, but Searson's off the bomb, and that's all that matters right now for Heroic. Running that clock down, and Cadian still gets the kill in what is an extremely awkward engagement.
Oh, the dualies were looking so good for Searson earlier on, but they betray him in that final fight. He did some early damage and then just couldn't find the follow-up shot he needed. Cadian gets away on 2 points of health, and Heroic's force buy works for them. And that utility had a pretty big influence on that round. As you pointed out, the Molotov helped spread apart those big players. They have flashes, they have that smoke to help them get the bomb down, so the emphasis on the nades was working for them. And now they've got to handle these Deagles, which could be deadly. Tabson's got an early frag.
Oh, it's down. He's ready for that play. If Tizian just walking right through the smoke, he'll take that gift all day long. Heroic congregating into lobby. Tabson swings open the door, but shoots in with the headshot very quickly. That's a nasty surprise. A jack in the box, but this one is lethal.
Searson not going to land the first shot. He wants to stick around, but Stown has run him down. And that should put an end to this one. If you're curious as to why Tizian decided to walk through that smoke, it may look silly when you look at the outcome, but when you take into account the fact that Heroic only had 4 players alive and Big spotted a couple of players at Yard, Stown was the only player actually holding lobby. And it's pretty common for that one man to be holding on the lurk to hold a much more passive position. So I think that's why Tizian was just hoping, okay, maybe Stown will be watching ramp, or not ramp rather, maybe he'll be watching door or hut instead. Fortunately for Tizian, that was not the case.
Xantara's just looking to hang on to the Kevlar and the MAC-10. It's a whole lot better than going into the next round with nothing, right, Hawker? You want to at least have something to play with here. So Xantara is going for the save call. Heroic are up 2-1. Again, just a reminder, if you are tuning in, Big won the pistol round, but Heroic came back and won the force fight. Searson tried his damnedest to get it over the line for Big, but they couldn't convert it. And now Heroic have a little bit of leg room to get this T-side going. And what they're going up against doesn't look so solid for Big. But coming into this team, I've been very, very impressed with Shush, right? You know, he's coming into this team. We kind of all agreed that a direct trade for board made sense, right? That was the one move that really made a whole lot of sense. And he has started to pop off. He started to really slot into this team well, and he gives them such a strong supportive element.
Yeah, it's really impressive, the amount of early success that Heroic have had with these roster moves. I think, based on the results I've seen so far in this tournament, like my 2 teams that are looking the best, I think are probably Heroic and Gambit. Like just based on the performances and the way they've got their wins, they look like the best teams here right now.
Definitely positive signs for the 2 teams that have been dominating across each and every top level tournament. Looks to continue into DreamHack Masters. Well, now the USP, the MAC-10 and the Deagle start to gather up to see what they can find, and they have found a couple of kills onto Heroic. Refresh getting involved with the Galil. And this time is ticking as Xantares looks to hang around. This time does not need to save the Mac 10 because they will have money into the next one.
It does look like Heroic and Gambit might get a couple of new challenges, though. Like that Na'Vi performance, that's exciting.
Yeah,
we've got a lot of fun matchups ahead of us.
The worrying part about Na'Vi is every time you put your faith in them and you get hyped about them, they just change it up, right? They just break your little heart, Hawker, and hopefully they can stick together with that performance. And I don't know if it's going to be exactly sustainable with the likes of Perfecto and Bit having those superstar performances, but if they can pop them in every now and then and just maintain a good level, and it gets very exciting, and a test may begin for the likes of Heroic and Gambit. But in this test right now for Heroic, they're going up against Big, and it's a buy round out for Big. It has got some weaknesses. It's not perfect. You've got the MP9, you've got a heck of a lack of utility.
And a lot of utility used early by Heroic in this round. They only have one smoke left. They used a lot of smokes on Yard. Searson has that line of sight, but they're wrapping into A.
And Xantares will be under a good bit of pressure. He's going to get one and just drop back into Hut, but he doesn't know that Stown's in behind. You might think that's safe, but Stown destroys your humble abode. And now Stown looking for a second kill. It's fantastic stuff from the young Day, and it leaves Big in a situation where they once again have to tuck tail at Searson, carrying his AWP into the next one is Tizian. He's stuck in ramp room, only got the MP9 now, so these fights actually could work out for him. He gets a little bit of extra cash, he can mow them down. He's close to getting the double, but unfortunately Refresh finds him, and it is just now Searson having the safe game.
Loving what we're seeing out of Stown so far today. He just looks really composed in a lot of these scenarios. We saw some excellent success from his secondary AWP over on Mirage. Searson, gotta get back to safety. They're gonna flash and run at him. There's not much time left.
Oh, Searson just hides in behind the barrel. That might save him, but they're over the top. That's the AWP gone. That's heartbreak for Big.
Nothing safe for them. This was Stown, though, just so patient. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Knew that he was the player that could just not bait his teammates, but just wait and get set up for an easy fight in behind. Ends up finding it. They find that wrap onto the A-bomb site that Big were unable to deal with. And it should be a half investment here from Big. 4-1 down early. Not enough money for a buy in this one.
Well, this is definitely a difficult one for Tabson to figure out with his coach over there. Dude, right? You've really got to pull all of the minds together on this team to figure out how you're going to get on the board at the start of this half. Heroic have come out with a strong game plan on this nuke side of things. I did love the point that was brought up. I believe it was from Bly on the desk, right? You kind of knew that Big were forced into that Mirage pick, so maybe Heroic can come into it knowing that in advance as well and just really be hard prepped for Hawk. It definitely seemed like they were in control for the most part. And now here on Nuke, they've got a strong game plan as well.
Yeah, that definitely could be part of it, but I also do think... Oh, hello, Tabson. The man I talked about in the pre-game, hanging around that Yard position, already showing us what he's made of. Yeah, I think Heroic normally just love to play with that aggressive style in general. And I think maybe they look at Big's game and they say, yeah, okay, like we can just play a lot of our normal Mirage rounds where we do get that information, because they do that pretty often against most of the teams they play against. Definitely worked for them.
Yeah, they manipulated them quite well. You know, Big were pulled and forced in all directions. And this round, it has been a pretty good start for them as Tabson gets that one kill through the smoke with a deagle onto Refresh, but finding much more with the weak weapons is certainly going to be a difficult task, to say the least. But Keto is repositioned up top. Hut, there's a second player down there, and Xantares and Keto both get kills on the deagles, and now AKs to play with for Big.
Those deagle body shots are deadly up close. That's what allows Big those close range fights with the pistols. Tizian's holding this angle where he can watch a couple of positions. He can spot for shadows. Oh, he doesn't see the shadow of Tessus though, does he?
Oh, Shush has the bomb and Searson's above him. He spots it. He knows it's on the back of Shush down there, but how does he get down? How does he get down with not being spotted, but also just being sneaky? Shush gets in front of the doorway. In the meantime, Xantares has gone down, and Shush is out into the site. Keto has got the information thanks to Searson. He's passed that on, and he's got close into Hut. Now he's creeping up on the bomb plant, so Shush might just go down here, denying the plant. Oh, it just comes in last second on the plant, but Big still went out the round.
What a steal from Big. They'll be delighted with that. tabseN was the man to open it up, but it was really those couple of kills on the squeaky players that made all the difference. k1to had just scaled up on top of Hut. Oh, wow. Did tabseN's shot that went behind, like, make a little sightline there through the smoke? That can happen sometimes if you shoot the floor and the little dust comes up.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
It's hard to know because when you're on the Go TV, the perspective is a little different, right, in comparison to client side for tabseN, but definitely a possibility. But a nice shot nonetheless in a big round, no pun intended.
That gives them a bit more comfort now. Second round on the board for Big, and a buy round at the ready for this one. They've even got a couple of AKs into their hands. CSGO has found that early fight on Yard. That was AWP on AWP. CSGO gets the better of Cadian this time.
And Tizian, he's forced down off his ramp position, but Stown looking to fight him. He wants the pick, but he knew the Heaven peak had dropped down into Hell, and it's CSGO with the AWP getting the follow-up kill for Big. That keeps them in the man advantage situation, but can CSGO get even more out of the round? TeSeS with the AWP in this one. CSGO is holding that red cross to Secret, and TeSeS misses the shot, and that'll be his death sentence.
CSGO getting involved all across the map right now. Rotating between different positions. Refresh in an awkward spot. I'm not sure if CSGO will fully clear this, but it looks like he is going to peek out, and Refresh just went into the open. CSGO on for the ace right now. Shush might not want to give it to him, though.
45 seconds in play for Shush. He walks out, but they're ready. They are poised for Shush to come out into the A site. And even if he gets one, there was always a second, and k1to passes the test first time. 4-3. As Big now starting to build their economy on the defensive side. Heroic going for their second tactical timeout. They called one straight away after the pistol loss, and now this one coming in. They led on in the first half, so it feels like Big are back in with a chance here.
Nice angle from CSGO early. Not one that is often expected when you jump up on top of that garage position. And then it was just a close and clean quad kill, right? Just a lot of different fights, taking his time on all of them. Really down to the positioning more than anything else. Wasn't the flashiest round you'll ever see from CSGO, but it was an incredibly important one, a very impactful one. It's going to help Big build up some money, and it's going to force Heroic down to a position where they have almost no money in the bank.
Yeah, it's breaking point, it's tipping point right now in round 8. We'll see if Big can get themselves this round win. It will certainly put them in a fantastic position that they would have liked to have found themselves in after the pistol win to start off this map. Because of the second round force win from Heroic, it has thrown a big spanner into the works. Now CSGO dropping back, playing near CT. Tizian is at ramp. He's got backup from tabseN here. They can double up. Looks like Heroic are leaning in towards the ramp play, and there's two proficient riflers at the ready. Tizian will be elevated. tabseN in below him. This will be difficult to flush out, but TeSeS, he's done a good job taking Tizian out, and tabseN's only been able to get one. So that does open up the B play here for Heroic, and CSGO has flashed off his angle.
It looked like Big were ready, but they didn't get the setup as quickly as they would have wanted. And now Refresh could be in enemy lines, but he was spotted. CSGO spotted him from Yard, so Xantares looks up the vent, waits for any potential flank. Refresh is playing it so patiently, though.
Yeah, even though they know Refresh is up there, he's not going to get these flanking kills easily, but it is taking two players out of the retake attempt. He's just keeping them up here, focused on his spot, and all of the kills come in here for Heroic, and it leaves Xantares alone in the 1v4. AK-47 starting to retreat its way out of the B site. Does get a parting kill on TeSeS, but Refresh does have a team Molotov right in front of him that's preventing him to peek into Secret, and Xantares is going to use that advantage. He's going to get closer and closer, and has exited Secret comfortably. Now towards back garage, gets the right read on the position of Refresh, but Stown is close by. Xantares keeping the weapon due to the economic situation of Heroic. They don't want to lose any more weapons. They'll try and face in, they'll spam, but they'll not risk too much. And it's Big going for the tac timeout.
A lot of early timeouts from both of these teams. We're only 8 rounds in, and I think we've had 4 timeouts now. This looked like a good idea from Big. It looked like they were well prepared for the ramp play. maybe they know that Heroic like to fall back on that ramp push after losing a round, or when they feel like they want to go back to something more comfortable, but they don't quite assemble the setup quickly enough. And you can see from tabseN's perspective, that's so frustrating because they call for the two players to stack ramp. Normally, that's what you want, to line up and just play off each other and get a mow down in that position. But one misstep and it goes against them.
Both teams with solid purchases now. There's no real weak links. There's no chinks in the armor just yet. So a solid buy for both teams. 2 kits in play for Big, so keep note of their positions. And it's a quick play out here from Heroic. The flashes are perfect from Tesses. That allows an opening in for refresh, but Xantares makes it short-lived. And now it's the real play. It's the outside play from Heroic.
Tizian's already gone down, though. He's not playing ramp this time. He's ahead of the game.
Yeah, he's coming up quickly into Secret. He's got a good position, but he's checked. Stown is so ready for that. And that's the kill onto Tizian, the headshot, but tabseN, he's trying to be sneaky, knowing he has to step up, knowing that his team are down too many members, and a play needs to be made, and it's tabseN stepping into that, leading with an example, but he's whiffed his spray, he's whiffed his lines, he's got the kill, but only one.
Imagine if Stown doesn't turn back there. It could have been multiple players lining up, but instead it's a 1-for-1 trade. And now Xantares wants to show tabseN how it's done.
Xantares is currently walking down Secret, but Cadian, he was holding it. And now, okay, it's Shush walking into the angle. Xantares picks him and drops back. It is a 2v2 here, 44 seconds. Good stuff from Xantares, not to overcommit, not to lose his life. He still has CSGO down in the site. He's playing from the cubby. They have no idea that he's in here right now. They have to be aware of a possibility of an aggressive play onto the bomb planter, but it's safe in behind Silo. And CSGO hasn't been able to find it, but the info's gathered from Tesses, but the shot is good from CSGO. It still comes through. And now Cadian, coming out of the control room, has to clutch it out. The shot is landed. The HE is not going to reach his position, is not going to reach its intended mark. And Cadian's under so much pressure. The headshot from Xantares, well played. Great composure from Big to win that round.
And it was that decision by Xantares to just completely fall back off that angle that made it so that Cadian wasn't ready for his position at the end of the round there. He just didn't seem to have any clue where Xantares was. He wasn't sure where that final big player could be. So once he puts that shot into the smoke, it's easy pickings for Xantares, who comes up with an all-important flank. CSGO played it very patiently. This was that last fight that Cadian wasn't ready for. Big are having to work hard for some of these rounds, but they're doing a good job at staying on top of these situations. Because once Heroic got down lower, I thought they were going to have a really good chance to just execute onto B and win the round. But this time it's Big who steal it back.
Walking outside into Xantares. He'll easily take those 2 picks. tabseN and Keto stepping up, and now CSGO trying to hit the shot, but Cadian will fall down. 5-5 tied up. Big, they did get the pistol start, Alex. It was foiled by the second round force buy of Heroic, and they've had to dig deep to get themselves back into this position, and it has come through for them. Another good performance for Xantares. He's up to 11-4. CSGO's been playing pretty well as well, 9-7. And Heroic going out for a purchase. 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and a MAC-10.
Cadian having to take the weaker weapon ahead of this round. And not ideal that you have a couple of Galils in there. It's important to get that full utility on Nuke. That's what Heroic decide to focus on. They're using some of that utility early. CSGO goes down the vents. The Heroic have still got plenty of players in lobby. Could very well be an explosion onto this A site.
Flash for the pop play. He's going to work on to Xantares. He's forced further back into the site. Going to have to smoke off all of these mollies. They're trying to make an inferno on the site here, Heroic, but it's not really worked out for them. Xantares has just picked off Stown, who was severed from the rest of his teammates. Now Keto is going to throw some aggression into the mix as well. Xantares hitting the shot through the doorway, but Cadian and Shush have found the kills back, and tabseN over Heaven with the headshot. It's Cadian and Refresh into a 2v3. Heroic, once again, a man down.
It almost looked like those early nades from Heroic weren't followed up on quick enough. They end up just kind of giving away. They're going to push, and here comes CSGO. Up from Secret, catches Refresh in the back. It's Cadian in another clutch. We know how capable he can be in these situations.
He's going to start making his way forward around the corner as Tizian, but he's got a good angle here. One that Gideon did not check. And a headshot from the MP9 is deadly enough. It's 6-5 as Big reclaim the lead.
They've done a really good job at stabilizing here. Getting back to the 6-5 lead. There were a couple of moments earlier in the game where you thought they made a misstep or a small misplay that could have been really costly. They lose that one key fight that looks like it opens up the round for Heroic, but they're still able to bounce back from some of those moments. And now Heroic are the ones with the pistols and a potential fast A play.
Well, they're grouping up at the ready for it. Xantares has got Incendiary at the ready to deal with the faster play, but they've burst out so quickly, it hasn't even been able to get effective. But luckily, Xantares gets the double kill. Kido did well to get one before falling. There was an onslaught of players running him down, and Gideon falls victim to tabs him from above. 7-5 now for Big. And Heroic with the money back. It's the AKs, the utility this time. They won't have any weaknesses.
And this time they should be a bit better served on that front. Great to see Searson having a good game here. Always a big piece of the puzzle for this Big side. Xantares, definitely the standout player so far, though. 15 kills on the board.
And obviously his role switch as well as position change. He's handled it very well so far. Great to see out of Xantares.
Stav's taken a lot of damage, but I don't know if Xantares knows he's pushed in on the edge of this smoke. Got to be careful that you don't go down here.
Yeah, this is definitely sneaky. As Stav's just gone down the vent. Now will throw a bit of a curveball to Big. And Tizian and Tabs, and they like to double up in the ramp, but that flash is just about ineffective on the shoes. He held a good tight angle, but it doesn't even matter. Even though he avoids the flashbang, Tizian still wins out the duel.
I don't think we've seen any response to Stown dropping down vent, though. We haven't seen someone rotate down to B. And if Heroic are aware of that fact, then maybe they can quickly find access to this B site. And if Stown can cut off the rotation, that's when Heroic have a really good chance for a fast bomb plant.
Well, they're going towards outside past red. The nade will catch two players. It does damage onto Gideon and Refresh, but they still continue their charge into the lower site. Stown has been down here, just making himself comfortable, making himself at home. And Tizian, he is aware of the possibility. They've got players down here now for Big. Tizian is the player inside of the site. They will look to try and deal with the initial play-out decon. He's found one, but traded out pretty quickly. And Searson on the ramp at the right side, holding, just waiting for something. And finally, the rest of his teammates will arrive. Heroic have not gone onto the site. They have not been able to plant this bomb. And Big are in control, but they can't just go back up the vent. And that's a window of opportunity. The bomb did get up, but Gideon didn't follow.
Full health for Testes, but 4 players against him. And where's he going to play this post plant from? He's planted it a little open so he can go back towards door, try and fight. Unfortunately for him, though, he's unable to win it. Keto comes out on top. Big have really bounced back here. I was worried that Heroic were just going to come in and take over Nuke, but clearly some of those past performances, those previous matchups between these two teams that have been close, look set to repeat on this map.
Testes luckily gets away there with Gideon. Not so lucky on the follow-up. So far, it's so good now for Big on the CT side. We'll see if Heroic can find an answer for what Big are doing. They're adjusting quite well. Everybody's stepping up for Big across the board. Look at that scoreboard. Just Xantares leading the way, but the rest of them are starting to catch up now. 10 kills on Keto, Tabs, and Searson. He's in a little bit behind on 7, but he has been that ramp player.
AKA's back out for Heroic. Still solid utility for them. Might be time to fall back on something like the yard smokes, maybe try and draw some rotations out from Big, but Tizian's again got ahead of them. He's playing inside secret.
Oh, this could work out, Tizian. Oh, they're just running with their knife out. Refresh right into the guillotine.
Loving some of these switch-ups from Big. It looks like they are getting ahead of the curve. They're not giving away this position for free, but Tabson's just given them a free frag.
Yeah, just walking, trying to transition outside to a stronger position, and maybe just a little unnecessary. Now Tizian taking a fight. All that hard work, a grid opening kill, and suddenly it's Heroic back into the swing of things with the man advantage. But Searson has pushed through the ramp. He's holding for the lobby play of Heroic, but I like how they're going to put a player up on the T route. They're getting ready with some of that utility, and Searson's dropped down. They're going slow here. They've killed the round completely here, Heroic, and that is making Big think.
Just that lack of information on Yard was the issue for Big. I think now they've realized they don't have to be as scared of that B bomb site with Quito covering it off. Put a bit more attention on towards A. Not much utility left for Heroic, but if they just go contact out onto this A site, they should be able to, especially with that smoke up and the kill from Stout.
Yeah, all it takes is one smoke to smoke off mid. There was no player inside of the site. Now the explosion from Heroic just towards the end. It started with a big kill, but it finished with a Heroic 6th round.
I think for Big, you could see the frustration on Tizian when he went down. I think that was partly due to the missed spray, but also partly because I felt like Big were in decent control of that scenario. Like, Tizian was already in secret, so I don't know if Tabson needs to go for that information there. That full control of Yard not necessarily needed when you've got that early kill, when you have someone ready down secret ahead of the game. But unfortunately for Big, those fights go against them, and, well, Searson's been caught out early in this one.
Through the smoke, the first victim found for Heroic, and Tabson. This was the play he went down previously with this play, trying to transition outside, and he's into garage. We'll refresh, expect him here. He's walking closer, and again, his back turn taps him with a free kill. Tizian aggressing into ramp, this time working out for him, and he gets away.
It's going to stick around, though, because Quito's here to help. Tizian able to find yet another frag with the help of his teammate. Heroic don't want to go down to B, though. They're going to wrap up to this A site.
Oh, and Santaras is ready for it. Molotov down deep into the site. Santaras just holding for the cross at heaven, and Tabson, oh, he gets caught outside. Gideon, good awareness to check that. And he brings down Tabson and turns it into the 2v2. Gideon's going for the fight at mid, and he's going to lose the bomb. Shush now into the 1v2 clutch. He has been able to find his first victim, but look at that health. 3 HP, no bomb control. And Santaras knows this. He knows he can just watch the cross out. Finally, Shush will spot him, trying to use the Molotov, but Santaras knows he just needed to land one shot. It's Big leading the way in the first half. We'll see if they can pull it back and get the win here on Nuke.
So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I
Nice, man. Thank you, brother.
Celebrations for Big, a good half for them. 9-6 coming into Nuke, currently a map down after losing their map pick 16-10 over on Mirage. But they lead the way going into the second. They'd love a pistol win here.
They would. Heroic on the meantime, looking on their CT side to see if they can get off to something spicy here. Nade ready for Stown and a CZ for Cadian. That could be a pretty deadly 1-2 punch.
Especially when he's up on top of the hut here. Very difficult angle to flush out, and he's got one. Just rattles back, reloads his weapon, and they're pushing out here, but getting caught by every Heroic player. Tizian and tabseN just mauled to pieces. Heroic with a clean pistol.
They just don't get anywhere in that round. They don't get out onto the site. Cadian gets an early kill, but there were just a couple of Heroic players in position. Every single one of them lands their respective shots. And Big don't even get a chance to play the pistol round. Instead, they're going to try and see if they can win this follow-up. They've got 4 Deagles and a Scout at the ready.
Big tasted the medicine of the force by loss in the first half. We'll see if they can fight back and let Heroic taste their own medicine in this one. Tizian's got down into the vent early. Good vent drop. And he's going to throw a little bit of a curveball to Heroic. They're still holding outside, waiting for the drop. But Tizian's not wasted any time getting up to the control room.
Smoke obscures the vision of Cadian, but Stown's found a way around it, looking up over the top and eventually finding the headshot. Tizian sneaking in. I think they tried to break the windows at the same time there, but they're unable to sneak in, and now Big have to try and follow through.
2 players down. It looked okay at the start of the round, but Heroic just find a way. And Shush is holding the vent. Just waiting and biding his time as Tessus is the player in the lower side you've got to worry about if you're Big. And Santaras has found him, but he hasn't been able to take him out of the round. And now it's just tabseN. 1v5. They haven't been able to even get onto the site. Never mind come close to getting that bomb plant. A single kill for them, and tabseN will not change that. Heroic, they stay clean.
Very nice for Heroic to start this half with 2 convincing rounds. Build up some money. This round should be even more convincing for them. Again, we're getting that team effort coming through. That was that kill from TassS, just making sure Tizian couldn't cause any chaos, any antics on that B bomb site. And not much for Big to work with here.
Not much at all, Hawker. And so far, okay, Tizian running down TassS. He's going to try and put pressure onto him, but TassS deals with it well. Refresh immediately will be standing himself down into the lower site to take up his post there. So far, it has been a real brawl for Big. Obviously, you've had to go up against what was a pretty strong start from Heroic after losing the pistol. And now they're trying to get a similar start into the second half after being down and out, try and claw their way back. They haven't been able to do much at the start of this one. It's Down and Refresh coming through. There has been a couple of kills on the Cadian, and now they nearly get rid of Refresh. It's 1 HP left for him. Keto and searson in the 2v3. He will slow down yet again. Under a minute still left in play.
This has got surprisingly scary, hasn't it? Keto about to round the corner. TassS the player out in the open. It's an unexpected angle, not one they can clear. And Refresh on 1 health decides to peek, and it pays off for it.
Yeah, I mean, just as Big coming into it right there. They take that fight through the smoke. Tizian tries to run it down. Does become a little bit scary for Heroic. Refresh just about staying alive, and yeah, good confidence on the final peek out there as it is 9-9 on the board. Here comes the buy for Big. They have to show us something here early.
Still got that auto shotty in play for Heroic, which is a bit of a nuke special. Oftentimes played on that top hut position. Sometimes can be played in towards ramp. searson's got that AWP out though. We talked about his ability to get kills on the T side. One of the few AWPers in the world who actually has a higher T-side rating, and you can see why. He's willing to take fights like that, and he wins another AWP battle up against Cadian.
Well, he set the picture perfectly with some stats there, Hawker. Searson showing up at the start of the round, Down dropping back, but Tabson is ready. He spots the arm as well, and a clean little tap. Tabson gives him it.
Heroic have to do something about this now. They realize they've got to gain some ground back. They've got to find a way back into this one. So they decide to push into lobby. Issue for them is they've spotted that it's clear, but that just means that Big have all of Yard and all of the ability to wrap into Hell and Heaven and all sorts of annoying positions.
They're just waiting on Tabson to fully clear all of the spots. With the flash ready, the ball will come up Heaven, but Tessis runs back into the site, but it's Tabson in with the kill, but they haven't checked for Shush. Once again, he is sneaky in below. They haven't cleared him. Oh, here we go, Shush. They haven't seen him. That's denial of the plant. Can he get another one? The XM is mowing them down. 2 kills for Shush, but Tizian and Xantares come in with the headshots. They save the day for Big, but Shush, he definitely had a chance there, Hawker.
He got the body paint out. He camouflaged himself against that wall. He had all the right colors to blend in. Wow. Could have got way scarier if there were more heroic players alive. Bit of extra money for Shush, though. Remember, you get $900 for every shotgun kill. So that auto shot, he effectively paying for itself there. He'll get a bit more money back, and they're going to need it for this round. Shush has had to drop an AWP for a teammate. He goes down to a Deagle, but they get that double AWP setup that was so strong for them on Mirage.
It really was a backbreaker for Big. We'll see if that continues to be the case here on Nuke. Heroic behind currently. This could be the turning of the tides. And Tizian is peering further out in towards Hut. The rest of his teammates, meanwhile, have taken control of Secret. They're going to be running down here, and Stown, he's flashed off the angle. That's information of at least one AWP.
Ooh, that molly from Tizian. Yeah, it could force 2 players out. Decide to extinguish it, and Big are flanking all the way around. They're getting a lot of yard control in these rounds.
Yeah, they're going to wrap Heaven, and that does put pressure on the 2 backside players, right? They've double stacked there. Tizian at least knows there's one, but when that Heaven wrap comes in, you've got to deal with 2 players in behind, and the flash is at the ready for Keto. He's going to flash deep. Tess is completely blinded. That should get rid of him, but they've whiffed their spray. They've whiffed their lines. Eventually gets the kill. Tabson stepping up for Big as well, and Cadian finally with that ramp progression. He spotted an opening to try and pull the round back for his team. On plan starting to come through, but Shush is sneaking by. He's in behind, and Tabson's dropped down. It suddenly all becomes Keto. He's got a Molotov for this, but there's still 3 players he's got to look for. The underhand molly goes in, the defuse being stuck. It's not reaching Shush just yet. It's not reaching him at all, and it's not going to touch him. Cadian with the kill, and Heroic, they tie things up.
Oh, if that molly goes to the bomb, Heroic didn't have a kit. That could have been so dangerous. It could have been so much time bought, but unfortunately, he's unable to deny it. This was Shush sneaking onto the site. Smart decision with the Deagle. Get up close, just spam to the body. You know that player is going to be trapped on the bomb site. And it was looking so good for Big, but a couple of important fights won by Heroic. That kill from Cadian in at lobby was especially important, so they had that different prong of approach on that retake, and they get into the site because of it. But here goes Xantares.
Well, Xantares is not wasting any time. He's already pushed over the top of main. He wants to push up further into Hell if possible.
Oh, ramp's been left open.
It has left a huge opening for Big to walk into. And where do they go with this? Do they wrap Hell, or do they go to the B side of the map? Cadian will be under a lot of pressure, having to deal with multiple players from multiple different angles.
What a great call from Big. They've been getting this yard control in every round, but look at the response. Heroic go for some counter-aggression, and Big is still ahead of the game.
Yeah, look how ready Big are for that as well. They know Heroic like to go for this reactive play. They like to take control back, and Cadian, he's tucked back in the corner. This is difficult to flush out, but Xantares, once he gets the info, his teammates are being fought, and Xantares, how has Cadian stayed alive here? How has he dealt with that? He's just dispatched 2 players, and Keto and Searson in a 2v4. Searson goes through with a quick shot. They've still got to pick up that bomb. Luckily, still 45 seconds left.
It's devolved into chaos here. from what looked like a great call and a great read from Big to get that player flanking, to get ramp control. Now they've got to work hard to come back into this one. Keto has gained ground on the A site, though. He's forced Heroic back. 25 seconds left, and that bomb is going on to A.
Bomb getting planted. They know Kadian has to be close. The molly is not going to stop the plant, but it does make things uncomfortable for Searson, and Kadian focuses into the rafters play, and Searson is stuck at the back of the site. They're putting pressure on his position. He tries for the peak, but there was just too many players to deal with. What a round from Kadian. Dealing well with the pressure, getting the right read on the retake attempt. Fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, over on the B stream, we've got G2 in the lead up against Mouse Sports. They've taken the first map away, and they look to be continuing their good form in the second map of Mirage. It's going to be difficult for Mouse Sports to back up in this one, but 2v2 for the Mouse Sports players, Aiko and Bimas, not looking like they're going to be pulling this one back. Nexa and Nico looking to have this one on shutdown for an 11-4 half. If you're interested in following that one, it's over on the B stream.
This game here, spicing up though. I wouldn't be switching channels right now because we're starting to see those chess moves, those pieces come into play for both teams, and we're even seeing some crazy kills. Kadian stepping up with the AWP is something we've been waiting for. Searson was getting the better of him earlier on in this game. Now it's Big's turn to be down to a weakened buy. The upside though, Dinko, is they have plenty of nades to work with. They've already put some smokes down on Yard. Oh, Heroic are ahead of that, though. They have a player down secrets. They know it wasn't the Yard play. And I think that allows Heroic to stay in place, be ready for these other plays.
Yeah, it doesn't force them to adjust their setup at all. They're feeling comfortable about this one. And now Big, they're turning their attentions back in towards the A side of things. Dabson has got the Molotov ready for top of the hut. That's going to force refresh just off the position he got up onto, but they've got a couple of players into the site. Can they do anything about it though? Shush, he's only managed one, and the whole defense of the A site has only managed one kill collectively, but it's down through the smoke connects. There's a player right in front of him, and it's Tizian right to the smoke. One on the P250, but Kadian quick to respawn. It's Tessa's in lobby that might just get this fight against Keto, but it's Keto that comes out on top, and Kadian left alone. 1 versus 2 retake with the AWP. He goes to the deagle, but Big will secure 11 apiece. It's tied up again here on Nuke.
That is a massive round for Big. Look at what that does to Heroic's economy. Winning with pistols makes all the difference, and Heroic know it. They take their last timeout ahead of this round, and that all comes down to that flashbang onto the site. Those flashes that were blinding Shush. You saw that setup from Heroic was clearly called that Shush was going to be watching ramp or watching Hut from the site. That's what they were assuming there. So once he gets blinded, and once the big players are able to get out through Hut while Shush is blind, it allows them to get an easy kill onto an unsuspecting player. Just those couple of flashes make all the difference. We know that Big love to make the most of that utility. They focused the utility in that round. And even though they ran into 3 CTs on the A site, those nades helped them steal it away.
They win a lot with a little. And round 23 should be a freebie. Heroic going to the USPs. It has been the story of Big, right? The utility usage more than their brawn, but they've got both in spades now. And the pressure outside coming in for the USPs. Luckily, Big holding it off. Not too many issues. Shushi been tying up down a little bit, but Kadian now the last remaining player.
This is you in matchmaking, Dinko.
Yeah,
every time I call, let's 5-man rush Yard. Let's just try and mess him up. And then Dinko's like, I want to get a kill.
Yeah, man.
Hide in a corner.
Every kill counts, right? Your stats have to look pretty, and if you can find one on an unsuspecting
I play
player,
for the team, Dinko. I don't play for stats.
Yeah, well, you know, Hulk, that's why you're at the bottom of the scoreboard every time. Oh, Kadian finds himself an AK, and that's about it. He dies pretty quickly after. 12-11, 1 kill, and 2 overall for Heroic in that round, but Big will quickly sweep it under the rug. Heading into round 24, it's the buyout again for Heroic. The money was broken in the last round, but they've got to buy it back again.
And to Cadian's credit, I was making fun of him a bit, but getting that 1 kill for him makes it a pretty decent difference when you're that AWPer. You want to get all the money you can, right? Because now he gets an extra nade, and you never know, that can make all the difference. Having that tiny bit of extra money to help get that 1 more nade when you have to buy that expensive gun can be impactful. So if that HE grenade comes back to win them the round, it'll all be down to that 1 USP kill for the extra 300 bucks.
They're walking on the edges of these smokes, but Tessus, he has a good position to deal with this walk-up. And Stown is in towards main alongside him to play together, and Tessus will pick up this initial information. He gets the double kill. Well, actually, just one. Stown backed him up there. Keto brought out of the round by him, and now the reface outside again. It's teamwork between Tessus and Stown that's got this round locked in truly for Heroic, and it's just cleaned up. Not a single player drops for the Danes.
Big try and see if they can just quickly wrap into main. Oftentimes, the CTs on Yard won't always play in that garage angle straight away in the round, so they were hoping they could maybe get ahead of it, but this time around, Tessus was in an excellent position to get 1 kill from behind and to really help his teammate who was playing in main. Santara is very disappointed about that one. Still got to buy, though.
Yeah, they do, and it's an important round coming up in round 25. Searson is going quickly towards ramp, but he's smoked off. So any hopes of getting opening, the chance before the smoke pops to get that opening kill are gone. Instead, it's a play outside here from Heroic. They've got aggressive. It's down. It's pushed up close.
I like this call. After you just shut them down at Yard last time, you're probably a bit safer to get into this aggressive position early. And tabseN has to be very careful here. Stown can hear these nades being thrown.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he is right now, and tabseN is going to try and deal with that issue down to his left side. And Stown, he's still waiting for his opportunity, and as the time ticks on, it's Tizian that's drawn first blood into this round for Big. Finally, Stown getting his chance, but he whips his lines. He hasn't been able to get it, and tabseN, he's got a follow-up headshot for Big. Heroic are starting to panic. They have to make the rotation, at least one down into the B side. But here come Big. They're going into A, and it's Shush close to the doorway. We've got to have a big step up from him. The flank from Tessus could definitely throw some issues that way. And Shush with a distraction gets one. Refresh stepping up. And finally, it is brought back into a situation where Big are favored. And Refresh is going to walk into lobby. There's chaos right now on the server, and Refresh looks to thrive in it. 1v1 up against tabseN. Refresh looking for the clutch, and he has got it. Big plays coming in for Refresh. He crushes the German side.
You know what they say, Dinko? Chaos is a ladder, and that's why Heroic had to make that round chaotic. When they go down to the 3v5 and they start to climb those rungs back into the round. Shout out Littlefinger for that quote. Game of Thrones, great show until it wasn't. But Refresh, the snappy aim at the end here. This is that X factor we were talking about that he could bring to Heroic, and Hunden is loving every second of it.
Yeah, first seat back, right? Heroic, they have the return of Hunden after serving his ban. He is back with the Heroic side. And it's a fast play here from Xantares, and so clean under pressure. Kidding with the little tap. He's going to come back with his pistol, but Searson's run right into the rifle, and Tessus is not going to miss those opportunities. He's going to deal with it well, just isolating these fights. It puts Tizian in a Tech 9 versus 4 round, and of course not looking too likely for much success out of Tizian. Heroic will be going up to 14 rounds. No bomb plant here for Big, and that is a little bit upsetting for them. They would like some extra money, and Tizian might be able to get some personal allowance if he gets a few more kills. Tessus has been brought down, and Tizian has the right read. He could go down into the lower site and have a 1v1 against Refresh if he decides to go that way. But Tizian still has all the time in the world to think about what he wants to do into this one.
Love that Shush doesn't overextend there. Just sits back in lobby. That's what he's so good at. Cutting down on any potential mistakes. Not giving Tizian too many chances here. Maybe a bomb plant, though. Tizian's sneaking up towards A. They've heard that ladder, and now they're trained on his position.
Yeah, now it becomes much more difficult, and Cadian closes it. It's 14-12. Like I said, no bomb plan for Big, so they won't have all that extra money on top, but the money is still solid enough to get a reasonable buyout here. They'll have the utility, they'll have what they want, an attack timeout coming through as well.
can feel how important this round is for them. Fully focused on what is coming up. Who's doing the talking right now? Okay, tabseN is getting involved with it, as you would expect ahead of this one. Dude could also have a word to the team ahead of a crucial round for them. They've tried a lot of yard play, a lot of fast plays. Maybe it is time to slow things down somewhat. You also always have that ability to just set up CSGO for a fight, which I love about this big team. They do have that option nowadays where CSGO is good enough to just take those duels. Might not be the round for it, though, considering he's having to go without Kevlar ahead of the all-important round 27.
Big, they've got to get it done here. They have to get a round win on the board. Otherwise, Heroic can. Here goes a boost attempt. Big were one of the first teams to really implement this. You often find it difficult to get the pick on the AWP, and no one really presenting themselves for the opportunity. That's at least some info. I mean, the lack of info turns out to be info, but Tessis is down as Secrets there's early. It's Shush on the A site now who has to hold, and Santaras will be the first player that goes down. A man advantage in play here for Heroic.
Bit of a risky peek. It didn't look all that well set up. It was just a couple of flashes that looked like they were trying to set up Xantares for a fight, but Cadian's committed to this angle.
Yeah, once you miss that shot, there's a lot more pressure for Cadian, but luckily Stown is there to try and relieve some of it. Cadian gets out of that position. He gets further down the ramp, and that does keep him alive and gets him some information, a better position as well to deal with the incoming B attack if it is to come down the ramp. But 45 seconds left, and look at Heroic again, going for some lobby aggression, taking this map control back. They don't like to let Big take much control without snatching back what they've left behind.
Cadian's ready on this lower site, AWP in hand. There are flashes available, but Big might want to go contact. That could give Cadian the chance with the AWP. Where are the big players coming from? They've thrown their nades. Now Cadian knows, and he's got the first kill. Tight angle on the second, but CSGO's there for the trade, and the bomb will be planted.
Bomb down, but a man advantage for Heroic into the retake. Kits on every player, some utility available, and Tessa's coming back down the ramp side. tabseN's trying to get a better position at Rafters, but now spams in front of the double door to change up his spot. It's CSGO at Decon, finding the pick onto Refresh. He's going to go forward to try and fight double door, and now it's looking a little rough now for tabseN. He's stuck in the open. He finally gets to the window, but Testis comes in for the headshot. They get onto the defuse, and Heroic are up to series point. 15-12 here on Nuke.
We were saying it earlier, Dinko, it's been a lot of close wins for Heroic on this map. 16-12s, 16-14s. It looks like another one of those scenarios here, but they have got up to map point first. Big did a decent enough job at getting into a winnable position, but they were always down. The nades that came against them were never going to be too good for them. And Heroic definitely happy with the position they've put themselves in. 3 map points, 3 opportunities to close it out in regulation.
And Stown, look at his aggression already. Look how much control he's got with these outside plays. He does drop off pretty quickly after, though. They want resources in towards the inner side of the map. And it's going to be Tessis with the first pick. Keto dropped through the smoke from the ramp spam.
Nade into A. Doesn't do much damage. Flash to follow. CSGO with that scout can be very, very good, but up against a full gun round, it's not going to be easy to make the most of that.
Tizian, he's already out vent.
But smoke comes in.
Yeah, Tizian's already out vent. He's looking for that fight heaven, waiting for the player to peek out. Now Tizian getting closer, encroaching on the position. It's Cadian and Refresh that have found the kills, and it's Heroic that have found themselves a win. Gonna be a 2-0 locked in against Big. They show up, they perform, and Heroic are looking like a team to beat here. I'm looking forward to seeing that Danish derby. They have locked themselves in versus Astralis.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend.
Well, there you have it. Heroic had confirmed themselves a place in the playoffs in a sweet 2-0 series that had a few testing moments in the second half. We could have gone to a third map, but that man you just saw on your screens, Refresh, had other ideas with a crucial clutch that almost guaranteed Heroic that victory. Blair, how impressed were you with Refresh in that map?
Oh, I mean, the guy is so good, showing why he was picked up by this team. Man, like, this team is they're so cool to watch, at the same time so frustrating for me, right? Like that CD side, for example, if you're big on your T side, you're giving so much space to work with, right? We had Heroic kind of turtled up. You know, you saw Cadian holding these close angles, and Big have all the map control in the world. You look at that map, you look at the overview, you look at the mini map. You're like, yeah, Big should have this in the bag. And then Heroic, they hit all their shots, and somehow it's this constantly evolving, moving amoeba of a CT side, which is so annoying at the same time, so cool to watch.
Well, I really want to have a word with Refresh, and he's actually on the line right now, so hopefully he's going to pick up the phone. Refresh, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, guys.
Hello. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on guaranteeing yourselves a playoff spot at DreamHack Masters Spring. However, I've got a little bone to pick with you, young man. Why were you letting Big have yard control for free for most of that second half of Nuke?
It wasn't anything we planned to do. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes match turns out different than you expected. But even though they got space, we got the info, so it's not like we were screwed over by them getting space. We knew what's going on, and we had the advantage, so it wasn't that big of a deal that it sometimes might do for some other teams. We have good plans and good like protocols to deal with stuff like that, so it wasn't really an issue, to be honest.
All right, quick question from my side, Refresh. Firstly, great win, 2-0. Hunden coming back in as a coach, right? Like, what's the change that's going to happen here? You obviously have been on an incredible streak ever since yourself and Shush joined the team, but what do you expect to change now with Hunden coming back into the fold?
I mean, the things that are going to change is that, like, first of all, we have a more vocal coach. That has a really good game sense and can help out in rounds. But I mean, the goal for this tournament, or at least our expectations for this tournament, is that we just want to get Hunden back into the game. So we are just taking it one match at a time, and we are trying to integrate Hunden in our play. We are not exactly sure how we want to do it, but we don't. There's just one thing we don't want. We don't want him to do everything for us. We still want to perform that the way we did, where we take a lot of initiative, communicate a lot. It's not like he's gonna take over that. He's just more gonna be a little help that can help in stressful situations, or have a good read when we take timeouts and stuff like that. But yeah, we take this tournament as a test with Hunden, see how things it turned out, because we don't know exactly how we want to use him. We're just slowly getting him back into the grind, so yeah.
Refresh, first of all, congratulations on that match. Now, we talk about Hunden, we talk about preparation. Your next opponent is going to be Astralis. Is that a problem of some sort for you, that now Device is not in the lineup anymore and we don't really know what they're going to bring on the server?
I mean, I think it's gonna be easier not playing against Device. I mean, I think nobody is gonna doubt that. So I think if we're just ready from the start, and yeah, I don't know. I'm not really scared of Astralis. So I mean, if they don't have Device, it's just gonna be easier than if he was on the team. So not the biggest opponent we have met so far.
Well, they do have Bubsky. You used to play together on Fragsters back in the day. Do you feel happy about going up against him?
Yeah, of course, it's always fun to play against former teammates. There's gonna be a bit more on the line. I mean, it's not only opponents, it's you're playing against friends and you really, really want to beat your friends. I mean, I guess we have all tried it before in some kind of game, and you really want to beat your friends. So there's gonna be a lot of hype, a lot of energy going into that game.
And one more question, Refresh, before we let you go. How far would you say you are in your development from your time when you were out in the wilderness playing in FPL to now being a tier 1 team player?
I think personally, my development is on an early stage. There's still a lot of stuff I need to learn because this team is so advanced. I mean, there's so many things I can learn from all of the guys. On this team, I feel like I'm the most inexperienced and the guy who has the most to learn. So I'm just trying to listen and pick up as much as I can along the way.
Well, you're obviously doing a pretty good job of it. Thank you so much for talking to us, Refresh. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you very soon.
See you.
Quite humble and modest, right? He's very humble, saying that, I have a lot to learn, but we're sitting here, or standing here rather, talking about how spontaneous he can be and how he can clutch and finding all these moves. So gotta give him some props for being quite down to earth.
Yeah, Blair. I mean, as he said, he's got a lot to learn. So do you think we've seen Refresh's skill ceiling hit yet?
I don't think so. I agree with him. I feel like him and Shusha as well coming to this lineup. I mean, the start they've had, they can only get better, right? So I'm curious to see what changes they're going to be making. They're going to be. He seems to be very comfortable playing against Astralis, which is also pretty cool to know. So yeah, I want to see this kid grow more and more. I was there when he was playing in Fraxis with Bubsky, and I forgot a couple of other teammates he had. I think Storm was there as well. There we go.
Dragonfly.
So it is. That Dragonfly, there we go. All these big old names back in the day, and look at them now, right? And #1 teams, top teams in the world. So it's exciting to see these young Danish prospects kind of prosper and bloom in Counter-Strike right now.
Let's just talk briefly about Big, because they have to face Furia to maintain their spot in this tournament. After that performance, do you feel confident that they can see it through?
All in all, I think that Nuke was not too bad at all. We started talking about how the CT side looked shaky last week and they had a lot of gaps and holes to fill. I thought Zentaris was doing an incredible job inside. Anytime he was tested, he was good for a multi-kill. Even on the T side, as we pointed out, they were taking a lot of space that were given to him, and I like their approach. I just think they lost on a couple of key clutches, key moments, one kill being missed. But when you consider that we're facing a Heroic in full momentum, this is not too bad. This is a Big that's looking fierce and not an easy opponent to beat.
And how lucky are we that we know that we've got a Danish derby coming up, but also that both of those teams, Astralis and Heroic, are going to be in the playoffs. So it's like a part 1, and potentially we get a part 2 as well. It's going to be beautiful, Blair.
It is going to be beautiful, and I just want to touch upon one thing about this Heroic team. It doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I'm just looking at the numbers here. They've played 15 games since their inception of this lineup. They've lost 1 game, which is to the best team in the world, Gambit. They have a 93% win rate in games, 81% win rate on maps. It doesn't make sense. And at one point, what I fear though, this is not sustainable. At one point, teams will start to figure things out and they will start to lose a few games here and there. And I want to see how they're going to counter that. That is what I'm waiting for from this Heroic side.
Well, it doesn't make sense though. I mean, staring at a green wall all day, and yet somehow it works, Blair. It works. Shall we see some top 5 plays of the day?
Why not?
Because we've had some epic action, so I feel like it's only right.
Yeah,
Maniac.
we've had some pretty good highlights. I mean, if we kick things off, I do believe that Fang is the first player we're going to see. He did not have a great series, but in that particular round with the AK, he's making good plays. I hyped him up quite a lot moving into this best of 3, and unfortunately, maybe because of the scoreline as well, he didn't really get to shine too much, but in this round, he made good plays. That AWP shot on Apex changed everything. That was quite sexy from Fang.
And JT, a player you don't really expect to really have highlights, but his extra assault team is mainly known for his calling abilities, but he had a massive round here against Vitality. With the AK-47, T-side overpass, hitting some clean shots, very crucial kills coming in from him. And that is going to be the 4th play.
Play number 3. Storm might be known as the secondary AWPer for Heroic, and yet he seriously knows how to get it done. Absolutely effortless rotations here around the B site from him. Zentaris didn't know what was about to hit him.
How could he? How could he? That was so fast on down. Number 2, I think we have Poison with the Deagle, turning the tides onto Astralis. I mean, as we can see in the scoreline, it was 4-1. They were in full control, but then he just said no. He said, stop, I'm having none of this. That could have been the point where Complexity took some control back. That was just insane.
Of course, play number 1. It was a losing effort coming in from Sirison, but the ops specialist showing what he can do. I love the position. I want to see more of those sort of placements from Opus playing outside, catching Kaden off guard, and just picking apart Heroic, punishing Tessus for that miss as well, and making this game way more closer than it had any right being. And there we go. Top 5 plays of the day.
I can't wait for tomorrow, but before we head off, we do need to take a look at the brackets and see where day 2 has left us and what teams have actually left us as well. So in Group B, as you can see, we've got Astralis and Heroic. They are going to be playing in that group winners final very shortly. And then Complexity and Big may be in trouble. As you can see in the lower bracket, Vitality, Big, Furia, and Complexity. So it looks like, I'm so sorry, it looks like I was absolutely wrong. And Fury are up against Complexity. And Big are going to be facing Vitality.
And that's going to be a banger of a game. Absolutely. Now, Group A lower bracket, we see Fiend almost beating Spirit, but they could not make it past the hurdle. Spirit actually survived. Now, we have a G2 versus Mousesports going right now. If you want to head over to the stream B, I believe G2 are close to kicking Mousesports out of the tournament.
I actually can give you a spoiler.
Is it done?
It's done.
Oh, no!
Are you really sad?
No, I just feel bad.
I actually kind of feel a little bit relieved for Mouse because they've had such a busy week. The amount of games they have played must have been absolutely exhausting. So congratulations for them because they have qualified for the RMR event that's coming up soon. But commiserations that unfortunately they couldn't make it further in DreamHack Masters Spring. But you know what? I think we're seeing more and more great things from them. Dexter's obviously starting to implement his system. So I think that maybe next time we see them, it's going to be a bit more of a satisfying result, Blair.
Yeah, they're actually playing another game right now. They're playing the Flashpoint qualifiers of Complexity. I feel so terrible for Mouse at the moment. It's nuts, it's mental. They just get off a loss against G2, now they have to play against Complexity. But to touch upon what you mentioned, Frankie, absolutely. I feel like this Dexter coming on in, Acor joining in, there were a lot of question marks around this team, but it looks like it's slowly but surely started to shape up pretty good. And given the next couple of months, I feel this Mousesports could be a very dangerous team to face off against.
Well, we've got so much more coming your way tomorrow, so make sure you're back here 1 p.m. European time. Otherwise, I'm going to chase after you and tell you I'm very disappointed in Twitch chat. Maniac, I know you're joining us for the second match, so we're going to have Blair and Yanko joining me for the pre-show on the desk. And you definitely don't want to miss that. So thank you so much for watching today. Blair, Maniac, thank you for joining us, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. the way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything